one of the 8 great grandmasters, Liang Qingsu. He also has a high reputation in Yanjing, and his loss to Mo Yinshi in other cities did not damage his prestige too much. At this moment, with his hands on his DAC, he displayed the demeanor of a grandmother and said, "Under the management of Matsushita, young people spar and compare martial arts. Rushing in all at once is not very honorable, is it?" In fact, everyone was quite polite to him, feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, this is Dragon Country territory, and the people of Dejo are so arrogant. Why waste time with them? Based on their understanding of Nangang Dasha, this Dasha is usually very domineering, especially when facing the people from Dejo. He won't let go of the advantage, right? What's going on today? Moranju is the same. Seeing the people of Nangang family hold back, he raised his fist to go and fight against Yiziquan Tai, seeking revenge for the arrow shot just now. Unexpectedly, Nangang Wu did not beat the people of Dejo, but instead stopped him. "Ah Wu, what are you doing, you?" Moranju wanted to continue speaking, but following Nangang Wu's gaze, he saw Mo Yin, who was sitting alone in a corner drinking, and suddenly realized, trembling, it turns out that the big boss from Dejo is here. No wonder. Hey, your ambush of the outnumber is a murder. It is you Dragon Country people who lack martial virtue. You Dragon Country people are all cowards. Matsushita Kudai pointed at Liang Qingsu's nose and cursed. The Dragon Country people around couldn't bear it. If they could defeat these Dejo warriors, they would have taken action. Regardless of these Dejo warriors only having an A+ level, for many people, they are still out of reach. Yiziquan Tai and others are the same. Actually, they also want to teach Nangang Wu and the others a lesson. But since they can't beat Liang Qingsu, they can only grit their teeth and roar at Nangang Wu and the others like chained wild dogs. Talking won't do you any good. Seeing the stalemate on both sides, Nangang Wu suddenly pointed out excitedly, "Isn't your master challenging my master? A battle on the 30th day of the year at Tachuanwang Mountain. It will be clear who is strong and who is weak. I believe his disciple is not as good as me, just as he is not as good as my master." Quote. Well said. Moranju and others cheered for Nangang Wu. It concerns national dignity. Their guns are all aimed outwards, not caring that Ling Yu has been described as a bloodthirsty demon by the upper class in Yanjing. Yiziquan Tai wanted to taunt, but at this moment, he heard Mo Yin lightly tap his cup on the table. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to have a magical force, quieting the scene. Everyone's forehead instantly sweated cold sweat. This is the formidable and terrifying aura of the martial saint. After finishing things up today, Mo Yin also left the scene. The news of the life and death contract signed between Ling Yu and Mo Yin soon spread to the Tang family. The willow leaf soar had already followed Shuanghua Han to the western city of Chuancheng and was now staying by Tang Ning's side with the assistant. "Chairman, everything is under our control. Ling Yu and his wife want to challenge you, but their skills are far from enough," the assistant flattered. Tang Ning just smiled faintly, not showing any arrogance. "Don't be careless until everything is settled. Besides, our enemies are not just one. Mo Tiu and the Three Saints organization are also formidable foes." The assistant also said decisively, "Mo Tiu has been to low profile. His support rate is falling behind now. Do you think they have some hidden tactics in store? Or have they given up already? That's the most frustrating part." Tang Ning furrowed his brow. "They haven't made a move, so we can't break their strategies. But I'm sure the assassin who killed the former national leader Zhang Ping must have been sent by them. Maybe it was Mo Yin." In the struggle among the three powers, Tang Ning had never sent anyone to assassinate Zhang Ping. After ruling out other possibilities, it could only be the people from Mo Tu's side. So, they definitely want to seize the position of national leader. The assistant suggested, "Chairman, if we don't move, neither will they. After all, your wife's support rate is currently ahead." At this moment, within a hidden residence in Yanjing, Ling Yu lay on the bed wrapped in bandages. Zia Zhu was still by his side, tears streaking down her face. She tended to his injuries. After leaving the Nangang family, the three of them experienced a period that Zia Zhu dared not recall. Ling Yu was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, but he insisted on treating Tang Zhujuan to save her life. Zia Zhu herself was also injured, and after failing to dissuade Ling Yu, she could only bandage his wounds. The three of them were strangely saving each other's lives in this way. Ling Yu was a warrior, not a mortal, and in the end, He collapsed next to Tang Zuchuan after using his willpower to extract the bullet and various miraculous acupuncture treatments. Xia Zhu, seeing the two blooded individuals, was extremely frightened, her face pale. Luckily, she had experienced many life and death situations, and her mental endurance and willpower were strong enough to successfully stop Ling Yu's bleeding, but she also ended up collapsing next to him due to exhaustion. Of the three unconscious individuals, Xia Zhu was the first to wake up and contacted Nan Gongwu. When Ling Yu woke up, he saw Xia Zhu and Nan Gongwu by his bedside. Not only that, there were likely others outside the residence, but they did not come in. Master, you've finally woken up. Seeing Ling Yu awake, Nan Gongwu was happier than anyone else. After all, he had just declared Ling Yu dead on his behalf, and if the master had really passed away, did he have to go challenge the martial saint of Dejo Nation himself? Upon hearing Nan Gongwu's excited voice, Nan Gongzhu and Lian Qingzhu entered the room. Mr. Ling, you're alive. That's really great. Nan Gongzhu also let out a sigh of relief. Apologizing, I'm sorry Nan Gong family couldn't help you yesterday. Please forgive us. Ling Yu just smiled casually, apparently not bothered by it, but he immediately asked, Xia Zhu, how is Zhu Xuan doing? Although she hasn't woken up yet, she's still breathing, so there shouldn't be a life-threatening danger. Xia Zhu quickly replied. In reality, she couldn't guarantee whether Tang Zuchuan would survive, but she didn't want Ling Yu to immediately get up and treat her again, so she said that, Mr. Ling, rest assured, we have arranged the best doctors to treat Miss Tang. She will definitely recover. Perhaps feeling guilty, Nan Gongzhu responded quickly to Ling Yu, you should just focus on yourself now. You have made many enemies in Yanjing. No matter how high your position and how strong your abilities, it may be difficult for you to appear openly in Yanjing in the future. Ling Yu was also aware of this. After all, he had killed many people, but as a 5-star glory general, without an order from the national leader, no one could arrest him. Master, it seems your fate is now tied to Xipeng. Otherwise, if someone else becomes the national leader, you will surely be the first to be targeted. Nan Gongwu added. Ling Yu smiled. Even if he hadn't acted that way yesterday, he would have been on the same boat as Xipeng long ago, and even if Tang Ning didn't kill him, he would have to kill her. At this point, Nan Gongzhu quickly gestured to his brother. Only then did Nan Gongwu scratch his head and inform Ling Yu of the good deed they did last night. Ling Yu furrowed his brows. Nan Gongwu panicked and immediately said, I didn't know how seriously injured you were. This injury probably won't heal within a month. So if you don't want to fight to the death with Mo Yin, just sever our master-disciple relationship, expel me from the sect, and you can avoid it. Ling Yu shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of Mo Yin, it's just that I shouldn't be his opponent. There's someone else who should face him in a life and death battle. Nan Gongzhu interjected, but it's clear that Mo Yin wants to kill you. He deliberately lured Ziwu to sign the life and death contract for you. Ling Yu fell silent suddenly. He also sensed Mo Yin's intentions. The old drunkard had warned him. Mo Yin's sudden appearance in the Dragon Kingdom at this time was definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps he was here for another major event. At this moment, someone hurriedly arrived outside. The person leading the team acted swiftly. He was one of the elite camp squad leaders, Yu Bing. Ling Yu had assigned him to secretly protect Xipeng, but now he urgently came to find him, indicating that something was amiss. Yu Bing came before Ling Yu, saluted him in a standard military manner, and urgently said, reporting to Commander, your mother-in-law urgently needs to see you. What? Upon hearing Yu Bing's words, Ling Yu furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that it wasn't a national crisis, but rather a fire in his own backyard. Nan Gongzhu also realized that the others should not stay at the scene any longer and quickly gestured for Nan Gongwu and the others to leave. What happened? Ling Yu quickly asked, already having a clue in his mind. I don't know. Yu Bing replied immediately, your mother-in-law couldn't find you, so she had her War-Wolf members urgently contact me to bring you the message. Ling Yu was even more worried and took the phone from Yu Bing. Hello, Mom? Ling Yu called out to Lin Fei, who was on the other end helping to take care of the children. Ling Yu, something terrible has happened. Lin Fei cried as soon as she heard his voice. Tonight, I was watching Wukan sleep as usual, but suddenly a black and red figure swept in and took Wukan away from me. It's my fault, I didn't take good care of your son. Lin Fei seemed very worried and scared on the other end. Not waiting for Ling Yu to blame her, she immediately started apologizing desperately. Black and red figure? Ling Yu didn't have time to blame her, and in fact, there was no way to blame her. Ling Fei was just an ordinary woman helping her daughter take care of the children. Faced with such an incident, she was also powerless. Yes, a black and red figure. I couldn't even see clearly whether the person or thing was a man or a woman, and they just took Wukan away. Lin Fei answered immediately. Ling Yu asked, puzzled, how did the other party discover your location? Even if Lin Fei wasn't good at counter-surveillance, the Wolf warriors arranged by Yizi to protect her and the children were very good at it. How could they be easily found? I don't know. Lin Fei replying anxiously. Mingu had arranged for our residents to change periodically, even preparing to return to Yuncheng. Who betrayed us? Just then did she think of a possible traitor but had no idea who it might be. Ling Yu had been in conversation with Qin Mingyuan and understood her arrangements in order to ensure Lin Fei and the child's safety while also providing them with a livelihood. This outsider needed local people from the western region to make arrangements. It was highly likely that there was a traitor among Chairman Haong, Chairman Ma, or even Chairman Abu. And the biggest likelihood was Chairman Haong. What about Yizi? Ling Yu furrowed his brows. He had sent Yizi to pick up Wukan yesterday, and calculating the time, he should have arrived by now. Ling Yu, it's my fault. Ling Fei apologized again. Yizi said he was here to take Wukan upon your orders, but I hesitated a bit and asked him to come back in the morning. Not expecting such an incident to happen tonight, Yizi immediately led the team to pursue, and I came to inform you. This time, Ling Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. Since Yizi also led the team to Chuan City, it means that the other party broke through the Wolf warrior squad's protection circle and forcibly took away his son. Such a powerful person is truly rare in the world. Who exactly is it? Ling Yu, despite being heavily injured, immediately struggled and said, let me go over and see right away. It's not possible, General. Yu Bing immediately dissuaded. You are heavily injured now, you must heal properly. Additionally, 2 days later, the representative delegation from Dejo Kingdom will visit the Dragon Kingdom, and General, she has ordered you to accompany the foreign minister throughout, ensuring his safety. The delegation from Dejo Kingdom is visiting. Ling Yu's brows furrow even tighter. How coincidental. What about the child? On the other side, at the Western Snake headquarters, Qin Mingu, accompanied by Lu Wudao and Liana, search for the missing Lin Qinglong and Yanyan at the Snake Altar. Unexpectedly, there was a long secret passage in the Snake Altar. Based on the traces of the fighting scene, Lu Wudao speculated that Lin Qinglong and Yanyan were purposely led away by the Snake King. Concerned for Qin Mingyu's safety, Lu Wudao and Liana insisted on bringing a 100-person team to continue searching along the secret passage. After half a day of searching, Qin Mingyu unexpectedly found that the secret passage led directly to a stone hall in the mountains. If they had been to the Xia family's retreat, they might have been more surprised, as the construction style of the two stone halls was very similar. No wonder it's so difficult to find the headquarters of the 5 Poison sect from the outside world, hiding in a cave in the snow-capped mountains. After exiting the secret passage, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but marvel. Lu Wudao also marveled. The 100-foot giant bug of hundreds of years certainly lives up to its reputation. The vast project here has the style of the Three Holy Organization. Liana couldn't help but complain. Lin Qinglong is really reckless. How dared he follow Yanyan to such a place? Qin Mingyu carefully examined the stone hall in front of her. The fact that there were torches illuminating within 10 steps indicated that people lived and managed here. It seemed that Lin Qinglong and Yanyan were deliberately led here by the other side. And the situation was grim. Everyone, be careful. Do not scatter and search. We must stay together and not be careless. Notify the reinforcements and quickly come to support. Qin Mingyu immediately ordered. They had truly arrived at the enemy's lair, and they feared being scattered and defeated. Yes, Lady Saint. Liana quickly made arrangements. However, no matter how careful they were, the constantly changing mechanisms in the stone hall forcibly scattered them. Lady Saint, be careful. Lu Wudao and Liana firmly guarded Qin Mingyu's back, preventing her from being separated. At this moment, they were all very worried, feeling as if they had been tricked. On the other side, Zhao Wuji, knowing that Qin Mingyu had led a team to search for Lin Qinglong, hurriedly led a Wolf warrior squad with Zhao Wenjin into the Great Snake Altar. Seeing the seemingly bottomless tunnel, He immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. This is bad. Really no fun at all. Seeing his brother like this, Zhao Wenjin also had a foreboding feeling. Before she could speak, Liu Rashui, hearing Zhao Wuji's words, couldn't help but complain. What's so bad about it? Isn't it already bad enough? Lin Qingshuan also hurriedly asked. What's wrong? What are you worried about? Zhao Wuji nodded. The other side also has a very cunning and strategic figure. She can think 10 steps ahead, and even understands the personality of our female general, setting traps step by step. Zhao Wenjin anxiously asked, Brother, is Mingu in trouble? Shouldn't we find a way to save her quickly? Zhao Wuji also didn't hesitate, ordering, immediately informed DUA, encircle the nearby mountains, put large-scale weapons into launch mode. We must show burning the J and stone attitude. This. Everyone was astonished. Zhao Wuji didn't care about their expressions and specifically instructed the messengers, quickly informed DUA, if you want Qin Mingu to stay safe, you must follow my orders. Yes. Military advisor. The messengers quickly went to inform DUA. Let's not go in. Let's stay outside and guard instead. Zhao Wuji gave up the plan to enter the tunnel. The other women understood that if they entered, they would only be caught in a net, and the other party would have more leverage. On the other side, two women soon appeared in front of Qin Mingu. They were familiar faces. Master Haitong and Sister Snake Spirit. Lady Saint, be careful. Liana immediately guarded in front of Qin Mingu. On the contrary, Lu Wudao still had his hands in his pockets, not because he was indifferent, but because he felt the powerful aura of Master Haitong. The other party's cultivation was definitely not inferior to his. If they were to fight, they might not necessarily win. Qin Mingu also indicated for Liana to step back, walking to the front herself. She was aware that the other party appeared openly and had no intention of attacking, otherwise they would have already ambushed. Master Haitong, nice to see you again. How fortunate. Qin Mingu slightly bowed in greeting. Nice to meet you. Master Haitong also returned the greeting. Miss Qin is indeed a formidable woman. Over the many years of the Five Poison Sect, it's the first time we've been hit to such an extent. We had to resort to underhanded tricks. We are truly ashamed. Master Haitong is too kind. And all is fair in war. As long as it's for victory, it's justified. Qin Mingu countered for her. Listening to their mutual praise, the others found it somewhat strange. I never expected that the renowned Master Haitong would be the head of the Five Poison Sect. Qin Mingu remarked directly. The expressions of Lu Wudao and Liana also showed surprise. Who would have thought that the head of the Five Poison Sect, who had previously raised funds for the disaster victims in the western regions, was now standing before them? I have a request. Master Haitong didn't deny it, nor did she beat around the bush, and directly said, I hope Miss Qin will retreat, giving the Five Poison Sect a way out. Qin Mingu couldn't help but smile, quietly shaking her head. Master Haitong looked at her in silence. The snake spirit sister couldn't help but interject. Sister, stop being so stubborn. Leave a way out in everything. And we can meet again in the future. At most, I'll obey your orders in the future. Okay. Lu Wudao and Liana didn't know the relationship between Qin Mingu and this woman, so they naturally didn't understand the second half of her sentence. Qin Mingu then glared at her. Shut up. Master Haitong also gestured for her not to speak out of turn and disrupt their affairs. The snake spirit sister rolled her eyes. If you don't agree, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive. By then, Ling Yu will be heartbroken. Is that so? Qin Mingu also looked at Master Haitong and asked, Will you really kill me, Master? Her gaze clearly held suspicion, simply because she didn't believe that the master dramatist who could interpret human joys and sorrows, the revered Master Haitong who had raised funds for the western region's disaster victims, could be a villain. Master Haitong clearly understands Qin Mingu's gaze. He sighed slightly, nodded slightly, indicating that he will indeed do so. Qin Mingu still refused to accept. Why? The Wuduo sect brings disaster to the world. Why do you want to help them, Master Haitong? No. Why do you want to help Tang Ning? With the following question, he had already directly exposed the first question. Master Haitong smiled bitterly and said, Because Tang Ning is my younger brother. Lu Wudao and Liana also suddenly realized, so that's the reason. Just because of this, Qin Mingu continued to inquire. She could tell that Master Haitong was not a wicked person, and she was indifferent to fame and fortune. Why would he want to help the Duo sect, the cancerous tumor that harms the people? And also because of my sister's instructions. Master Haitong also clearly told Qin Mingu. To previous Master Haitong, Qin Mingu trembled, apparently finding it hard to believe. Who would have thought to link the legendary first Master Haitong, known for her captivating dance, with the unsavory organization of the Duo sect? Master Haitong apparently understood her feelings and proactively said, "If Miss Jin is not in a hurry, I'd like to tell you a story." Qin Mingu nodded. Master Haitong gestured for her to sit. Qin Mingu sat down, while Lu Wuda and Liana guarded her like two door gods, carefully surveying the environment, looking for an opportunity to escape this eerie place. Master Haitong, with a remarkable demeanor, sat down and began to narrate. The story begins 30 years ago. It was during the time of the national elections, and the votes in the western regions were also fiercely contested by various candidates. The Duo sect had been a long-standing issue in the western regions for over 100 years, a challenge for governance and people's livelihood at the time. Qin Mingu nodded slightly in agreement, finding Master Haitong's words reasonable. At that time, the Dragon Country did not have the current War Wolf troops, nor such advanced firearms. Also, the Duo sect was stronger back then compared to now. Therefore, even if the country wanted to eradicate the Duo sect, it was as difficult as reaching the sky. Qin Mingu agreed, understanding Master Haitong's perspective. My sister was impressed by Zhang Ping's political views at that time. To help him secure the western region's votes, she came to the west. Her beauty surpassed mine tenfold. When the Duo sect's leader saw her for the first time, he was completely smitten by her and vowed to make her the head matron no matter what. Master Haitong continued. Liana couldn't help but glance at Lu Wudao, wondering if this story was exaggerated. Though Master Haitong was no longer young, her past beauty was evident, and she was not far from the revered saint. If her sister was 10 times more beautiful, wouldn't she be like a celestial being descended on earth? However, Qin Mingu listened attentively without any expression. For the prosperity of the Dragon Country and its people, my sister agreed to the leader's request, but with one condition. The Duo sect must not cause harm to the world for 30 years. The former leader was infatuated with her. In order to win her over, he accepted her terms, and due to his crackdown on the Duo sect, Zhang Ping gained numerous votes and ultimately became the national leader. Master Haitong continued. I see. Qin Mingu was unaware of this anecdote. Judging from Master Haitong's expression, this was likely a true story. What happened next? Qin Mingu was now fully immersed in the story, curious about its development, particularly the fact that the first generation Master Haitong was Master Ling Yu's wife and had not become the Duo sect's head matron. Then, there were two unparalleled experts who boldly infiltrated the Duo sect for my sister. They collaborated to kill the Duo sect's leader in the midst of an army of soldiers. What? Lu Wuda and Liana were now startled upon hearing this. According to Master Haitong's portrayal, the Duo sect 30 years ago was more formidable than it is now. It seemed utterly implausible that just two people could infiltrate the Duo sect's headquarters at the time when it was a formidable force and managed to kill the leader. Lu Wuda acknowledged that even if he and Master Ling Yu joined forces, they wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. Disregarding their astonishment, Master Haitong calmly stated, the leader was deeply in love with my sister. Before he died, he had the opportunity to kill her, but he chose not to do so. He passed on his leader's ring to her, making her the mother of the Duo sect before he died. Upon hearing this, even Lu Wuda and Liana were moved. Who would have thought that the despicable leader of the Duo sect was also a deeply affectionate man? Despite not having feelings for the leader, my sister was touched by his love. He could have claimed her many times, but he always let her go, preserving her integrity. Before his death, he told my sister that the fate of the Duo sect was in her hands, whether to preserve or destroy it. He promised to uphold her wishes even after his death. Upon hearing this, emotions stirred within everyone, even Lu Wuda and Liana. Who would have guessed that the ruthless leader of the Duo sect was actually a man of deep emotions? Subsequently, after the leader's death, although my sister never loved him, she fell ill due to this event. While alive, she only restrained the Duo sect from committing wrongdoings, but after her death, the Duo sect reverted to their old ways. Master Haitong lamented, before her passing, my sister entrusted the Duo sect to me, stating that this was her debt to the former leader and hoping that I would continue to restrain the Wu Duo sect, allowing them to live well. The story was nearing its conclusion. However, Qin Mingu and the others remained silent for a long time, visibly affected by the complex emotions of the narrative. Miss Qin, I failed to control the Wu Duo sect, but I must fulfill my promise to my sister. I must allow the Wu Duo sect to continue to exist. I implore you to retreat immediately. Master Haitan made another request. All eyes were on Qin Mingu. Nevertheless, Qin Mingu gently pursed her lips, resolute in her response. Master Haitong, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree with you. Although your sister's story is poignant and moving, it is not my commitment. My promise is to eradicate the Wu Duo sect and bring peace to the people of the western regions. Well said. Liana immediately praised excitedly. She was worried that the revered saint might relent and agree to Master Haitong's request. Their ongoing battles would then become a farce. Master Haitong seemed to have anticipated that things wouldn't go smoothly, and he smiled bitterly. In that case, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Master Haitong, have you forgotten something? Lu Wudao, who had been silent until now, spoke up. While your mechanisms have separated us, the holy guardians have always been by the saint's side. Some matters are not as simple as they may seem. Master Haitong still smiled bitterly. I understand the challenge, but for the sake of my brother and sister, I must try. With these words, a chilling silence fell over the scene. Liana immediately assumed a defensive posture, not daring to underestimate the two opponents before her. Submit your life. Lu Wudao took the lead, his red cloak turning into a dark sea of blood, engulfing towards the opponent. Since it was confirmed to be an enemy, there was no need for him to hold back. Master Haitan dodged to the side, then looked up again to find Lu Wudao's fist already reaching her. Master Haitan was a petite and beautiful woman, but Lu Wudao's fist was even bigger than her face. Doom. Lu Wudao succeeded. Even he himself was completely taken aback, but before he could savor the joy of victory, a horrifying scene unfolded. Blood spurted from Master Haitan's neck, gradually forming into a peony flower. Lu Wudao was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and when he came to his senses, he found himself soaked in blood, gradually pinned to a giant peony with thorns, racked with intense pain. He immediately realized that he had fallen under an illusion. Wudao, are you okay? Wudao. Thankfully, the urgent calls of Liana brought him back to his senses. Quickly regaining his composure, Lu Wudao retreated, sweating profusely, surprised that he had fallen into the opponent's illusion. He didn't even know by what means the illusion was cast. He was still in the dark about it. Although it was only a moment, if it had been a one-on-one duel, and if Master Haitan had intended to kill him, he might not have been able to escape unharmed. He knew that the opponent's internal strength cultivation must surpass his own. Such terrifying cultivation levels may have already reached the level of a saint. Based on Lu Wudao's understanding of the Three Saints organization, he was now certain that the Master Haitan before him was one of the three saints of the organization. Brother Wudao, are you all right? Qin Mingu also stood up, quickly coming to Lu Wudao's side, witnessing such a look on Lu Wudao for the first time. Lady Saint, I'm fine. No matter what happens, I will protect you at all costs. Lu Wudao quickly dispelled the fear in his heart. In order to protect the saint, even if the opponent was a saint-level expert, he was willing to fight to the death. Miss Qin, please believe me. Although I am not confident in defeating the werewolf army, I am quite confident in killing you, threatened Master Haitan. However, Qin Mingu was not fazed at all. Even if I die, the werewolf will continue their operations. Then you all will face the wrath of the werewolf along with me and be buried here together. Liana was immediately panicked. That was an outcome that no one wanted to see. Master Haitan could see that Qin Mingu was serious and couldn't help but ask curiously, why would you rather die than spare the Five Poison sect? We should not have such great enmity with you. Qin Mingu smiled and said, living beings must have faith, don't you think? I do not fear death because if the Five Poison sect is eradicated, my grandfather will take the title of Chief General of the Merchants Association and support Shi Penchen as the new national leader. Qin Mingu continued steadfastly, I firmly believe that it is for the benefit of the western regions and the Dragon Country. Watching Qin Mingu at that moment, Liana couldn't help but feel a bit of reverence, looking towards their master. Master Haitan also smiled and said, I admire those with faith, but is there not a possibility that your faith is wrong? Xiping Cheng may not necessarily be better than the other two candidates. I believe in my husband, Mingu said directly, her eyes full of unwavering determination. Master Haitong knew she couldn't argue with this woman and decided not to waste any more words, going straight to the final threat. But if you don't retreat, your child may die. What? Mingu was visibly moved by Master Haitong's words. Lu Wuda and Liana also widened their eyes in surprise. Although it's despicable, but I have no choice, Master Haitong stated. You have your faith, and I have mine. Just as Miss Chin said, we will go to any lengths for victory. Damn it, Liana couldn't hold back her anger, cursing, I never expected the renowned Master Haitong to stoop to such measures. Master Haitong ignored her. Mingu was caught in a difficult dilemma. Miss Chin, to be honest, I really admire you, but our paths are different, and we are destined not to work together. I don't want to kill you, let alone harm an innocent child, so please make a wise choice. Master Haitong earnestly advised. But how can you prove that my child is in your hands? Mingu was a composed and intelligent woman, not panicking because of the other's words. She needed to confirm this first. It was also a plan for reinforcements, giving herself more time to think and buying time for Ling Yu. She believed that if Chen was really taken, Ling Yu would surely move heaven and earth to rescue the child. I can let one of you leave. She can return to the main camp, and then contact your mother. She can confirm this fact for you. Master Haitong immediately responded. Lady Saint, let me go. Liana knew she was the most suitable candidate, as Wu Dao had to stay to ensure the Saint's safety. Mingu nodded. Liana, you must be cautious. Don't be misled by illusions and rumors. Lady Saint, I understand. After Liana nodded, she looked towards Master Haitong. Red dress, you take her out. Yes, Master. The snake spirit sister led Liana out. Soon, Liana returned to the main camp and faced Zhao Wuji and others. Commander Zhao, Lady Saint's child has been taken by the Five Poison sect. Have you heard about this? Liana asked urgently. Zhao Wuji's lips curved slightly in a complicated manner, but he nodded. What do we do? If Lady Saint knows this information, she might be forced to retreat. Our fallen soldiers would have died in vain. Liana became nervous immediately. So, you can rush back to inform Mrs. Ling. Zhao Wuji, although unaware of the exact situation, had already guessed the gist of it. Liana was quite surprised. Commander Zhao, do you know what happened inside our camp? Zhao Wuji casually smiled, putting all the pieces together. If I still can't guess that the leader of the Five Poison sect has abducted the child and is pressuring Madame Ling to retreat, then I'm not worthy to be your strategist. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of the Five Poison sect is Tang Shiyu, the Master Haitong, right? Commander Zhao, you are truly wise. What should I do now? Liana was no longer as worried, trusting that Zhao Wuji could come up with a solution. You just eat and sleep well here for the next 2 days, and lead troops to fight some small monsters when free, to give the Five Poison sect a sense of pressure. We will never retreat under any circumstances, Zhao Wuji asserted. When Lin Qingshuan heard this, she was about to speak nervously, but Xia Shouty beat her to it, asking anxiously, what about General Qin and her child? If the Five Poison sect really acts ruthlessly, how can we explain it to Ling Yu? Rest assured, as long as the members of the Five Poison cult are still afraid of death, they definitely won't dare to harm Lady Ling and her son, Zhao Wuji said firmly. Nobody knew better than him that Tang Xinya was playing psychological warfare right now. He also knew that as an onlooker, he knew what the right choice was, but if it were Mingu who found out her son was truly kidnapped, she might make the wrong choice. Women like Xia Shouty fell silent. If they were Mingu, they wouldn't know how to choose either. Even though advancing is for righteousness and retreating is for smaller interests, as a mother, shouldn't everything be for the child? What about after 2 days? Liana knew that Zhao Wuji wanted to delay time, but the Five Poison cult wouldn't allow that to happen indefinitely. We can only pray that Ling Yu can find the child back in 2 days. Zhao Wuji didn't need to communicate with Ling Yu, but he could predict that Ling Yu would take action for sure. On the other side, Yizi led 100 elite troops, tracking according to video surveillance, and traced them outside the border of Chuan City. Surround the small mountain villa in front. Yizi sat in the helicopter, observing the terrain and instructing his subordinates. The small village in front was nestled between 2 mountains, making it easy to surround. Having been both a reconnaissance general in the Warwolves and a captain of the criminal investigation team for many years, Yizi was a top expert in reconnaissance in Dragon Country. He was sure that the person who kidnapped Ling Wuken had entered this villa, and there were likely quite a few of them. In a residential house in the village, a young woman in her 20s was sitting at the table playing with a child. Oh, this child is so cute. The woman was named Ma Yun, the younger sister-in-law of Chairman Ai. While she was different from Ma Yunying in looks, she was still young, with a well-proportioned figure and plenty of collagen on her face. The child in her arms was Ling Wuken, the newborn baby with the bloodline of the Warwolf King and the Holy Woman. How could a child born with such a lineage not be good-looking? Miss Ma, stop playing with the child. Because of your slow actions, we've been caught up. On the other side of the table sat a handsome and imposing man, along with an extraordinary woman. The woman's eyes were full of arrogance, as if she believed herself to be superior above all. She was the only female among the 8 great masters, nicknamed Xuanhua Raid, Hong Tong Tong. Few knew her real name because everyone called her Xuanhua Red. Enough about that. Ma Yun was cut off in mid-sentence as she was slapped hard by Xuanhua Red. Her face burned instantly, and she dared not say a word against Xuanhua Red. Say my name is false again, and I'll take your life. Xuanhua Red's voice was cold, giving Ma Yun and her companions chills. I understand. Ma Yun initially thought this woman was difficult to communicate with but now realized she was a formidable adversary. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have listened to her brother-in-law's instructions to disclose Ling Wuken's whereabouts, let alone work with them. Master, although this woman is talkative, she does have a point. We can't be afraid of those ordinary people with machine guns. Liu Yejian knew Xuanhua Red's temperament and always knew how to speak to her liking. Besides relying on Tang Ning's reputation, he also used his brains to get her to do things for him. Humph, they are only useful in open areas. If it were on a mountain, they would be useless metal. Xuanhua Red's eyes were proud, showing a dismissive attitude. I agree. Firearms are only useful against ordinary people. In front of you, Master, they are just toys. After a few compliments, Li Yejian said, But, Master, let's take the child up to the mountain now. Once we force Mingu to retreat, the child will lose his value. You carry the child up the mountain. The rest of the rubbish doesn't need to follow. Xuanhua Red stood up after speaking. Ma Yun trembled. These two were planning to betray them. They could easily locate Mingu's child because of the information they provided, but now they called them useless. All right. We'll follow your lead on everything. Liu Yejian smiled and suddenly snatched Ling Wuken away. With his current martial arts skills, dealing with ordinary people was simple. Even Xuanhua Red seemed to be impressed by this man, hinting at extraordinary talent. After reporting to the child, the two immediately ditched Ma Yun and others and went towards the mountain behind the small village. Not long after they left, Yizi and his men barged into the house. Where is the child? Yizi caught Ma Yun and others to question. I know. A man and a woman took him up the mountain just now. Ma Yun immediately betrayed Liu Yejian and the others. Now she hoped the two would be shot by Yizi and his men. Damn it! Chase them! Yizi commanded some men to restrain Ma Yun and others while he led a small team to chase up the mountain. However, as they reached the back of the village where the mountain was, they encountered a woman dressed in red with black pants and boots, holding a black whip in her hand. Is it you? Yizi was startled and quickly pointed his gun at her. He hadn't realized when the woman appeared. All he knew was that her martial arts skills were unfathomable. At first, upon seeing her in red, he subconsciously thought she was the black and red shadow described by Lin Fei, given their matching attire. But upon closer inspection of her face, she didn't quite resemble the surveillance footage, especially in terms of her physique. The woman before him was young, while the shadow in the footage was estimated by the computer to be a middle-aged woman. However, Yizi wasn't sure because the woman in the footage was just a blurry figure, and the computer analysis could be flawed. At that moment, the woman with red lips smiled and asked, "Are you tracking a child?" Yizi shivered slightly and, before he could answer, his phone rang. It was Ling Yu calling to check on the situation. Just as Yizi was about to answer the call, the woman suddenly whipped towards him. So fast! Yizi and his companion were startled. By the time they reacted, his phone was already in the woman's hand. Damn it! Give it back to me! Yizi aimed his gun. A military man couldn't let his communication device be taken by someone else. But the woman's speed was faster than his bullet. By the time he shot, she had disappeared. Only his phone was left behind. Damn, who is that person? Yizi was unsure if the woman was a friend or a foe. If she was an enemy, why didn't she attack them? And if she was a friend, why didn't she reveal herself? The next moment, Yizi glanced at the message he had just sent with his phone and knew whether she was a friend or a foe. It's time to give you the fourth whip. In Yanjing, Ling Yu suddenly received a message from Yizi, causing him to furrow his brow. What is Yizi up to? Not picking up the phone but sending me this strange message. Ling Yu's brain was sharp, and upon a quick glance, he guessed that this message was not from Yizi. That means Yi Zhao's communication device was taken by someone. Who could be so skillful? Could it be? Ling Yu's eyes suddenly widened, his mind immediately jumping to that terrifying woman. Gu Lulan was in the western regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that she happened to encounter Yizi? That would be too coincidental. Report. At this moment, Yu Bing hurriedly walked in from outside the door. Speak. Yes, Commander. Yu Bing's movements were meticulous. The representative of Dejo Kingdom has arrived in the Dragon Kingdom. Please go to the Prime Minister immediately to ensure his safety at all times. Understood. Ling Yu knew this was the task given to him by the old commander, a national-level mission. Even though he was still heavily injured, he had to force himself to endure it. Commander, there's also a small piece of information. Yu Bing spoke softly. Speak. Ling Yu wasn't too used to this person's meticulousness. Communicating with Yizi was smoother. Yes, Commander. After Yu Bing saluted, he continued. Originally, Mo Yin was supposed to duel with Duo Huahan, the second-ranked master among the 8 great super masters, tomorrow. But because she left the capital the day before yesterday, Mo Yin also left. She should be going to find Duo Huahan. What? This news was not good for Ling Yu. He had investigated before, and Duo Huahan had a close relationship with Tang Ning. Leaving Yanjing at this time likely meant she went to the western regions. Ling Yu speculated that the black-red figure described by Lin Fei should be her. If Mo Yin went to the western regions to fulfill her goal of defeating the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom, she might harm his child or at least make it more difficult for Yizi to retrieve the child. At this moment, he really wanted to leave everything in Yanjing behind and rush to the western regions to save his son. But firstly, with his current heavily injured body, not to mention fighting against Mo Yin, he might not even be able to match the 8 great super masters. Secondly, national affairs were paramount. The representative of Dejo Kingdom was here to discuss important national matters, even pressuring them. And Xiping's safety must be ensured to maintain a strong stance on national affairs. So for now, he could only trust his werewolf brothers and pray that the woman would help too. On the other side, Li Sword and Duo Huahan had climbed the mountain. I really didn't expect that people still live in these deep mountain forests. Upon entering a dense forest area, Li Sword also felt enlightened. No wonder bandits roamed the western regions. These primitive forests were truly a fantastic place. Not only were the trees thick enough to block the wind, but there were also various flowers and fruits, creating a beautiful environment with ample food and water sources. If this were a more developed area, it would definitely be a bustling tourist spot. Duo Huahan did not speak to him but took the initiative to hold Ling Wuken. Truth be told, she had never been married in her life. Although she wasn't young, because she had never given birth and her cultivation was profound, she looked younger than she was. Motherly instincts were inherent to women, and seeing such a cute child, this old woman couldn't help but be a little enamored. Li Sword, watching from the side, found it amusing and suddenly remembered the scene in Heavenly Sword Dragon Slaying Saber where Li Mochu embraced Guo Xian, feeling quite similar. Suddenly, cold laughter was heard ahead. Haha, the road here is paved by me. These trees were planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some payment. Men on the left, women on the right, lean against the wall. Robbery. A group of bandits suddenly appeared, brandishing various weapons and surrounding the two. If it were someone else, they would definitely panic. However, Li Sword did not show any signs of panic. He knew these bandits must have been prepared in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to appear in such an organized manner upon seeing the two. So he couldn't help but ask, you guys were informed and prepared here by Chairman Aang's niece, right? The leader of the bandits was a man with a young age but a full beard. Upon hearing Liu Yisword's words, he trembled slightly. Who are you? Seeing his reaction, Liu Yisord knew he had guessed correctly and smiled. We are on the same side as Chairman Haong's niece. Heh. Why should we believe you? The lead bandit sneered. By saying this, he admitted that Ma Yun had them waiting here. Liu Yisord chuckled inwardly. Chairman Haong turned out to be the major traitor by Qin Mingu's side, and it seemed he colluded with these bandits in the western regions. Although it was Liu Yisord's first time in the western regions, he had also been following the situation here in Yanjing. He knew the details of the various wealthy merchants in the Silver City being attacked by bandits previously, and there had to be collusion from the inside. He hadn't expected that the traitor was actually the western region's chairman. It seemed Ing was seeking benefits everywhere and must have been quite wealthy. In such circumstances, Qin Mingu could still strike at the headquarters of the Wood Duo sect, even forcing them to kidnap her child to threaten her to withdraw. She truly had skill. We don't have any evidence. Ing's chairman's niece is left behind at the foot of the mountain by us. But I need your help to delay the Warwolf team for 2 days. Liu Yisord said directly. Ha. Funny. Why should we listen to you? Who do you think you are? The bandits showed no respect to Liu Yisord and burst into laughter one by one. They ruled the roost as bandits on this mountain, only kneeling to 2 peers, the Black Peer, Wood Duo sect, and the White Peer, the Western Region's chairman. 2 others, they were just like hot air. Then let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Yisord. Liu Yisord smiled casually. As for why you should listen to me, I can give you a reason. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly attacked the bandit leader. The bandit leader shuddered, not expecting this seemingly gentle-looking man to be so ruthless and disregarding of martial ethics. Boss. When the other bandits realized what was happening, the bandit leader was already caught by Liu Yisord with 2 fingers around his throat. Don't move, all of you, or I'll kill him. Liu Yisord shouted loudly. Zhuo Huahan did not dislike his methods. Instead, she felt that this young man was someone who could achieve great things, polite on the surface but fierce as a wolf inside. However, even after his warning, some bandits pretended not to hear and attempted to attack him from behind. After all, there were always ruthless people who wanted the boss dead and to rise to power themselves. Liu Yisord hadn't expected this, grinding his teeth and realizing it was bad. Fortunately, at that moment, Duo Huahan suddenly waved her sleeve, shooting out multiple steel needles. When everything quieted down, those who wanted to sneak attack Liu Yisord were standing still in their places. Their faces were full of steel needles, and they stood there lifeless. Duo Huahan waved her sleeve again, and the heads of those bodies flew off, presenting various red flowers at the scene. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Everyone on the scene was stunned. Silence. A moment of deathly silence. While Xuan Huahan was playfully teasing Ling Wukan with the baby in her arms, everyone had ignored her, as all attention was on the sword in Liu Yejian's hand. No one expected her to suddenly make a move, and with such ferocity, the stark contrast shook everyone's souls and minds. Even Liu Yejian was slightly shocked. Xuan Huahan was truly a female demon. However, he still maintained a high degree of composure as he said, "Now, you will listen to us, won't you?" Yes. The leader, whose throat was being held, immediately nodded. "We will definitely follow your orders." Liu Yejian could sense the fear in him, but wasn't worried about a betrayal, so he released his grip. After all, the 8 great masters would easily deal with these mountain bandits. Damn it! After being released by Liu Yejian, the bandit leader immediately started kicking the bodies on the ground and cursing loudly. "Trying to take advantage and kill me. You want to be the leader? I'll make sure you have a bad end." After a string of curses, he added a few more blows. Blood splattered around. Even though surrounded by ruthless killers, Liu Yejian remained composed and ordered, "Prepare yourselves. There will be gunmen coming up the mountain later. You take care of them for us." With that, he took out a golden bank card from his pocket. "As long as you can successfully complete my mission, there will be 20 million in this card, all yours." He knew very well that if he wanted others to do his bidding, he had to use both kindness and force. As expected, the bandits immediately saw the money. The bandit leader quickly took the gold card, with a smile on his face, agreed. "In the next few days, not even a mosquito will come near us." Meanwhile, Yexiao had already led his Wolf squad up the mountain. Little did they know, a large number of boulders suddenly rolled down from the top of the mountain. "Get back, quickly get back," Yexiao ordered loudly. However, despite the elite training of his squad, They were not martial artists, and when faced with an ambush they had not anticipated, they suffered losses. Captain Yexiao, there was clearly an ambush on the mountain. This couldn't have been a last-minute preparation. His team members also voiced their concerns. Yexiao knew it too. Under such circumstances, things were more difficult than imagined. Initially, capturing the 8 great masters on the mountain, especially with hostages in their hands, was already an SS-level difficulty. If the enemy had reinforcements lying in wait on the mountain, it would be an SSS-level difficulty, almost impossible to accomplish. Faced with such difficulty, if the mission wasn't so important, as the team captain, he would have to order a retreat to prevent further casualties. But that was the leader's only son. Moreover, it was also related to wiping out the 5 poison cult, impacting the election of the Grand Chamber of Commerce, even influencing the final national leader election situation. This small rescue mission could affect the entire country's situation. Even if all team members had to sacrifice, they had to complete this mission. However, time was running out, and it seemed requesting reinforcements was already too late. They had to face it head-on, set fire to the mountain immediately. After observing the terrain, Yexiao made a shocking decision. What? The team members were shocked and almost couldn't believe it. Captain, the consequences of this action will be severe. And the leader's child is still on the mountain. At this point, there's no other choice. Yexiao forcefully interrupted his subordinate's advice, his expression extremely serious. This mission is more important than you can imagine. We are short-handed. Even if we manage to attack the mountain, the enemy's skills could allow them to find opportunities to come down. We must cut off their retreat to have a chance in a life-or-death struggle with them. Yes, Captain. His team members gritted their teeth and followed his orders. On the mountaintop, having a pleasant time, Li Yejian was startled to see flames rising from the mountain below. Hey, didn't expect the fierce fighters of the Wolf Squad. Are they going to leave us stuck on this mountaintop? Liu Yejian also felt some pressure, as the enemy was one of the finest units in the country and they were determined to go all out. On the other hand, Xuan Huahong remained unfazed. With a genocidal demeanor similar to Extinction Mistress Tai, she revealed a smile as charming as that of Ma Yun just now. Women were defenseless when faced with such a baby. However, as one of the 8 great masters, her strength and insight were top-notch. In addition to finding the child adorable, she discovered a terrifying innate talent in him. Even she felt a bit uncomfortable, but the baby in her embrace seemed quite comfortable, even beaming with a smile on his face. This indicated that the child's capacity to withstand heat, and even other forms of energy, far exceeded normal human limits. If he were to cultivate internal energy in the future, he would possess a stronger vessel than other martial artists. Not good. The fire is getting more intense. It will soon reach the mountain. The bandit leader hastily ran up to Li Yejian and Xuan Huahong, shouting, "At this rate, we will soon be roasted pigs." Panicking over nothing, Xuan Huahong sneered, then suddenly knocked down the makeshift shelters built by the bandits by her side. Seeing the collapsed stone and wooden structures they had painstakingly piled up, the bandits' eyes popped out. What level of power was this? Form a large circle with stones, clear out anything flammable. Even if the fire burns, it won't reach us, Xuan Huahong stated confidently. Likewise, Li Yejian knew they still had Ling Yu's child with them, and the Wolf Squad wouldn't dare act recklessly. But he still warned, "Master, the Wolf Squad is looking to cut off our retreat. Sooner or later, they'll be right in front of us." Xuan Huahong shrugged it off. One comes, one dies. Two come, I kill a pair. In this situation, what else can they stir up? Though Li Yejian praised her as Almighty Master, he felt that working with such a woman was bound to lead to trouble sooner or later. Too arrogant. If he hadn't needed her skills to rescue the child earlier, he wouldn't have sought her help. Given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to rely on her assistance now. The fire grew more intense, and with no more boulders in the bandits' hands, soon some were shot by bullets and lay in the midst of blood and flames. Kill. Eliminate all enemies and rescue the child. Yexiao's clothes were on fire, yet he remained undaunted, leading his squad with guns blazing up the mountain. Ah, devil. The devil is coming. Had the bandits ever faced enemies like the Wolf Squad? Seeing them charging out of the flames, it was as if they saw demons emerging from the inferno, ready to claim their lives. They were terrified, with no fighting spirit left. Just as Yexiao his 24 iron blood warriors to charge up the mountainside. Suddenly beams of light shot out of the flames. Puff, puff, puff. Several of the soldiers behind Yexiao fell in an instant. Retreat, retreat quickly. Yizi has always been a fierce warrior who came back on the battlefield with extremely accurate judgment of the situation. The opponent is one of the 8 great masters, specializing in long-range attacks, with others ambushing nearby. Charging head-on would be futile. They can only fall back temporarily, and wait for a better opportunity. HMPH. Just a bunch of trash. Xuan Hua Han picked up Lin Wuken, who she had just put down, and chuckled triumphantly. Meanwhile, in the stone room, Mingu waited for a day and night, but Liana did not return, causing some impatience in her heart. However, she remained calm and didn't show it. Heh. Sister, are you getting impatient waiting? The snake spirit sister and Master Haitong returned to the stone room again. They did not stay in the room with Mingu the day before and had left. Lu Wudao looked at the two with a deep gaze, a hint of anger in his eyes. He wanted to forcefully break open the stone room before, but was stopped by Mingu. As they were in a ceasefire now, the key to further conflict was ensuring the safety of her child. Even if Mingu could leave, she would still need to negotiate with the other party. So why bother with unnecessary actions? Lu Wudao also understood that if Master Haitong truly wanted to kill Mingu, he might not be able to stop her. I am not in a hurry, Mingu said calmly, looking at Master Haitong. Perhaps you are the ones in a rush. Regardless of whether something unfortunate happened to my child or if she was rescued, the Wudao sect will not be able to hold on. Miss Qin is truly a heroine. Master Haitong smiled and said, but your subordinate hasn't returned in a day. You should be clear that your child is under our control, right? Maybe you intentionally didn't let her in. Mingu said disdainfully. Sister, do we really need to do this? My master is not that kind of person. The snake spirit sister spoke again. Unexpectedly, Mingu suddenly gave her a cold glare. The snake spirit sister trembled slightly, not afraid of heaven or earth, yet fearing Mingu's gaze. You are a woman full of lies. Why should I not suspect that your master is the same? Mingu said coldly. This. The snake spirit sister was at a loss for words, looking aggrieved, but she didn't retort. She indeed was full of lies, but she just wanted to gain favor with Ling Yu. Since her brother became Ling Yu's serpent slave, she never harmed Ling Yu. Miss Qin, I know in your eyes I must be an unforgivable villain, but I really have no reason to do so. Master Haitong said sincerely, it must be Zhao Wuji, who made your subordinate intentionally delay things. Mingu did not continue discussing this matter according to her words, but said sincerely, Master Haitong, I can see you are not a despicable person. You even raise funds for the western regions disaster victims. You must be a kind-hearted person, so I don't understand why you have become my enemy. Master Haitong also smiled, saying, the adult world is very complex, unlike the world of children, where there is only good and evil. I don't think Miss Qin is a bad person. The difference between us is just faith. So who do you want to be the leader? What is your belief? Mingu asked curiously. You are both Tang Ning's sister and the godmother of the Three Saints organization, so you have dual identities. Of course, I hope Mo Tiu gets elected, followed by Zhao Nianchu. I cannot allow Xi Peng to be elected. Master Haitong did not hide her intentions. As for the reasons, I can't disclose them. Mingu just shook her head and smiled, saying, it seems our beliefs and values are completely opposite. That's right. Master Haitong nodded. But that doesn't prevent me from admiring Miss Qin. As long as Miss Qin retreats, I will absolutely not let anyone harm you. Should I say thank you? Mingu said coldly. Master Haitong, since you still care about the people of the Dragon Kingdom, you should support Xi Peng rather than the Three Saints organization, who seek to conquer the world, and Tang Ning with ulterior motives. Master Haitong sensed her emotions, but remained calm and smiled, asking, Miss Qin, do you know how large our Dragon Kingdom's previous territory was? How much land do we still need to reclaim? Mingu was momentarily taken aback. Master Haitong continued, the world is a jungle, survival of the fittest. It will never change. If you don't think about eating others, they will think about eating you. If you're an ordinary person, protecting your home is enough, but as a significant figure in the country, only thinking of living comfortable lives and not reclaiming lost territories or strengthening the nation further is a crime, a sin of inaction. Whether it's John Peng or Xi Peng, They are representatives like this. What they lack is the ambition of my brother and the Three Saints organization." These words shook Qin Mingyu's heart. For the first time, her beliefs wavered. Even if it was just a little bit, it made her no longer as steadfast as before. Because she could sense a hint of truth in Master Haitong's words. Regardless of their correctness, from her perspective, they were certainly valid. The ideals of the Three Saints organization are grand, destined to cause bloodshed, but these ideals benefit the future generations of the Dragon Kingdom. Master Haitong continued, trying to persuade Qin Mingyu to change sides. Tang Ning belongs to the radical faction. He has always said since he was young that the integrity of the Dragon Kingdom must be achieved through war. Those who fear war are mediocre people. They are the sinners of the nation. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to reclaim those lost lands. No. Qin Mingyu finally gathered the courage to speak. Everything has a process. Haste makes waste. I believe Xi Peng is not a coward. Under the current circumstances, peaceful development is most beneficial to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Master Haitong sneered. Zhongping has been shouting slogans for 30 years. Do you want Xi Peng to continue shouting for another 30 years? Those are just deceitful words to deceive you. Qin Mingyu still shook her head. Master Haitong continued to press. Miss Qin, if you think peace is good, why don't you retreat now? Must there be bloodshed? Qin Mingyu bit her lip lightly and replied, because the Wuda sect harms the world, does things that go against heaven and reason. Master Haitong obviously anticipated her response and immediately seized on it to ask back, are those forces and countries that invaded the Dragon Kingdom back then, which burned, killed, and plundered in the Dragon Kingdom, not harming the world? Aren't they evil? Shouldn't they die? The Three Saints organization's goal is to eliminate them. Isn't that in line with your logic? Lu Wudao had been listening silently all along. To tell the truth, when Haitong Master posed this rhetorical question, he truly didn't know how to respond. At one point, he even felt a bit shaken, thinking that maybe the ideals of the Three Saints organization were not wrong after all. No. Qin Mingyu firmly declared, I believe that every individual is independent. The crimes were committed by past people, not by those living now, so they should not be condemned. That the Wudo Jiao, both the former and current king and followers, are engaging in heinous acts of arson, murder, and robbery. They are unforgivable, and they deserve punishment. Lu Wudao suddenly realized. However, Haitong Master chuckled, but what about the innocent people who died in the Dragon Kingdom before? Why should they be killed? And why should the land of the Dragon Kingdom be divided? Miss Qin, in this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. History is written by the victors. When the Three Saints organization achieves its goals, we will all be great saints, and everything we do will be right. Qin Mingyu shook her head. Master Haitong, I don't want to continue arguing with you, but thank you for answering my questions. Perhaps you are right, we just have different beliefs, and maybe there are no villains between us. Master Haitong also smiled faintly. So Miss Qin still refuses to retreat. I will never retreat until I achieve my goal. Qin Mingyu stated resolutely. Master Haitong did not harbor any killing intent towards her and instead said, perhaps when you see your son being held hostage, you may change your mind. Subsequently, he directed his snake spirit sister, Haong, have them send Miss Qin's child's current video immediately. Yes, Master. The snake spirit sister hurried to fulfill the command. Qin Mingyu's eyes did indeed no longer hold 100% certainty. She was truly afraid of seeing a threatening image of her son. At that moment, the main camp of the war wolves. Liana hurriedly arrived at Zhao Wuji's tent. Master Zhao, what should we do now? 2 days have passed, and if I don't return, I fear for the safety of the Holy Lady. Liana asked anxiously. For the past 2 days and nights, she had led troops to search for other entrances of the Wudo Jiao, but to no avail. The followers of the Wudo Jiao also avoided combat, hiding in the caves of the snowy mountains, with no clear strategy available to them. Then, let's go back. Zhao Wuji had already made plans and ordered directly, you lead, all troops will launch a total attack from the main serpent altar to rescue Lady Ling. Leave DUA and the heavy weapons unit to guard the perimeter, ready to move on my command. But, brother, Zhao Wenjin interjected, the stone hull of the Wudo Jiao block signals, and with multiple defenses, our communication will be severed. We won't be able to contact DUA. Liu Rushui also added, why don't we destroy the main serpent altar before entering? If the enemy wants to engage us in a tunnel battle, we won't let them have their way. No. Liana immediately opposed. The room where the Holy Lady is held is close to another exit of the main serpent altar. If a large explosion causes the hall to collapse, the Holy Lady will be in danger too. Rest assured. Zhao Wuji with a slightly self-assured smile said, I won't take risks unless absolutely necessary. We will establish a 100-meter outpost. When we need to contact the outside, we will use the most primitive means of communication. In my estimation, the main serpent altar's tunnel is only about a kilometer long, so leaving 10 people for message delivery will suffice. While not a brilliant plan, Zhao Wuji's actions garnered approval from everyone. They needed to launch an attack but couldn't ignore Qin Mingyu's safety. On the other side, Ma Yun received a sudden request to send a video of Ling Wuken. However, the president of the Wudo Jia and Haong on that side were unaware of the situation on this side, and Ling Wuken was not in their custody. Panicked, Ma Yun had to call her brother-in-law, Xiaoyun. Listen, find a way to rescue Qin Mingyu's child. We will avenge your sister. Chairman Aang was still at the stronghold outside the main serpent altar, and when Haong was not around, he discreetly notified his sister-in-law. Avenge my sister? Ma Yun was perplexed and asked, You initially asked me to do this to deal with Qin Mingyu and please Tang Ning, right? That's not it. Chairman Aang clenched his teeth. I used to find your sister annoying, wanting to get rid of her, but she was always my wife and the mother of my 2 children. And now, she's been killed by Haong. As a father, how can I not seek vengeance for her? Brother-in-law. Ma Yun was also moved. She had always thought that her brother-in-law was indifferent, entangled with other women, maybe even with her. But unexpectedly, her brother-in-law had always kept her sister in his heart. Even though a man may enjoy the outside world, he must never let down the flag at home. Aang confided in Ma Yun. Alone in the tent, I have far too much wealth. To be honest, if there are no spendthrifts in the family, my current wealth is enough for the next 18 generations down the line. There's no need for more. A man must fight for the family's honor. His final words inexplicably touched Ma Yun. She used to listen to her brother-in-law's words because of his high status and generous financial support. But now, she decided to unconditionally help him resolve this matter. Brother-in-law, I will definitely get the child back. Just tell me what to do, and I will do it. Good. Aang didn't hesitate either and immediately instructed, find a way to assist the group sent by Ling Yu. When they retrieve the child, send a fake video over. As for what comes next, I will handle it. Pausing for a moment, he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. I will make Haong pay the price. Yes, brother-in-law. After agreeing, Ma Yun quickly led her group to find a way up the mountain. By then, the mountain fires were raging upwards uncontrollably. Yizi and his group were unable to advance, but couldn't retreat either. The fires they started were almost burning them alive. Disperse, surprise, besiege. At the last moment, Yizi could only give the order to charge again. It was a do-or-die situation. In order to rescue the commander's son, they had to fight desperately. The remaining dozen or so people gritted their teeth and launched a coordinated surprise attack amid the flames. Their footsteps, well trained for surprise attacks, might have had an effect against regular soldiers or generals, but the Red Twins heard their every move clearly. When they suddenly burst out, even before firing a shot, they were pierced through the forehead by the steel needles thrown by the Red Twins. Even those who managed to shoot could easily dodge due to the agile movements of the Red Twins and ended up meeting the same fate. Curse you, demoness, return my brother's life. Yizi was consumed by rage and directly picked up a machine gun to charge towards the enemy. The willow leaves had already taken aim at the Red Twin flowers, ready to strike. But in the next moment, the Red Twin flowers deliberately shielded Ling Wuken in front of them, forcing the willow leaves to cancel the shot. Damn it, willow leaves were a soldier with a strong sense of duty. His mission this time was to rescue Ling Wuken, and if anything were to happen to the general's son, his mission would fail. As a warrior, sacrifices can be made, but the mission must be accomplished. So his team was unable to perform at full capacity due to the unfavorable situation. Hehe, if you don't shoot, I won't be so kind to you. Red Twin flowers smirked and waved steel needles towards the willow leaves. Even though the willow leaves had strong abilities and extraordinary combat skills honed in life-or-death battles, he couldn't completely dodge the needles, and his arm was struck by a needle, causing excruciating pain that almost made him drop his gun. With strong willpower, he endured the pain, caught the gun before it hit the ground, and aimed at the Red Twin flowers again. Oh, Not bad. I admire you. The red twin flowers were impressed by Willow Lee's determination, showing a hint of a smile. But being admired by me is not a good thing. Many disciples admired by me couldn't withstand my strict teachings and end up exhausted. Willow Lee's breathed heavily, ignoring her words, and kept his gun pointed at her. As soon as he saw an opportunity, he would not hesitate to shoot. However, to his surprise, the red twin flowers chose to slowly release Ling Wuken in this situation. Willow Leaves trembled suddenly, realizing that this woman was blatantly ignoring him. Let's have a fair duel. The red twin flowers smirked. Let's see whose bullets are faster, yours or my steel needles. Bring it on. Willow Leaves didn't think about winning or losing. He fought with unwavering determination. However, before the opponent could mention any rules, he fired at the red twin flowers. But his bullets were deftly dodged by the opponent, and at the same time, he felt sharp stinging pain in his arm, shoulder, and even chest. In an instant, 7 bloody holes appeared on his body. The unbearable pain seemed to deprive him of all senses for a moment, yet he refused to fall. Still not dead, the red twin flowers were surprised once again, unable to hide her admiration. I must call you the toughest man. No one has endured as many steel needles from me and stayed alive, let alone standing. Willow Leaves remained expressionless, struggling to move a finger and continue shooting at the enemy. His willpower kept telling him his mission was to retrieve the general's son, even if it meant death. The mission could not fail under any circumstances. Unfortunately, miracles don't come easy. Faced with an absolute gap in strength, no matter how strong his willpower was, he couldn't reverse the situation. One last needle. Let me pierce your forehead and give you a swift end. The red twin flower swung another needle, and then, turning directly to hold Ling Wuken, without the need to confirm the outcome. However, she was surprised when a long whip, like a black snake, suddenly came towards her to attack. The red twin flowers were shocked. Who was this person? How did she fail to notice the other's presence even for a moment? When she realized it and dodged the whip with some embarrassment, the other person had already saved Willow Leaves and even used the black whip to bind Ling Wuken, ready to take him away. What an amazing woman! The red twin flowers looked at the sudden appearance of this woman, equally dressed in black with a whip, couldn't help but wonder. However, another unexpected turn happened. Before the woman with the whip could bring Ling Wuken to herself, a figure appeared like a flash of lightning and snatched Ling Wuken away. How is this possible? The red twin flowers widened her eyes once again. If the first time was due to her negligence, this time was clearly underestimating the opponent's strength. She had never expected that the other party would possess such formidable abilities to rival her own. Hehe, indeed a very cute baby. No wonder so many people want to snatch him. After seizing Ling Wuken, the woman played with the baby in her arms as if no one else was there. This child is truly the descendant of Ling Yu and the Saintess. This little one will definitely become a talented martial artist in the future. The woman noticed the extraordinary innate talent in the baby just like the red twin flowers did. HMPH. Who are you? The red twin flowers, lying injured on the ground, also wanted to know, who was this woman? An enemy or an ally? Or a third-party force? Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Why are you so lacking in manners? The woman didn't care about the imposing presence of the red twin flowers and mockingly retorted, you. The red twin flowers even took out a steel needle, held it between her fingers, her voice filled with anger and pride. I am one of the 2 strongest among the 8 great experts of Yanjing. Red twin flowers. The title of the 8 great experts resonated in the country, and anyone who heard it would tremble in fear. Knowing that she had offended such a fierce person, they would immediately kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy. However, even though the red twin flowers arrogantly announced her name, the woman remained unfazed. Instead, she seemed intrigued. Oh, I knew why a woman was so ruthless. So you are one of the 8 great experts in Yanjing. HMPH. Since you know my name, why don't you hurry up and tell me yours? Obediently accept your fate. The red twin flowers had no intention of being lenient with this proud woman. It was unreasonable for any woman to act arrogantly in front of her. The 8 great experts are just the highest-ranking warriors in the public eye in the country. However, the country is vast, and there are many hidden experts more powerful than you. There is nothing to be proud of. The woman smirked, but if you want to know who I am, I can tell you I am the last dance of the ancient Lulan. Red Rouge. Ancient Lulan. Hearing these 3 words, the red twin flowers were slightly surprised. As a prominent figure in the Dragon Country's martial arts world, one naturally knew the history and development of the martial arts world. The ancient Lilan once had a notorious reputation in the Dragon Country's martial arts world, causing a stir among all the martial artists in the country. The Red Twin Flowers were known for being ruthless and cold-blooded, but when it came to an even more ruthless and pitiless group, it was undoubtedly the cursed ancient Lilan. It was rumored that the martial artists from that place advanced their skills by killing their loved ones, using guilt and remorse to boost their abilities. I never thought that the cursed place would still have survivors. The Red Twin Flower's expression changed, becoming serious. She raised her spirits and provocatively challenged Red Rouge. "Today, let me eradicate your sinful clan completely." Who? Before the words of Xuan Wang had even landed, the black whip descended from the sky. Like a flash of lightning, Xuan Wang was startled and swiftly evaded, light on her feet, dodging like a butterfly among flowers. No wonder he's one of the 8 great masters. His reflexes and agility are top-notch. Qi Yan also marveled at his opponent's butterfly-like steps, her fighting spirit soaring. The black whip, under her command, slithered like countless black snakes, ferociously attacking Xuan Wang. Xuan Wang felt like she was facing a divine punishment, fighting desperately just to stay alive. Stones and trees at the scene were struck, bursting into flames instantly, and eventually reduced to ashes. "Fire is my home ground. Xuan Wang, what will you do next?" Qi Yan was thoroughly enjoying this showdown. The whip in his hand swung faster and faster. The surviving mountain bandits around, witnessing the intense battle, scattered in fear. Those who were a bit slower to escape became victims of the black whip and flames. Yizi struggled to crawl and leaned against a large rock to avoid being mistakenly killed. Liyue's sword, seeing this scene, had to retreat even further, worrying for Xuan Wang, who was still only fighting with one hand. Was he going to return empty-handed this time? Suddenly, Liyue's sword raised his head abruptly, only to discover a large tree standing tall amidst the flames, seemingly protected by a deity. And at the top of the tree, there stood a man. Beside him, a fierce tiger lay napping on a branch. Mo Yin, Liyue's sword, was even more shocked, realizing he had not noticed when this martial saint from Dejo country had arrived at the scene. At this point, he had to make the most advantageous move for himself, which was to flee from the mountaintop, even if it meant missing the sight of a battle between deities. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Mo Yin paid no attention to the others and suddenly spoke. "Xuan Wang, it seems you've been stagnant all these years." Upon hearing this voice, both Xuan Wang and Qi Yan were secretly surprised. They had failed to notice that there was another top expert at the treetop, Mo Yin. Seizing the moment while Qi Yan was distracted, Xuan Wang also looked up at the man, breathing heavily. "I still remember the pain when you pierced my shoulder with those 3 needles back then, but I never thought that after all these years, your strength hasn't improved at all. It seems your talent has reached its limit." Mo Yin's expression was emotionless, recounting the events of the past. As several experts besieged him at the time, Xuan Wang had sneakily attacked him with several needles, eventually leading to him being pushed off a cliff by Master Dezeng's finger art. If it weren't for sheer luck, the Tiger Saint would have become history long ago. HMPH, I've kept my techniques to deal with you. Dealing with nobodies like them doesn't deserve my true strength. Xuan Wang was defiant. "Oh, do you realize the consequences of saying that?" Master Xuan Wang. Qi Yan's eyes suddenly changed. She had been in a playful mood just moments ago, but now her gaze held a hint of murderous intent. Mo Yin sat cross-legged on the treetop, closed his eyes, and said, "Rest assured, none of you are worth me ambushing. I came today to defeat or even kill Xuan Wang, but if she dies at someone else's hands, I will have to challenge the victor. Hey, then I am indeed honored." Unlike Xuan Wang, Qi Yan showed no fear but rather a fervent fighting spirit. "It is an honor for me to be challenged by a martial saint." Mo Yin also noticed that this woman was different from Xuan Wang. Her eyes were filled with a fierce determination, a woman who found pleasure in battle. Just like his younger self. "Win against me first." Xuan Wang could give up anything but her pride. Even though there were only a few people left at the scene, she had to defeat this unknown woman. Her steel needle suddenly burst like raindrops, shooting towards Qi Yan. "Excellent move, storm of pear blossom needles." Mo Yin applauded. Faced with such a technique, he couldn't afford to be careless. Protect the boss's son, Yizi, who was heavily injured, couldn't help but shout, regardless of whether Qian would heed his words. Fortunately, Qian wielded the black whip with one hand to block the needles, while also using her body to shield Ling Wuken. An astounding scene unfolded. The black whip acted as an impenetrable wall, blocking all the storm of pear blossom needles. It's not over yet. Xuan Huang leapt up again, spinning rapidly in midair, clearly building up power. Taste my twin needle moon pursuit. Swish, swish. To steel needles, infused with powerful inner energy, descended like spinning meteors. Qian's eyes trembled, and she whipped her whip once again to block. But this time was different from before. She couldn't hold it back. The black whip was unexpectedly cut in half. How is this possible? Qian exclaimed in shock. This black whip was made from the hair of the women of Lulan, infused with a lifetime of hatred. How could hatred be severed like this? The two needles hit their mark. Yizi was shocked. If even this woman was defeated, no one could save the boss's son anymore. Hey, I admit Lulan women are strong, but that's all there is to it. Watching Qian bleed on the ground, Xuan Huang smiled proudly. She didn't expect Mo Yin to pursue her here, but at this point, she could lose to Mo Yin, but not to an unknown person. But her smile abruptly disappeared the next moment. Qian suddenly sat up, pulled out the two steel needles from her body, letting the blood flow, staining her arms and the black whip. A strange scene unfolded as the whip, now drenched in blood, seemed to come to life like a vengeful spirit. How is this possible? Xuan Huang was incredulous. Mo Yin widened his eyes as well and couldn't help but say, "It's rumored that women from ancient Lulan possess curses, and their long hair can gather the resentment of the dead, possessing vengeful spirits that can feed on blood and survive." It seems to be true. Qian set Ling Wuken down, stood up, and slowly walked towards Xuan Huang, her eyes terrifying. Xuan Huang stepped back, sweat beading on her forehead. "The 8 great masters, it seems you are also worthy of my Lulan dance of the whip." Qian suddenly let out a fierce shout. "Come, dance in the flames of hell." The first move of the Lulan dance of the whip, initiation of the sacred. Qian danced amidst the flames, each whip strike exuding a unique beauty. The long whip in her hands changed unpredictably, sometimes as smooth as flowing water, sometimes as sharp as an arrow. Qian's Lulan whip not only possessed immense attacking power, but also carried a subtle sense of artistry. Gradually, the entire mountaintop turned into a burning ancient city, and the eminent Xuan Huang found herself unknowingly trapped in the most dangerous situation, unable to escape. Mo Yin also felt a hint of danger. This woman from ancient Lulan had unexpectedly reached the realm of the initiation of the sacred. If she could survive, she would undoubtedly have a place among the saints in the future. Crack! Xuan Huahan displayed the butterfly footsteps to the extreme, but still took a hit. Clothes torn, blood splattered. Even Yizi was shocked to see. What level of celestial showdown is this? If it were anyone else in Xuan Huahan's shoes, there would be no other possibility in facing death, but Xuan Huahan managed to find a way to escape the raging flames, proving that her title as one of the 8 great supremes was not just for show. However, even with her great skills, Xuan Huahan couldn't come out unscathed from this move. Plop, plop. 2 more hits landed, blood staining her clothes. Even her garments were set on fire. The pain. The piercing pain that reached deep into the soul. Under the dual stimulation of pain and humiliation, Xuan Huahan unleashed her full strength, finding a gap to release a meteor shower of steel needles. Heavenly Horse Meteor Needle. A move risking it all. Qian understood her opponent's intentions and retracted her whip. The next moment, an even more violent whip strike was unleashed. The second form of Lulan dance whip. Red Flame Hell. In an instant, the entire mountaintop turned into a sea of fire. Even Mo Yin's tree couldn't escape unscathed. Mo Yin had to ride on a tiger, jumping up to disperse the flames with internal force to safely land and continue watching the battle. Honestly, witnessing this fight made his journey worthwhile. The strength of these two surpasses any expertise defeated in Long Kingdom since his arrival. The fire and white light mixed, causing a dizzying brightness. Yi Zhao's cultivation was not enough. He dare not look directly at it, even lying prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift his head to safeguard his life. When the chaos settled, he cautiously raised his head and saw Qian sporting more blood holes. But Xuan Huahan looked even worse. Her clothes were in tatters, covered in countless scars from the whip marks, turning her into a giant red flower. Yet, she was laughing. The smile sent shivers down one's spine. Although she was looking at Qi Yan, she said, "Mo Yin, you should be grateful. This move was originally meant for you. Now, you're just a spectator." Mo Yin remained serious and did not reply to her words. But he admitted that Shuang Huahan's strength had not stagnated. She indeed deserved her ranking as the second among the 8 great supremes. Oh, am I that lucky? Qi Yan glanced at Ling Wuken still behind her and, after confirming the child was safe, showed an excited smile to Shuang Huahan. "I'm really looking forward to the trump card of the 8 great supremes. I hope you don't disappoint me too much. As a repayment, I'll let you experience the 3rd form of Lelan Dance Whip. You should feel fortunate to taste the grievance of Lelan's spirit, right?" Their eyes were fierce, both proud and unyielding. Woman against woman, neither willing to admit defeat. Lelan, a small eliminator of history. Don't boast in front of me. Accept your fate. Shuang Huahan's hand suddenly spread out, transforming into a crimson cross. Her steel needles shot like a rain of 10,000 arrows toward Qi Yan, each infused with the power to pierce through stone and steel. A crimson rain of needles creating an apocalyptic sky. Yizi was numb from the sight. How did this woman hide so many steel needles? However, Qi Yan was not outdone. The next moment, a move that nearly destroyed the military tower on Dark Knight Island came out. Lelan Dance Whip's 3rd form, Blood Sacrifice. Both masters exerted their full power, a scene so intense that words could not capture, nor recreate. Yizi just stared in silence, unable to believe what was happening. The atmosphere was so intense that even the heavens paled. The steel needles, the flames descended directly, were devoured one by the black whip of resentment. Not only that, the resentment turned back against Shuang Huahong, transforming into raging flames. Could you imagine this scene? As if a rain of fire under the sky, but the fire bounced back, becoming fire creatures filled with vengeful spirits. Wu Chen. In such a dire situation, Yizi disregarded his injuries, risks of being mistaken for an enemy, and crawled forward to protect his elder son. Nonetheless, a tiger moved faster than him, leaping over to snatch the newborn and then fled. It was over. Yizi felt despair. Qi Yan no longer paid attention to anything else, her wounds accumulating, but her expression grew more excited. She relished this life and death battle. Only an opponent like this deserved the Lelan Dance Whip treatment. Her movements became faster and more vigorous, leading to a scene more brutal than Dark Knight Island. The entire mountaintop began to crumble, with rocks and flames rolling down ceaselessly. Even the tree where Mo Yin stood moments ago turned to ash. The horrifying sight lasted for a long time before gradually winding down. Yizi opened his eyes again and found himself miraculously alive. Qi Yan stood not far in front of him, still standing, while Shuang Huahan had already fallen to the ground. What happened? Seeing the current state of the dignified second of the 8 great supremes, even the resilient Yizi was shocked. Shuang Huahan's body was charred. Clearly, she couldn't have survived, yet her gaze remained defiant, seeming unwilling to lose to an unknown figure, filled with heavy resentment. "Hey, Qi Yan, are you still alive?" Yizi asked with concern. He didn't know who this woman was, but he felt a connection. Cough, cough. A sudden fit of coughing from Qi Yan. Hearing that near-death cough and seeing her spitting blood, Yizi felt relieved, as it proved she was still alive. However, Qi Yan paid no attention to Yizi, suddenly turned her head, and gazed at the tiger warrior standing beside him. Mo Yin couldn't help but applaud. "I didn't expect Long Kingdom to have such hidden talents. Truly a gathering of the elites. To defeat all the warriors in Long Kingdom seems like an impossible task. Enough talk. Come on." Qi Yan picked up her black whip, pointing at him. "In your condition, do you still want to fight me?" Mo Yin was also surprised. "Are you scared?" Qi Yan smirked with a bloody smile. "I'm at my best now. Wasn't it agreed that the winner gets a prize? Are you doing this for the child or to defeat me?" Mo Yin gestured to the child hanging from the tiger, asking, "Defeating you is the final match, and the child is the reward." "It's perfect." Qi Yan suddenly pulled off a handful of her long hair to secure her black whip. Her beautiful hair fell down, resembling a bloodthirsty witch. "Interesting. I agree. Your victory will secure the child." Mo Yin also assumed a fighting stance. "You must be running low on energy. Let's decide with a single move." "Perfect. Just as I intended." Qi Yan's smile turned even more excited, spinning her black whip with one hand. The black whip spun faster and faster, like a black soul chain. The whip's body was mixed with blood and inner strength, gradually resembling a dark lightning crackling through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Qi Yan's eyes were firm, expressionless, like a carved statue. Mo Yin understood this kind of gaze very well. He used to be just as pure, only wanting to challenge the strong, elevate himself, and prove himself. However, a warrior like him was destined to have a hard time being accepted by this world, so he made changes later on. But that didn't stop him from admiring the junior in front of him now. In the next moment, he calmly faced the opponent's full power outburst, facing the threat of the long whip barehanded without fear, even wearing a faint smile of anticipation on his face. This kind of opponent was definitely 10 times more difficult than the double flowers red. To spar with such an opponent made his journey of coming all this way worthwhile, to relive the feeling of being born from martial arts in his youth. The atmosphere at the scene gradually solidified, as if even time itself had paused in this tense ambience. Yu found it difficult to breathe, his eyes dare not blink, afraid that blinking would cause him to miss this battle of the century. Here it comes. The long whip emerged like a snake coming out of its hole, with a fierce momentum towards the opponent. No. Besides the momentum, there was something even more chilling. Obsession. Mo Yin seemed to feel the life force of this black whip. It was no longer the resentment of countless Lulan women, but the dedication of Qi Yan's blood and life. Living purely for martial arts, searching for an opponent worth fighting to the death with for a lifetime. Perhaps it had found one. The sharp sound of the whip breaking the air was piercing. Mo Yin swiftly dodged, his movements as swift as the wind. The long whip instinctively sought out his figure again. Dodge again. Where Mo Yin stood, stones shattered and dirt splattered, instantly becoming a scene of devastation. In just a second, the black whip launched 17 attacks. Mo Yin dodged 16 times. He had already seen through the terrifying nature of this whip. Qi Yan's life and the black whip merged as one. With each strike, either he would die or she would. There would be no stopping unless one of them perished. This is the Lulan dance whip, the fourth whip, life without resentment. Let our lives end in this most brilliant dance. The fourth whip was entirely different from the previous 3 whips. It was sublimated in dark resentment, reaching a realm of great freedom, like the ascension of a black snake turning into a dragon. Qi Yan's smile was also full of satisfaction. This whip was originally meant for Ling Yu. This was a prearranged agreement on Dark Knight Island. But unexpectedly, its swing had become even more meaningful. Firstly, the opponent was very strong, ranking as a saint level. Secondly, there was a prize for victory, adding a finishing touch to this final battle, drawing a perfect end to her pursuit in life. Achieving death in a splendid battle was all that this Lulan woman had ever sought. Good. Mo Yin also shouted loudly, taking being hit by a whip as the price to find a way to break it. Immediately, he launched a fierce attack on Qi Yan with bare hands. Every punch carried a howling wind, momentum like a rainbow. Qi Yan's long whip had already merged with her body and even her life, drawing vivid arcs in the air as it clashed fiercely with Mo Yin's fist. In that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, as on the mountaintop, a vortex spun up due to the two's powerful energy, winding up the clouds. This battle was not just a clash of strengths, but a competition of faith and interpretation of life. Every attack and defense of the two masters were filled with a perfect combination of power and beauty. Yu felt as if he was drawn into a visual feast that shook his soul, experiencing the blood and passion brought by this battle. Perhaps this was the true meaning of martial arts. Perhaps these two were the purest warriors in the world. Yu was ultimately knocked unconscious by the mutual battle of the two Grand Master level warriors, missing out on the final result. Liu Yajian had long descended from the mountaintop, not daring to go back up. The environment on the mountaintop was extremely harsh, and if not for his practice of the reversing dragon scripture, he might have ended up like those mountain bandits, just a corpse. After some time, when the commotion on the mountaintop gradually subsided, Liu Yajian gathered his courage and stealthily sneaked back up the mountain. From several hundred meters away, he took out a telescope and saw only Mo Yin still standing on the mountaintop. The double flowers red was already a charred corpse. Mo Yin had also suffered severe external injuries, with fiery wounds covering his body. At his feet, Qi Yan lay in a pool of blood, looking like she had already died. Truly a respected opponent, Mo Yin sincerely lamented, also feeling sorry for her. After paying his respects to her, he reached out to seal off her pulse. Then, he snapped his fingers, and Ah Huan jumped out from his hiding spot. Mo Yin picked up the child and placed him next to Qi Yan. I couldn't break your fourth whip. If it were not for the fact that your life had reached its end, the one defeated would have been me. So I shall keep my promise and give you the prize. After placing down the child, Mo Yin rode Ah Huan and left without looking back. Liu Yejian was well aware that this martial saint was definitely aware of his presence, but had not acknowledged him throughout. What did this imply? Understanding, Liu Yejian was a clever man and quickly grasped Mo Yin's intentions. He left, not taking Ling Wuken to let him finish what was to come next. In the end, Liu Yejian boldly walked out, step by step, approaching Qi Yan cautiously. After confirming that Qi Yan had no pulse, he breathed a sigh of relief and carried Ling Wuken. The plan almost failed. With this child, what can Ling Yu and Ning Yu possibly do? Liu Yejian's lips curled with a sinister arc. The couple had brought destruction upon the Liu family, even wanting to completely exterminate him. No matter what means it took, it was not an exaggeration. However, thinking of having completed his mission, as he prepared to carry the child down the mountain, he unexpectedly encountered Ma Yun. Seeing Ma Yun and her group, armed with guns, climbing up the mountain, Liu Yejian quickly smiled and said, "Miss Ma, it's nice to see you. Your tasks have been completed. When I return to Yanjing, I will surely praise you in front of the Council of Commerce, and I ensure you will be rewarded generously." "Is that so? Then, thank you in advance, Mr. Liu." Ma Yun calmly expressed her gratitude but then suddenly added, "However, I have one more task. The godmother wants me to send her the video of Mingu's child being held hostage. Please hand the child over to me." "No need." Liu Yejian was a sharp-witted person, suspecting that something was amiss with this woman and refused, saying, "I'll hold on to the child, and you can take the video." "That won't do. How can I trouble Assistant Liu with such matters?" Ma Yun smiled and approached, reaching out to take the child. Liu Yejian hesitated, feeling a sudden chill down his spine. He immediately knew he was being aimed at by a gun, so he had to suppress all expressions, coldly saying, "Miss Ma, what do you mean by this?" "Liu Tei, you traveled all the way to the western regions. We haven't fully expressed our gratitude to our benefactor yet." Ma Yun smiled and said, "Let us host you properly. To ensure your cooperation, we specially offer you a pair of handcuffs, or rope. Please accept them." Liu Yejian helplessly watched as these people handcuffed him and tied him up. With his current level of martial arts, he couldn't resist being surrounded by so many guns. He could only smile and ask, "Are you doing this on behalf of President Haong? Does he want to betray Chairman Tang?" "Liu Tei, why do you speak like that?" Ma Yun smiled slyly. "I just admire you so much that I had to forcefully detain you to keep me company. Doesn't Liu Tijian have any interest in me at all?" With that, she pouted and even touched Liu Yejian's face with her hand. To be honest, this man was indeed handsome. She felt like taking advantage of the situation. "Miss Ma, since you want me to accompany you, how about we be alone together?" Liu Yejian hinted at the men around him as he spoke. "I have to finish important matters first." Ma Yun smiled triumphantly after teasing Liu Yejian. Subsequently, she filmed the video with Ling Wuken and sent it to her brother-in-law. Before long, Hong Qiu received the video. After watching it, he was delighted. He then entered the main headquarters of the Five Poison sect through a different route, avoiding the stronghold of the Big Snake, thus avoiding a confrontation with the Wolf Battalion. On the other hand, Liana returned to the place where Mingu was, as ordered by Zhao Wuji. However, she realized someone was following her. After a few tricks, she managed to lose the pursuers. Feeling satisfied, she brought Liana to the room where Mingu was located. Liana had no choice but to believe that Zhao Wuji could successfully find them. Soon, Tai Toan now returned and reported to Zhao Wuji, who was preparing his troops at the Big Snake altar. "General Zhao, we lost track of Liana. It's okay, I have a backup plan." As soon as Zhao Wuji spoke, the two men were startled. Xia Shaodi and Lin Qingshuan were curious. What other plan did Zhao Wuji have? "Brother, stop teasing us. We are all allies. Tell us your battle plan quickly." Zhao Wenjin urged Zhao Wuji to reveal the answer. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and called Feng Chen to his side. "Liana sprayed the perfume that I gave her. Once Tai Toan to now lead me to where we lost her, I can pinpoint Liana's exact location based on the scent," Feng Chen explained, which made Tai To clap his hands and exclaim, "How did I forget Feng Chen's unique skill?" But if Li Yue only listens to Qin Mingu and doesn't receive a direct order for a general attack, she won't command the Wolf Battalion, right? Lin Qingshuan asked out of curiosity. Princess Qingshuan, you are very thoughtful, Zhao Wuji praised, pushing up his glasses. Lin Qingshuan felt a bit embarrassed, especially since she didn't consider herself exceptionally thoughtful. This was something everyone would think of, so being deliberately praised didn't bring her joy. I had already thought about that. I communicated with Due in advance. Liana carried a miniature explosive into the building and would drop it before entering the stone room. As soon as she detonates the bomb and creates a commotion, indicating Lady Ling's order for a general attack, Due will follow my command, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Zhao Wuji, you are quite the strategist. Even without Wi-Fi, you can play games all day, Liu Roshui praised. Lin Qingshuan also thought this man was clever and scheming, suitable as an idol, but not as a subordinate. How could he be interested in her? What if the bomb explodes, but we don't sense any commotion? Xia Shouty still had concerns, as the headquarters of the Five Poison sect was vast, a giant maze she once dared not imagine. Hey. Don't worry about that. To now finally assure, patting his chest, I have the nickname 1,000 Mile Ears, and with such a large explosion, I will definitely hear it. This reassured Xia Shouty, who nodded. It appeared that the Wolf Battalion was indeed a force to be reckoned with. This was how a victorious team should operate. Inside the stone chamber, when Liana arrived, Han Q entered almost simultaneously. The enemies met each other, full of envy and hostility. Liana wanted to take action against Han Q immediately, to get rid of this bastard who had killed many of their brothers. However, Han Q didn't pay her any attention. Her aggression would only lead to her doom. Liana, don't act recklessly. Qin Mingu quickly stopped Liana upon seeing the situation. Master Haitan also spoke. Han Q, we were about to make peace with Miss Qin. Please don't provoke any conflicts. Yes. Master Haitan. The proud Han Q dutifully listened to Master Haitan. Master, the video is ready. Snake Spirit's sister came over and said, let Miss Qin watch it. Master Haitan ordered directly. Yes. Han Yi placed the phone on the stone table in front of Qin Mingu. Lu Wuda and Lian anxiously watched alongside Qin Mingu. Miss Qin, do you now believe that your son is in our hands? Master Haitan said slowly. As long as you give the order to retreat, give Five Poison sect a way out, I, under the name of Master Haitan, guarantee that Miss Qin and your child will safely return. Although Han Q didn't want to let Qin Mingu off the hook, he had no choice with the situation pressing down on them, and he had to listen to Master Haitan. Lu Wuda and Liana both couldn't help but curse each other under their breath. However, Qin Mingu remained silent, still carefully watching the video. She had spent some time in Silver City, even visiting Aangji's house, and had a chance encounter with Ma Yun. The child Ma Yun was holding was indeed her son. However, Qin Mingu noticed that Ma Yun was subtly signaling something by tapping her fingers slyly during the video. It seemed like a Morse code. Although she didn't fully trust Ma Yun, this strengthened her resolve not to retreat. Miss Qin? Master Haitong noticed something amiss and called out again. Qin Mingu finally lifted her head. Han Q smirked. Qin Mingu, as a new mother, surely you don't want anything to happen to your child, right? If you don't retreat now, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Mingu remained silent, but then coldly stared at Han Q. Did you betray President Haong and me? Betray? Han Q scoffed. Qin Mingu, everyone praises you as a heroine, exceptionally wise, but in my eyes, you are blind in both sight and heart. Why do you think Haongji belongs to you? He has always been a dog to Chairman Tang. At the same moment, outside the stronghold of the serpent, Haongji sat alone in a tent, watching the videos sent by his younger sister-in-law over and over again, with a solemn and nervous expression. He knew very well that if he failed this time, he would be doomed. At that moment, Ma Yun also called. Brother-in-law, what's the situation over there? Has the battle started? Not yet. Aangji's expression became even more serious. Ma Yun was also very anxious on her end, saying, Brother-in-law, will we get into trouble by doing this? If Qin Mingu retreats and Han Q is still alive, what will happen to us? He won't spare us. But he doesn't know our secret, doesn't know that we deliberately informed Qin Mingu. He might even think we're heroes. Aangji was clearly anxious, but his tone remained calm. Ma Yun, on the other hand, was more nervous, What if he watches the videos later and finds out the clues? Then we'll have to kill him. Ji's eyes turned fierce. Ma Yun was a bit scared, realizing that when she and her brother-in-law decided to support Mingu, there was no turning back. If the Five Poison sect was not destroyed in the end and Tang Ning was not ousted, they would have no way out. Ziyun, we have no choice. Ji also understood what his younger sister-in-law was worried about, and his emotions gradually became agitated. Brother-in-law, why are you taking such a risk this time? This is completely unlike your previous character. Ma Yun sighed, still feeling a little scared. Did I not tell you? I want to use Mingu's hands to avenge your sister. Ji's emotions finally got out of control, shouting excitedly. Haong called us ants. Yes, in front of him and Tang Ning, we are indeed ants. We are all ants, but even if I am an ant, I am a male ant. I want to protect this family. Whoever kills my family, I will make them pay a price. I want Haong to die. Ma Yun also felt his emotions, and could only comfort him. Brother-in-law, I understand. Now we can only wait for Mingu to make a choice, wait for the judgment of fate. Of course, Ji knew this, so he was now waiting for the cannon to fire, waiting for the Warvolf troops to launch a full-scale assault on the Five Poison sect. Meanwhile, inside the stone room, upon hearing what Haong said, Mingu couldn't help but sneer. Is this how you and Tang Ning treat your subordinates? Treat them like dogs? Hearing Haong's words, Grandmaster Haitong couldn't help but sigh silently. Haong really embarrassed Tang Ning. In her memory, Tang Ning never spoke ill of the people who did things for him in public, even if he thought so in his heart. Calling him a dog in front of the wine is already an insult to the dog. Will you believe that kind of person? You are destined to fail. Mingu. Haong responded proudly. Ha! Mingu disdainfully smiled. You are really stupid. What did you say? Haong's face turned angry. I said you're stupid. Mingu rarely cursed people, but the person in front of her had caused the death of many of her men and was not a worthy opponent. She had no need to show him any respect. Haong's expression could not accept being cursed like that. But Mingu continued, since you consider him opportunistic, why can't I believe that he will stand by me? You only believe he will betray me, but won't believe he will betray you. Will he dare? Haong, full of confidence, reply. I've already killed his wife. If he dares to betray me, I won't hesitate to kill him. Ha! Mingu finally understood and sneered. So that's the reason he betrayed you. You only see him as a dog, a petty opportunist, but you overlooked a very important thing. What thing? Haong, seeing Mingu's firm look, began to feel uncertain. He's first and foremost a man, Mingu said firmly. Crabs, when threatened by the outside world, will run away with their wives. Seahorses, for the sake of their families, are willing to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, President Haong is a man. Why do you think he would sacrifice his family for himself, for his own interests, and be indifferent when they die in front of him? Haong's mind was in turmoil, frozen in place. Mingu continued. Ma Yun has already told me in the video. She said that my son and the others will protect me well, allowing me to confidently eliminate the Five Poison sect. This. Haong was instantly thunderstruck. In his wildest dreams, he never thought that Ing would betray them, use Ma Yun to help Mingu, and even let her bring this information to Mingu's attention. Irony. Humiliation. Damn it. The snake spirit sister quickly looked towards Grandmaster Haitong. Unexpectedly, this situation ended up backfiring. Liana, obey my orders. I will obey. With the atmosphere escalated to this level, Liana was already fired up and eager to try it out. Notify the Warvolf troops outside to launch a full-scale assault on the Five Poison sect headquarters. Mingu remained unfazed as she gave the order. Though she had not communicated with Liana, Zhao Wuji's delay in allowing her in meant that everything was already arranged. She didn't have to worry about not having a signal here and not being able to communicate. Zhao Wuji was even smarter than her and would have already considered this. Yes, Your Holiness. Liana was about to detonate the mini-bomb she had just thrown outside. Wait. Grandmaster Haitong finally spoke up. Miss Chen, although your son is safe, don't forget that you are not safe. For faith, Mingu is not afraid of death. Mingu's eyes showed no ripples. Lu Wuda also immediately protected her in front of her, with a heroic demeanor, saying coldly, if the holy woman's life is threatened, even if I die in battle here, I will protect her safety. Liana. Mingu called out again. I understand. Liana heard the call again and resolutely detonated the bomb. Doom. The power of the Werwolf's mini-bomb was unquestionable, shaking the entire stone hall. Explosion. Explosion. The ostriches, which had been waiting at the exit of the Great Serpent Altar channel, suddenly began to scream. Chief Zhao, are we going to launch a full-scale attack now? Ironhead also got excited. In terms of numbers, this battle was not small compared to the Dark Knight Island. Not yet. I still need to send them a few gifts first. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up with a strategic demeanor. His words had just fallen, and the information had already been transmitted to DUA, who was in charge of the external support. The next moment, several missiles hit the four directions of the Five Poison Sect headquarters accurately, causing a series of earthquakes, lasting for more than 10 minutes. The entire mountaintop seemed as if doomsday had arrived. The gifts have arrived. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up again, with a high arch in his voice. Although I can't find another entrance, it's a piece of cake to seal off the main entrance on a large scale. Now the remaining people of the Five Poison Sect are like turtles in a jar. It's on. Finally, it's on. Ing, who was anxiously waiting at the snowy mountain base of the giant snake, felt the earth shaking and couldn't contain his excitement as he shouted loudly. The next moment, he rushed out of the tent and yelled, "Listen up, everyone. We will guard the outskirts of the snowy mountain. When you see a member of the Five Poison Sect, kill one. If you see two, kill them both." Yes, leader. Although the troops he brought didn't have much combat power, they were skilled at making up for losses. It wasn't just them who felt the earth shaking. At the feet of the continuous mountains, there were many villages forgotten by the world. The western regions may not be a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, but it has always been the most mysterious place in the Dragon Kingdom. Here, there are many strange individuals and skilled craftsmen. At this moment, due to the explosion on the snowy mountain, countless snow and wind had crushed trees, causing a snowslide. The snow wave surged to submerge a large area of buildings at the foot of the mountain. It's done. Finally done. A craftsman raised a gun shining with white light excitedly in a simple house at the foot of the mountain, overwhelmed with joy. In front of him was an old man who also looked amazed at the divine gun. Ha ha. Lao Fuji, thanks to you bringing this extraordinary stone from Chuanchang, I finally managed to create this extraordinary gun. I will name it Blizzard Dragon Gun. The craftsman was nearly in tears with excitement. Just like a warrior pursues the pinnacle of martial arts in his lifetime, he had been pursuing the creation of a weapon that would be remembered for generations. The craftsman had known the old man for over 30 years. The old man had been seeking a satisfactory weapon, so for the past 30 years, he had been collecting materials for weapon making. Before coming to the western regions, he was missing a piece of extraterrestrial stone. He was considering settling for a similar weapon. Surprisingly, due to an accident where he jumped into a torrent to resist floodwaters, he found a piece of deep-sea exotic stone under the sea, which he brought to his old friend. To craft this divine gun, the craftsman closed himself off for 327 days, working tirelessly day and night. He finally fulfilled his long-standing wish to create this extraordinary divine weapon. I should be the one thanking you. The old man took a sip of wine, threw the bottle to the craftsman, and said with a smile, "With this gun, my hope of avenging my beloved wife has greatly increased. Ha ha. You are so devoted. You haven't forgotten her." The craftsman also drank a gulp of wine with a smile. "Forgetting her would make my life meaningless," the old man said. "Just as not forging weapons would make me wonder why I'm alive." Ha ha. That's right. My life is worthwhile. I truly hope to see you sweep through all martial artists with this Blizzard Dragon Gun and reach the peak of martial arts," the craftsman said with a smile, but his expression gradually turned melancholic, sighing, "Unfortunately, I won't have the chance." The old man didn't ask why but held the gun in one hand and pulled him with the other, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you away. I can't leave." The craftsman smiled contentedly. "I've heard of the Tao in the morning and can die in the evening. Perhaps this avalanche is heaven's punishment for me, because I have created a divine weapon that doesn't belong to this world. Ha ha. Mad. No. It should be called obsessed." The old man had to admit that his faith and pursuit in weapon making were even more fanatical than his pursuit of martial arts. Doom. The avalanche caused by the explosion eventually razed the house at the foot of the mountain as planned. In the vast expanse of white, Only a beam of light from the gun pierced through, ascending like a silver dragon. The old man ascended to the sky, but the craftsman would forever rest under the snow. He left with a smile, satisfied. The old man held the bright silver gun in his hand and felt the weight of it, sighing, "Old friend, thank you for your sacrifice. I will definitely use this gun and place it on the summit of the Forbidden City, so that future martial artists will always remember you." The old man then took out the last bottle of wine from his pocket, drank a sip, knocked down 3 times towards the buried wooden house, and only then did he leave with the gun. He didn't descend. Instead, he ascended the mountain. He knew what was happening on the mountain and what was about to happen. He needed to see it. At this moment, inside a stone room on the snowy mountain, Haong still couldn't believe that Mingu dared to launch a total attack. "I'll kill you first." Haong, both angry and embarrassed, remembered his mission at all times and was always loyal to Tang Ning. Since Mingu didn't intend to spare them, he would have to confront Mingu. But Haong had killed countless people. In the past, he could kill whoever he wanted, but who could stop such a skilled fighter as him? Unfortunately, to kill Mingu, he had to overcome a towering mountain peak. Lu Wudao, the absolute king of the Dark Night Island, a single punch had forced him back. "I've said it before, with me here, no one can touch a hair on the holy lady." Lu Wudao was full of dominance. Haong gritted his teeth. However, at the next moment, the door at the back of the stone room opened, and a beautiful woman and a man with 6 arms rushed in urgently. The Scorpion Lady and the Centipede King. Not just them, there were 10 major protectors of the 5 poison sect behind them. Their appearances and attire were increasingly strange and terrifying, one after another. Liana's forehead started to sweat. The trouble was growing bigger and bigger. "What to do? Deputy Mother, the Wolf Battalion has launched a total attack on us, and many of our brothers have fallen under their gunfire. At this rate, we will be completely annihilated," the Scorpion Lady said through gritted teeth. "That's right. You better think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, you'll lead the charge." The Centipede King even pressured the Master Haitong directly. Master Haitong remained silent, gazing at Mingu's group, the implications clear. The Scorpion Lady quickly understood and coldly shouted, "You, woman, make the Wolf Battalion retreat now. Otherwise, this king will make you wish for death." With that, with a fierce look, she lunged at Mingu, full of resentment. Haong also seized the opportunity to join forces with the Scorpion Lady to break through Lu Wudao's line of defense and control Mingu. Liana felt deeply uneasy. The Scorpion King's strength was immeasurable, and facing him alone with Lu Wudao was probably not a good idea. To make matters worse, the Centipede King joined the battle in the next moment. Furthermore, there were over a dozen major protectors ready to attack behind them. What to do? Liana knew that joining the battle wouldn't help. It was crucial to prioritize the overall situation at this critical moment and find a way to ensure the safety of the lady. Hehe. Lu Wudao, prepare to die. Haong took advantage of Lu Wudao being pressed by the 2 major kings and aimed to take his life with a strike. "Watch out, boss." Fortunately, Liana's loud warning made Lu Wudao quickly push back the 2 major kings, barely evading Haong's attack. Danger lurks everywhere. Although he evaded the double pressure once, what about the next time? "Miss Qin, at this point, have you not considered a change of heart?" Master Haitong had not made a move but continued to pressure Mingu. "Otherwise, you will regret it." "Sister, are you heartless? If you don't agree to retreat, you will all die here," the snake spirit sister urged anxiously. "Even if you are not afraid of death yourself, shouldn't you consider your companions? They are ready to fight to the death for you. Can you bear to watch them die in vain?" These words did indeed waver Mingu's resolute heart. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want others to die for him. However, facing the 3 enemies alone, Lu Wudao exerted all his strength to force them back. Turning his back to her, he said, "Lady Saint, do not worry about our lives. We warriors are destined to die on the battlefield. It is our honor." Hearing this, Mingu reluctantly nodded, a tear welling up in her beautiful eyes. "Humph, even at the brink of death you still speak these pretty words. Then I will let you die tragically before Mingu." Haong wanted to kill Lu Wudao, nearly driven to madness. This was the best opportunity, as he joined forces with the 2 great Dharma kings, launching attacks to end Lu Wudao's life. Seeing their leader in imminent danger, Liana finally had no choice but to act as well. But before he could react, Lu Wudao, facing away from him, instructed, Liana, you must protect Lady Saint and not leave her side. I can handle these people alone. Liana tightly clenched her fists, nodding in agreement. Haong mocked loudly. Even at the brink of death you still act cool. Then go ahead and die. The three great masters planned to continue collaborating to deal with Lu Wudao. Just when Great Master Haitong and the Snake Spirit Sister thought Lu Wudao was in serious trouble, a shocking scene unfolded. Lu Wudao suddenly roared, unleashing several times his usual strength, using a devastating fist technique that forced the three great masters to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? Shock painted on his red face. He was unwilling to believe, let alone accept, that his long-standing adversary concealed such immense power. If he had this power, why had he not used it in the previous battles when he was pushed to the brink several times? Both great Dharma kings exchanged glances, unable to help but look towards Great Master Haitong. Perhaps only the representative mother could battle at this level of expertise. Great Master Haitong, full of emotion, shook her head dumbly. I never expected that you would sacrifice your life to protect a woman. Hearing this, Liana and Mingu looked at Lu Wudao in astonishment. From a moment of surprise, they turned into endless worrying. However, Lu Wudao wore a smile of no regret. The duty of a saint guard is to protect the safety of the Lady Saint, even at the cost of life. This move was a skill passed down through generations of saint guards. It could only be used when the Lady Saint was in grave danger, and it could only be used once in a lifetime. For Lu Wudao, that time was now. Observing his resolute gaze, Great Master Haitong couldn't help but be moved, closing her beautiful eyes and saying, you are a man worthy of respect, willing to sacrifice your life to protect others. As a mark of respect, we will allow you to die on the battlefield within the last hour. Die on the battlefield? What is dying on the battlefield? Upon hearing Great Master Haitong's words, Mingu finally lost her composure, grasping Liana's hand anxiously and asking, what does that mean? Liana, with tears welling in her eyes, slowly explained, I have heard of this before. Warriors can practice a technique called the 8 Gates of Dunja. By opening both the life gate and the death gate simultaneously, they can increase their power several times in an instant. However, as a price, their life will be exhausted within an hour. What? Mingu widened her eyes, a wave of sorrow rushing through her heart, making her tears unstoppable. This was such a foolish practice of trading life for power. Dang. Lu Wudao suddenly punched towards Haong, wanting to take someone down with him before he died. And that someone was the person he most wanted to kill. Haong was instantly covered in cold sweat. He was no match for the enraged Lu Wudao. Just when he thought he was about to die, fortunately, Great Master Haitong intervened in time and pulled him away. But Lu Wudao's fist did not stop there. It smashed through the wall behind Haong. Doom. Watching the solid wall being shattered with a fist, everyone was dumbfounded. They all knew how thick and solid that wall was, never believing that anyone could break it with bare hands. Yet here it was happening before their eyes. What level of strength was this? Liana, take Lady Saint and go. I will cover the rear. Lu Wudao loudly instructed Liana with his back turned. His figure was incredibly tall, yet filled with a poignant sadness that brought tears to people's eyes. But boss, what about you? Follow my orders. Lu Wudao angrily interrupted Liana, not allowing her to speak any words of concern. Yes, boss. Liana gritted her teeth, pulling Mingu to flee. Do it out. Let's go together. Mingu, who usually did not like to drag things out, insisted on not leaving this time. She felt Lu Wudao's determination to sacrifice himself and couldn't bear to leave him behind. I can't leave. Lu Wudao smiled and said, Lady Saint, I'm sorry. I can only protect you up to this point. You must live well. Someone will continue to protect you in the future from me. Don't. Mingu cried again, feeling extremely heartbroken. When Qin Yushuan died in front of her, she vowed not to let another important person die before her. But fate had a cruel way of playing out, leaving her once again feeling powerless. Whoosh. Lu Wudao suddenly took off a silver pendant from his chest and threw it into Liana's hands, instructing, give it to Lin Qinglong, he will be the new saint guard. That man will surely accept it happily. Boss. Liana, who had never understood emotions, teared up for the first time, nodding slowly. Ha, have you finished your melodramatic performance? Haong suddenly sneered. Who said any one of you could leave? Does the 5 poison sect eat idle food? Today, the representative mother, the great Dharma kings, and the 10 protectors of the 5 poisons are all present. If any of you escape, where will the face of the 5 poison sect be? He deliberately said this to provoke the high-level members of the 5 poison sect. Otherwise, he alone was no match for the current Lu Wudao. The 10 protectors quickly converged behind the broken wall punched through by Lu Wudao, blocking the escape route. They all knew that if Qin Mingu escaped, none of them would be able to leave alive. Just then, Great Master Haitong suddenly spoke up. Release all the poison. Block the exit. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Wudao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he threw a fist towards the opening, a powerful force equivalent to a rocket. It's clear that Master Haitong anticipated Lu Wudao's actions, otherwise his voice couldn't have kept up with the speed of the Night King. But it's useless. Lu Wudao is no longer afraid of death, so now he's afraid of poisoning. Whether he's poisoned or not, he's headed for a dead end anyway. Right now, he just wants to fight his way out and let Liana take Qin Mingu away. With 2 booms, 2 great protectors with near S+ level strength were killed by Lu Wudao on the spot. The other protectors weren't faster. They just had better positioning. The tiger eats the unfortunate souls in front of them first, sparing themselves. Everyone was scared and backing away. Sparrow was trembling with fear. She only now realized that in previous encounters, Lu Wudao was never truly pushed to his limits. The fearless Lu Wudao was not someone she could contend with. Liana, take the Holy Maiden and go. Lu Wudao shouted. He knew this opportunity was rare, and missing it meant they might not be able to protect the Holy Maiden. After all, Master Haitong hadn't intervened yet. No, I'm not leaving, Qin Mingu shouted loudly. Liana disregarded authority and tried to forcefully take her away. But right when they were about to escape through an opening, Master Haitong suddenly appeared before them. What was happening here? Liana hadn't even noticed how Master Haitong had appeared before them. Miss Qin, do you not want to leave, or are you changing your mind and retreating? Otherwise, your most loyal holy guardian will face a dead end. No. Qin Mingu shook her head firmly. Even if I die here, I must eradicate the 5 poison sect. I just want to live and die with Brother Wudao. I don't want to abandon anyone important anymore. Lu Wudao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Mingu retreated, his sacrifice would be meaningless. He could die nobly, but it must be meaningful and valuable. At the same time, Zhao Wujin led the Warwolf troops to a resounding victory outside the 5 poison sect's main camp. However, they faced a daunting challenge. Without heavy weapons to bombard the camp, they couldn't forcefully breach the stone palace of the 5 poison sect. If they used heavy weapons, Supreme Marshal Qin Mingu could also be killed inside. Brother, what do we do now? Smart as Zhao Wenjin was, even he had no immediate solution. We need heroism in this situation. We need a strong general who can take down the enemy's stronghold. Zhao Wujin analyzed. So right now, we can only rely on Lu Wudao to bring out Lady Ling. If Zhao Wujin was saying this, then the others could only pray. But if Lu Wudao fails, do we have a backup plan? Zia Shaodi was most concerned about the safety of Qin Mingu and continued to ask. We've done what we can. We've identified targets precisely and left no room for escape, even leaving some captives as hostages around the 5 poison sect's main camp. Logically, the 5 poison sect wouldn't dare harm Lady Ling unless they fear nothing but death. So the worst case scenario now is if they capture Lady Ling and force us to retreat without any gains. Upon hearing his conclusion, everyone pondered deeply. With the war reaching this point, was retreat even an option? The Chamber of Commerce presidential election was imminent. If they retreated, it would mean surrender for Ling Yu and Qin Mingu. During the upcoming national election, Siping will undoubtedly lose. Qin Mingu, are you out of your mind? You'd rather die than leave and sacrifice yourself with us. Unlike Master Haitong's magnanimity, Sparrow angrily scolded Qin Mingu upon hearing her words. There's no turning back. I never intended to turn back. Qin Mingu smiled coldly. If I'm doomed to remain here, then I will only have death. After I'm gone, there's still Ling Yu, my grandfather, and those who long for peace. They will continue to strive for the country's prosperity. Well said, Lady Saint, Lu Wudao sincerely praised. Master Haitong fell silent. As she said before, she truly admired women like Qin Mingu, but until now, Qin Mingyu's actions hadn't impressed her as much. Now she was proving her faith through action. Miss Qin, being enemies with you is truly foolish for us. Master Haitong sighed. But at this point, we have no choice but to take a risk. With that, she made her move. Lu Wudao sensed a powerful aura in advance and launched an attack, shouting, Liana. Understood. Liana had been with Lu Wudao for many years. They didn't need words to communicate their intentions. Lu Wudao's full-force strike was even too much for Master Haitong to face head-on, leaving her unable to use magic smoothly. She could only dodge his attacks. Taking advantage of this momentary opening, Liana forcibly led Mingu out of danger. Chase after them, Master Haitong ordered sharply. Lu Wudao tried to act but suddenly saw Master Haitong's face changing. Unfathomable, as if in a Sichuan face-changing opera, then as if in an ever-changing sea of stars. Gradually, he felt mentally foggy. It turned out that in that split second, Master Haitong had already activated her illusion technique. Lu Wudao couldn't help but marvel at how unstoppable she was. Luckily, he now had immense inner energy, easily breaking free from the illusion. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, I said it, with me here, no one can touch a single strand of the Holy Lady's hair. Doom. He swung his red cloak out, engulfing all the 5 poison sect's elite fighters in a blood-red curtain that covered the sky. Sparrow and the others were all top-notch fighters of their time. Each of them could stand unshaken in any city. But now, working with Master Haitong, they couldn't break through Lu Wudao alone. Lu Wudao suddenly clapped his hands together, emanating a deep red aura from his whole body. Sparrow and the others retreated, their faces filled with fear. Those who were afraid were startled, and those who were startled were afraid, let alone facing an absolute king who had nothing to lose. Lu Wudao's oppressive aura was something few in this world could withstand. This is the tomb I'd built for you all. Rest in peace. I will name this, the Red Aurora. Roar. As Lu Wudao unleashed his full power, the terrifying energy transformed into the shape of a monster, charging towards the elite of the 5 poison sect. It's over. The others faced this move, resigned to their fate in this confined space. Fortunately, Master Haitong had anticipated it and activated a mechanism, using the stone walls to block Lu Wudao's attack. The stone wall crumbled, shrouding the area in dust and smoke. Liana, who was leading Mingu to safety, also stopped immediately. Apart from worrying about Lu Wudao's safety, the moving walls disoriented them, making them lose their sense of direction for escape. Rumble, stones falling, dust swirling. With a wave of Master Haitong's sleeve, a tense scene suddenly became clear. However, it was extremely mismatched. Lu Wudao alone facing more than 10 members of the 5 poison sect, yet the Dark Knight King remained unfazed. Damn it, we can't let Mingu escape. Han Q wanted to break through Lu Wudao, but Master Haitong reached out to stop it. Master, why are you stopping us? Han Q asked in an emotional and puzzled tone. Master Haitong ignored him and calmly said, no one can defeat this man right now, only time can bring him down. Han Q gradually calmed down. Scorpion Beauty mocked, looks like you, fool, really want to protect that man. Han Q clenched his teeth in silence. He wasn't impulsive by nature, but his hatred towards Lu Wudao was too heavy. With one companion dead and another's fate uncertain, all because of this man. If it weren't for him, they would have killed Mingu multiple times, so why had they returned empty-handed now? Lu Wudao's lips curved in a proud manner, filled with king-like arrogance. Although he also wanted to kill Han Q and the other leaders of the 5 poison sect, he was lacking in power. He had just pushed himself to the limits to protect Mingu and was now weakened from continuous exertions and even poisoning. His body was beginning to show signs of weakness, relying solely on his will. He could continue to push himself, but the more he did, the sooner he would die. He needed to hold on to this last thread of life to buy time for Liana to smoothly escape with Mingu. Both you and Mingu, although our enemies, are individuals worthy of respect. So, I choose to let you depart in dignity, Master Haitong said slowly. HMPH. Lu Wudao coldly smiled and, after locking eyes with Master Haitong, said, thank you. You're welcome. Master Haitong suddenly ordered, Han Yi, fetch the Guqin. Yes, Master. Han Yi quickly brought out the Guqin carried by the Master and placed it on the rock. Master Haitong sat down gracefully, his jade fingers dancing. The melodious ancient tune of Tears, the hero began to spray. As Master Haitong sang, Han Yi and Scorpion Beauty inexplicably had tears in their eyes. Although they were enemies, This man before them was indeed a hero. Women admired such men, but it was a pity that this king would fall before them today, bringing tears to their eyes. However, Haong had different thoughts. Watching Lu Wudao close his eyes after hearing Master Haitong's song, apparently falling asleep, he was about to strike and behead him. This alarmed Han Yan's scorpion beauty. The enemy was already dead. Couldn't they give him a dignified end? Stop. Just in time, Master Haitong's voice rang out. However, Haong persisted in his determination to behead Lu Wudao. Die! Haong fiercely exclaimed, his face twisted with malice, ready to bring down Lu Wudao's head. Ha ha! In the end, you will still die by my hands. Victory is mine. In his moment of triumph, a strange scene unfolded. Lu Wudao's body began to heal itself. Haong then realized he hadn't moved at all. It was all an illusion. It was only at this moment that Master Haitong's voice reached his ears. Respecting your opponent is respecting yourself. You all go after them. If Mingu manages to escape, you will all die here. Haong finally gave up, hurrying to give chase. Scorpion Beauty, Centipede Warlord, and others followed suit. In the end, only Master Haitong slowly walked up to the sleeping Lu Wudao, tilting her head slightly as she gazed at this king of the Dark Night Island. As a sign of respect for you, let your life end within the endless illusion. Master Haitong spoke softly. On the other side, Liana was still searching for an escape route. Her eyes were frantic. She couldn't allow her boss to die in vain. She must ensure the Holy Maiden escapes. However, things took a turn. The next moment, she felt an extremely ominous presence. Before she could react, a giant snake suddenly emerged from around the corner, opening its jaws wide towards her. It was all over. Liana was caught off guard. If she were alone, she could have retreated, but to protect the Holy Maiden, she couldn't step back. As she struggled against the snake, to her surprise, another figure emerged from its mouth. Not a snake, but a person. The Centipede Warlord. Heh. I've been waiting for this moment. Once I eat the Holy Maiden, I will become invincible. The Centipede Warlord swiftly circled around Liana, aiming to bite into Mingu. However, Liana was overwhelmed. Mingu was also sweating profusely, but just as the Centipede Warlord was about to strike, a pair of hands firmly grasped its throat. Lin Qinglan! Mingu exclaimed in delight. The hero couldn't contain his excitement. It was the first time the goddess had shown such gratitude towards him. The feeling of rescuing the beauty was indeed great. If only he had experienced this 2 years earlier. Holy Maiden, I'm here too. Came a fiery voice from behind. Mingu couldn't contain her joy. She wasn't happy for the rescue itself, but relieved to see her two friends safe and sound. She couldn't bear to lose another friend. Centipede Warlord, trying to escape. Ling Qinglan chuckled triumphantly. Once you, a little snake, are targeted by a dragon like me, how can you possibly escape? Heh. Do you really think so? The Centipede Warlord also revealed a sinister smile. Is it possible that I deliberately led you here? This was arranged by the master early on. Otherwise, how would Mingu willingly come here to meet her aunt? Heh. What? Lin Qinglan may not have believed it, but Yin Yan was shocked. She too had sensed that something was amiss. The Centipede Warlord and his guardian were a formidable team. Why would they flee? Now she realized it was a deliberate lure to draw them in. Hey. I don't care what tactics you use to lure enemies. The belief of the green dragon that I follow is to knock you down with one punch. Lin Qinglan, this single-celled organism, without saying a word, directly threw a punch at the Snake King. Dang. The Snake King didn't even have a chance to react before getting hit. Its whole snake head was smashed to pieces. Just as Lin Qinglan was about to let go of his hand, the Snake King got back up, grew another head, and showed a sinister smile. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Not only were Liana and the others surprised, Lin Qinglan was also slightly shaken, unable to understand the opponent's techniques. But in the next moment, he laughed heartily. Stop showing off. If smashing your head doesn't kill you, then I'll beat your whole body to a pulp. However, this time, the Snake King caught his fist. Lin Qinglan was slightly surprised to find out that this guy's strength was even stronger than he imagined. If the opponent hadn't intentionally lured him in, the previous battle would definitely not have been so easy. But so what? Lin Qinglan enjoys battling strong foes. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he gets. However, just as he was about to continue the fight, suddenly many strong auras appeared around him. This made Ling Qinglong a bit unsettled. Liana and Yanyan immediately panicked and stood protectively by Qin Mingyu's side, breaking out in a cold sweat. Qin Mingyu, where else are you going to run this time? The vermilion sparrow has chased after you again, soaring high with an aura of coldness emanating from its whole body. And not only the vermilion sparrow, but also the scorpion lady, the centipede king, and the 10 protectors. In the next moment, even Master Haitong and Sister Snake Spirit slowly walked over. They were once again surrounded. Liana instantly showed a look of despair. Could it be that their leader will sacrifice in vain in the end? On the other hand, Qin Mingyu remained silent. Her conviction was firm. The 5 poison sect must perish today, and whether she could survive no longer mattered to her. If you don't agree to retreat, then be prepared to die. The vermilion sparrow directly attacked Qin Mingyu. His goal was different from the others. He simply wanted to kill Qin Mingyu. Screw you. Ling Qinglong immediately abandoned the Snake King and threw a punch directly at the vermilion sparrow. The vermilion sparrow's arm instantly went numb as he recoiled, looking quite surprised. He never expected that by Qin Mingyu's side, there were so many experts who could actually block his attack other than Lu Wudao. Of course, Ling Qinglong was not feeling great either. With his single-mindedness, he also felt something amiss after retreating. He couldn't even take down the Snake King alone, and with the addition of the vermilion sparrow and so many experts, he feared he might not be able to protect Qin Mingyu. To make matters worse, before he could collect his thoughts, a seductive voice sounded behind him. Big strong guy, you're quite impressive. Huh, how about letting this lady give you a little gift? Ling Qinglong was immediately shocked when he turned around and saw the face of the scorpion lady. Before he could react, the scorpion lady wrapped her tail around his thigh. Oh. Ling Qinglong winced in pain. The scorpion lady chuckled in satisfaction. Hehe, how can you maintain your composure when pierced by a beautiful lady? Now it's your turn to let this lady give you a taste of a needle? The centipede king smirked as well. When pierced by the scorpion lady's poison needles, the effects would be unforgettable. They would cause hallucinations, loss of rationality, and ultimately lead to a sudden death in extreme frenzy. As for what dreams the person would have, the centipede king was unsure. Just as she was chuckling, the scorpion lady released her grip, calmly waiting for Ling Qinglong's reaction. But to everyone's surprise, Ling Qinglong immediately threw a punch at the scorpion lady. What the heck? The scorpion lady exclaimed in shock, realizing that for the first time, her poison needle had failed. Only then did the Snake King hoarsely laugh. Hehe, I don't know why, but that man seems to be immune to all poisons. The Centipede King, with widened eyes, shot an incredulous look at the Snake King, feeling like he had been deceived. Knowing that the enemy was immune to all poisons, why didn't he warn the Scorpion Lady in advance? Wasn't this clearly setting her up to fail? Liana and Yanyan also showed a hint of surprise. Ling Qinglong's victory could boost their morale to some extent, maybe giving them a 1 in a million chance of breaking out of the encirclement. But in the next moment, they fell into despair. Besides the Snake King, the Vermilion Sparrow also knew Ling Qinglong's secret. He directly blocked Ling Qinglong's fatal punch aimed at the Scorpion Lady. When the Scorpion Lady reacted, she quickly wrapped her legs around Ling Qinglong's neck, arrogantly smiling, "You're a bad man, scaring this lady like that. As punishment, I shall break your arm." With that, she twisted her waist, throwing Ling Qinglong down, locking his neck between her scissor-like legs, and holding onto his arms to forcefully bend them upward. Crack! Ling Qinglong's arms instantly made a bone-crunching sound. Dig brother Qinglong! Ling Qinglong! Liana and Yanyan wanted to rush to the rescue, but the Vermilion Sparrow stopped them. The next moment, Ling Qinglong's cries of agony echoed. Liana and Yanyan's expressions froze, their eyes filled with shock. They knew Ling Qinglong's strength, yet this woman could actually break his arm alive. At first, Ling Qinglong couldn't believe it either, but at that moment, he had no choice but to admit that the woman was incredibly strong. Hey, don't underestimate the Scorpion Lady just because she's a beauty. She's as tough as a man. Her strength surpasses ours. The Centipede King remarked as he chuckled and walked over. As for you two ladies, how about a little playtime with this king? Despite their clenched teeth, Liana and Yanyan had no experience fighting against such a monster. To their surprise, the Centipede King not only had 6 arms, but also had venom-laced fangs, making them unable to defend against the attack. Soon one was bitten, and the other was knocked to the ground. Liana, Yanyan, seeing this, Qin Mingyu's face filled with anxiety as she wanted to run over. However, the vermilion sparrow stood in her way, reaching out to grab her neck. Qin Mingyu, do you think you can still care about others? Looking at the man's resentful expression, Qin Mingyu was taken aback subconsciously. There was no one left to protect her now. The lofty saintess, the aloof female CEO, had fallen into the abyss and could only be at the mercy of others. Unexpectedly, the vermilion sparrow's grab missed its mark. He immediately showed a look of anger. The snake spirit's sister was already a step ahead of him, staring him down. Even enemies have boundaries. Haven't you heard that? Even if she's an enemy, it's not your turn to attack her. The vermilion sparrow grew even more furious. If it weren't for Master Haitong standing behind him, he would have killed the woman without hesitation. Miss Qin, you must be feeling desperate by now. This is your last chance. If you don't agree to retreat, you'll watch them being tortured and killed. There will be no regrets left. Master Haitong slowly stepped forward and spoke calmly. Though his voice was calm, it shook Qin Mingyu to her core. Outside the stone hall, Xia Shaodi, Zhao Wenjin, and others were getting more and more anxious as time dragged on. The longer they waited, the more dangerous Qin Mingyu became. Report to the military strategist, we have discovered that some members of the Five Poison sect have escaped from other exits. At this moment, another Wolf warrior came to report. There are no impenetrable walls in this world, and the Five Poison sect has many talented individuals. In such a large area, it's difficult to completely surround them, and they always find a way to escape. If this continues, there is a risk of not completely eradicating the threat. DUA. Bomb it. Lady Ling must have realized something. As the military strategist, Zhao Wujin could only make the best choice. That the people around him immediately widened their eyes, and though they didn't voice their opposition, it was clear on their faces. Impossible. Yu's cold refusal immediately came through the communication device. I will not launch the bombing until I can ensure the safety of the eldest sister-in-law. Zhao Wujin looked helpless. Even a genius like him felt that they might not win this battle. In war, one must be ruthless and not hesitate to deceive. Being too focused on righteousness and morality will not lead to victory. Brother, what do we do now? Zhao Wenjin, a talented woman, seemed a bit at a loss. Let's retreat. Zhao Wujin ordered directly. In war, speed is crucial. If the situation drags on for too long, the enemy will have the opportunity to counterattack unexpectedly. But military strategist Qin Zong is still inside. How can we retreat now? Xia Shaodi became anxious. This is the old lair of the Five Poison sect. If we don't attack now, we can only retreat, otherwise the enemy will definitely strike back. Zhao Wujin analyzed the situation for them. However, no one wanted to listen to him. Zhao Wujin became increasingly helpless. The surrounding area suddenly became restless. What's going on? The ground seems to be shaking. The stone hall is moving. Be careful. It's a trap. Suddenly, the mechanisms of the stone hall activated, shooting several Wolf warriors with cold arrows, causing panic among the group. Retreat. Quick retreat. Zhao Wujin shouted loudly. But military strategist, if we retreat now and Lian, Anna and the Saintess rush back, who will support them? Ironhead asked loudly. Don't be naive. The counterattack from the Five Poison sect indicates they have stabilized their position and found a breakthrough. Lady Ling is destined not to be able to escape. Zhao Wujin was starting to get angry. He had no absolute power in this battle and his command was weak. If not for the favor to Ling Yu and his sister, he would never have helped in this battle. No. I'm not retreating. If you want to retreat, go ahead. Ironhead shouted. Now that the enemy is ready to attack, it's the best opportunity for us to go in and rescue the Saintess. We cannot miss it. Yes. We're not retreating. Let's go. Even the timid ostrich bird on Dark Knight Island showed bravery at this moment. With them leading the way, everyone decided not to retreat. Even Lin Qingshuan and Zhao Wenjin refused to leave. Zhao Wujin was exasperated and also reflected on whether he was too arrogant to bring these people to the front lines. Just then, a wave of poisonous gas emerged. Oh no, it's poison gas. As the Wolf warrior soldiers yelled, Zhao Wujin had already prepared gas masks beforehand, putting them on himself, his sister, and Lin Qingshuan. He had anticipated that after the hidden weapons, there would be a large-scale release of poison gas. Fortunately, the Wolf warriors were well-equipped and quickly used blowers to push the gas back. However, in this semi-enclosed space, the increasing amount of poison gas would eventually envelop them, and even if they didn't get poisoned, they might suffocate. What should they do? We need to retreat quickly, otherwise, it will be too late. Zhao Wujin couldn't care about anyone else anymore. He grabbed his sister and Lin Qingshuan and tried to leave. It was the first time for Zhao Wenjin to see her brother, who was usually so calm in strategizing, in such a panic. However, Lin Qingshuan suddenly shook off his hand and firmly shook her head. No, since I'm here, I will live and die with everyone else. She suddenly had many fragmented memories flashing in her mind. She seemed to remember a similar situation that had occurred before. She and a man were surrounded by many people, and the situation was urgent then as well. She had to continue to stimulate herself to remember those memories. Qingshuan. Zhao Wujin tried to grab Lin Qingshuan again. But when Lin Qingshuan remembered that face, she suddenly looked panicked and pushed him away, clenching her teeth. Zhao Wujin, how long do you want to keep acting? What's going on? Upon hearing Lin Qingshuan's words, Zhao Wujin was stunned. Liu Rushui was also stunned. Then they saw Lin Qingshuan clutching her head, in pain, squatting on the ground. Everyone guessed what was happening. Could this critical situation truly trigger some intense memories for her? Heh, none of you can escape. Suddenly, the doors of the stone hall swung open, and several dark figures swiftly flew out. So fast! Ironhead was shocked. Even among the Night Wolf tribe, their speed was probably at the level of at least 3 giants. Fire! The elite warriors of the Wolf Warriors Battalion, being highly trained, quickly responded by shooting at these dark figures. But after the gunfire, they discovered a man with an explosive head standing at the forefront, completely unscathed. This is too tough. His defensive power is out of this world. Fun Chen's face turned pale. Who were these people? Heh. Let the 10 Grand Guardians of our 5 Poison Sect team up to take down you bunch of small fry and capture your commander. The man with an explosive head laughed triumphantly. In an instant, several dark figures jumped out behind him, with one slender woman moving so fast that it was almost impossible to catch her with the naked eye, swiftly taking down a large group of enemies. Ironhead almost fell victim to a fatal blow, but he managed to dodge it being a warrior, leaving him wounded with blood flowing from his thigh, already smelling the scent of death. Who are you people? Ironhead couldn't help asking through gritted teeth. I'm the Scorpion, one of the Grand Guardians of the 5 Poison Sect, and also the fastest in our martial arts techniques. The slender woman smirked triumphantly. I was sent by the sect mother, so you can rest assured. My kills are quick, you won't even feel pain. And I am the Centipede, one of the Grand Guardians of the 5 Poison Sect, known for my destructive power. Let me show you my strength. As the man with huge arms saw the explosive headman and the slender woman gaining attention, he also leapt out and landed a punch, creating a huge round crater. With a cry of despair, the elite soldiers of the Wolf Warrior Battalion suffered further losses. Fear, despair, these emotions filled the faces of the people on the Wolf Warrior side. Zhao Wenjin looked at his brother and knew that the anticipated situation had occurred. The 5 Poison Sect had stabilized the situation before launching their counterattack. With none of the Wolf Warriors experts present, they had sent their fastest, strongest, and most explosive fighters to break through, leaving the Wolf Warriors defenseless. You will all die. The man with huge arms jumped up again, aiming to strike Zhao Wenjin. Wenjin! Zhao Wujin panicked and shouted for the first time. She was his most important sister after all. Zhao Wenjin's beautiful eyes were also fixed, various scenes and thoughts swirling in her mind before her imminent death. At that moment, a silver dragon suddenly soared towards them. What kind of thing is this? The giant armed man quickly noticed a silver light shooting towards him. Although the distance was too far, at first, he wanted to ignore it and take down Zhao Wenjin first. Soon, he realized that the silver light was faster than he imagined, getting faster and faster. Damn it! Watch me blast you away. The giant armed man wanted to show off his unrivaled strength, preparing to raise his fist to smash away the silver light. However, the slender woman exclaimed in alarm, Giant armed man, don't be impulsive. Thankfully, her reminder made him quickly retract his fist and dodge to the side. Doom! The silver light passed through his side, causing a sharp pain in his chest with just a touch of energy, creating a gaping and shocking wound. Not only that, the silver light actually blasted through the stone wall behind him, leaving a perfectly round hole. The people on the side of the war Wolf revealed expressions of shock and joy. They had been worrying about how to break through these stone walls, afraid of causing a collapse, yet also troubled by their firearms and small weapons not being able to penetrate. Who could have imagined that there existed such terrifying and perfect power in the world, capable of piercing a thick stone wall with a single blow? The experts from the Five Poison sect were also stunned, dumbfounded. What level of power was this? The giant-armed man's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, experiencing a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. If the slender woman had not timely reminded him earlier, he would have foolishly smashed his fist over, perhaps smashing himself into oblivion. Who? The slender woman quickly looked in the direction from where the silver light came. A tipsy man walking unsteadily towards them, while drinking and advising, "Little bastards of the Five Poison sect, better run. I'm not in the mood to kill today." What? Several senior protectors from the Five Poison sect were immediately infuriated. They were tasked with eliminating the high-ranking members of the Warvolf troop, and were just getting into their stride, brimming with pride and confidence. Now suddenly being warned like this, how could they tolerate it? Go to hell. The slender woman suddenly attacked because of her high speed, leaving after images in the eyes of the onlookers. She didn't follow the usual path, and the trajectory of the after images was irregular, making it impossible for people to judge. She directly wielded a double-edged blade, stabbing towards the seemingly unstable drunkard. Watch out! Zhao Wenjin was grateful to the drunkard for saving her life and couldn't help but worrying and speak up. Zia Shouty, Finken, and others also nervously clenched their fists. At this moment, with no experts from the Warvolf troop leading the defense, this drunkard gave them hope. They didn't want their hope to be shattered immediately. Closer. Even closer. However, the drunkard remained motionless. The senior protectors from the Five Poison sect thought that the slender woman was just too fast, and this semi-drunk person hadn't reacted yet. The slender woman's smile froze instantly, but her movements were still swift, using a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture, launching successive sword strikes. She couldn't believe that this drunkard was so lucky. Neither did the other senior protectors. Despite the drunkard's unsteady movements, looking like an old man doing stretching exercises, he inconceivably evaded all of the slender woman's attacks. Untouched. What's going on? The giant-armed man's cold sweat became even more pronounced. It was now his turn to loudly alert the slender woman. Scorpion woman protector. He's not relying on luck, he completely sees through your movements. Even though he revealed the truth, the experts from the Five Poison sect still couldn't believe it. Judging solely by speed, the Scorpion Queen grandmother might not be faster than the slender woman. How could this drunkard completely see through and keep up with her movements? If you don't listen, you'll have to be taught a lesson. The drunkard chuckled, although hitting women would be criticized as harassment, but there's no other way. With that, he suddenly, as though doing elementary school gymnastics stretching, extended one hand and poked the slender woman in the abdomen with 2 fingers, following it up with a kick to her posterior knee. The slender woman first covered her abdomen, then fell to her knees with a thud. She tried to stand up but felt a wave of heat spreading from her abdomen, her expression frozen, remaining motionless on the ground. Hey, Scorpion woman protector, what's wrong with you? The giant-armed man and the others shouted loudly. In their view, the drunkard's move seemed weak and feeble, like an elderly person doing exercise. Had the slender woman overacted this time? The Five Poison sect's #1 speed has slowed down. The drunkard smirked slightly. This statement sounded extremely pretentious to everyone present. The speed of the expert fighters from the Warvolf troop, which was beyond their comprehension, and even actions they couldn't follow, yet he claimed they were slow. Heh, or did I get faster again? The drunkard tilted his head back and took a sip of his wine. Taking advantage of this moment, the giant-armed man launched his attack. Then see how you handle the most violent power of the Five Poison sect. Doom. The giant-armed man indeed was no ordinary person. His massive fist expanded, becoming like a heavy hammer machine, carrying terrifying energy, aiming to crush the seemingly unsteady old man in front of him. This scene was shocking to anyone who saw it. Initially, the protectors from the Five Poison sect worried that the giant-armed man might not hit, that his power wouldn't be enough even if it was immense. However, now they saw that the giant-armed man's fist had covered all the escape routes of the drunkard. They couldn't help but show a smug grin. The terrifying power of the giant-armed man was fully understood by them. They knew that one punch from him could shatter even reinforced concrete, let alone flesh and blood. Die. The giant-armed man was also elated. ready to smash the strange drunkard into a bloody pulp, shattering the hopes of all the Werewolf troop members. He especially enjoyed witnessing the despair on others' faces. Doom. The fist struck down, raising a billowing cloud of dust. The people around him couldn't stand steadily under the gust of wind. Zhao Wuji even forgot his sister and rushed to support Lin Qingshuan, only to be coldly pushed away. Xie Shaodi and other ordinary women even fell to the ground, indicating the tremendous power of that one punch. Is it over? Did that strange drunkard die? Ironhead and the others stared wide-eyed. Although they were enemies, they had to admit that the giant-armed man's punch possessed a horrifying power similar to Lin Qinglong. Heh, are you guys ready to despair now? The slender woman felt that there was no need to verify the situation on site. She approached the women who had fallen to the ground with a triumphant look on her face. Capturing a thief is like capturing a king. Once they captured all the high-ranking members of the Werewolf troop, wouldn't the Werewolf troop be at their mercy? Before her laughter could spread, she heard the drunkard's voice coming from the smoke and dust. Is this the strongest power of the Five Poison sect? It seems a little weak, doesn't it? What? The slender woman hurriedly looked over. Everyone followed suit. They saw the drunkard holding the giant-armed man's wrist with just one hand, allowing the giant-armed man to grit his teeth fiercely, exerting all his strength, but still unable to move a single bit. Fear filled the face of the giant-armed man, his cold sweat dripping like water drops. The thought in his mind kept expanding. What level of power is this? Click. Drunken men clearly show gender discrimination, being gentle with women, but not so kind to men. With just a little force, the huge armed man's wrist bone shattered. Oh, the huge armed man's desperate cry made the experts from the Five Poison sect scalp tingle, but it boosted the morale of the Werewolf troops. At this moment, they didn't need the drunkard's help to deal with these Five Poison sect top experts. However, nobody was in a hurry to steal the limelight from the drunkard. Too nosy. The drunkard used a drunken fist move to send a huge armed man flying. The huge armed man crashed into the wall, creating a big dent, and fell down foaming at the mouth. The fastest and strongest have all fallen. Just heard there might be one who can withstand the most hits. Heh. Come out and see if you can handle a couple of my moves, the drunkard said casually, laughing and scratching his ear. The person who could withstand bullets exploding earlier, upon hearing this, tightened up and didn't dare to come out. Did they all want to go back home? But the drunkard knew how to deal with the Werewolf soldiers, and he leapt up and suddenly appeared above them. So fast. The explosive head's face was full of shock, realizing that the slender woman, known for her speed, was nothing in front of this drunkard. Smack. Smack. The drunkard kicked the explosive head twice. Although stumbling backward, the explosive head could still take it. Hey, you can't hurt me. The explosive head, after taking 2 hits, instead appeared pleased. Not bad. The drunkard also praised, but then changed the subject. But compared to the fierce tiger martial saint, your hard work is nothing. With that, he suddenly curved 2 fingers, pressing on the opponent's vital points. The previously confident explosive head's face instantly turned red and his whole body seemed to be congested, mumbling incessantly before suddenly spitting blood and falling to the ground. The remaining 5 Poison sect experts wanted to escape but were knocked down by the drunkard kicking stones on the ground. Strong, too strong. Ironhead, Ostrich, and others exclaimed in awe. Coming from Dark Knight Island, they had encountered many top-tier fighters, but even the absolute King Lu Dao or the final Dark Knight King Ling Yu had not reached this level of power. Elder, may I ask who you are? Zhao Wujin finally stepped forward and politely inquired. I know him. Before the other could respond, Xie Shaodi excitedly ran out. You're Ling Yu's master. Old drunkard. The drunkard smiled and nodded. Everyone gasped in realization. He was the master of the Dark Knight King. No wonder he was so powerful, almost divine, reaching a realm beyond mortals. Old drunkard, please go inside and rescue Director Qing. She's still trapped in there. Xie Shaodi pleaded anxiously, even about to kneel down. All right, all of you go back. The old drunkard smiled and agreed. She's my apprentice's wife. If she's still alive, I'll definitely get her out. No. We'll go inside with you and help. Fun Chen volunteered. However, the old drunkard just smiled, turned, and walked towards the hole pierced by the snowstorm dragon spear earlier, saying to the others, those left inside are tough, you can't help me and it's almost Lunar New Year, you should hurry back home to celebrate. The group exchanged looks, then turned to Zhao Wujin. He shrugged. Even with his experience, he had never encountered such an extraordinary expert. In the face of such a high-level expert, perhaps they couldn't be of assistance, and might even add to the casualties, so it was best to leave it to the expert. Wishing you a happy early new year. With these parting words, the old drunkard jumped into the hole, picked up the dragon spear, and disappeared. Please, make sure Director Ching returns safely. Xia Shaodi could only pray, hands clasped in desperation. Inside the stone palace, another muffled groan was heard. Though soft, it tore at Qin Mingyu's heart. Liana had her arm torn off alive to keep her steadfast, but she didn't even wail. Miss Qin, you're truly heartless. Even Master Haitong couldn't help but shake her head. Watching your companions being mercilessly tortured, bleeding profusely at your feet, don't you feel any pain? Don't you have compassion? Qin Mingyu dared not blink, afraid that tears might uncontrollably stream down her face. I'm not heartless, I'm not indifferent. I just have faith. As she spoke, she replaced tears with a smile, addressing her fallen companions. I'm sorry, but your blood won't be shed in vain. The warwolves will surely wipe out the 5 poison sect, accompanying me on the journey to the underworld. Great job, Lady Saint. Liana, who lay bleeding on the ground, mustered all her strength to praise Qin Mingyu. Yanyan was in worse shape, lying face down in a pool of blood, but still managed to lift a finger towards Qin Mingyu. Hehe, I'm so happy. I'm really happy. Lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, Lin Qinglong, who had the most injuries, wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Mingyu, I've finally achieved what even Ling Yu couldn't do. That is, die with you. I will protect you on the journey to the underworld. Qin Mingyu smiled wryly, tears finally streaking down her face. Master Haitong sighed. If only she could be friends with Qin Mingyu and the others, instead of enemies. They were all kindred spirits, but their beliefs diverged. Damn it, showing off at death's door. Let me kill you. Red Sparrow had lost all patience and was about to take Lin Qinglong's life. Master Haitong could no longer find a reason to stop him, but at that moment, a voice rang out. You won't kill anyone. The voice was soft yet thunderous to everyone present. Red Sparrow even stopped in his tracks, knowing what the voice meant. With a higher cultivation level than the external protectors, he knew the significance. Looking towards the sound, a slightly hunched figure entered, wielding a 2-meter silver spear. Despite the odd pairing, there was no sense of discord. It was as if the old man and the silver spear were one, blending seamlessly. It's you. Master Haitong was slightly surprised, not expecting this man to be here. Yes, it's me, Shinyaba. The old drunkard looked at Master Haitong with a touch of affection, reminiscent of a brother-in-law looking at his sister-in-law. Congratulations to you. Master Haitong smiled. She could sense that the old drunkard's current realm was completely different from when he was in Sioux City. She also knew that with his arrival, trouble was on the horizon for them. Hold him. Quick, stop him. Seeing the old drunkard advancing step by step, the Centipede King hastily ordered his subordinates to block him. Let a group of lackeys deal with the old drunkard. Not that he underestimated this master, quite the opposite. They understood the tone of the instructress and were very aware of this man's strength and qualifications, knowing he was definitely a peerless master. However, just how high his skill really was needed to be seen first, so they could assess and then act accordingly to deal with him. Ultimately, even if this old man was a peerless master, he was only one person, while the headquarters of the Venom sect gathered all the sect's experts, so there was no way he could defeat them alone. After the Centipede King's group surrounded the old drunkard, seeing him still advancing fearlessly, they suddenly attacked. 2 experts leapt from behind the old drunkard, attempting to ambush him. Qin Mingyu and the others looked worried, but no one dared to speak up. Firstly, it was too late. Secondly, if the old drunkard could be ambushed so easily, they would never be able to save themselves. Whoosh! Just as the 2 experts ambushed the old drunkard from behind, the old man evaded with a swift movement and retaliated with 2 consecutive palm strikes. He did not use his rifle in his right hand. Both strikes were delivered with his left hand. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to discern the sequence. The Centipede King and the other experts were secretly shocked. The 2 experts were hit simultaneously, their bodies enveloped in silvery white jet, flying backward, crashing into their comrade behind them. 2 stray craters were left at the scene, showing the immense power of those 2 strikes. The experts of the Venom sect present were all gasping in shock. Even the self-proclaimed invincible Great Snake King couldn't help but show a stiff smile. If those two palm strikes had hit him, he would probably have to drink two pots and still not survive. It would not be as easygoing as the previous encounter with Lin Qinglong. Even the prostrate Lin Qinglong on the ground widened his eyes, never expecting such terrifying power in the world. Seems he was still far from the peak of martial arts. The old drunkard continued toward Qin Mingu step by step, with the remaining subordinates of the Centipede King dispersing to his sides. Who would dare to block him? The pressure was suffocating, making everyone's heart feel heavy. Han Q was sweating profusely out of fear. This was his first time. As a quasi-SS-level expert, he had roamed throughout his life, killed countless people, and it was extremely rare for him to encounter someone who could match his skills. Even against the renowned martial arts pinnacle like Moran Jie, he had never been at a disadvantage, and even against the Dark Knight King Lu Wudao, he couldn't be killed. But now, at this moment, seeing the reaction of the old man in front of him, he was overwhelmed with fear. Similarly, the Azure Bird, who rushed to the scene to help, was astonished by the reaction of his boss, as if seeing a rare phenomenon in the world. Before, he wouldn't have dared imagine such a scenario. HMPH, let both of us, the two great kings, witness your true abilities. Fortunately, at this moment, the Centipede King felt that he had lost face and needed to reclaim the situation for his faction, so he had to take action despite knowing that in a one-on-one fight, this current Venom sect master might not be this old man's match. Therefore, he wanted to get the Scorpion Beauty to take action together with him. The combined efforts of the Centipede and the Scorpion unleash unimaginable power, coupled with their poisonous techniques. Even the world's top master might not escape unscathed. However, after jumping out, he realized that the Scorpion Beauty didn't join forces with him. Angrily turning back to look, he saw the Scorpion Beauty standing in place trembling. Anyone could see that this woman was genuinely scared. Scorpion Beauty, what are you doing? The Centipede King looked incredulous. Nobody in the Venom sect understood the Scorpion Beauty more than he did. Beneath her glamorous appearance, she hid a courage fiercer than a man's. No one had ever seen her being afraid of anything, let alone shivering in fear. So, the Scorpion Beauty's current reaction had shocked them all greatly. Centipede, you go. I dare not fight him. The Scorpion Beauty pointed at the old drunkard, trembling as she spoke. I recalled who he is. He's the demon from back then. He's the one who killed my master. What? Hearing the Scorpion Beauty's words, the Centipede King and the others couldn't help but gasp. They all knew that the Scorpion Beauty was the direct disciple of the previous Scorpion King, and though her appearance was more alluring, her poison skills were versatile. But regarding skills, she might not have surpassed her master yet. The Centipede King knew even more deeply that when the previous Scorpion King was killed, the Scorpion Beauty witnessed it herself, and in her heart, her master was an unbeatable presence and her belief. Therefore, seeing the immense fear of that demon from back then would understandably cause a huge impact on her, and now encountering him again, her fear was a natural response from her heart. Damn it, I'll see just how capable you are. The Centipede King, still fuming, charged headlong. For the great master of the Venom sect to be frightened to death was definitely more embarrassing than dying in combat 1,000,000 times. With all 6 of his arms suddenly enlarging and extending, like 3 people in one body, he relentlessly attacked the old drunkard. Seeing the true strength of the Centipede King, Inyan and Liana, who were lying on the ground, couldn't help but marvel secretly. The true strength of the Venom sect's Grand Master was truly unfathomable. The overall true strength of the Venom sect was undoubtedly even stronger than the Dark Knight Island as a whole. Even Han Q was secretly amazed, never expecting the Centipede King, unseen for many years, to have grown so much stronger, and his combined strength was probably not inferior to his own. Nevertheless, despite the formidable Centipede King, he still couldn't harm the old drunkard in the slightest. The old drunkard was utilizing what seemed like a staggering stride, seemingly unsteady, but incredibly intricate, making it difficult to predict his moves like a gentle breeze. Hey, old man, you're pretty good at dodging. But dodging alone won't win against me. It turns out you're just like this. The Centipede King shouted as he attacked, attempting to boost the Scorpion Beauty's morale and dispel her inner fear, to get her to join forces with him. With that, their chances of winning would increase. However, at that moment, the old drunkard suddenly smiled. wielding his silver gun in his right hand. The terrifying aura of the gun made the Centipede King hesitant. He had to retreat. This generation's Grand Master of the Venom sect isn't bad, perhaps even stronger than the last generation. The old drunkard admitted the opponent's strength with a calm smile. In that case, old man, I'll have to use a bit more force and let you all relive the terror of those days. Upon hearing his words, Haong also grew anxious. The Great Snake King quietly stepped back. The already trembling Scorpion Beauty shook even more violently. Everyone felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Ha Tang, the Grand Master, couldn't help but sigh, wanting to speak up to stop this, but seeing the expression of the old drunkard, they knew he wouldn't stop until the Venom sect had been taught a lesson. They had no choice but to let him play out this scenario. It would be a good opportunity to see just how powerful this old drunkard had become, and what level of skill he had reached today. Stop the bluffing. I won't give you a chance. The Centipede King also sensed the terror of the opponent, so he took the initiative to attack, jumping up with his mouth wide open, while his 6 hands were also reaching out towards the old drunkard. In the next moment, he seemed like an animal facing a serious threat to life, his swollen belly like a giant balloon, gathering all his strength, spraying out a vast poisonous mist towards the old drunkard. The old drunkard was instantly surrounded by the poisonous mist. Be careful. Mingu couldn't help but exclaim, even wanting to take a step forward, but Haong reached out, grabbing her throat, with a hint of a grin. Just then, silver-white light beams lit up within the gray-black poisonous mist. The beams increased in number, gradually converging into a bright light, instantly dispersing the poisonous mist. The old drunkard was seen brandishing the drunken dragon spear, the light gradually forming into a special pattern, a 6-pointed star. It's here. Master Haitong's expression was moved, murmuring, the long-lost move of the silver dragon spear saint. The 6-character spear dance. As the old drunkard waved the silver spear in his hand, 6 beams of light instantly surrounded the Centipede King. The Centipede King realized that he had become a trapped beast in a cage. Damn it, watch me tear you apart. The Centipede King still wanted to struggle to the death, using his 6 arms to battle against the 6 beams of light. But as soon as his hands touched the light, they instantly turned to ash, not even feeling the pain. His 6 arms gone. Oh! The Centipede King's screams of pain spread, chilling the 5 poison sect experts around him. The Scorpion Beauty curled up like a helpless woman, hugging herself in fear. Swish! The Centipede King's agony did not last long. Before his cries had dissipated, his entire body had disappeared in an instant with the light of the 6-pointed star, shocking the whole venue. Impossible! How could there be such a powerful martial artist in this world? But the old drunkard's move was not over. The remaining power of the light continued towards Haong. He had to first save his disciple's wife before he could completely take control of the situation. Haong still stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. He couldn't accept that simply from the residual power of the technique, he was facing a life-threatening situation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fortunately, his reaction was indeed quick enough. Before the others could react, he was already blocking Mingu in front of himself, trying to force the old drunkard to stop. Even if the old drunkard didn't stop, he wouldn't be at a loss. In an eye for an eye. At least the mission of the Alliance chairman would be completed. However, to his surprise, the old drunkard's intoxicated crane riding the wine step went further and turned into a dance like a fluttering butterfly, snatching Mingu away in an instant. Haong was shocked, with the light already surrounding him from behind. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Haong was losing his mind. He was truly losing it. He had always thought his strength was enough to stand at the pinnacle, but today, facing the old drunkard, the confidence he had built over the years was instantly shattered. However, just when everyone thought he was undoubtedly dead, this guy was able to leap up, dodging the remaining power of the spear light. The spear light finally collided with the wall behind, causing a thunderous boom and making the entire stone hall tremble. The scene was shocking. If that spear light wasn't just a remnant, Haong and the stone hall might have already been turned to ashes. Haha. Strong. He is so damn strong. Lin Qinglong, lying on the ground, was so excited that he forgot about his injuries, slapping his thigh enthusiastically as he sincerely admired the old drunkard. The old drunkard looked scruffy, but his techniques and movements were so elegant and agile. Lifting heavy weights as if they were light, he was so graceful, truly admirable. However, the next moment, he cried out in pain, in utter agony. Not bad. After rescuing Mingu, the old drunkard found that Haong was not dead either and couldn't help but sigh sincerely. He had just used the 6-character spear dance, making many people think he was only aiming to kill the Centipede King, but he had originally attacked to kill Haong and save Mingu. To his surprise, Haong managed to escape at the last minute, making him realize that Tang Ning's top fighter wasn't as weak as he had imagined. Is there anyone else who wants to spar with this old fart? After putting down Mingu, the old drunkard held his spear horizontally, exuding a powerful aura. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 unable to open it. This was the limit. The remaining high-level members of the 5 Poison sect retreated one after another. Haong, who survived the ordeal, had lost all courage to fight again and turned to Master Haitong with a look of defeat. Master, the enemy is too powerful. Except for you, we are all no match. Hehe. The Snake King also hid in the background, never considering joining the fight from beginning to end. As for the Scorpion King, Scorpion Beauty was already scared out of her wits, curling up in a corner like a weak woman. You all escape. Master Haitong ordered directly. What? Haong immediately exclaimed, unable to believe his ears. Even the holy level Master Haitong, the heavenly dance master of the Three Saints organization, was giving up without a fight. Haong also didn't expect that although mentor Ling Yu was indeed powerful, her master might not be incapable of fighting, especially since they had many other skilled fighters on their side. If you don't escape now, it may be too late. Master Haitong seemed to foresee things. As her words fell, a commotion was heard outside the stone hall. The Werewolf Corps started bombarding the outskirts. Damn it, who gave them the courage? Haong was feeling frustrated. But Qingniao was clear-headed and quickly pulled him, saying, Brother, as long as we have a safe haven, we will always have a way out. Dang bang bang. Under the command of Zhao Wuji, the Werewolf Corps had already launched an attack on the outskirts of the stone hall, beginning the final extermination battle. They believed that the old drunkard was capable of ensuring Mingu's safety, so they no longer needed to be timid. With guns and cannons firing, the disciples of the 5 Poison sect in the headquarters were no match, dying and getting injured. They tried to escape through other exits, only to find their escape routes blocked by the Werewolf Corps' war machines. Many disciples who managed to escape the stone hall were instantly sent to the afterlife by the descending gunfire. Report to Advisor Zhao, 333 enemies eliminated in the west. Report to Advisor Zhao, 288 enemies eliminated in the north. Report to Advisor Zhao, the remnant forces of the 5 Poison sect trying to escape from the southeast have been intercepted and killed by our air force, estimated to have killed more than 1,000 enemies. Report to Advisor Zhao, our pursuit force has begun moving towards the southeast to chase down the remaining forces of the 5 Poison sect. One good news after another reached Zhao Wuji and others. Everyone was filled with joy, their blood boiling, releasing the stifled frustration in their hearts, but they were still cautious in their celebrations. They knew that Mingu had not been found yet, and if something had happened to her, it wouldn't be a true victory. Quick, follow me, and continued to advance deeper into the stone hall. Zhao Wuji also understood the intentions of his sister and Zia Shouty. With the 5 Poison sect in full retreat, disintegrating, they had to personally search for Mingu's whereabouts. On the way, not a drop of blood was shed by the soldiers until they arrived at the deepest part of the stone palace, where the commanding general, Zhao Wuji, trembled slightly. Here, there were broken walls and remnants, corpses littered the ground, and the smell of blood was thick. There were also living people lying on the ground, including Lin Qingwang, Yan Yan, and Liana. The only one standing was the old drunkard holding a silver gun. So you've made it in after all, the old drunkard said slowly. Well then, I leave this place to you. After leaving these words, the old drunkard hurriedly left, seeming to have other matters to attend to. Only after he left did everyone see Mingu squatting behind him, taking care of the 3 wounded soldiers. Chief Qing, Mingu, Lady Saint, Zhao Wenjin, Zia Shouty, Fenken, and other women hurriedly rushed over, tightly holding Mingu's hand. Only after seeing that Mingu was unharmed, did they finally heave a sigh of relief. Chief Qin, are you alright? Thank goodness, you are safe and sound. The War Wolf Battalion has captured the main headquarters of the 5 Poison sect. We have won. It was only at this moment that they dared to say they had won. This was truly an extraordinarily difficult battle. Mingu finally saw the reinforcements arriving and also breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't bring herself to be happy. She immediately said, "I'm fine, but King Long and the others are severely injured, including Senior Wu Dao. What about Senior Wu Dao?" Fengken became nervous. The remaining two members of the Chanmo group, Yinhen and Ligua, hurried over. "Quickly arrange for people to take care of King Long and the others, urgently treat their injuries, and follow me." Mingu didn't say much more. She also wanted to go and see how Lu Wudao was doing. After Zhao Wuji arranged for the medical team to work, a group of people quickly followed Mingu back to the room where they were originally trapped. Inside, there was only Lu Wudao. Big brother Wudao, Yinhen and Ligua cried out in shock. They could still make a sound, but Mingu's eyes instantly turned red, and she quickly walked to Lu Wudao. The former absolute king of the Island of Dark Knights now stood stiff, his body already stiff, his arms still open in a proud stance. He had not moved at all, completely devoid of any signs of life, like a stone statue, with the blood on his body already dry. Only his resolute eyes fixed ahead, as if people could see him facing a dangerous situation moments before his death. "Big brother Wu Dao ... Thank you." Mingu choked up, gently hugging Lu Wudao, enduring the pain in her heart. The other members of the Island of Dark Knights were suddenly speechless. After leaving the Island of Dark Knights, the Saint and Lu Wudao were their faith, and now that Lu Wudao had fallen in battle, their mountain of faith had crumbled. However, Mingu suddenly trembled slightly, raised her head, and pressed it against Lu Wudao's chest once more. "Big brother Wudao, he might not be dead yet." As Mingu said these words, the weeping crowd instantly stopped crying. "But, Big brother Wudao, he has no breath left." Fengken tried to feel Lu Wudao's breath again, confirming no signs of life. Mingu bit her lip, her voice trembling due to emotional turbulence, said, "That I feel a faint heartbeat in his heart. He might just be in a temporary slumber. He might still be saved. In any case, let's bring him back quickly and give him the best treatment." "Yes, Lady Saint." Fengken and the others quickly agreed, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. At this time, the old drunkard had already left the main headquarters of the Five Poison sect, walking out of a cave. Facing the biting wind and snow, he appeared like a drunkard, the blizzard dragon spear in his hand now acting as a walking stick. It was truly hard to imagine that he had single-handedly faced numerous top experts. In front of the cave, there was only a narrow space, beyond which was a cliff. In the wind and snow, two women were waiting for his arrival. One of them had a red cloak flying in the wind and snow, looking like a snow-white camellia. Seeing the old drunkard's arrival, the snake spirit's sister automatically stood guard at the entrance of the cave. Taking a sip of strong liquor to warm himself up, the old drunkard slowly walked to Master Haitong's side and handed her the bottle. "Have a drink. It will warm you up." Even though they were relatives by marriage, Master Haitong shook her head. "Chen Fu, our paths diverge, so let's not pretend to care for each other or indulge in pleasantries." "How cold of you." The old drunkard couldn't help but smile bitterly. "At the end of the day, we are still relatives." Hearing this, Master Haitong couldn't help but look at him with a hint of pity and sigh. "What kind of expression is that?" The old drunkard asked. "Are you sad about your late sister?" "While I miss my sister, my sigh is for your sake." Master Haitong replied. "For my sake." The old drunkard trembled, then chuckled, drank the entire bottle of fiery liquor, wiped his mouth, and asked, "What do you pity me for? Even though my wife has left this world, she will forever live in my heart, as well as in my peach blossom land. The world only knows her as Haitong, but only I know that she actually prefers peach blossoms." Master Haitong continued to silently gaze at the old drunkard. Seeing his self-indulgent expression, she couldn't help but strike him with a verbal blow. "Chen Fu, until when do you plan to deceive yourself?" The old drunkard's smile instantly froze in the wind and snow, but then he chuckled and said, "When have I deceived myself? When have I deceived others? You have always said that your sister lives in your heart. That's self-deception." Master Haitong's expression turned extremely cold. "By destroying the Five Poison sect once again, you are deceiving others." "What do you mean?" The old drunkard looked puzzled. "You really have me confused." "Stop pretending to be confused. Alcohol cannot numb you forever." Master Haitong seemed to hold a grudge and, as if wanting to stab him in the heart, said coldly, "By destroying the Five Poison sect, are you trying to relive the moment you rescued my sister all those years ago?" The old drunkard fell silent instantly. Master Haitong continued, "Whether she needed your help, you know in your heart, Although she agreed to marry you, you should also be clear about who her favorite man is, in your heart." The old drunkard suddenly gripped the gun, aimed it at her, and angrily said, "Tan Xinyo, what do you mean by that? Even if you are my kind-hearted younger sister, you are not allowed to talk nonsense in front of your brother-in-law." Even though he had just faced a life-and-death battle with the disciples of Five Poison Sect to save his daughter-in-law, he had never thought of laying a hand on Tang Xinyo. But now, because of Tang Xinya's words, he directly pointed the blizzard silver dragon spear at his sister-in-law's throat. Seeing this scene, the snake spirit sister was shocked, but she knew she was no match for the two saints. Even if they were arguing and fighting, she had no room to intervene, so she could only watch in place. "You know, I'm not talking nonsense." Tang Xinyo calmly faced the blizzard dragon spear, still speaking calmly. It wasn't that she thought she could defeat the old drunkard, but she was very clear that the old drunkard would not kill her or even hurt her, because only on her could they find a trace of her sister's shadow. You may not be the man who loves your sister the most, or the man your sister loves the most. Seeing the old drunkard angry and silent, Tang Xinyo continued slowly. The leader of the Wudu Jiao, Haigo, can give up everything for her sister, even willing to die. Do you think you can love your sister more than him? No. I can do it too. The old drunkard said firmly, "If Xinchen needs it, I can die for her too." "But you don't." These four words from Tang Xinyo made the old drunkard shudder slightly, his eyes still a bit confused. "That's right. Your sister married you. She even gave birth to a daughter for you. She even supported your ideas and helped John Ping win the election. She should love you in her heart. But have you ever thought that maybe she did it just for the sake of the people of Lone Wo at that time? Just following the trend and the will of the people back then?" Tang Xinyo continued her speech. The old drunkard finally put away the blizzard dragon spear and laughed up to the sky. "I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. Since Xinchen has always supported me, naturally she likes me the most in her heart." "Your words are contradictory." "Not contradictory," Tang Xinyo continued. "The relationship between my sister and me is deeper than anyone else. I joined the Three Saints organization because of my sister's ideals, so I understand my sister better than you do." The old drunkard shuddered at this, his hand holding the blizzard dragon spear showing distinct knuckles. "My sister is not just a pacifist, much less a compromiser. In fact, her heart also wants to see Lone Wo become stronger. The Lone Wo 30 years ago did not have the power and luck it has today. At that time, Lone Wo needed to recuperate, and Zhang Ping was more suitable to be the head of the country. So my sister supported him to run for office at that time, just that. But your ideas are the same as many conservative people in Lone Wo, always talking about the importance of harmony, resisting war, even against struggles. However, some things can never be resolved without war. Without a war, you can never gain dignity. On this point, the Three Saints organization is correct and more in line with my sister's ideals. So I inherited my sister's will and joined the Three Saints organization." The old drunkard listened in silence, but still shook his head unconsciously. Although Tang Xinyo made sense, he did not believe that this was Xinchen idea, so he slowly said, "No. If Xinchen were still alive, she would never agree to you joining the Three Saints organization." "You're wrong, Chen Fu," Tang Xinyo said firmly. "She would definitely agree, and even if she were still alive, I'm sure she would also join the Three Saints organization." "No. That's impossible." The old drunkard objected emotionally. "But if you knew, why did she die at the hands of Mo Yin that year?" Tang Xinyo also asked emotionally. The old drunkard suddenly shuddered as if he had heard thunder, as he sensed the underlying meaning behind Tang Xinyo's words. "She did it on purpose." Tang Xinyo immediately told him the truth. "My sister was exceptionally beautiful and beloved by many men, ranked first among the for beauties. How many men loved her back then? Do you think she chose to marry you because you were handsome, because you were talented, or because you loved her the most?" A series of questions hit the old drunkard's heart, leaving this extraordinary and sacred silver dragon spear master defenseless. Because he knew he wasn't handsome, his talent wasn't the highest, and now he couldn't even be sure if he was the one who loved her the most. "None of those," Tang Xinyo told him firmly. "She chose to marry you solely because you supported John Ping to be the head of the country at that time, which was in line with my sister's thoughts. Only by joining you could she accomplish great things, but her heart did not belong to you, at least not uniquely to you." Doom. These words landed like a perfect series of punches, hitting the old drunkard out of his defense. "No. What you said is not true. The old drunkard was not easily defeated or swayed by her, not even with her words attacking his core. Tang Ning coldly smiled. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Mo Yin yourself. Since he loved your sister so much, how could he bear to kill her? It was her intention to die under his fist. Boom boom. The silver dragon spear master, who had never lost a battle in his life, could barely stand now, almost falling on the snowy ground. The story from that year surfaced in his mind again. Mo Yin had always supported a hawkish representative fan. Even after the election, he still wanted to assassinate the elected head of the country, Zhang Ping. At that time, Zhang Ping was watching a performance by the Master Haitan, and no one could stop the powerful martial saint from Tiger. The life of the head of the country was in danger, and only Master Haitan could intervene. It was in that fight that the Master Haitan tragically died at the hands of Martial Saint Tiger. The death of Master Haitan undoubtedly sparked the anger of the entire Longguo. The 8 great super masters historically joined forces to chase down Mo Yin and forced him up the Qianwan mountain, where the ground Zen master struck him down with a single move. Chen Fu at the time had left Yanjing and did not participate in these events. When he returned to Yanjing, all he could see was his wife's body, and from then on, he retired from the martial world, preparing to live with regret. If he had not heard later that Mo Yin had not died, he would never return to the martial world, nor would he have returned to the Wudujiao today. Hearing these words that destroyed his beliefs. No. You're lying. What you're saying is not true. Chen Fu still shook his head, refusing to believe these words. Because if he believed his sister-in-law's words, his life would have become a complete tragedy and mockery. You can choose not to believe me. You can go ask Mo Yin yourself how he could bear to kill your sister. Tang Ning did not argue with him, only stating, for the sake of saving my sister back then, he fought side by side with you, breaking into the pinnacle of the Wudujiao's power. How could his admiration for my sister be less than yours? Tell me, if you were in his place, could you bear to hurt your sister at all? So the truth is there. My sister hopes to die at the hands of the one she loves. Doom. The old drunkard was completely defeated. Although he and Mo Yin were old enemies, fighting for many years, masters could understand each other's hearts through their opponents' fists. Mo Yin's admiration for Zinshan was definitely not less than his, and since he could not bear to hurt Zinshan, how could Mo Yin have the heart to kill her? Chen Fu, I will still keep my promise. On New Year's Day, I will perform at Qianwan Mountain, to end the grievances between you and Mo Yin, and resolve the past. Tang Ning suddenly turned around, facing away from the old drunkard, saying, I also hope you can truly understand my sister and change your ways. The times are changing, so thoughts must change as well. That's the real benefit to the country. Master Haitan left, leaving only the old wine drinker alone to drink in the wind and snow. He seemed like a statue, with his soul already departed from his body, lost in deep contemplation. As Sister Shellen looked back at his slightly hunched figure, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. What is love in this world? Why do some people dedicate their entire lives to this one word? For happiness and for sorrow. And he, still a great figure in many people's eyes, transcending ordinary mortals. Yanjing. Ling Yu finally received news from Mingu. Learning that his wife had returned safely after winning the battle, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for the injuries of Lu Wudao, Lin Qinglan, and others, he could only handle the major affairs in Yanjing first before finding the time to deal with them. At this moment, he was secretly guarding Xi Peng, representing the Dragon Kingdom and meeting the Prime Minister of Dejo Kingdom and his delegation. However, after waiting for half a day, there was no sight of the Dejo Kingdom delegation. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the meeting hall, interrupting Ling Yu's thoughts. What's happening outside? Ling Yu's current identity was special. Since he was secretly protecting Xi Peng, he usually didn't show himself in public. Yu Bing immediately came to report to him, Commander, the Dejo Kingdom representatives were late, arrogant, and disrespectful, causing a conflict with the Dragon Kingdom ceremonial team. Ling Yu nodded, not intending to intervene. After all, the ceremonial team was led by an official named Su Shao, while Ling Yu was responsible for the Prime Minister's security and saw no need to micromanage. Unexpectedly, the commotion outside escalated, and even loud noises could be heard. Ling Yu quickly observed the situation from the shadows and found that the Dejo Kingdom delegation, after escalating tensions with the Dragon Kingdom ceremonial team, finally couldn't contain their anger. With a glance, Yu Bing immediately understood and led a few Wolf warriors, armed with guns, to confront the arrogant representatives of Dejo Kingdom. What's going on? Yu Bing was always serious, but his face now was as cold as ice. Captain Yu Bing, you arrived at the right time. Su Xiaofeng approached him, biting her words in complaint. They were late for half a day, and when they arrived at the gate, because Prime Minister Shi was dealing with state affairs remotely and hadn't responded to allow them into the meeting hall, they became furious, even insulting us. Yu Bing had also heard complaints earlier, but since they were in Dejo dialect, he couldn't understand clearly. However, Su Xiaofeng, being the ceremonial officer, proficient in various languages, certainly knew they were being insulted. Although Yu Bing was also angry, the state visit was of utmost importance, and he didn't dare to escalate the situation recklessly. He warned the Dejo Kingdom delegation, "This is the venue for Dragon Kingdom state affairs, a place of utmost seriousness and dignity. Please be patient and do not cause a ruckus." However, the other party completely disregarded his warning and continued to be belligerent. A woman from Dejo Kingdom even approached and, speaking fluent Dragon Kingdom language, said, "We are guests who have traveled a long way, and you are the hosts. Despite your Dragon Kingdom's reputation for etiquette, is this how you treat guests with such arrogance and disrespect?" Yu Bing, not being a ceremonial officer, remained stern, and when he looked back, he found that there seemed to be no Prime Minister from Dejo Kingdom among the delegation. Su Xiao immediately retorted, "We were ready to receive you with courtesy, but you arrived late and didn't even offer an apology. Instead, you come here and behave arrogantly, trying to push your way through." The people from Dragon Kingdom were also indignant. It seemed like the woman from Dejo Kingdom was deaf to reason, completely ignoring Su Xiao's words, arrogantly saying, "I demand that your Prime Minister personally apologize on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom to our country, you." Many Dragon Kingdom representatives immediately turned red with anger. If not for the diplomatic situation, many of them might have directly confronted these troublemakers. Ling Yu could see that the Dejo Kingdom delegation seemed to be intentionally provoking a conflict. Among them were even two highly skilled individuals preparing to engage in a confrontation with the Dragon Kingdom side. But what was their purpose in doing so? At a critical moment, Ling Yu also saw Shi Peng and his team arriving. Ling Yu still did not show himself and watched how Shi Peng would handle the situation. After learning about the situation, Shi Peng smiled gently and said, "Miss He, you are right. They should apologize for being late." The Dejo Kingdom female interpreter immediately smirked. It seemed that Shi Peng was indeed the traditional good guy of the Dragon Kingdom, a super ninja turtle who preferred to resolve conflicts peacefully. Shi Peng then turned to ask, "Then please, where is your Prime Minister? Let him receive my belated apology." Many from the Dejo Kingdom delegation were at a loss for words, while people on the Dragon Kingdom side chuckled at Shi Peng's witty way of handling the dispute. Missy remained cold and proud. "Shi Peng, I must correct you. Dragon Kingdom's Prime Minister cannot sit on an equal footing with our Dejo Kingdom's Prime Minister. In our Dejo Kingdom, it is customary for people of lower status to respect those of higher status. Therefore, your Dragon Kingdom Prime Minister's late arrival is inappropriate." Hearing her blatantly distorted arguments in front of Shi Peng, Yu Bing and others were incensed. But Shi Peng, being the Prime Minister, possessed wisdom and magnanimity beyond ordinary individuals, and simply chuckled. "Fortunately, this is in Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, I might have spoken incorrectly," implying that such silliness had no place in the customs and principles of the Dragon Kingdom. Missy wanted to continue debating, but at that moment, the Dejo Kingdom Prime Minister also appeared with his entourage. The arrogant Dejo Kingdom Prime Minister did not apologize, nor did he offer any explanation for his lateness. He went straight to the protocol of the Prime Minister meeting. Naturally, many from the Dragon Kingdom were unhappy, but Shi Peng prioritized the bigger picture and didn't want to fall into the opponent's trap. These trivial matters could lead to a diplomatic incident, so he decided to wait and see what the people from Dejo Kingdom were up to. After a necessary protocol was followed, both teams sat on either side of the Great Hall. Unlike the incident at the gate earlier, at this moment, the major media reporters were already in the hall. This scene was to be broadcasted nationwide. Prime Minister Shi Peng, thank you for your hospitality. On the reporter's stage, Prime Minister and Ben was not as rough as his subordinates, and after exchanging some diplomatic pleasantries with Xi Peng, he suddenly said, "I have come this time with the hope that you will acknowledge that the Bird Island in the southeastern Pacific belongs to the Dejo kingdom." With those words, the room fell silent. Even Ling Yu, who hadn't stepped out from behind the table, suddenly felt the momentum of the situation. Bird Island was a disputed territory between the two countries. Both nations had a consensus for decades to keep this issue on hold. While there were occasional minor disturbances on the civilian or low-ranking officials' levels, it had never been brought up during a national leader's diplomatic visit. This sudden declaration meant that one side was tearing off the facade. Xi Peng clearly had not anticipated that the other party would make such a radical move, and after a moment of consternation, he smiled and said, "Mr. N, are you sure you haven't brought the wrong speech draft?" "Prime Minister Xi, we Dejo people have always been meticulous in our work. We wouldn't bring the wrong speech." Kanemoto deliberately ignored Xi Peng's humor and blocked any retreat, once again speaking seriously and firmly. "I hope you, like the previous head of state, will acknowledge this fact." Because it was a solemn occasion, many of the Dragon Nation people present internally shouted, "You're full of crap." But no one dared to speak. This was a conversation between representatives of two nations, with the media recording on site. No one was allowed to interrupt. In contrast to the Dragon Nation representatives' stern expressions, the Dejo delegation was all smug. They knew that Xi Peng used to be the deputy of Zhang Ping, who was from the same faction. Zhang Ping, due to his years of implementing a strategy of hiding his strength and biding his time, often chose to swallow his pride when bullied. Over time, this image made him seem weak. With this understanding, they assumed Xi Peng would be even easier to deal with than Zhang Ping. However, Xi Peng, though not easily angered like others, responded with a smile. "Mr. Kanemoto, you are mistaken, or perhaps your Dejo record keeper made an error. Our previous head of state, and indeed all our past heads of state, have never acknowledged this point. The bird-catching island has always been the territory of the Dragon Nation. I suggest you go back and check your records before speaking, to avoid making a fool of yourself." Ling Yu, hidden in the shadows, greatly admired Xi Peng's wisdom and tact. This response, though gentle, was certainly not weak. Now, it was the Dragon Nation's turn to smile. That the Dejo people were not as restrained as the Dragon Nation people, and as if intentionally, someone immediately cursed, "Go to hell." The people of the Dragon Nation were naturally enraged by this rude and disrespectful behavior. This was a solemn occasion. After all, the Dragon Nation, known as a nation of etiquette, had never experienced such a diplomatic incident before. But for the Dejo people, this was nothing. Their diplomatic representatives had even engaged in fistfights with other nations' representatives on the conference floor, with blood spilled. At this moment, Kanemoto tactically drank tea, saying nothing. His deputy, Miss Hezi, jumped in to respond. "Prime Minister Xi, our Prime Minister doesn't make mistakes, and Dejo never records anything incorrectly. The bird-catching island belongs to Dejo, and this is the foundation of the relationship between our two countries. If you do not acknowledge this, our troops stationed in the Southeast Sea may take action." A threat. The Dejo people dared to openly threaten the Dragon Nation, and on Dragon Nation soil. Naturally, the Dragon Nation representatives were furious, many wanting to pound the table and shout, "Damn it, if you want to fight, bring it on." But the Dragon Nation representatives were more disciplined, and most were part of Xi Peng's team, so they wouldn't speak rashly like the Dejo people. Xi Peng, still calm, seriously asked, "Miss Hezi, can your words represent Dejo?" "Of course." Hezi proudly puffed out her chest. Kanemoto continued his tactical tea drinking, saying nothing. But the men standing behind Hezi, full of arrogance, taunted, Hey, I suggest you assess your strength and position clearly. Don't make a wrong judgment. If friction escalates into conflict, you'll be in trouble." "That's right." Another man echoed. "Martial arts are a good reflection of the Dragon Nation's strength, easily crushed by our Dejo martial saints. If conflict escalates into war, the Dragon Nation won't be able to bear the cost, and you will be the culprit." These words naturally enraged the Dragon Nation people and made the atmosphere tense. Ling Yu noticed that the two men seemed to be mere followers, perhaps even just bodyguards, yet they dared to act so brazenly on such an occasion. Kanemoto's continued tactical tea drinking clearly showed he was deliberately allowing his subordinates to stir up trouble, confident in Xi Peng's character as a peacemaker who avoids conflict. However, Xi Peng, though saying nothing, subtly gave Su Xiao a look. This detail was very subtle, and others might not have noticed it, but it did not escape Ling Yu's eyes. Su Xiao, as the etiquette officer, immediately led to Dragon Nation people to maintain order, saying, "Gentlemen, this is a Prime Minister level discussion. You are not representatives, so please refrain from speaking out of turn, to avoid disrupting the discussion." Ha. Speaking out of turn? The two men deliberately twisted Su Xiao's words, arrogantly responding, "We are not speaking out of turn. The facts are plain to see. Your Dragon Nation martial arts community was trampled by one of our Dejo warriors." "That's right." The other immediately echoed, "If a war accidentally breaks out, your Dragon Nation army, which hasn't fought a war in decades, will surely be utterly defeated." Damn it, a small place like Dejo, just a leash dog, dares to bark like this. "Get out of here." One of Su Xiao's followers, unable to bear it any longer, tried to use his authority to forcibly eject the two Dejo men, but before he could touch them, the two Dejo men preemptively slapped them to the ground. Boom. The two fell heavily, the sound shocking everyone. This was no street or marketplace, nor a martial arts arena. This was a national-level venue in the Dragon Nation. Physical conflict had actually erupted. Ha. Did everyone see that? This is what happens when you try to fight us Dejo people without knowing your limits. The two men, far from panicking, even laughed. Kanemoto, having remained silent all this time, tacitly approved of their behavior. "Damn it, you've gone too far." Su Xiao, only recovering after a while, immediately called for more on-site security to forcibly maintain order. Many people looked at Xi Peng. After all, he was the one in charge here. Some Dragon Nation officials couldn't help but secretly laugh. Knowing Xi Peng, this old man was most skilled at enduring humiliation and would never offend anyone. Now, he would surely say something about peace, the nation of etiquette, and other outdated lines to properly handle this diplomatic incident. But to the surprise of many, Xi Peng remained silent, allowing Su Xiao to arrange for people to engage in physical conflict with the Dejo men. But unexpectedly, the two Dejo men were highly skilled in martial arts, and since firearms were forbidden in this venue, no one could subdue them, resulting in more and more Dragon Nation people falling at the scene. The media reporters present were dumbfounded. In their careers, they had never witnessed such a major scene. Fortunately, this wasn't being broadcast live. Otherwise, if the Dragon Nation people saw this, who knows how they would react. Yu Bing also realized that these Dejo people were deliberately causing trouble, although he didn't know what kind of power play was behind it. Nevertheless, he had to step in to deal with these two Dejo experts. However, just as he was about to act, someone gently placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Yu Bing was astonished to see Ling Yu unexpectedly appear, his eyes filled with surprise. "Let me handle this." Ling Yu only said 3 words and walked out himself. It was not that he didn't trust Yu Bing's abilities, but the situation today required him to firmly deal with these arrogant people from Dejo country, giving them a deep and impactful memory. Yu Bing's intervention wouldn't achieve the crushing and intimidating effect needed, so he had to personally take action. Ha, see that? Your Dragon country people are no match for us Dejo country people, not to mention we have many powerful allies. Two warriors from Dejo country were still small. Su Xiaofeng and many others were furious, but momentarily helpless, as she couldn't control these two men under her command. Is that so? Who is incapable in front of whom is yet to be seen? At this moment, a voice rang out. Ling Yu, bandaged and battered, stepped towards the two men from Dejo country. He deliberately gave them time to react, not wanting them to feel ambushed. After they looked at him, he suddenly used a swift step to approach. So fast, the two Dejo warriors widened their eyes in surprise before feeling a sudden upheaval in their abdomens. Ling Yu's palms struck simultaneously, his aura shocking the entire scene like a meteor colliding fiercely with the earth. The two previously boastful Dejo warriors were effortlessly sent flying without any chance of retaliating. Clearly intentional, Ling Yu made sure they didn't damage anything on sight, leaving them collapsed outside, spitting blood and unable to get up again. Hissing sounds filled the venue as many people gasped in shock. Such an incident had never occurred in Dragon Country's diplomatic history. After a while, He reacted and pointed angrily at Ling Yu, Is this how your dragon country treats guests? Ling Yu just smiled disdainfully. Exactly. This is how we treat our guests. Whenever Dejo country wants to spar, no matter when or where, we will be willing to accompany you for a match. It's always our pleasure. Kizi wanted to say more, but seeing the look in Ling Yu's eyes, she couldn't continue. Ultimately, this was a nation of wolves, and they feared the strong but not the weak. If you could show strength against them, they would obey. Otherwise, they would keep acting stubbornly. Ha ha. Shi Peng, who had been silent, suddenly laughed and said to Anzai, Mr. Anzai, Bird Island has always belonged to Dragon Country. If your modern history books are wrong, please check older records. Anzai set down his teacup, glanced at Ling Yu, and instantly changed his previously haughty attitude, requesting, I remember it belongs to Dejo Country, but I will accept the suggestion of General Shi and go back to check again. And I have a request now. Please speak. Shi Peng, still the broad-minded old general, didn't change his demeanor due to the recent events, nor did he try to intimidate. He simply gestured with his hand. The martial arts just now were accidental. Those two men from Dejo Country were not part of my visiting team, and it was not our intention. So, please keep the incident confidential. Anzai earnestly requested. Shi Peng didn't refuse or agree but said, whether or not they were part of Mr. Anzai's team, they entered with your delegation, disrupting the process. You should at least apologize, right? Anzai stood up seriously, bowing 90 degrees to Shi Peng. I apologize to you. The conversation from this visit will be re-recorded, and we will cooperate. Many at the scene were amazed to see the Dejo Country representatives humbling themselves. Seeing them offer a sincere apology, Shi Peng was a bit surprised as well, and just smiled. Let us start over, and hopefully the people of Dejo Country can learn from this. Understand that we in Dragon Country value etiquette but are not weak. Applause broke out uncontrollably in the venue. The Dejo Country delegation smiles were mixed with complexity and awkwardness. Ling Yu also noticed that Shi Peng remained the kind old man everyone knew, not a weakling. Following this, the two country representatives continued their diplomatic visit with discussions almost entirely different from before, more extensive and official in tone. Anzai changed his rhetoric and did not bring up the issue of Bird Island ownership again. The process was now less eventful and a bit mundane. After completing the official discussions, Shi Peng surprisingly invited Ling Yu to dinner. Ling Yu respectfully declined, but Shi Peng ended up dining with him alone. This arrangement suited Ling Yu, who had some questions for Shi Peng. Commander Ling, you saved the day today. Things could have gone awry otherwise. Come, let me raise a toast to you, Shi Peng said amicably. Ling Yu clinked glasses with him but asked with slight confusion, General Shi, why do you say that? Could the outcome really have been different if I hadn't shown up? Definitely. Shi Peng's expression turned grave after setting down his glass. Diplomacy is no small matter, especially at this level of discussion. Both the momentum and even the tiniest details give different implications that ultimately affect the outcome. So, if I hadn't intervened, would you have taken further measures, General Shi? Ling Yu finished speaking and made a gesturing motion, indicating he wanted Shi Peng to elaborate further. Even if I wanted to take other measures, it may have been too late at the time. Shi Peng was honest with him. After all, he invited Ling Yu to dinner to thank him and discuss some matters. Commander, you surely know that Dejo Country is just a pawn of a certain major Western power, right? Shi Peng asked proactively. Ling Yu nodded, a fact even a 3-year-old in Dragon Country would know. Calling them a pawn was giving Dejo Country too much credit. A harsher term would be a hobbling-legged Volf. Within our Dragon Country, there are also individuals colluding with the Western power or being used by them. Shi Peng wanted to have a private conversation with Ling Yu so that he could speak about matters not meant for public ears. Ling Yu slightly trembled, not seeing himself as an outsider, and directly asked, Are you referring to Tang Ning or someone else? Shi Peng immediately confessed, If my guess is correct, this could be related to Zhao Nianqiu's machinations. She wants to see me bullied by the people of Dejo Country, continuing to choose the path of endurance. This way, my approval ratings will surely plummet. Ling Yu was somewhat surprised but felt the likelihood was high. Although only skilled in warfare and not politics, he was well aware that Shi Peng's non-battlefield political battles were far more dangerous and difficult to handle than the swordsmanship, guns, and aircraft he had experienced. Of course, Zhao Nianqiu couldn't orchestrate such a significant event. Shi Peng continued, Dragon Country is a crucial power in this world. Apart from internal forces, many external forces are watching us, eager to influence our outcome with various tactics. Compared to Jianianshu, Mo Tiu and the forces behind him, foreign forces may have more significant impacts. So, Lord Xiangguo, do you have a good understanding of the forces behind Motu? Ling Yu also asked casually. Although he had some knowledge of the Three Saints organization, the old leader rarely discussed the details with him before. He was curious to know how much Xiping knew. Could he learn more from him? Xiping nodded and began to explain. To talk about the Three Saints organization, we must go back nearly 100 years to the time of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom had been weak for many years and was being constantly humiliated by foreign powers. That's when this organization suddenly emerged. Due to their strong martial arts skills and powerful individual combat capabilities, they raised the banner to resist foreign powers and drive them out of the Dragon Kingdom. However, their numbers were too few, and their weapons were not as advanced as their adversaries, so they ultimately met with the fate of being wiped out by foreign forces. Ling Yu listened in silence, and then raised a question. Lord Xiangguo, what you said is somewhat different from what I know. Wasn't this organization already in existence for at least a few hundred years? And their current power is very extensive, isn't it? Be patient, I will explain in detail, Xiping said with a slight smile. The Three Saints organization did indeed have its precursor existing for several hundred years. It was originally a Dragon Kingdom force, but after being wiped out by foreign forces decades ago and reorganizing, its nature has changed. Ling Yu listened attentively, asking, how did the Holy Fire Organization, the Blood Spider Organization, and the Heavenly Martial Group come together to form the Three Saints Organization? Ha. General Ling, your question is quite apt. Xiping chuckled. Even if you didn't ask, I should have touched upon this. Ling Yu gestured, showing great interest in hearing more. The Heavenly Martial Group is actually an organization invested in by a Western consortium, and the wealthy boss is a descendant of the Dark Hawk clan, also a mysterious visionary, Xiping continued. As for the Blood Spider Assassins, they originated from a branch of the Five Venom sect. Ling Yu had thought that the Heavenly Warlord, the Heavenly Dance Empress, and the Great Saint King were siblings, but now he learned that they were not related by blood at all. Xiping seemed to anticipate his thoughts and continued. Although the leaders of the three organizations are not siblings, they care for each other like brothers and sisters because they share common goals or beliefs. Ling Yu became more curious. After Mingu left the Five Venom sect headquarters and contacted him, she briefly mentioned some information, including that the Blood Spider Empress was the current master of the Begonia. So, he couldn't help but ask, what is the belief of the Heavenly Dance Empress? Xiping did not disappoint. He replied directly, she is Tang Ning's sister, Tang Xinya. She only wants to use her power to help the Dragon Kingdom restore its borders to what they were 100 years ago. Ling Yu was slightly surprised. This belief was indeed admirable, but it also indicated a great ambition, because territorial expansion meant large-scale warfare. At this point, Xiping took the initiative and asked, so now you understand what the Three Saints organization is up to, don't you? If they control the Dragon Kingdom, it means the Dragon Kingdom will launch multiple wars. Ling Yu let out a long sigh, nodding in agreement. Xiping continued, due to the experiences of several decades ago, the mindset of the Three Saints organization remains stagnant, which is unavoidable. Ultimately, they are an ancient organization with deep-rooted thinking. In my opinion, the Dragon Kingdom must never fall into their hands, because engaging in war not only jeopardizes the lives of the Dragon Kingdom's people, but also severely depletes the nation's strength. This is something they will never understand. They think that winning will give them everything. Little do they know that times have changed. Western countries will never let the Dragon Kingdom win. If the Dragon Kingdom launches a war, they will stand on the moral high ground, mobilize the world to resist us, impose various sanctions, and support our opponents. Therefore, I believe that the Three Saints organization lacks a comprehensive strategic mindset. Listening to this, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile. You make a valid point, and in their eyes, you and Zhongping's faction are seen as too weak. You both look down on each other. Ron. Xiping immediately waved his hand. Our strategic tenacity is not something those old fossils can understand. Of course, we will not tell them. let alone publicize it. Oh, Ling Yu's eyes glinted slightly upon hearing this. General Ling, you are our backbone in terms of military power and the hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, so today I must clarify these state secrets to you. Xipeng finally revealed the reason for chatting with Ling Yu. I'm all ears. General Ling, being a military tactician, might not have been informed of the political and national strategic aspects due to his retirement 3 years ago. Our grand strategy does not focus on losing a city or territory, it aims to bring peace to the entire world under the control of the Dragon Kingdom. Do we need to care about past national boundaries at that time? Xipeng's eyes sparkled slightly as he continued, although both are about making the Dragon Kingdom powerful and controlling the world, the meanings are completely different. The Three Saints organization wants to make other countries submit through the law of the jungle and forcibly control the world. While we want humanity worldwide to embrace our values, to abandon conflicts, and to work together to build a global community of shared future for mankind. Ling Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at hearing this. Xipeng's usually mild-mannered image suddenly became immensely profound. This level of thinking was truly lofty, almost ethereal. Of course, to reach that level, it takes time, and more importantly, strength. Xipeng suddenly clenched his fist and said, in the past 30 years, the Dragon Kingdom has endured with patience, hidden strengths, endured humiliation, and strengthened itself. And today, when I allowed you to act against the people of Dejo Nation, it was to tell the Dragon Kingdom citizens that our era of enduring humiliation and shouldering burdens has come to an end. From this moment on, the Dragon Kingdom will begin strategic counterattacks until we achieve our established strategic goals. There is a saying that listening to one's words is better than studying for 10 years. Ling Yu now had this feeling, listening to the words of the Prime Minister, allowing his worldview to completely open up. How could someone who becomes the Dragon Kingdom's Prime Minister be a simple figure? A straightforward good person cannot reach such heights. The other two factions intentionally let the people of Dejo Nation run wild, thinking that Xipeng would choose a policy of restraint to reduce his popular support. That he went against his usual tactics and broke the image of a good person, coming out strong to crush their schemes. However, Ling Yu still needed to clarify completely. Prime Minister, by doing this, aren't we eventually going to end up in a war with the Eagle Sauce Nation? That's right. Xipeng also confessed, it's Jiaoni Anchu and Motu's two factions defining us as weak and peace-loving, but in reality, we only have strategic determination. We will never reveal our true intentions to the world at any time. Pausing for a moment, Xipeng continued, but you should understand better than me, to change the world order, war is inevitable. We are not avoiding war, we just won't engage in battles we are not certain about. To win a battle, one must take the opponent by surprise. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is powerful, it's time for us to return to the center of the world. Ling Yu understood and nodded, entering into his own thoughts. Though war cannot be avoided, he was more aligned with Xipeng's views and didn't endorse the Three Saints organization's views. Now he had a clear understanding. Perhaps the true ambitious and opportunistic figures were only Tang Ning and Jiaoni Anchu's faction, who only sought to wield power and fulfill their ambitions. Master Haitong Tang Xinya joining the Three Saints organization might have been due to seeing through Tang Ning's true nature. She probably supported the Three Saints organization's principles and beliefs. As for Zhang Ping and Xipeng's faction, they were the traditional strategists of the Dragon Kingdom, patient and visionary with grand ambitions. Seeing Ling Yu silent, Xipeng thought he was still against war, perhaps even against himself. Therefore, he hurried to explain further. Commander Ling Yu, you must understand, this world is divided into various interest groups, and each country has its own circumstances and positions. No one is absolutely right. Everyone is acting for their own interests. Hence conflicts will eventually lead to war, which cannot be avoided. Only when we are powerful enough to control the world can we truly stop wars. According to today's international rules, we either take a seat at the table or wait to become a dish on the menu. The patience and endurance of the Zhang Nation before were part of a 30-year chess game, to ensure that today, we have enough strength to succeed at the table. Ling Yu nodded in understanding and continued, Prime Minister Xi, after hearing your speech today, I am even more firmly in support of you becoming the next Dragon Kingdom head. Previously supporting Xipeng was a task assigned by the senior leader. Now supporting Xipeng was from his sincere belief. Xipeng also suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with a faint light. He said solemnly, Thank you. The Dragon Kingdom is fortunate to have generals like you. With your assistance, we will eliminate tyranny, achieve a harmonious world, and permanently eliminate the goal of war. No need to thank me. Ling Yu also stood up, giving a standard military salute. I will definitely assist you in winning this game. On the other side, in the Tang family's mansion, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. After receiving various reports about Tang Ning was so angry that he swept everything off the table. Under his table were not only the willow leaf sword but also his close aides. The red sparrow and the blue bird had also come back, while their two companions were forever buried in the snow of the western regions. This time, they were defeated on all fronts, truly a complete humiliation. So, all four of them were below, watching Tang Ning in rage, not daring to even make a sound. Why did this happen? Clearly everything was meticulously planned. Why did we fail so completely? Tang Ning loudly demanded. The willow leaf sword knew Tang Ning was boiling with anger. At this moment, whatever they said was wrong. Just the excuses of failures, so they kept their heads down and did not speak. The red sparrow still felt resentful, explaining fiercely, "It's all because of Haong's betrayal. It's thanks to you, veterans, who treated him so well in the past, allowing him to be the Western region head for many years. It was his sudden betrayal that gave Mingu and them a chance to turn the tables." The willow leaf sword could have also agreed, had it not been for Haong's betrayal. He would not have been tied up in the Western regions. He had almost been taken down by that woman first. Without his escape plan, he might have lost his life there by now. In short, they were unprepared for many unexpected events this time, such as the appearance of Qian, and the unexpected return of the Silver Dragon Spear Saint to the Jianghu, single-handedly storming the 5 Poison Sect to rescue Mingu. All in all, everything seemed to be helping Mingu this time, letting her win a battle she shouldn't have won. Tang Ning gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, bloodshot eyes filled with fury. No one had ever seen Tang Ning in this state. Even the people in front of him had never imagined that Tang Ning, the crafty old fox, would completely lose his usual composure when enraged. The willow leaf sword felt that Tang Ning wasn't as formidable as he had been previously mythologized. Yes, we must kill Haong. The red sparrow's teeth were grinding with hatred. The aide finally spoke up. "President, while the failure in the Western region has made the situation worse, we have not lost the entire game yet. Speak up." Tang Ning was always a man of action, immediately regaining his composure and calmness. "Yes," the aide quickly said, as Red Sparrow mentioned. "Haong must be dealt with. Not just him, but everyone in the Western region and South Continent supporting Mingu must be eliminated. Once these people are gone, even if Mingu tried to vie for your position as president of the General Chamber of Commerce, it would be a foolish dream." After hearing this, Tang Ning slowly recovered his normal state, nodding in agreement. "Yes, you are right. But now we only have a few days left until the election for the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. Is there still time?" "Master, regardless of whether we have time or not, we must act immediately." The willow leaf sword finally spoke. "Moreover, we are not yet in a desperate situation. Even if everything fails, we still have one last chance to turn the tables." "Oh, tell me more." Tang Ning's smile returned. He had always held high regard for the willow leaf sword. While this young man may not excel in other aspects, his strategic vision was truly exceptional. Liu Yejian made a neck-slitting gesture. For some reason, everyone subconsciously shivered, perhaps because the look in Liu Yejian's eyes was too fierce. After a while, Liu Yejian finally said with a smirk, "Instead of taking out the small fries, why not go for the biggest target directly? The strategy of capturing the thief by going after the king is awesome." Indeed, Han Q couldn't help but immediately ask, "When you say the biggest person, do you mean Ling Yu?" Even though he and Wu Jiao were defeated by Mingu in the Western region, he knew very well that behind all of them, Ling Yu was the one supporting them all. That's not wrong to say, but he's not the biggest yet. Liu Yejian's reply made Han Q slightly taken aback. Taking out Xi Peng, no matter how many supporters he has below him, he definitely won't be able to become the country's leader. Finally, Liu Yejian laid out the plan completely. And to kill Xi Peng, perhaps we need to take out Ling Yu first. "It's not that simple." Li Tuju couldn't help but interject, waving his hand. "Back when we were at the Nangong family, we joined forces with so many experts and still couldn't kill him. Not only that, he miraculously escaped, went to protect Xi Peng, and even defeated two powerful ghosts from Dejo. It was evident that when Ling Yu was mentioned, Li Chuju was genuinely fearful. That day, he was there when Ling Yu's demonic killing spree shocked him to the core and left a thick psychological shadow till now. Whether Ling Yu was stronger than Moing, he didn't know, but one thing for sure was that Morongchia couldn't be compared to Ling Yu. Depending on the Morong family to kill Ling Yu was simply unrealistic. Is Ling Yu really that powerful? Han Q listened with a puzzled look and said, "Back in Yuncheng, I once had a confrontation with Ling Yu. Although I felt he might be slightly stronger than the usual Lu Wudao. Is he really so mythical? It can only be said that you managed to come back alive from that encounter. Your luck wasn't bad." Li Tuju said, "It's possible that the man has broken through to a new level again." Sun Heart, Reverse Dragon Scripture. Tang Ning suddenly remembered something and said through gritted teeth, "He holds both items. If he can merge the two with the most domineering northern reverse dragon palm in the world, he might indeed become invincible." Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, although Han Kue's eyes showed fear, he didn't retort. "But I have seen him fight against the Earthquake Hammer and Beely segment. Perhaps he's not as formidable as imagined and can be killed." Tang Ning continued, "The fight has reached its final, intense stage, and we can't hold back anymore." After a pause, he finally showed a different attitude, as if a desperate beast flashing its fangs and claws. "Whatever needs to be done must be done without hesitation. We can't afford to show mercy." Throughout history, the victor becomes the king while the merciful ones end up in the grave, allowing the conqueror to vilify and humiliate them. "Yes, President Tang." Han Q and Qing Niao immediately responded. After experiencing so much humiliation in the western regions and needing to alleviate their frustrations, they were ready for a bloody fight. "You guys go ahead and kill. Leave the task of dealing with Ling Yu and Shi Pen to me." Liu Yejian took the initiative to take charge. "All right." After discussing the important matters, Tang Ning suddenly spoke, "Han Q, you stay behind." As everyone else left, Han Q remained, politely asking, "President Tang, do you have any other instructions?" "Here, take this." Tang Ning handed him something. Opening it, Han Kue's eyes lit up in amazement, exclaiming, "Reverse Dragon Scripture." "Exactly," Tang Ning said with his hands behind his back. "The Reverse Dragon Scripture you brought back before was fake. Only Ling Yu's elder sister brought back one that was half real and half fake. I studied it carefully and turned it into the Reverse Dragon Scripture. Take it and practice." Han Q was overjoyed and grateful, saying, "Thank you, President. Well, time is running out. You might need it for killing." Tang Ning added, "When the time comes to kill Ling Yu, I'll need your strength." "I understand, President Tang. I won't let you down." Han Q clenched his fists with determination. "Good. Go now." Tang Ning waved him off. After everyone left, the steward rushed to report, "President, your wife is looking for you." "Oh, Kaiuji is looking for me?" Tang Ning was momentarily surprised but quickly ordered, "Prepare the car. I'll go see her." That evening, in an ordinary residence, when Tang Ning returned home, Zhao Nianchu had already made tea and was waiting for him in the living room. "Kaiuji, it's cold out. Make sure to keep warm." Tang Ning, with a caring husband demeanor, even tried to take off his jacket and drape it over his wife. "No need. Zhao Ning, you sit down." Zhao Nianchu, playing the role of the virtuous wife, handed him a cup of hot tea, saying, "Have a warm tea to drive away the cold. It's the coldest time now." Tang Ning nodded. "Yes, indeed. It's the coldest time for us now. We must find a way to withstand the cold." Zhao Nianchu took a sip of tea herself and said, "Shi Peng is changing his usual behavior. He beat up the guards of the Prime Minister of the state of Deoja. If this incident spreads, his support rates will surely continue to rise. Moda has indeed made a foolish move." Tang Ning nodded approvingly. They might have done it intentionally. If Shi Peng continued to be calm and collected, they could have criticized him, bringing him down. But with the current situation, they can drag us down too. We must join forces with them to deal with Shi Peng. Zhao Ning, your analysis is spot on. Zhao Nianchu nodded slowly. Perhaps the reason Moda has never strived for support is because he never intended to become the prime minister through normal means. Our biggest enemy might not be Modu after all. This guy is too patient. Tang Ning nodded in agreement, feeling the pressure. As an excellent chess player who had cultivated the position of the president of the Chamber of Commerce for many years, controlling the situation had always been his strong suit. However, Facing opponents like Xi Peng and Modu now, even working together with Zhao Nianchu, he felt extremely challenged. Kai Uji, as Zijian said, at this stage, maybe we have to take the risk of sending Xi Peng away first. That way, you'll have a chance to sit in the highest seat, Tang Ning said, expecting Zhao Nianchu to be slightly surprised. Little did he know that his precious wife's expression remained calm as ever, smiling as she replied, "That's why I asked you to come back to discuss. I knew you would do this, and Modu also knew we would do this." Tang Ning was taken aback for a moment, but then chuckled. While Liu Yejian was outstanding, he lacked experience, and there were craftier ones out there. Just like Zhao Nianchu, I will have a chat with Modu. Even if I know he wants to use us, we can still make use of them. Zhao Nianchu sighed. This might turn out to be the bloodiest and most chaotic election in Dragon Country's history. The next day, at Yanjing, after chatting with Ling Yu and Xi Peng, they returned and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Zia Zhu and Nangongwu hurried to his side, bringing him some good news. "Master, Zhu Xuan has woken up." "What?" Ling Yu immediately jumped out of bed and ran directly to another room. In the room, Nangongzu and Lian Zuking were also there. Nangongzu had invited the renowned family doctor to save Tang Zhuxuan, otherwise this fragile woman might not have survived. "Zhuxuan, Zhuxuan." Ling Yu burst in excitedly, creating a gust of wind as he passed by everyone, blowing their hair and clothes up. Liang Zuking couldn't help but sigh to Nangongzu. "Miss, Little Wu's master is truly a monster. He was so badly injured recently, and now he's completely healed." Without her saying, Nangongzu was also well aware. For a normal person, with such serious injuries, they might have died. To recover completely in a few days totally defied contemporary medical knowledge. Ling Yu ignored them and carefully examined Tang Zhuxuan. Poor Tang Zhuxuan, shot in the chest, still bound up like a mummy. Upon closer inspection of her injuries, Ling Yu noticed a pink birthmark on her chest. At first, he thought it was a tattoo, but considering Tang Zhuxuan's gentle nature, it was unlikely she would have a tattoo in that area, so he realized it was a birthmark, looking like a cluster of peach blossoms at first glance. "Big brother Ling Yu." At this moment, Tang Zhuxuan slowly opened her eyes, seeing Ling Yu and feeling a strange expression cross her face. Even though Ling Yu had no ulterior motives and was checking her injuries, Tang Zhuxuan, being a pure and innocent girl, would naturally feel shy and uncomfortable being stared at in her chest, so he quickly covered her with a blanket and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "You're alive, it's wonderful, mm." Tang Zhuxuan, not one for words, just nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of tears. After exchanging a few more casual words, Ling Yu gently held her hand and said, "You just woke up, you still need to rest well. Don't worry about anything else, I'm here. No one can force you to do anything in the future. Thank you, big brother Ling Yu." Tang Zhuxuan also tightly held his large hand, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Nangongwu and Zia Zhu, who had come over, also witnessed this scene. Nangongzu even directly took her brother aside to another room. "Wu, I can see that Miss Tang likes your master. Are you worried you won't be able to marry her?" Hearing his sister's words, Nangongwu actually laughed. "Ha ha, the master is a great hero. Isn't it natural for beauties to love heroes? Besides, I have so many girlfriends that adding one more doesn't matter, and losing one won't hurt. Would you like to marry Zia Zhu then?" Nangongzu asked directly. "Oh, well, I haven't thought about it." Nangongwu continued to be nonchalant. "Anyway, my parents aren't pushing me to get married. I haven't even thought about marriage yet. Now that the marriage with the Tang family is off, I want to play a bit longer. Try more beautiful women, not in a hurry to settle down yet." Ha. Nangongzu was also exasperated by her brother, saying such shameless things with such confidence. In terms of being a playboy, he surpassed even his dad. However, she also knew that if her brother wanted to marry Tang Zhuxuan, their parents would definitely agree since it was a suitable match. But if he wanted to marry Zia Zhu, that would be a different story. Although Zia Zhu was related to Ling Yu, she didn't have a prominent background and wouldn't match up to her brother's standards. The Nangong family, being the first wealthy family for so long, had strict requirements for their successors, especially in terms of their spouses. From Nangongshu's perspective, she didn't want her brother to develop real feelings for Zia Zhu. At this moment, there was another commotion outside the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Nangongwu hurriedly went out, reporting, Commander. Language Ice came to the outside of the room where Tang Zhuxuan was, and loudly reported, "There are several urgent matters I need to report to you." Only then did Ling Yu come out of Tang Zhuxuan's room and said directly, "There are no outsiders in this mansion." "Speak." "Yes." Language Ice promptly reported, "First, General Yizi has returned. Although he was seriously injured, he is now out of danger." "That's great." Ling Yu showed Zhou, "Take me to see him quickly." But Language Ice immediately said, "Let me report the second matter first. Madam Commander has arrived in Yanjing on a private plane and should be landing soon." "Really?" Ling Yu was even more ecstatic. He hadn't seen his wife in over a month and hadn't touched her either. "Yes. The landing spot is a private airstrip of the Nangong family, not far from here." Language Ice continued to report, "Madam Commander set off last night. Because you were discussing national affairs with Shi Guo, I didn't inform you in time. She flew to Yanjing with your son and other members of the War Wolf team." "That's wonderful. That's wonderful." Ling Yu rarely showed joy, but being separated from his wife and child for so long had built up a lot of pressure within him. After some thought, he sighed and decided to prioritize his family, go receive his wife and child first, and then visit Yizi. Click, click, click. Ling Yu and Language Ice hurried to the airstrip and indeed saw a military transport helicopter slowly descending. Mingu stood on the aircraft with an expressionless face, contemplating something, but the faint gleam in her beautiful eyes indicated she was also eagerly anticipating the scene. After landing, Mingu, a shout came faster than she had imagined. When the aircraft came to a complete stop, she saw Ling Yu standing unharmed below the cabin and gradually breaking into a smile. "Ling Yu!" Mingu also excitedly called out, visibly delighted, but for some reason, she didn't smile. Deep down, she was just impatient. "Mingu, you've finally come. I was worried sick about you." Ling Yu waited for Mingu to step down from the helicopter and, ignoring the eyes on the aircraft and the airstrip, embraced his wife tightly. "Ling Yu, as long as you're safe." Mingu's eyes also reddened slightly. "I was worried sick about you. I heard you were brutally attacked by a group of experts, and I've been on edge ever since." Onlookers around the couple couldn't help but smile at this scene, witnessing the genuine love between husband and wife. To those unaware, it might seem too dramatic, but they knew the storms that both husband and wife had weathered during their time apart. Finally achieving their strategic goal and reuniting safely in Yanjing was truly no easy feat. Zia Zhu and Nangong will also hurry over and watch this scene with everyone else. Though they were happy for Ling Yu, they couldn't manage to smile like the others. "All right, how much longer are you two going to treat your dog with such affection?" Ling Qinglong couldn't stand watching the couple dote on their dog any longer, so he quickly got off the plane and raised his voice. Mingu finally emerged from Ling Yu's embrace. Ling Yu saw Ling Qinglong and slightly furrowed his brow. "Brother Qinglong, why are you here in Yanjing?" Ling Qinglong trembled slightly. "What? I can't come to Yanjing. Afraid I'll disturb the loving couple? Haha." Ling Yu wasn't in the mood to joke with him at the moment. Mingu quickly explained, "Brother Wu Dao protected me with his life when in the Five Poison sect. At that time, he passed on the sacred guardian to Lin Qinglong, so now he has been protecting me closely. I didn't mean that. Brother Qinglong has always been a close friend of mine, just that it might be better if he stayed in the western regions or the southern continent." Ling Yu also clarified to Mingu. Mingu, being a clever woman, immediately understood Ling Yu's intentions. "You want him to protect the representatives of the southern continent and the western regions." Ling Yu nodded. "The current situation is too favorable for us. The more favorable it is, the more we need to be cautious. The enemy will surely make a move when they are at their wits' end. We need people to protect those representatives and ensure they safely arrive in Yanjing." "I understand. I am not entirely unprepared either." Mingu suddenly revealed a hint of pride. "Oh, Mingu, you've taken action?" Ling Yu was delighted, realizing that his wife was even more capable than he had imagined. A superb assistant indeed. "Yes, we have experienced Tang Ning's methods. It's easy to predict what he will do next." Mingu glanced around cautiously as she spoke, not revealing the specifics of her preparations. Ling Yu understood her implication and quickly said, "This is the property of the Nangong family, surrounded by trustworthy people. However, it is indeed not convenient to discuss matters here. Mingu, come with me." It's not that he doesn't trust the people around them, but given the gravity of the situation, some things cannot be discussed in public. Of course, he hadn't had a chance to be alone with his wife for a long time, and he really wanted to have some private time with her. But after a moment's thought, he immediately asked, "What about Wukan?" The several beauties had just come down from the plane. Zhao Wenjun, Xia Xiaodi, Liu Rushui, and of course, Lin Qingshuan. Whether it was a coincidence or someone's deliberate arrangement, Lin Qingshuan was holding Lin Wukan in her arms. "Ling Yu." Lin Qingshuan looked at Ling Yu and softly called out, "Hum?" Ling Yu trembled slightly, noticing that Lin Qingshuan's gaze seemed different from before. Xia Zhu, who was watching from the side, also noticed this. She had once had feelings for Ling Yu, so she was well aware of the meaning behind that look. This kind of gaze is only present when a woman faces a man she likes. Yes, it was an affectionate gaze that dared not be revealed, different from shyness. "Your son looks just like you." Lin Qingshuan smiled faintly. "In the future, he will definitely be a great hero just like you." This, Ling Yu seemed a bit awkward but smiled. "Thank you." Lin Qingshuan was important to him, and he had promised to take care of her for a lifetime. However, he was no longer the clueless gynecologist he used to be. He could easily sense a woman's feelings towards him. So, inevitably, he speculated that maybe Lin Qingshuan had regained her memories. "Ling Yu, I had already discussed with Qingshuan before coming here." Qin Mingu, seeing the two of them interacting like a pair of young lovers meeting for the first time, couldn't help but come over and mediate their conversation. "She will be Wukan's godmother in the future. What do you think?" Of course, that's great." Ling Yu quickly responded, realizing that private emotions could be set aside for now, as they had more pressing matters at hand. Qin Mingu continued, "I mentioned earlier, if Qingshuan." Mingu. Lin Qingshuan quickly interrupted, her cheek slightly flushed. "That was a joke. Don't take it seriously." Ling Yu was even more curious now about what the two women had discussed. "How could you not take it seriously?" Qin Mingu held her hand, smiling. "I am serious. If you can't marry, you will live with our family in the future." This, Ling Yu was stunned on the spot. The people around them were also surprised. Only Non Gongwu laughed loudly, saying, "I understand the implications, but what's so surprising about it? One can sleep with 100 women and it's still the same." Xia Zhu immediately cast a sharp glance at him and scoffed, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Casanova. Ling Yu, do you have any objections? Qin Mingu asked him while looking at him. Lin Qingshuan deeply understood the profound emotions she once had for Ling Yu, feeling that the couple owed Lin Qingshuan too much. She couldn't bear to see Ling Yu disappoint and hurt her again. Living together is fine, but with Qingshuan being such an outstanding beauty, how could she not find a husband? Let's discuss these matters later. Ling Yu was still trying to avoid the topic, as they had more urgent and crucial matters to attend to before addressing personal emotions. Qin Mingu understood and nodded. Ling Yu quickly took his son in his arms and left the tarmac with his wife, entering a room in a nearby building where Lin Qinglan, Yu Bing, and others stood guard, ensuring that their conversation would not be overheard. "Mingu, can you tell me now what preparations you've made?" Ling Yu, who understood the gravity of the situation, got straight to the point as soon as the door closed, discussing important matters and not even sparing a moment for their son. "Well, I know Xipeng's current support rate is significantly higher. If I become the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Tang Ning and his group will be utterly defeated." Qin Mingu quickly explained, "So the simplest and most effective method for him to maintain his position is to assassinate the members of the Chamber of Commerce who support us, to prevent me from taking his place." Ling Yu nodded and gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her strategy, as there were plans she had not shared with him before. "On the southern continent, I have already arranged for grandfather to gather all the Chamber of Commerce representatives and head to Yanjing in a couple of days. With the War Wolf Brigade providing security, Tang Ning won't dare to make any hasty moves." Qin Mingu continued, "As for the Chamber of Commerce representatives from the western regions, Ing is in charge of summoning them. Knowing Tang Ning's intentions, he will do everything in his power to ensure he survives and reaches Yanjing alive." "Mingu, you are brilliant." Ling Yu was excited and held his wife's hand tightly. Not only had his wife thought of methods he had not considered, but she had also taken action in advance, something he had been worried about earlier. "Well, Let's not praise me too much. Mingu still had some concerns. Even though we've made preparations, Tang Ning will undoubtedly be more ruthless than we imagine in order to maintain his position. You have to ensure that everything goes smoothly and that the Chamber of Commerce representatives from the southern continent and western regions arrive safely in Yanjing. Okay. Ling Yu nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. The current situation was very favorable for them. As long as they ensure everything went according to plan, they could bring Tang Ning down from her position in the Chamber of Commerce, then rally support for Xi Peng under the Chamber of Commerce's name, and everything would be settled. They didn't need to worry about the surface matters anymore, but they needed to be wary of the opponent's slow tactics behind the scenes. On the other side, at the airstrip, after Ling Yu and the others left, Zhao Wuji came down from the plane. Brother, why didn't you meet Ling Yu? Zhao Wenjin stayed behind, specifically waiting for his brother. No need. Zhao Wuji's lips curled up slightly with bitterness. I don't want to see things I don't want to see. Why bother troubling myself? Zhao Wenjin also felt sorry for her brother, as his words expressed the sorrow of his failed love affair. Brother had already worked hard in relationships, but still had no positive outcome. Brother, I'm sorry. Zhao Wenjin couldn't help but apologize. Zhao Wuji stopped and smiled at her. Why apologize to me out of the blue? Because if it weren't for you, the relationship between brother and King Xuan wouldn't be so bad. Zhao Wenjin explained. Zhao Wuji simply smiled opally at her. That was because I wasn't clever enough, used foolish methods, and ended up suffering the consequences of my own actions. Zhao Wenjin suddenly took his hand. Smiling, I believe that brother will improve in the future and become even more perfect. Of course. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up, a confident glint in his eyes. Brother has evolved again. Let's put aside personal matters for now. Since we're back in Yanjing, it's time to completely sever ties with the Zhao family. Zhao Wenjin responded with him, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light. The two siblings walked out, and a black Lincoln pulled up in front of them. The door opened, and Mo Shu limped out. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but push his glasses and joke. What's going on? You can afford a Lincoln now. Aren't you supposed to use your money to help fallen women? Heh. People change. Mo Shu grinned, his teeth surprisingly neat. Zhao Wuji was taken aback and then chuckled. What's going on? Haven't seen you for a while, and your teeth are fixed. Is that a fake eye too? High tech. Heh. People change, you know, Mo Shu said, but then added. Last time I went to the Zhao family, your dad paid me, so I bought a car, fixed my teeth, and even got a house in Yun City. Oh, are you planning to live in Yun City now? Zhao Wenjin asked curiously, with a hint of a smile. Ha. Why not? Mo Shu scratched his head, continuing, I have a son now. Although that woman, Zi Qian, isn't great, my moral character isn't that good either. Let me fulfill my fatherly duties as a cripple and raise Ziwei to adulthood. Well, that's a good thing, Zhao Wenjin said. After I go back, I'll give you another sum of money for you and your family to live a better life. Ha. Thank you, Miss Wenjin. Mo Shu quickly thanked her, reassuring Zhao Wuji. Don't worry, I won't use that money to help women anymore. I've done enough good deeds. Now, the last thing left is to settle the grievances of the Zhao family for you guys. It's not simple. Zhao Wuji adjusted his glasses with a smile. You suddenly talk about family warmth, and I feel embarrassed to take you to the Zhao family for an adventure. No, this is my duty. Otherwise, how could I have the heart to take Miss Wenjin's money? Mo Shu waved his hand quickly. The Zhao family shouldn't be as dangerous now, with Zhao Nushan and Baili already taken care of by Ling Yu. Zhao family has no heirs. Maybe they'll let you return. Who cares? Zhao Wuji quit and got into the Lincoln. Mo Shu pointed to his back and laughed. Miss Wenjin, you see your brother is still so proud. Zhao Wenjin just smiled. Get in the car. The last person is here. Only then did Mo Shu look over, and a sturdy and tall man rushed over. It was Lin Qinglong. Hey, this big guy is here too. Then I can relax, Mo Shu jokingly said. Zhao Wenjin added, I thought you were supposed to be watching over Mingu, not worrying about anything else. Ha. I allowed the kid Ling Yu to protect Mingu for now. I have some important matters to attend to, and I'll come back to reclaim that position. Ling Qinglong joked thick-skinnedly. Zhao Wenjin knew he was being humorous, but even Mo Shu, who was thick-skinned, couldn't stand him. Zhao Wenjin dryly retorted, You really know how to fool yourself. You're incurable with bootlicking disease. What did you say? Lin Qinglan suddenly leaned on his shoulder and asked, "Hehe, I said we should hurry up and save your dad. Otherwise, after the national elections, he might be deployed to the battlefield." Mo Shu quickly changed the subject. "Those damn Zhaos. This time I'm definitely not letting them off." Ling Qinglan immediately got angry and hopped into the car. The four of them headed to the Zhao family, to Zhao Wuji and his sister Zhao Wenjun. The Zhao mansion was a veritable hornet's nest, with hidden dangers everywhere. Even if they wanted to destroy this hornet's nest, it would be extremely difficult. Little did they know that with Ling Yu arriving in the capital and causing a stir, the once mysterious Zhao family among the four major families seemed not as inscrutable as before. After Mo Shu got off the car, he boldly led the way with Lin Qinglan, only to be immediately stopped by the Zhao family's guards at the entrance. "Who dares to trespass in the Zhao family?" A middle-aged man with a goatee rushed out upon hearing the commotion, but upon seeing the people at the gate, he immediately furrowed his brows. "Mo Shu, it's you again? It's not just me this time. Take a look at who's behind me." Mo Shu stepped aside. The steward was surprised to see the young man and woman and exclaimed, "Miss Wenjun, you're back. And who is this? Erbo, don't you recognize me? You must recognize my voice at least, right?" Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up. Seeing this demeanor and hearing the voice, Erbo, the steward, exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Wuji, it's you. You're not dead. I said I would make sure Zhao Nushan died first. Did you forget that I always do what I say?" Zhao Wuji said proudly. Yes. Erbo was still a servant. No matter how the masters of the Zhao family fought, he would still show respect to Zhao Wuji, especially now that he was sure that Zhao Nushan was dead. So he quickly tried to please him and asked, "Young Master Wuji, who do you want to see this time? I'll announce it for you. Do you even have to ask?" Zhao Wuji said directly, "Of course, I want to see Zhao Yuanzhang. Do you think I came back to see you?" "Oh, of course not, of course not." Erbo quickly smiled and said, "Young master, you're so humorous. Let me announce it for you. Please come in." With just a look from Zhao Wuji, the four entered the Zhao mansion. After years of vengeance, today was the day to settle scores. The Lord of Wuji has returned. Look, his face has changed. Why come back at this time? The Zhao family is a large family, with many masters and servants in the Zhao mansion. When Zhao Wuji and his siblings returned, naturally, there was a lot of discussion and excitement. Zhao Wuji and the others were arranged to wait in a side hall. "Damn, is he looking down on us? I'll burn down the Zhao mansion." Lin Qinglan had a fiery temper. Even Zhao Wenjun and her brother didn't say anything, but he couldn't hold back. The Lin family had always been wary of the Zhao family's attitude, and eventually, even General Lin was transferred elsewhere and his whereabouts were unknown. Lin Qinglan had a lot of resentment towards the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji allowed him to curse freely, calmly sitting down to drink tea. Since Zhao Wushan was already dead, he had only come back to sever ties with the Zhao family and had no urgency. Zhao Wenjun wanted to advise Lin Qinglan, but before she could speak, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly came from the door of the side hall. "Humph, who dares to set fire to our Zhao family? Don't they know that this is the head mansion in Yanjing City?" Mo Shu thought Lin Qinglan was being too reckless. Setting fire to the residence of the head of Yanjing City would result in a national wanted order and possible execution. Lin Qinglan was not a national hero, like Ling Yuan, had no special privileges. Lin Qinglan didn't think too much about it, and quickly looked towards the voice. In addition to a leading lady, there were many people behind her, mostly women, with older men mixed in. The most eye-catching beauty was none other than Narong Xiechi, one of the four great beauties. When she saw Zhao Wuji and his siblings, her eyes turned red, and she looked cold and wished she could kill the four of them right then and there. "Wenjun, you finally remembered to come home." The leading lady coldly spoke. "What's the point of coming home just to burn down the Zhao family?" Lin Qinglan, though hot-tempered, knew it wasn't the time to speak up. Zhao Wenjun wanted to stand up and speak, but Zhao Wuji stopped her. They were already planning to cut ties with the Zhao family, so what was the point of discussing family etiquette? "Madam, we didn't come back to find you," Zhao Wenjun said coldly. This lady was the daughter of the former head of the EC city and the original wife of Zhao Yuanzhang, Zhao Wushan's mother. Later, due to political reasons, she divorced Zhao Yuanzhang, allowing him to marry consort Mo into the Zhao family. At the time, Zhao Wenjun was still young and didn't understand why the people in the Zhao family didn't like them siblings. Though when she was 6 years old, Her mother left the Zhao family, and after her father remarried this woman, she finally understood that the female head of the Zhao mansion was not their mother. After using the Zhao family to achieve her goals, their mother ruthlessly abandoned them, leaving them behind in this hell. This lady had made Zhao Wenjin wear many invisible shoes throughout her life. What Zhao Wenjin remembered most was that when her pet dog bit her, her first reaction, upon arriving, was to check if her dog was hurt. This woman always used the excuse of teaching manners on behalf of the mother to demand strict protocol from her. When seeing her, Zhao Wenjin would instantly stand up to speak, a conditioned reflex. So now, when she saw Zhao Wenjin not standing up, the lady couldn't hide her displeasure and reprimanded her. How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you know this is the Zhao mansion? How dare you speak like this to your elders? Zhao Wuji, the protective brother, wanted to defend his sister, but this time, Zhao Wenjin signaled him to be patient, and she stood up on her own. Just as the lady was about to show satisfaction, Zhao Wenjin walked up to her, coldly asking, "So, how would you like me to speak to you? Down my head, bend my waist, or kneel down? What is this attitude?" The lady was instantly furious, pointing at her. "Have you forgotten that I raised you for your mother? Is this how you repay my kindness?" "Of course I haven't forgotten," Zhao Wenjin replied immediately. The lady was about to boast, thinking she could still control this woman as before, but Zhao Wenjin suddenly raised her hand and slapped her on the face. The whole world seemed to quiet down with a snap. Everyone present was stunned. Zhao Wenjin gradually smiled, feeling relieved. She had returned today just to give this woman a slap in the face. "How dare you hit me?" The lady was steaming with anger, covering her face with her hand and close to exploding. "There is nothing I dare not do. This slap is my way of repaying you for years of kindness," Zhao Wenjin said firmly. "Otherwise, what do you think I came back for today? You are outrageous. This is an act of great betrayal." The lady coldly ordered, "Guards, shut her up." Immediately, Zhao family's bodyguards stepped forward, but seeing Mo Shu standing in front of Zhao Wenjin, they hesitated to act recklessly. They knew that Mo Shu was once a favorite by the head of the family, and the only one who could challenge him was Xiaoyin Little Seven and the formidable Nbaile, who unfortunately was no longer around. In any case, these minor figures could bully ordinary people easily, but faced with Mo Shu, they knew better than to provoke trouble, especially when Zhao Wenjin had a fierce-looking strong man behind her. "What are you waiting for? Did I not give you an order?" The lady continued to press, but suddenly, Ling Qinglong kicked the table in front of him into pieces, laughing heartily. "Are we finally starting? Let me limber up." The group of guards were startled and backed away. Seeing the lady frustrated and helpless, Zhao Wenjin finally let out years of resentment. Hey, when it comes to family matters, you lackeys had better stay out of it, or you might end up not knowing how you die," Mo Shu warned. "So you mean all I have to do is act?" A cold and lofty voice chimed in. It was Morong Xiechi. Mo Shu trembled at the sound. This woman was not to be messed with. "Get lost, you lackey." Morong Xiechi directly reprimanded Mo Shu. Mo Shu smirked. "Miss Morong, I may not act against you, but if you dare lay a hand on Miss Wenjin, I can't ignore it." Morong Xiechi gave him a frosty glare, silencing him. Mo Shu closed his mouth and stayed silent. Ling Qinglong wouldn't recklessly lay a hand on a woman, especially on a beautiful woman like her. "Zhao Wenjin, Zhao Wuji, aren't you here to find me?" Morong Xiechi looked at Zhao Wenjin, coldly asking. The reputation of the Zhao family resonated here. Two of the four great beauties, these sister-in-laws, had a discordant relationship. Despite their disharmony, the two had rarely clashed directly before in the Zhao family, making this their first time today. So the servants around them all lowered their heads, feeling tense and eagerly anticipating the showdown between the two. "We came to find our father, but since you're here, let's talk." Zhao Wenjin was not one to back down, even though the Zhao family was always a hostile environment for her. "Sure. Let's talk then." Morong Xiechi clenched her teeth and spoke coldly. "In front of so many people from the Zhao family, let's talk about how you siblings made a deal with the devil Ling Yu to kill my husband Zhao Wuxian." "What?" The scene erupted in astonishment. Many elders from the Zhao family immediately questioned angrily. "Wenjin, is what your sister-in-law saying true? So, you caused the intrusion of Ling Yu into the Zhao family to kill Wuxian. Wuxian had no grudges with him. It turns out you were pulling strings behind the scenes. Both of you are wise individuals. Why would you use your intelligence for such fratricidal deeds?" It truly grieves and Anjay people. Zhao Wenjun pursed her lips, waiting for them to finish their accusations before preparing to speak. However, at that moment, Zhao Wuji stood up and gently took her hand, indicating that he would take over from here. Miss Moran, isn't it said, in folk wisdom, that those who are favored never fear? Zhao Wuji did not respond to anyone else and just looked at Moran Xieqi. This isn't about being favored, it's because the Zhaos understand reason. Moran Che's retort was just as sharp as the intellectual Zhao, and she even managed to feign vulnerability. Pretending to shed tears, your brother was appointed as the junior head of the family. If you envy him or feel unjust, you could come back to the Zhao family and argue your case. Why resort to fratricide? Alright, that's enough. Zhao Wuji quickly interrupted before the others behind Moran Xieqi could start clamoring endlessly. It was fine when you favored Zhao Wuxian before, but now that he's dead, can't you see the situation clearly? Don't you understand the concept of might makes right? Zhao Wuji directly threatened everyone. Before, when Zhao Wuxian used whatever means to kill the other male members of the Zhao family, I let your ignorance lie. But now, there is only me, one nail of the Zhao family left. Do you think you'll benefit standing on the side of a dead man? It had to be said, this tactic was quite effective. For those collateral members and those without power in the Zhao family, choosing the right side was their only option. Even if Zhao Wuxian had pure blood, he was already in the ground, and Zhao Wuji, despite impure blood, still had some Zhao family blood and was the family head's last choice. Unless the family head was willing to let a collateral member of the Zhao family inherit the family's legacy. But to switch sides now was akin to gambling. Seeing everyone silent, Zhao Wuji walked up to Moran Xieqi. They were almost the same height, and Zhao Wuji's cold smile was just the right touch. He said with a mocking tone, "Is playing the weak card effective in the Zhao family? If it were, my sister and I wouldn't have suffered for so many years." Moran Xieqi clenched her teeth. She and the elder lady were also angry, and the more Zhao Wuji continued, the more ruthless he became. Now you have only two choices, either kill me, or submit to me. You're dreaming. Moran Xieqi retorted disdainfully. Do you really think father would let you inherit the Zhao family? You're just evolve, and the Zhao family will never acknowledge you. You came back this time in naive hope, but all I can say to you is, walking into a trap. Is that so? Zhao Wuji suddenly lowered his head, pushing his glasses, and when he raised his head again, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes, along with a sly smile. Then you better hope that naivety isn't your downfall, otherwise your fate will be even worse than Zhao Wuxian's. Even Moran Xieqi couldn't help but shudder at his words. This man might not possess the terrifying power of Ling Yu, but he truly harbored the heart of a sinister big demon. If she fell into his hands, she didn't dare to imagine her fate. Master Wuji, the family head is ready to meet you. Please come with me. At this moment, Oral hurriedly came in to relay the message. Brother. Zhao Wenjun immediately became worried. Zhao Wuji quickly suppressed his demonic smile and put on a warm, brotherly front. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He gestured for Lin Qinglan to follow him, while Moshu stayed behind to protect Zhao Wenjun. Master, the family head only requested your presence, Oral emphasized upon seeing Lin Qinglan following Zhao Wuji, stopping in his tracks. Zhao Wuji smirked. I will go alone, but this man doesn't listen to me. He's a man of the Lin family in Yunchang, with a temper as strange as it is violent. He came from my father for other matters. Feel free to kick him out if you want to try. Earl glanced at Lin Qinglan. Lin Qinglan stared back with a fierce look that made him flinch. In the end, he sighed and complied. However, as they reached the door of a separate large room, several bodyguards blocked Lin Qinglan's way. They even had guns at their waists. Zhao Wuji quickly stopped Lin Qinglan, who was about to act. Wait for me outside. Brother Qinglan. All right. I'm not unreasonable. Lin Qinglan clapped his hands and sat down directly outside the room. After all, the grudges between the two fathers and sons needed to be settled first. Thank you. Zhao Wuji smiled casually and then entered alone. Inside, Zhao Yuanzhang was dressed formally, indicating a businesslike demeanor rather than a casual one. Seeing Zhao Wuji, Zhao Yuanzhang adjusted his clothes before sitting down and asked slowly, "Why didn't you inform me in advance about your return? I was about to leave home. I couldn't reach you." Zhao Wuji's tone was respectful, even though his inner feelings might not match. This man was the mayor of Yanjing, a powerful figure in the Dragon Country, who could easily remove many high officials with a single word. One foot stomp and the officials in Yanjing would tremble 3 times. Of course, with his power alone, he couldn't pull such strings, but his network reached far and wide across the dragon country. Despite being such a prominent figure, Zhao Wuji felt like a child only in front of this man. He had been calculating and scheming all along, not realizing that his life was already being manipulated by others. Sit down. Yes, father. Zhao Wuji took off his shoes, stepped onto the carpet, and quickly poured tea for his father. Why have you come back? Zhao Yuanzhang accepted the tea Zhao Wuji offered, and asked, to settle everything, sever all ties, and then leave the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji replied casually, indeed, this day has finally arrived. Zhao Yuanzhang wasn't surprised, showing no emotions either. Father, did you anticipate this day would come? Zhao Wuji asked. Yes, from the day you were born, I had this day in mind. Zhao Yuanzhang nodded, taking a sip of tea leisurely. Zhao Wuji, who was always mysterious in front of everyone, could only feel like a child in front of this man. He had been calculating every detail, unknowingly, that his life was already being manipulated by someone else. Father, I don't understand. Why did you choose Zhao Wuxian over me? What makes him better than me? Zhao Wuji asked this question, even though he might come across as foolish to his father. You understand, Zhao Yuanzhang did not despise him, and this time, he patiently explained to him, from the day you were born, or even before that, the choice between you and him to inherit my legacy had already been made. Is it because the marriage between my mother and you was merely a transaction? Zhao Wuji asked immediately. Zhao Yuanzhang nodded, not surprised by the intelligence of his son. Then please tell me, what was the content of your transaction? Zhao Wuji asked following the line of questioning. Zhao Yuanzhang finally looked at him, a slight smile on his lips. So, this is your main purpose for coming back today? Zhao Wuji realized he couldn't hide anything from this man and nodded frankly. It's one of the main purposes, but the main reason is to return with my sister, sever ties with the Zhao family, as we no longer belong here. And if you did belong here? Zhao Yuanzhang suddenly asked. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned, looking into the eyes of this middle-aged man. Despite his intelligence, he couldn't fathom what this man was truly thinking. Your brother is dead. The Zhao family needs someone to inherit. Even though you share my blood, compared to the other men in the Zhao family who have no blood relation to me, I would still choose you, Zhao Yuanzhang said slowly. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with determination, a hint of cunning in his smile as he responded, if I inherit the Zhao family, won't it conflict with the deal you made with my mother back then? Ha ha. Zhao Yuanzhang, the leader of Yanjing City, rarely laughed. That's one of the reasons that moved me. You are indeed much smarter than Chan Wu. Father, please tell me about the deal between you and mother back then. Zhao Wuji suddenly knelt before this prominent figure, his gaze unwavering, as if to convey that even if he were to die here today, he needed to unravel the biggest secret that determined the fate of their siblings. Get up. Zhao Yuanzhang resumed his composure and glanced at the time, seeming to be in a hurry for something. Zhao Wuji stood up. Time is short. Let me tell you the important things. Zhao Yuanzhang picked up the pace. Your mother, Moafei, is loyal to the Three Saints organization, solely working to help them seize power in the Dragon Kingdom. Marrying me was a way to place the organization's people in the Dragon Country's official circles. Zhao Wuji nodded attentively as he listened to the story. But you should know that the Zhao family and the Three Saints organization are not aligned. There are conflicts in ideologies, and the ultimate goal of the Zhao family is to ascend to the peak of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Yuanzhang's statement was crystal clear to Zhao Wuji. How many influential families are there in the Dragon Kingdom? Despite being one of the 4 major noble families in Yanjing today, the Zhao family has yet to reach the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Yuanzhang continued, his gaze turning sharp. Only when a member of the Zhao family becomes the ruler can our family truly become the leading family in the Dragon Kingdom. And our successor must have pure bloodlines. That's why even though you and Wenjin are outstanding and remarkable, you still can't surpass John Wu, Zhao Yuanzhang explained. The damn obsession with bloodlines. Zhao Wuji coldly smiled. He had long suspected this, but hearing it directly from Zhao Yuanzhang validated his assumptions. The more prominent the family, the more they value bloodlines. That's inevitable. If you can't understand even this, you don't deserve the praise of a saint. Zhao Yuanzhang's words were not contemptuous. He knew that Zhao Wuji had long been aware of the truth. Fortunately, I understand now. Zhao Wuji smirked slightly. This is one of the reasons why I must kill Zhao Qianwu. Now that he's dead, I may be accepted by you, because the Zhao family has no other choice. I might even snatch the family fortune that was originally his. You are partly right, but not entirely. Zhao Yuanzhang shook his head. Zhao Wuji's smirk faded instantly as he realized what Zhao Yuanzhang was implying. Indeed, Zhao Yuanzhang continued, to gain our approval, you must prove that you are wholeheartedly serving the Zhao family. Otherwise, this position will be passed to another member of the Zhao family who is more deserving of trust than you. How should I prove it? Zhao Wuji asked immediately. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuanzhang retrieved a fruit knife from under the table and threw it in front of Zhao Wuji, his voice flat. Stab yourself first. Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered slightly, but without a second thought, he picked up the knife and stabbed it into his thigh. Blood splattered. Both men remained unfazed. Zhao Wuji knew that any hesitation would fail this test. The Zhao family demanded unconditional obedience from its members. Yes, your intelligence allowed you to pass this small test, Zhao Yuanzhang acknowledged, aware of Zhao Wuji's thoughts. However, he knew that this test alone could not fully demonstrate Zhao Wuji's complete obedience. As a reward, I will continue. Zhao Yuanzhang glanced at the time subconsciously before proceeding. Do you know how your sister's strange illness originated? Despite facing the calm Zhao Wuji who had just stabbed himself without a flinch, Zhao Wuji subconsciously paused, shaking his head. I don't know. In truth, he knew a little, as Moshu had mentioned it after returning from Dark Knight Island. Zhao Wenjin's illness was caused by her being used as a vessel to test the Sunstone. However, Zhao Yuanzhang's version was slightly different from what he knew. It was deliberately left by your mother. Her intention was simple, to have you seek her out when you grow up. Because only she can save Wenjin. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. Then why was it never told to us? Because you didn't want us to reunite with her. Smart. Zhao Yuanzhang praised briefly before turning serious. She devoted herself to serving the Three Saints organization. Once you find her, you will also be on her side. So, the more outstanding you and Wenjin are, the less we can allow you to reunite with your mother. Remember, the candidate you support for ruler is Mo Tiu, while the Zhao family supports Zhao Nianchu. We are enemies from a positional standpoint. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji smiled slightly. Thank you. Now I understand. Everything that has happened to me and Wenjin was predestined. But what? Zhao Yuanzhang inquired. Suddenly, the usually serene Zhao Wuji drew out his knife forcefully, pointing it at him. Enraged. But why were we never given a chance to choose like Zhao Qianwu? Zhao Yuanzhang faced his outburst calmly. After Zhao Wuji calmed down, he spoke slowly. It was your mother who made the choice for you. He continued. From the moment she left this strange sickness for Wenjin, she had already decided for you. When you grow up and seek her out, she will use Wenjin's life to coerce you to help her. If you refuse, it's a dead end for you. She is a ruthless woman who is capable of such things. Believe me. Zhao Wuji listened, gripping the knife handle tightly, before closing his eyes and letting go of the knife. Do you want to cry? Zhao Yuanzhang asked calmly. I do, but I won't. Zhao Wuji forced himself to remain calm. Although the fault doesn't lie with us, I apologize to you and your sister. I have indeed treated you unfairly as a father. This statement truly touched Zhao Wuji. In his eyes, his father had always been a towering figure with a cold and ruthless demeanor. Yet here he was apologizing. As a form of restitution, I will give you a chance. If you fail to seize it, you can't blame me. Zhao Yuanzhang continued, his expression no longer stoic, imbued with a hint of emotion. What chance? Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened with expectation. To prove your loyalty to the Zhao family, maybe even a chance to become the ruler. Standing at the pinnacle of the Zhao family and the Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Yuanzhang declared resolutely. Outside the room, Ling Qinglong was waiting in the courtyard, kicking a small stone idly. The stone rolled and ended up by a pair of beautiful legs. Following the legs up, Ling Qinglong then noticed Zhao Wenjin and Moshu had also arrived here. What's going on? Is our brother still inside? Zhao Wenjin asked. Yet. Ling Qinglong complained. Why are they talking for so long? If I had known, I would have gone in first. Zhao Wenjin also felt it was strange. She was well aware of her father's schedule and his straightforward way of doing things. Their visit this time was merely coincidental, not expecting to see their father, let alone him talking to their brother for so long. Wasn't their brother here to sever ties with their father? Why is it so quiet? Is something wrong with their brother? At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally came back to his senses from Zhao Yuanzhang's words. He sneered, "Father, I think you've got it wrong. The purpose of my sister and my visit today is just two things. Firstly, to clarify the situation with mother and the Zhao family, and secondly, to completely cut ties with the Zhao family. In the future, we go our separate ways." Zhao Yuanzhang didn't respond to his words, nor did he show any signs of anger. Zhao Wuji continued, "The Zhao family will never trust me. Just now, I only hoped you would tell me the truth. Thank you for telling me everything. As for being the successor of the Zhao family, or even the leader of the country, it is not suitable for me." He wasn't devoid of ambition, he just didn't want to live burdened. Knowing that neither the upper nor lower ranks of the Zhao family welcomed him, being wary of him at every turn, he no longer harbored any illusions of inheriting the Zhao family's legacy. "Your answer truly surprises me." Zhao Yuanzhang remained indifferent, like a bottomless ancient well, where one could never fathom what lay at its depths. "Are you worried that other members of the Zhao family won't accept you?" His father pinpointing his innermost thoughts made Zhao Wuji somewhat emotional. "You really don't need to worry about that." Zhao Yuanzhang walked up to him and said, "As long as I acknowledge you, all other members of the Zhao family must acknowledge you too. And right now, you have the chance to become the youngest leader in the history of Long Kingdom. If you miss it, won't you regret it for a lifetime?" Zhao Wuji fell silent. He wasn't entirely devoid of ambition, but his ambitions had always been overshadowed by emotions. With his sister now safe and his emotions in turmoil, he indeed needed other interesting things to fulfill his spiritual needs. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Father, how can I become the leader of the country?" "It takes time." Zhao Yuanzhang glanced at him and told him straightforwardly, "At present, you need to help your eldest aunt, Zhao Nianchu, ascend to the position of leader. If you manage that, the entire powerful force of the Zhao family will accept you, making you the successor of the Zhao family. In the future, your eldest aunt will gradually transfer power into your hands." Zhao Wuji trembled slightly. This sounded flawless to him. He then asked, "Father, how can I help my eldest aunt?" Zhao Yuanzhang looked into his eyes with a hint of profound meaning and said, "You finally seem interested." "Yes." Zhao Wuji also revealed a hint of interest. Which nobleman doesn't want to become a leader of a country, establish an everlasting legacy, and be remembered for generations to come? Good. Truly worthy of being the child of your father and mother. Indeed aspiring high. Zhao Yuanzhang praised him, a rare occurrence, and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Wuji shivered all over, his eyes widened, unable to speak for a while. "What's wrong? Haven't you won against him once? Are you not confident in winning against him again?" Zhao Yuanzhang taunted intentionally. "It's not that. It's just..." Zhao Wuji's smile became somewhat complicated, even hesitant to speak, failing to utter a complete sentence. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, you won't have another chance in your lifetime." Zhao Yuanzhang patted his shoulder unexpectedly, saying, 10 million people of Long Kingdom will forever remember this new year. I hope my son will become the protagonist in this rare event." Zhao Wuji still bore a complex expression and didn't respond. "Now that Wu Qie is dead, it's up to you to decide whether to return to the Zhao family or sever ties with them. It will depend on what you do next." Zhao Yuanzhang took a deep breath. "I won't deceive you. You have always been my most promising son, and I hope you can achieve great things for the Zhao family. Father, I take my leave. Wenjin is probably still waiting for me at the door." Zhao Wuji didn't respond to his father's words, and instead said, "Oh, there are men from the Yun City Lin family outside looking for you. You can't refuse to meet them." Zhao Yuanzhang just smiled faintly. He didn't need an immediate answer from Zhao Wuji. He just wanted to see if his son would act according to his words. Soon after, Zhao Wuji pushed the door open and walked out. "Brother, how did it go?" Zhao Wenjin hurried over. Zhao Wuji didn't answer her, and instead turned to Lin Qinglong, saying, "It's your turn." Lin Qinglong didn't hesitate. He barged into the room, disregarding the fact that it was the Prime Minister of Yancheng in front of him, and directly shouted, "Zhao, where have you taken my father? General Lin, why have we completely lost track of him? How dare you be disrespectful?" Erbo was frightened and quickly brought in the bodyguards. Although they hadn't faced off against Lin Qinglong before, they could sense his formidable aura. "Don't act recklessly." Zhao Yuanzhang called off Erbo and the guards. He even had them close the door, facing Lin Qinglong alone, still calm and composed. "So, You are General Lin's son. I've heard of you. A military background, straightforward, or rare talent. Don't sugarcoat it. I'm not naive. Just tell me already. Ling Qinglong maintained his fierce demeanor but lowered his fists. Your father is engaged in a significant task. I assure you he is safe now, but I can't disclose his whereabouts to you. Zhao Yuanzhang spoke seriously. Your father is a remarkable figure, and if this matter succeeds, he may go down in history as a great man. Stop spouting nonsense. Ling Qinglong was still stubborn. My father left Yun City with all his men, disappearing without a trace. Surely, your Zhao family is plotting something significant, and you talk about him going down in history. I'm afraid he'll become a national criminal. Zhao Yuanzhang hadn't expected this bulky man to be quite rational, typical of someone honest and unambitious. Unfazed by Ling Qinglong's temperament, he smiled lightly. If you want to see him, I can promise you that, but you have to pledge allegiance to the Zhao family. I will provide you with the highest treatment. Impossible. Ling Qinglong refused on the spot. I'm currently a commander of the Warwolf unit and the greatest Saint Guardian. Who would sell their soul to your Zhao family? Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Wolf Warrior Battalion. Zhao Yuanzhang heard these four words and smirked disdainfully. Indeed, this was the strongest and most glorious unit of the Dragon Kingdom after Zhang Ping took power. But now that Zhang Ping is dead, this unit will soon be buried in the dust of history. Only the forces loyal to the new national leader will forge a new glory. What are you trying to say to me? Annoying. Ling Qinglong directly scolded. I am not Zhao Wuji. Don't talk to me about those empty words. Tell me where my father is. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. It seems you are not on my side. Zhao Yuanzhang glanced at the time subconsciously and said directly, then we have nothing more to say. With that, he turned to leave through another door. Hey, don't think about leaving. Ling Qinglong rushed over and threw a punch directly. This simple-minded creature of Lin didn't care about the status of the man in front of him, or the consequences of his punch. Anyway, he had warned the other party, and if he still had that attitude, was he looking for trouble? However, Zhao Yuanzhang, a polite middle-aged man, unexpectedly caught his fist. What's going on? Ling Qinglong was shocked. Although he didn't use his full strength in the punch, the power wasn't to be underestimated. Yet, the other party casually caught it. Who would have thought that Zhao Wuji was so weak, and his father turned out to be a master? Damn, Zhao Wuji is really a disappointment. Ling Qinglong couldn't help but sigh, then asked, why does your internal strength feel so similar to mine? Zhao Yuanzhang shook off his fist, sneered, no comment. I'm in a hurry now and don't have time to spar with you. You don't need to ask about your father, he will appear in front of you soon. This all-rounder of Yanjing City knew that without saying something useful, Ling Qinglong, this clueless youngster, wouldn't let him go. Indeed, after saying this, Ling Qinglong did not make a move, just watched him leave with wide eyes, then spat out, damn. It turns out that the Dragon Kingdom has hidden so many masters. After he walked out, he found Zhao Wenjin bandaging Zhao Wuji's wound. Zhao Wuji, what happened to you? Ling Qinglong curiously asked, is this wound from your father? Zhao Wenjin had just asked her brother the same question, but he had not answered. Now she looked at him. Zhao Wuji still didn't answer, just smiled casually. Let's go. But once the four turned around, they found Madame and Marong Xieqi, with a group of Zhao family bodyguards surrounding them. The astute Zhao siblings noticed that all the Zhao family masters were present, except for Shaoqi, and Bai Lai was hammered to death by Ling Yu. But where did Shaoqi go? Zhao Wuji, you colluded with Ling Yu to kill my husband and now you're falling into our trap. Don't even think about leaving the Zhao family. Marong Xieqi ordered. Come on. Kill Zhao Wuji and his sister in the Zhao family. Heh. Finally the exciting part is here. Ling Qinglong immediately prepared for a fight. Not getting the answer about his father's whereabouts, he at least wanted to enjoy a fight. However, Zhao Wenjin was a bit nervous. She and her brother had no martial arts skills, especially since her brother was injured. It might be difficult for them to leave the Zhao family unscathed. Stop. In this tense moment, someone hurriedly approached and stopped them. The family head has ordered that no one is allowed to trouble young Master Wuji. From now on, treat him sincerely as part of the Zhao family. What? Although this statement was simple, it implied a lot. Marong Xieqi and Madame's faces were extremely ugly. Were their husband and son really dead? Zhao Wenjun looked confused. Smart as she was, she could sense that her brother had reached some agreement with their father. Wenjun, let's go. Zhao Wuji's expression was serious as he leaned on his sister's shoulder, limping away from the Zhao family. Morong Xiechi bit her lip. Looking at the siblings leaving, her gaze was extremely complicated. On the other hand, Zhao Yuanzhang got into a car at another entrance of the Zhao family mansion. Without any attendants, only the driver Xiaoqi, he left very low-key. Soon, he arrived at the National Financial Building in Yanjing. It was after office hours, but the chief financial officer, Zhao Nianchu, was still working there. Wearing thick reading glasses, he looked like a diligent and responsible public servant. At this moment, the landline rang. Yuanzhang, you're here. Q, we can set off now. Okay. After a few words, Zhao Nianchu went downstairs and slowly got into his car. Although they were siblings, they looked more like a mother and son. Let's go. I'll accompany you to visit your little brother, Zhao Nianchu said with a smile. A very kind smile, giving a motherly feeling. Does Ziming know? Zhao Yuanzhang asked. I didn't tell him, and he doesn't need to know, Zhao Nianchu said slowly. Ning agreed. He will manage the business of the Dragon Kingdom for me after I become the national leader, and the Zhao family will help me maintain political stability. We will cooperate, and together we will create our era. Zhao Yuanzhang nodded. Great vision. But won't he worrying that power will all fall to our Zhao family in the future? Ning's view is not that narrow. He doesn't have the traditional father-son inheritance concept, and he doesn't have a son either. Zhao Nianchu said. He's well aware that in this era, collaboration is needed. It's difficult for a single force to achieve great things. Zhao Yuanzhang nodded. Zhao Nianchu continued. Our current opponent is Xi Peng. Mo Tiu also has a connection with us as relatives. We need to bring them together and discuss strategies. Zhao Yuanzhang nodded again. The two siblings' car soon arrived at a secretive building in the 7th district. Obviously, this was a secret meeting. There were bodyguards inside and outside the building. Although their numbers were not large, their eyes had a sharpness that indicated they were extraordinary professionals. After the Zhao siblings got out of the car, a man in a suit with a maid came over to greet them. Oh, General Zhao and City Chief of Yanjing. Please come in. The group gave them grand treatment and ushered them inside. The courtyard of the building was filled with cherry blossom trees. The siblings were led into a large room decorated in the style of Dejo country. Inside, two men were tasting tea. Although the two men were brothers, their temperament and looks were quite different, and those who didn't know wouldn't guess their relationship. Is Elder Zhao also here? Yuanzhang's big uncle? Zhao Nianchu smiled first. This woman had to be responsible for creating a good atmosphere. After all, the relationship between their families was not that great. General Zhao, I invited my big brother here, as it has been a long time since we all gathered together. Mo Tiu, wearing thick glasses, smiled somewhat simply. After all, he was the Minister of Agriculture and dealt with farmers a lot, giving him a bit of rustic quality. Big brother. Although Zhao Yuanzhang was somewhat awkward, he still shouted to Mo Yin, who was sitting on the ground drinking tea. Mo Yin gave him a glance, full of unfamiliarity. Showing no response but stiffly said, I am not your big uncle anymore. I am now a person of Dejo country. In front of anyone else, the aloof and mysterious Zhao Yuanzhao may appear superior, but in the presence of this fierce martial arts master, he still seems somewhat vulnerable. Setting aside the martial arts master title and his soaring reputation and popularity, he is still his elder cousin, a status that is destined to overshadow him. Hehe. No matter what nationality Mr. Mo Yin is, he is still Zhao Yuanzhao's elder cousin. Zhao Nianchu, the treasurer, who values harmony the most, immediately chuckled. If people who didn't know their identities saw them, they might think it was just an ordinary exchange of pleasantries and social niceties. No. Mo Yin is not a part of the officialdom. He is not as smooth-talking as the other three, and even comes off a bit curtly. It has been many years since then. Mo Fei divorced him long ago, but Mo Fei's children are still part of my Zhao family. Zhao Yuanzhao also began to speak. I plan to have Mo Fei's son inherit the Zhao family. Even if Mo Fei and I are not husband and wife, he will always be the biological son of your younger sister. Mo Yin fell silent. He remains unmarried to this day, a solitary figure, and Mo Fei is his younger sister, closest in age to him. They grew up together and share the strongest bond among siblings. Her son is an important family member to him no matter what. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhao Nianchu also straightforwardly said, Mr. Mo Yin, although we are all candidates for national leadership coming from different factions, we now have a common opponent and also a family relationship, providing a solid foundation for cooperation. Mo Yin simply smiled innocently. Chief Treasurer Zhao, just tell me what you need. I never thought about being elected as national leader. I am just here to accompany you all. His current support rate is indeed the lowest among the three. To others, his carefree smile might give the impression that he lacks ambition. However, the Zhao siblings understand very well that he has been propped up as a political facade by the triumvirate organization for 30 years, and how could he not have designs on the position of national leaders so close at hand? This kind of smile represents the highest level of guile, playing dumb to catch a tiger. If it weren't necessary, the Zhao siblings wouldn't even consider working with such a person. There are no orders per se. I just hope Mr. Mo, as Chief of Agriculture, can cooperate. Zhao Nianchu also maintained an absolute level of humility. On New Year's Day, there will be an event for the national leader to pray for the prosperity of the country at the Purple Gold Temple on Changwon Mountain. At that time, Xiping will represent Jinping to lead the country's officials to the temple for the ceremony. For such a major event, Changwon Mountain will naturally be under strict control, and access to the mountain will be restricted. But since both of us are national candidates, we can bring our security teams up the mountain. Mo Yin nodded his head. He already knew the motive behind Zhao Nianchu's invitation for this meeting and humbly responded, I understand. So, I invited Big Brother to come here. With his help, we will surely achieve more with less effort. Although neither of them explicitly stated what they planned to do, they both understood each other implicitly. No matter how high Xiping's support rate is, if he ends up like Jinping, what good would that be? Zhao Nianchu didn't expect the conversation to go so smoothly. After a brief astonishment, she smiled then continued, well, the country cannot continue to fall into the hands of the conservative faction. No matter who becomes the national leader, it will be good for the prosperity of the country. I think the same. Mo Yin continued to innocently smile, but I'm just a farmer. I think Chief Treasurer Zhao would be much better suited for the role. When you are in charge, the country will flourish and the people will prosper. Chief of Agriculture Mo, you jest. Zhao Nianchu was well aware of this kind of honeyed words and veiled threats. After all, she was an expert at playing this game. The more Mo Yin acted unambitious, the more dangerous it was for her. After all, it's easy to dodge a visible attack, but hard to guard against a hidden blow. She was afraid that if Xiping met an untimely demise, she would be left without a plan. So, she still had to flex her muscles a bit to prevent him from making any rash moves. At that time, the Moran and Tang families, as well as other forces, will also go to Changwon Mountain. They will seek revenge. And since they are both related to the Zhao family, they will certainly stand by our side. The implication was that they will have many people and abilities on their side by then, so they better not act rashly. Of course, a warning alone wouldn't suffice. There also needed to be some enticements. So, Zhao Nianchu continued with a smile. Mr. Mo, we are all one big family. How about we make a pact now that regardless of who takes office, the next term will be taken up by someone else, and rotating the management of the country will surely be more beneficial for the nation. Ha. That makes sense. Mo Yin continued with his same demeanor, but my lack of experience in governing might mean that Chief Treasurer Zhao would be far better suited. With you in power, the country will be wealthy and the people will be secure. Zhao Nianchu and Mo Yin exchanged humble words and political flattery. Mo Yin was very averse to this kind of interaction, so he stood up directly. These matters don't concern me. I'm just here to crush all the martial artists of Longwo under my feet and to kill the people who wronged me years ago. I will take my leave. The three quickly stood up and respectfully saw the martial arts master off. The success of their plan largely depended on whether this undefeated and fierce martial arts master would deliver. On the other side, Lin Qinglong followed the Zhao siblings out of the Zhao house. In the car, Zhao Wenjin didn't press her brother further on what agreement he reached with their father, but rather asked where Ling Qinglong and his sister planned to stay in Yanjing and even invited them to stay their mansion. Ha. I'll pass. Ling Qinglong laughed and said, I'm a Wolf warrior commander now and the newly appointed Saint Guardian. Wherever Mingu goes, I go. Zhao Wuji, Mo Chu. They felt like Lin Qinglong's words were radiating glory. The ultimate level of being a lapdog. Alright. Zhao Wenjin didn't insist. Ask Qin Xuan and let her know we will always welcome her. Hey. Okay. Lin Qinglong continued to smile. I'll just symbolically ask. She won't stay with this kid Zhao Wuji anyway. Zhao Wuji felt his heart being stabbed once again, much more painfully than he could ever do himself. Goodbye. Zhao Wenjin didn't say much to him, as they had many other things to attend to now. Lin Qinglong hurried back to find Qin Mingu. Upon entering the building, he encountered his impatient sister and Liu Rashui waiting for him. Brother, did you find out about Dad's whereabouts? Somewhat. Lin Qinglong nodded, then shook his head. No, not really. So, did you or didn't you? Liu Rashui was equally anxious, stomping her foot. Sweat, that Yuan Zhao only told me that Dad is still alive and will be back soon. That's all I got. Lin Qinglong said in one breath. Back soon? At that moment, Ling Yu's voice came from behind. He and Qin Mingu had also come out to listen to this conversation, feeling that things might not be ideal. Clever Qin Mingu went straight to the point. If he wasn't lying to you, perhaps your father is involved in something related to the national selection. Really? Lin Qinglong was surprised, his mouth hanging open, but as he thought about it, he realized something. How can that be? It's because you don't understand your old man. Liu Rashui couldn't help but speak up. Your old man's stature is something you've never been able to grasp. That's why he's always so reserved at home, because he can't share what's on his mind with you guys. And, do you know something? Lin Qingxuan couldn't help asking. Everyone's eyes turned to Liu Rashui, clearly very curious. Especially Ling Yu and Qin Mingu, both seemed eager to understand. Well, in this situation, I can't help but speak up now. Liu Rashui sighed. She divulged everything she knew. General was, about 3 years ago, he was already planning something big. Though he didn't explicitly tell me at that time, I would often overhear his phone calls at night. It seemed to revolve around the national elections. Hearing this, everyone's interest heightened even more. Lin Qinglong and Lin Qingxuan couldn't help but exchange surprised glances, realizing they, as the children of Lin Qinglong, were oblivious to the fact that their father was plotting something so significant. In this atmosphere, Liu Rashui became more animated as she continued, recalling the past events. The general has always been a hardliner. At that time, he always said that the current leaders are too weak, letting foreign powers have the upper hand. He also mentioned that in this year's elections, we must ensure that a hardliner comes into power to reclaim our territory. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu and Qin Mingu exchanged glances. Does this mean Zhao Nianchu is also a hardliner? If she comes into power, will she initiate a war with foreign countries? Liu Rashui continued. He was planning 3 years ago, saying that this election must not encounter any mishaps. If it seemed like the election would fail, he wouldn't hesitate to resort to a coup to ensure its success. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Did he really say that? Ling Yu asked sternly. This matter concerned the stability of the nation and the safety of the people of Longuo. It was no laughing matter. Well, although he didn't say it himself, I overheard someone on the phone mentioning it. So, this year's election may witness an unforeseen coup, Liu Rashui stated gravely. Everyone exchanged glances. Upon hearing such news, Ling Yu had to discuss it with the old leader. Otherwise, if they were caught off guard and Yanjing was directly occupied, it would be irreversible. Qinglong, Ling Yu suddenly called out seriously. Yes. Lin Qinglong saw his expression and couldn't help but salute. It seemed like he was being given an important task. Sure enough, Ling Yu immediately instructed, to ensure the stability of the election, you must lead your team to protect the representatives from the western regions coming to Yanjing, without any mishaps. What? Me again? Lin Qinglong seemed reluctant to accept this mission. After all, he had just arrived in Yanjing that day. Please, I beg of you. Ling Yu walked over, patting his shoulder. We are at a critical moment. Both sides have suffered losses. You are one of the most trusted persons for me and Mingu, so sending you is the best choice. Both Liu Rashui and Lin Qingxuan chuckled inwardly. It seemed like Ling Yu also knew how to handle Lin Qinglong. I can go, but should Mingu come with me? Lin Qinglong immediately asked. I am the newly appointed Holy Guardian. I cannot leave Mingu behind. Everyone present considered Lin Qinglong foolish. Qin Mingu had finally come to Yanjing to reunite with Ling Yu's family. Would she go to the western regions with you? Moreover, she, is the candidate for the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce. Coming to Yanjing and then going back to the west and returning would only give Tang Ning an opportunity, wouldn't it? King Lan, you are important. Mingu didn't directly answer him, but first stabilized his emotions. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinglan instinctively straightened up. Both Ling Yu and I believe that you can safely bring the Western region's representatives to Yanjing, which is crucial for our overall strategy. Mingu continued, I will stay in Yanjing to handle the affairs of Chiagang Group, meet with representatives from various business chambers, and start preparing for the election. This is also an important part of the big strategy, so I can't go with you. Well, though disappointed, Lin Qinglan wasn't foolish and could only sigh. All right, after finishing the task, I will protect you every step of the way. Okay. Go then. Mingu sent him off. Lin Qingshuan felt that her brother was braver than her. Clearly, Mingu had married Ling Yu and even had children. Yet he showed no restraint in expressing his love for her and was willing to protect her for a lifetime. If it were her, she wouldn't have the courage and ability to do the same. Mingu, you should go back and rest first. I have other important matters to attend to. Ling Yu was still considerate. It was late at night, and he could forgo sleep, but his wife had to take care of the child and sleep. All right, remember to rest too. Your health is important. Mingu had also become more gentle and wise than before. Even though she knew Ling Yu worked almost round the clock every day, she still fulfilled her duty as a wife to remind him. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingshuan didn't know how to feel, so she pretended not to see it and silently left the scene. Okay, I understand. Ling Yu couldn't dwell on emotions attached to his family. He promptly left the scene. He needed to contact the old leader immediately, utilize the information network in the Northern Territory to investigate the changes in the Longguo military bases and prevent any mutiny before the national elections. In addition, he had many wounded soldiers to care for. Yizi and Lu Wudao were particularly critical. After instructing Bing and Due to communicate and quickly connect with the old leader, Ling Yu went to check on Yizi. Really? Qian died in battle. Upon hearing the information brought by Yizi, Ling Yu was also deeply saddened. When she offered to send out the fourth whip to defeat him, he never imagined this was how she'd make her move. Qian's fourth whip truly defeated him. She fought against a super high-level opponents to save his son, and even if he wanted to repay the favor, he would never have the opportunity in this lifetime. Therefore, Ling Yu felt deeply regretful towards this opponent. Boss, she died fighting against Mo Yin. As long as you defeat him in her place, it will be considered repaying her favor. Yizi was the one who understood Ling Yu the most. He presented a solution when the boss felt remorseful. Ling Yu nodded, but still had a somber expression. Mo Yin was an opponent of the old drunkard, and he had to consider his master's feelings. He would have to see how things play out later. Despite Yi Zhao's serious injuries, his life was not in danger, so after checking on him, Ling Yu went to see Lu Wudao. When Mingu and the others came to Yanjing, they specifically brought him along, knowing that perhaps only Ling Yu could save him. General, you finally arrive. In the room where Lu Wudao was located, Liana saw Ling Yu and couldn't hide her excitement. How is Lu Wudao now? Ling Yu's expression was somewhat solemn as he asked her. In fact, with his medical skills and insight, he could easily see through Lu Wudao's physical condition at a glance. But the mental aspect was not as easily discernible. Besides, he also wanted to chat with Liana, sensing that this woman's subordinate seemed to have a lot on her mind. General, in order to save Lady Saintess, our leader sacrificed himself to protect us and lead us out of the 5 poison sects headquarters. He forcibly opened the door of life and death, and with severe injuries, he may have already passed away. Liana said through gritted teeth, tears welling up despite being a woman who emerged from slaughter. Ling Yu nodded, his expression also filled with sadness, as he sat down to examine Lu Wudao's condition and asked, how are the other brothers of the demon clan faring? He knew very well that although members of the demon clan had previously been hot-tempered and carried a malevolent aura, they were all individuals of great loyalty. In the current situation like Lu Wudao's, it was unlikely that only Liana stood by his side. They've all died in battle. Liana's tears flow even more fiercely, her eyes red and swollen, but she didn't sob at all, only clenching her fists tightly. Is that so? Ling Yu sighed with helplessness. Yes, Liana nodded. Dead Yang sacrificed himself to cover everyone's retreat, engaging in a fierce battle with the Toad King. Yin Hunli Gui also led the charge in the group battle and eventually died from poison. Ling Yu also nodded, sighing. He never expected that members of the demon clan would stake their lives for their mission. They will always be my brothers, and also the glorious members of the Werewolf Brigade. Everyone will remember them. Ling Yu comforted Liana. Thank you, General. Liana smiled through tears and said slowly, they probably never thought they would die for others or be so remembered after death. It's a fitting end. Liana couldn't help but sob. I don't want our leader to die. He is a true hero. If possible, I wish the one who dies could be me, not him. Ling Yu sighed, stood up, and gently patted her shoulder, urging her not to dwell on it. I'm sorry, General, I'm too weak. Liana quickly wiped away her tears. Since entering the Dark Night Island, so many years had passed, and she had only opened her heart to the members of the Demon Clan. Now that her Demon Clan companions were all gone, she didn't know who to confide in about her suppressed feelings. Ling Yu was well aware of this, so he took the initiative to chat with her, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions. At this moment, he comforted Liana, saying, shedding tears doesn't necessarily equate to weakness. It's just that you have a sense of duty and loyalty. Cry out loud if you want to. Liana recalled scenes of her comrades dying in front of her and finally cried out. After a while, Ling Yu finally told her, Big Brother Wu Dao might not be dead, after all. Liana looked up, a glimmer of hope in her tearful eyes. She still had a glimmer of hope because Big Brother Wu Dao's heart still had a faint pulse, even though he had stopped breathing. His body hasn't truly died yet. His spirit has entered a state of deep sleep, without even breathing. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation, and it's difficult to explain using modern medicine. Ling Yu analyzed. Although I don't know what's going on, for an ordinary person in this state, if they stop breathing for 6 minutes, their brain cells would gradually die. But Big Brother Wu Dao isn't like that. His brain cells are still active, as if his spirit has traveled to another world. Liana listened in confusion, but she understood the main point, which was that there might still be a chance to save Big Brother Wu Dao. General, please, you must find a way to revive Big Brother Wu Dao. Liana suddenly knelt down, pleading with Ling Yu. Don't do this. Get up quickly. Ling Yu quickly helped her up, saying solemnly, even if you didn't ask, I would still do everything I can to save Big Brother Wu Dao. You have already helped treat his physical injuries. Now, we need to awaken his spirit to activate his life force. Liana still didn't fully understand, but the more Ling Yu spoke, the more hopeful she felt. At least he knew the path to treatment, and it was up to him to achieve it. You may need to take care of Big Brother Wu Dao for a while. Ling Yu continued, I once met a very skilled master who excelled in spiritual matters. If I meet her again, I will definitely ask for her help to awaken Big Brother Wu Dao. All right, no problem, Liana said with anticipation. As long as you say Big Brother Wu Dao isn't dead, I'm willing to take care of him for a lifetime. Ling Yu nodded and stayed overnight to administer acupuncture and massage therapy to Wu Dao, doing his utmost to keep his body alive. On the other side, Lin Qinglong flew back to the western region the next day. As soon as he got off the plane, he heard an excited shout, Brother Qinglong. Turning around, he saw a girl running towards him with a heavy burden on her chest. Oh, it's you. Ling Qinglong frowned. He wasn't a celebrity, so he didn't expect someone to come specifically to pick him up. I'm alive. Kui Shuxin smiled. Now you can't say I'm weak, right? I also helped in the war. To be honest, Lin Qinglong didn't know how she helped, as they went separate ways at the time, but he remembered her sister sacrificing herself to protect Liana and Yan Yan, and trusting them to take care of her sister. So seeing this girl now, Lin Qinglong didn't dismiss her as before. However, he still wanted to know, then why are you looking for me now? I know your mission. Kui Shuxin said proudly, you're here to contact and protect the Western region's representative Tianjing, right? How did you know? Lin Qinglong frowned. This was the task Ling Yu had given him a day before in Yanjing. Was this girl clairvoyant? Hehe. Because I joined the Werewolf Brigade, and now I'm a member of the medical team. Kui Shuxin said proudly. Lin Qinglong was still puzzled, as a member of the medical team wouldn't know about such matters, but he still asked, who let you join the Werewolf Brigade? Of course, it was Sister Due. Kui Shuxin, who had developed well, pridefully puffed out her chest, almost pressing against Lin Qinglong. I made great contributions in eradicating the 5 poison sect. Not only did I help find the antidote, but I also personally helped many soldiers detoxify. She felt I had the potential to be a medical soldier, so she recruited me and took me as her apprentice, saying she would groom me well. Ling Qinglan's mouth twitched with each word she said, and quickly said, "If you want to join, it's up to you, but don't hinder my mission. Go cool off elsewhere." With that, he strode off hastily, seeming like he was fleeing. Dig brother Qinglan, Kui Shuxin looked at the back of Lin Qinglan with a somewhat desolate expression. She didn't understand why Lin Qinglan resisted her so much. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Does my figure not measure up? Kui Shuxin sighed silently. She had heard that men like beautiful women, the more attractive the better. Perhaps she needed to change her style to catch Qinglan's attention. As for Ling Qinglan, he quickly led the team to Ing's residence but found it not as lively as he had imagined. Where are the people? Ling Qinglan's temper flared, directly questioning Ing. Didn't Mingu ask you to be in charge of gathering the representatives of the Western business associations? Where is everyone? General Qinglan, calm down. Let me explain. Ing quickly gestured for him to relax. HMPH. Go ahead then. Lin Qinglan warned. I don't have Mingu's patience. Since you could betray Tang Ning, I'm worried you might betray Mingu as well. In Yan, sent by Ling Yu to assist Lin Qinglan, couldn't help but smile. Despite helping their side, in the end, Ing had been betraying secretly several times along the way. Who knew if he was reliable now? Ing grimaced. General Qinglan, do you think I'm a fool? Now that Tang Ning knows I betrayed him, he will definitely try to eliminate me. I can only hold on to President Qin's thigh tightly to survive. You dare to cling on to Mingu's fight. Ling Qinglan even grabbed him. Ing was terrified. Fortunately, his sister-in-law Ma Yun was behind him, and quickly explained, General Qinglan, don't misunderstand my brother-in-law. He didn't mean that. How dare he cling on to President Qin, even if he dares or not. I just wanted to scare him. Ling Qinglan finally laughed, pushed him away, and reverted back to his stern face. Enough nonsense. Gather the representatives of the Western business associations. I will ensure safe passage for you to Yanjing for voting. We will definitely vote for President Qin, but we are afraid of not making it alive to Yanjing. Ing quickly got to the point. I notified the Western business representatives to come wasn't easy. I feared they might get killed on the way. And how's that possible? Lin Qinglan demanded. It has two meanings. Ing promptly responded, I have been waiting for President Qin to send people to protect us. With you escorting us to Yanjing, we can rest assured that when the other representatives come together here, there's no one to protect them, and they need protection. Lin Qinglan was puzzled. General Qinglan, you do not know. Ing continued to explain, although the Phi poison sect has been eradicated, Tang Ning has nurtured many underlings for years. While they may not be enough to deal with you guys, they are more than capable of attacking and assassinating some business representatives. Even if Tang Ning's lackeys are not enough, he can still hire assassins with money. You are familiar with the terrain of the Western region. If the delegates are ambushed and killed on their way here, it wouldn't be a surprise. What should we do then? Do I need to send people to protect each representative? Lin Qinglan was a bit unhappy. General Qinglan, it's up to you. Ing said, you need to personally lead people to escort each representative from every city. We have 4 days left until the election, so there's still time. Damn, do I have to do all the hard work? Ling Qinglan got angry, punching and breaking one of the pillars outside Ing's mansion. Ing trembled, but dared to ask, General Qinglan, what do you think? What can I think? I'm not Zhao Wuji with numerous ideas. If you say there's time, then let's do it quickly. Lin Qinglan shouted. Okay. Ing feared Lin Qinglan and nodded, shaking. Although Lin Qinglan had a hot temper, he was efficient. He immediately set out with Ing. By the end of the day, they had already received several representatives, and everything was calm. In Yanjing, Ling Yu and Qin Mingu knew about the situation in the Western region. They were not happy that it was so quiet. Mingu, what are you thinking? Ling Yu knew Mingu was worried about something, probably sharing his concern. I'm worried Tang Ning is up to something. Qin Mingu analyzed. After counting the votes, I may have a slight advantage with the unified support from the West. Tang Ning doesn't need to eliminate many people, just a few to win. So you are concerned about the calm in the West and a storm brewing in the South? Yes, especially with my grandfather leading the team in the South. I worry he might face risks. Don't worry. I have sent Yubing to receive and protect them. Besides, Due is in the south. Your grandfather will be fine. He has experienced much more than us and is more cunning. We shouldn't worry. Qin Mingu nodded, finally smiling. The next morning, Qin Mingu received a call from Qin Changong, saying they were heading to Beijing. Grandfather, why the early departure from the plan? Ha ha. Aren't you worried about Tang Ning causing trouble? So, we spread the news to enter Beijing tomorrow, but we actually left a day earlier to catch them off guard. Qin Changong's laughter came through the phone. Upon hearing it, Qin Mingu felt reassured. She simply said, Grandfather, we are waiting in Yanjing to welcome and host you. Good. See you soon. Qin Changong was also in high spirits. He could still be a major player in shaping the country at this age. After hanging up, he immediately ordered Lin Pingfan, tell everyone, we are heading to the airport now. All right. Lin Pingfan responded excitedly. He had become an indispensable member of the Changong group. Pan was Qin Changong's deputy this time. As for Shen Xiaopang, although he had returned to help, he had been indulging in pleasures in Sioux City recently, aiming to become the son-in-law of the Yang family, so he wasn't doing well in Yun City under Lin Fan. Now that he was back, he was at most Lin Fan's deputy. With Lin Fan having tasks at hand, of course, he would assign Shen Xiaopang to handle them. Lin Fan, I'm here to help, not to be your subordinate. Shen Xiaopang said seriously. I will help when needed, but we are still equals. Hey, why are you still talking so much at this time? Lin Fan seemed exasperated, asking, are you going or not? I'm going. I'll go right away. Shen Xiaopang was about to pass on the message but turned back and asked, why is Miss Sen not here? She didn't follow to Yanjing to see the excitement. It's not like her style. Lin Fan glared at him. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Are you going or not? If you're not, I'll arrange for someone else to go. I'm going. Really? Shen Xiaopang said, impatiently and quickly, went into the Qin family villa to notify the representatives of various major business associations in Nanzhou gathered there. However, once inside, he felt something was wrong. He did go to Sikeng, but he didn't time travel. How come he didn't recognize any of the Nanzhou representatives in front of him? Forget it. Shen Xiaopang remembered Lin Fan's advice not to ask unnecessary questions and decided to just get things done. Soon, two large buses headed to the airport where they would board a special plane to Yanjing. For security, there were military vehicles escorting in front and back, with soldiers armed with live ammunition on board. However, as expected, things took a turn. When the convoy reached the airport expressway junction, a vehicle in front suddenly had an accident, blocking their path. What's going on? Qin Changong saw the vehicle stop abruptly and asked loudly, Qin sir, there's a suspicious accident up ahead on the expressway. I suspect someone deliberately intercepted us here. Lin Fan quickly came to his side and whispered, with the current situation, we shouldn't stay here for long. Qin Changong nodded but still ordered, if the enemy doesn't move, we won't move either. We have time. Let's linger here. Lin Fan agreed, thinking there was no need to panic since the enemy hadn't appeared. However, not long after, several vehicles from behind on the expressway rushed out with a group of people brandishing guns towards their two buses. Help! Rioters! The expressway jammed up, and other passers-by, seeing the situation, were scared and immediately abandoned their vehicles to flee. Shoot them! Take them out directly. At the rear of the bus, Due, wearing sunglasses, waved his hands vigorously. A fierce gun battle erupted on the expressway. With the protection of the Warwolf unit, the group of assassins couldn't get close momentarily. At this moment, a red figure and a blue figure suddenly rushed out from the side, aiming to distract the Warwolf soldiers and make their way towards the two buses. Their mission was to kill a few representatives that would serve their purpose. However, Due, an experienced battlefield commander, was quick to grab a machine gun and open fire on the two intruders, halting their advance. Darn it! Despite their martial arts skills, the Red Sparrow and Blue Bird were not immune to bullets. The Warwolf soldiers surrounded them and shot at them, forcing the duo to retreat. Ram through. Due ordered the military vehicle in front to make way for the boss. While the accident could stall regular vehicles, it couldn't stop a military vehicle. Let's go. Lin Fan immediately instructed the bus driver to leave the scene. Qin Changong even opened a window intentionally, waved at the Red Sparrow and Blue Bird from a distance, and said with a smile, "Goodbye, see you in Yanjing." That old man, the Red Sparrow, was irritated by Qin Chang'an's mocking and, without delay, shouted to Bluebird, "Let's not linger here, let's catch up to those two buses." "Got it, Red Sparrow." Bluebird agreed, knowing that, if they missed boarding the plane, it would be difficult to intercept them. They hadn't planned for hijacking, after all. But Bluebird also reminded Red Sparrow from behind, "Boss, we don't need to rush, as Qin Chang'an and those representatives are undoubtedly doomed." "Oh." The Red Sparrow slowed down a bit, curious, "Do you have another plan?" "Of course." Bluebird grinned confidently, "It's all arranged in advance by Assistant Liu. Don't forget, he's a local in Yunchuan, familiar with the local roads, and knows Qin Chang'an well. He foresaw that this old fox would advance to the capital early." "How so?" The Red Sparrow was eager to learn about all the arrangements. "Boss, look at that hilltop." Bluebird pointed casually. The Red Sparrow gazed in that direction and couldn't help but gasp. Though distant, with his skills, he could see the ambush set up there, with missile launchers even. "Wow, isn't this too much, playing at such a grand scale?" The Red Sparrow was astonished, cursing in amazement. It took great expertise to set up such an ambush. However, when it involved national power struggles, anything could happen. Only if Elder Qin continues toward the airport, entering the strike range, Assistant Liu's arrangements will take them all out with a single blow. "Ha ha. Brilliant." The Red Sparrow excitedly clapped his thighs. "Nanzhou is the stronghold of Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu's forces. If their people are wiped out, they'll lose their foundation. What else do they have to challenge the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce?" "Exactly." Bluebird chuckled proudly. "At least for this term, they have no chance. Once Chairman Tang's re-election is confirmed, his wife will become the country's leader. With power in their hands, they'll effortlessly crush Qin Mingyu's group." "Ha ha." The Red Sparrow laughed exuberantly. "I will definitely dismember Qin Mingyu to avenge Ziluan and Huanya." His fists clenched, eyes filled with bloodlust. As they spoke, hundreds of people were assembled in formation atop a hill on the route to the airport, well equipped with top-notch weaponry and elite combat skills. To ensure the plan's success, Tang Ning and Liu Yang must have spared no expense and utilized a mercenary group Tang Ning had been nurturing abroad. Moving these people into the country required time, preparation, as well as money and connections to clear all barriers. The attack by the Red Sparrow and Bluebird was just a decoy to hasten Qin Chang'an and others into the mercenary group's arsenal range. Closer. Closer. The two buses indeed accelerated forward. The mercenary leader raised his hand, ready to fire a shell. However, what they hadn't foreseen was the sudden turn of the two buses, altering their direction. "What's happening?" The Red Sparrow, still chasing from behind, was suddenly dumbfounded, shouting angrily, "Why aren't they continuing towards the airport?" "Don't talk about the killer following behind." Even Lin Fan, the special assistant, was quite surprised, because this wasn't his arrangement. "Ha ha." Qin Chang'an saw his surprised expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Lin Fan, even you couldn't have expected it. Those who are chasing us from behind must be even more surprised." The old man's playful nature made him burst into laughter at the thought of their enemies' expressions. Lin Fan still looked puzzled. On the other hand, Shen Xiaopang, pretending to be clever next to him, said, "Hehe, I've known it all along. Just by looking at these representatives, none of whom I know, I knew that Mr. Qin must be playing the shell game." Lin Fan certainly knew too. The real representatives had already taken their respective cars to Yanjing. Although this was slower than taking a plane, with Qin Chang'an and the Warwolf team attracting the enemy's attention, the representatives could quietly set off and definitely avoid being surrounded by the enemy. "Mr. Qin, what I don't understand is, why did we suddenly turn around? Can't we continue towards the airport?" Lin Fan continued to ask. Shen Xiaopang, on the other hand, was more clever than him. Without waiting for the old man's response, he eagerly replied, "Lin Fan, you're really slow. If we continue towards the airport, we will arrive soon. Now, by looping around with these people, we can continue delaying time, so they won't go after others." "Ha ha. That's right." Qin Chang'an confirmed with a laugh. Shen Xiaopang, feeling affirmed, became even more proud, teasing Lin Fan with a raised eyebrow. "Fortunately, we are not rivals now, otherwise how could you possibly beat someone as clever as me?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes, showing his discontent. He could admit that Shen Xiaopang was clever, but he couldn't accept that he was inferior in overall quality to Shen Xiaopeng. At least in terms of looks and height, he had an absolute advantage. But what Shen Xiaopeng said is not entirely accurate. Qin Chang'an continued to laugh. Delaying time is just one part of it. The most important thing is, I understand the green leaf sword. Since he is currently working for Tang Ning, he will definitely not only send one group to ambush us. In other words, he must have a way to ensure that we don't make it to the airport alive. Lin Fen suddenly realized this. If Qin Chang'an's prediction was accurate, then their group continuing to move forward would definitely spell trouble. Haha. Mr. Qin, your strategy of predicting the enemy's predictions is truly remarkable. Shen Xiaopeng didn't care whether Qin Chang'an's calculations were correct or not. He just wanted to flatter and continue speaking. Then, a sense of pride surged within him, thinking that in terms of social skills, Lin Fen was far inferior to him. Damn old man, is he playing us? At this moment, Haong, who followed behind, was furious. He didn't even know that there was a business association representative on the bus. He thought that the cunning old man from the Qin family had just discovered their ambush ahead, causing their plan to fail. Boss, don't worry, Qing Yao reminded from behind. Even if the old fox takes a different route, it's useless. If they can't reach the airport, they won't make it to Yanjing. Haong suddenly realized this, and smirked with satisfaction. You're right, if they don't make it to Yanjing for the election, what does it matter whether they live or die? Exactly. Qing Nia also smiled with satisfaction. As long as we accompany them and prevent them from boarding the plane, they'll be at a loss. So, the ones who should be worried are them. Haong nodded, grinning fiercely. Then let's take our time and play with them. Both of them were high-level martial artists, especially since they had been practicing the reverse dragon technique recently, so keeping track of two big buses was no difficult task. Even though there were vehicles from the Warwolf team following behind, as long as they didn't engage in combat, the other side couldn't do anything to them. However, the buses veered off more and more off course, eventually following the high-speed road out of Yun City. Damn it, where the hell are they going? Haong gradually realized that something was amiss. They thought that the other party would be anxious, but there was no sign of urgency from them at all. Boss, this is bad. We might have fallen into a trap. Qing Niao suddenly slapped his thigh. What do you mean? Haong started to lose his composure again. It's possible that those on the bus are not the business association representatives. That old bastard is playing mind games with us. Qing Niao, as the wisdom bearer of the firm messengers, immediately guessed the truth. Haong immediately exclaimed angrily, that fell old man dared to trick us. I'll kill him. Qing Niao knew that the boss was furious and couldn't be persuaded, so he followed him to intercept the two buses. To their surprise, Qin Chang'an didn't order the driver to ram through them, but instead instructed the bus to stop. Ling Fen didn't know what the old man was up to, and under his request to get off the bus, only Shen Xiaopeng followed him out. Behind them, Due hurriedly led the team to catch up to provide protection. Qin Chang'an gestured for them not to be nervous and took the lead, hobbling forward with his cane. Haong was also surprised. Did this old man not recognize him? Hence his audacity. Unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an appeared in front of him, bowed and smiled. Are you the head of Tang Ning's for messengers? You know me? Haong couldn't contain his anger. In that case, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Ha ha. I already have one foot in the grave. Do you think I'm still afraid of death? Qin Chang'an smirked. I came down to chat with you. After all, I enjoy talking. Humph. Are the representatives on the bus fake? Haong wanted to clarify, asking directly. Finally figured it out. You're not that dumb. Qin Chang'an laughed heartily. Damn it, how did you switch people? Haong gritted his teeth. Our people clearly sent intelligence, seeing all the representatives enter the Qin family. Ha ha. Isn't that simple? Qin Chang'an was in good spirits. There were underground battles in the Dragon Kingdom in the past. With the size and scale of my Qin family, it's quite easy to let someone in and then slip away quietly, right? Haong was furious. Blame yourselves for not being quick enough with your actions, Qin Chang'an said lightly, leaning on his cane. When the 5 poison education fell, I suspected you would make this move, so I planned a bit faster than you. Now, the representatives from Nanzhou should be on their way to Yanjing. You might not catch up with them. Lin Fan was puzzled, not understanding why the old man deliberately told Haong, not fearing that they would go after the business association representatives now. Due, on the other hand, understood it very well. Qin Qianggan's intention was to confuse Haong, who probably thought that the representatives had flown to Yanjing, and thus wouldn't even think about pursuing them. Indeed, Haong was so furious on the spot, roaring in rage, "Ah, old man, I'll kill you." But Qin Qianggan had predicted his actions, pulling down his coat before him, which suddenly revealed that the old man was covered in explosives. "Ha ha, if you are not afraid of death, just come on over." Qin Qianggan laughed triumphantly. The red sparrow continued to step back, seemingly timid, but gritting his teeth stubbornly, saying, "Old man, who are you trying to scare? Those must be props. I don't believe they are real, and I don't believe you dare to detonate them. Since you don't believe, why are you stepping back?" Qin Qianggan teased, "Although I didn't encounter you during the incident that destroyed the Qin family, I know you must have been involved. Killing you today would also be avenging Ailin. Come on." The old man hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. The red sparrow was frightened and quickly took 3 steps back. The people from DUA and the Werewolf squad behind them were completely shocked to witness this scene. It was truly a spectacle. Tang Ning's top expert, who wasn't frightened by gunshots and explosions, was actually being forced back step by an old man nearing the end of his life. Qing now also marveled secretly, knowing clearly that it wasn't the bomb that scared his brother, but Qin Qianggan's gaze. After all, when facing someone unafraid of death, even spirits and ghosts would hesitate. "Humph, old man, consider yourself tough. I can't be bothered to play with you. Goodbye." The red sparrow waved his hand and leapt away. Qing now quickly followed. DUA and the Werewolf soldiers then rushed forward. Lin Fan sighed with relief. Fan finally spoke. "Old man, how could you do this? President Qin and Ling Yu will surely be worried and angry when they find out." "Ha ha. Just playing a game. It's all fake." Qin Qianggan acted like a mischievous old child, wrapping his coat tightly around him. He claimed it was fake, and besides himself, no one knew whether it was true or not. Anyway, their goal of delaying Tang Ning's followers had been achieved, and it was probably too late for them to arrange an attack to kill the southern region's representatives again now. After the southern region's representatives entered Yanjing and met with Ling Yu, it would be even more challenging for them to act, and time wouldn't allow it. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Qing now was completely thrown off guard. They had initially placed their baits on the southern region, and now everything had fallen through. If they returned empty-handed, President Tang would definitely be furious. "No problem. If the southern region fails, it fails. There's still the western regions. Aren't we left with 2 to 3 days?" The red sparrow hadn't given up, and even showed a hint of a smirk, saying, "With the 5 Poison cult exterminated, many bandit leaders in the western regions must be very angry. If they want to kill a few representatives of Qin Mingu, they would be happy to do it." Qing now understood the red sparrow's intentions. They had also operated in the western regions for some time and still had their accomplices there. By offering money, the other side would be willing to work for them. At this time, in the western regions, after 2 days, Lin Qinglong had almost gathered all the representatives. "General Qinglong, shall we travel to Yanjing by civilian aircraft or by private helicopter?" Ing followed Ling Qinglong and didn't relax his guard despite the calm over the past 2 days. He knew well the ways of Tang Ning and his henchmen. Each one of them was ruthless. They were capable of anything behind the scenes and wouldn't let them easily leave the western regions to arrive in Yanjing. "Take a private helicopter and board near your mansion," Lin Qinglong replied without hesitation. He had received confidential information from Qin Mingu that the southern region's representatives had already departed early, and it was estimated that they would arrive in Yanjing smoothly in a day, so the representatives in the western regions had to act quickly. Commercial flight information was predictable and prone to accidents, but their private helicopter could take off at any time, making it very difficult for Tang Ning to hijack or cause any accidents. "Why do we need to board the helicopter near my house?" Ing suggested. "Can't the Werewolf's helicopter fly to Gancheng? The last representatives are in that city, and we can fly them to Yanjing as soon as we pick them up." "What are you afraid of?" Ling Qinglong didn't explain why. He just said, "I have brought the Werewolf team to protect you." "Are you afraid of assassination? Have your sister-in-law prepare a big meal. Before we set off, we should invite all the representatives to a hearty meal. Don't you understand etiquette?" Ing couldn't persuade him and could only sigh and succumb to his strong influence. Yan followed alongside Lin Qinglong, smiling at that moment. She knew Lin Qinglong's plan and decision made after discussion. Knowing now that Tang Ning's attempt to assassinate the southern region's representatives had failed, they would definitely make a desperate move in the western regions. Similarly, as the ace in Tang Ning's hands, the Red Sparrow and Qing now would rush to the western regions. In their hands, not only was there the blood of the Xia family, the Qin family, and Chen Ailin, but they had also killed many Warwolf brothers in the western regions. It could be said that the fate of the eldest boss was unpredictable at the moment, all thanks to the four great messengers, and now that the 5 poison cult had been eradicated, the Red Sparrow had to die. Especially Lin Qinglong, inheriting the position of the Saint Guardian from Lu Wudao, had to avenge him. Deliberately boarding the helicopter out Ing's house was to give the Red Sparrow time to arrive and meet his end. Lin Qinglong and Yan were more radical and confident in character. In their eyes, with the 5 poison cult gone, the Red Sparrow was just a bereaved dog, and if they set up an ambush well, they would surely tear him to pieces. However, they overlooked one thing. While they were confident, Ing wasn't. After all, he was afraid of death. As the leader of the western regions, a smooth operator, Lin Qinglong didn't tell him the reason. How could he not guess? If they truly waited for the Red Sparrow to come to the western regions, who would the scoundrel kill first? It would definitely be Ing. That's why he had to quickly contact Qin Mingu. So, Lin Qinglong made such a choice. Qin Mingu received a call from Ing and, though a little upset, she wasn't surprised. She was annoyed because Lin Qinglong and Yan acted impulsively, not considering the bigger picture. But she wasn't surprised as she understood the personalities of the two, both of whom were people of loyalty and integrity, who would surely take the opportunity to avenge their deceased leader. Yes, President Qin. What should I do now? Ing was very anxious. If the Red Sparrow comes to the western regions, the first person he would want to kill is definitely me. Don't worry, I know. I will come up with a solution for you. Qin Mingu was very firm and told Ing her plan. After hearing it, Ing felt relieved for the time being. Remember, do not let anyone know what I said, especially do not let Lin Qinglong find out. Understand? Qin Mingu warned him as she concluded the call. President Qin, I understand. You can rest assured. Ing was a shrewd person and knew well that if he told Lin Qinglong about Qin Mingu's strategy, it would have a significant impact and might stir up trouble. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mingu personally went to her confidant Zhao Wenjin's place and had to rush to send a package to Ing. In the afternoon, Lin Qinglong's team arrived in Gen City. The journey was still calm and successful in picking up the last two representatives from the western regions. General Qinglong, the representatives have been traveling for 2 days and are tired. How about we have a banquet tonight to entertain them, rest for the night, and catch a flight back to Silver City tomorrow? Ing unexpectedly came forward in front of Lin Qinglong and suggested. Lin Qinglong wanted to delay time to allow Haong to catch up, so upon hearing this suggestion, he immediately laughed heartily. President Ing, you used to be Tang Ning's lackey. It's not unreasonable. You figured it out so quickly. Well said. Ing just smiled politely, even though he found the lackey reference unpleasant. Lin Qinglong thought he was skillful in his choice of words by not using the term lackey, showing him some face. Let's do that then. Have a big meal tonight and hit the road tomorrow. Lin Qinglong waved his hand, indicating Ing to handle it. As Ing left, Kui Shuxin jumped out and urgently advised, Uncle, the election is in 2 days. If you keep dragging things out like this, I'm worried something bad might happen. Lin Qinglong was already afraid of her pestering him and didn't like hearing things he didn't like, so he immediately put on a stern face. What does a little girl like you understand? DUA let you be a medical staff member. Just do your job well, and stop meddling in other matters. Uncle, Kui Shuxin wanted to say more, but Lin Qinglong had already walked away. Seeing her frustrated foot stomping, Yan couldn't help but walk over, a smirk on her face. Shuxin, you really don't understand Big Brother Qinglong. In front of that stone-faced guy, no matter how pretty you dress, it's useless. This. Kui Shuxin blushed instantly. She did intentionally wear a white tight-fitting outfit today, making many men drool over her. Some even said she looked like the lead nurse in the Icon country's romantic action films. Only Lin Qinglong remained indifferent towards her, as usual. Yan continued, with your looks, Why choose an uncharming old guy over a handsome and wealthy oppa? There are definitely many eligible bachelors outside who would be interested in you. Yin. You. Stop talking nonsense. Kui Shuksan felt uncomfortable listening and, just like how Ling Qinglan had brushed her off, she shook off Yin and walked away. Yin also suppressed her smile and muttered to herself, I thought only I had poor judgment, but turns out there are others like me. What's so great about a man like Ling Qinglan? Sigh. After murmuring, she also left the scene. Soon, a banquet was held in Gan City. The western regions were economically underdeveloped, so the setting couldn't compare to the prosperous cities of the southern and central regions, but the food was authentic, especially the alcohol, which was on par with other places. After eating and drinking, everyone rested for the night and returned to Silver City the next day in high spirits. Perhaps due to the calmness of the past 2 days, the representatives had little sense of danger, initiating discussions about state affairs as they set off, carefree and lighthearted. However, as the convoy left Gan City and entered the mountainous road, they heard consecutive loud blasts from both sides. Following that, numerous rocks rolled down from both sides. The convoy was forced to stop. What's happening? Ing was the first to panic and exclaim. Ling Qinglan also jumped out of the car. The intelligence personnel of the Wolf Warrior Battalion in front quickly approached him. General Qinglan, there was a sudden explosion ahead, likely premeditated. We can quickly clear the roadblock, but continuing forward may pose great risk. Hearing this, Ing immediately panicked, saying, General Qinglan, Tang Ning must have set up an ambush here. I've worked for him before, and I know his style. That man is ruthless. If he wants someone dead, that person is guaranteed to disappear from the world forever. Why don't we take a detour or have a helicopter pick us up? Stop panicking here. Ling Qinglan was displeased with the constant panic from him and pushed him away. You're afraid of Tang Ning, but we are not. Only through battle can we stop the war. Only by defeating the enemy is the best way to prevent being killed. Ing was helpless, unable to stop Ling Qinglan. Follow my command. Clear the roadblock immediately, and we continue forward. Ling Qinglan ordered directly. Yes. The Wolf Warrior soldiers immediately carried out the order. Although Kui Shuksan thought Ling Qinglan's actions were risky, she didn't try to persuade him, fearing he would grow even more annoyed with her. Furthermore, Uncle's words made sense. Avoiding confrontation would only embolden the enemy, and heading towards danger was his nature. The roadblock was quickly cleared, and the convoy continued. At this time, the mountain bandits on the hill immediately reported to their leader. Boss, those people didn't take a detour but continued forward. What? The leader was a bald man, none other than the bandit leader, who was the first to be taken down by Qin Mingyu's team. Fu Zuojian. Back then, Qin Mingyu had asked Ling Qinglan to report him, preparing to hand him over to the national judicial authorities for processing. Ling Qinglan had broken his left leg to prevent him from escaping, but he managed to run away before the police arrived. Now, upon hearing that Ling Qinglan had returned, he naturally took the initiative to seek revenge and bring his brothers to show him a lesson. But he also knew that his strength was no match for Ling Qinglan's Wolf Warrior Battalion, so he was simply delaying Ling Qinglan to allow Haong to arrive and kill some of the representatives, causing his mission to fail. This was also a good way for him to seek revenge. So now, upon hearing that Ling Qinglan intended to continue forward, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, great. This Ling Qinglan is truly reckless. They continue forward, and we will have a way to snare them all. After laughing, he immediately ordered harshly, issue the command. As soon as they pass through this narrow pass, detonate the rear path, then set fire to the mountain. Yes. His men promptly carried out his orders. Fu Zuojian clenched his fists, trembling with excitement as he declared, this time, I will turn Ling Qinglan and all the representatives into roasted suckling pigs. At that moment, Ling Qinglan and Yin sat in the open green jeep, protecting the 2 cars of representatives to continue forward. When passing through the narrow passage, Ling Qinglan purposely glanced at the sky and chuckled, the weather is so nice today. Ha ha. Kui Shuksan quickly poked her head out of the bus and started a conversation. Uncle, it seems you're in a good mood. Of course. Ling Qinglan chuckled, good weather means a good mood. Then, he suddenly changed his expression. Most importantly, no one is bothering me. Kui Shuksan was taken aback. In the convoy behind them, The commotion arose once again. Report to General Kinglan, there has been another explosion at the narrow pass behind us. Our escape route has been cut off. Upon receiving the message from the Warwolf intelligence personnel, Lin Qinglong remained calm without panic or anger. Aangji was in a panic. Lin Qinglong and his group are highly skilled in martial arts and have unique abilities, making escape easy for them. But for these representational individuals with no fighting capabilities whatsoever, it is easy for them to die where they stand. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a dazzling light appeared in front of them. Fire. The hilltop is on fire. Someone is setting fire to the mountains on both sides. Aangji and the representatives realized the situation was grim and began to exclaim in alarm. In this situation, they were like fish in a barrel, unable to fly with wings under the fire, trapped in a sea of flames. Kui Shuxin was also panicking and quickly exclaimed, "Uncle, what should we do now? Should we retreat immediately?" Ling Qinglong just shouted, "Stop babbling." Then he looked at the surrounding fire and glanced up at the sky once again. Report to General Kinglan, the fire ahead is too intense for us to proceed. Soon, some Warwolf soldiers came to report. The convoy came to a halt. Before Lin Qinglong could respond, he heard a smug laughter coming from the mountain. "Ha ha ha, Lin Qinglong, do you remember me?" Looking in the direction of the bald figure standing on the mountaintop. Wasn't he the mountain bandit king whose leg he had broken? "Oh, it's Baldy." Lin Qinglong remained calm, and even chuckled. "Why aren't you wearing a hat now, instead showing off a bald head? Ha ha, you dare not be proud." Fu Zuojian pointed at him, and cursed loudly. "You have killed many of my brothers, destroyed our backing, cut off our source of income. Today, I will make all of you perish in the flames." Hearing these fiercely menacing words, the representatives in the car were petrified. Once the fire spreads, they would soon be engulfed by the mountain fire. Unable to retreat, they would be roasted alive like pigs. "Ha ha, a clever scheme." Lin Qinglong, still composed, asked loudly, "But I can't figure out, once the fire spreads rapidly, how do you plan to escape?" "You don't need to worry about that," Fu Zuojian exclaimed. "We have our escape plan. Even if we can't escape, we will die with you and avenge my brothers and the Five Poison sect. Ha ha. Although you are the villains, you still have a sense of justice and loyalty. Did you come up with today's plan?" Lin Qinglong continued to ask. "That's right, I'm well versed in military strategy. Back then, Zhuge Liang nearly killed Sima Yi using fire attack," Fu Zuojian haughtily asserted. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinglong laughed even louder than him. "Ha ha, just because you've read some books. We have plenty of educated people on our side. This simple trick, do you think we hadn't thought of it?" "What do you mean?" Fu Zuojian's smile instantly disappeared. The two conversed loudly, their conversation relying on shouting due to the distance between them. Everyone could hear clearly. Ling Qinglong jokingly said, "Have you finished reading The Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" In the end, a heavy rain saved Sima Yi. Fu Zuojian sneered, planning to mention that he had checked the weather forecast, and today was not predicted to rain or snow. But to his surprise, it began to rain the next moment. Fu Zuojian's face changed drastically. His henchman, panicking even more, exclaimed, "It's raining. How can this be? The weather forecast didn't predict rain today." Seeing their reactions, Lin Qinglong burst into laughter. The fiery Yanyan couldn't help but smile. "Baldy, in terms of strategy, the people behind you are far inferior to the people behind us." Lin Qinglong provocatively remarked, "In the past, Sima Yi was saved by fate, but now we create rain with our strength. Is artificial rain difficult?" This. Fu Zuojian was thoroughly thrown off guard. His underlings, even more flustered, shouted afterwards, "Boss, I told you it's unreliable to continue opposing them. They were able to wipe out even the Five Poison sect. We are thinking of revenge. Isn't that seeking death? Stop talking. Let's escape quickly." Before the fire could fully blaze up, it was extinguished. The fire plan was a complete failure, and these small mountain bandits chose to flee. Ling Qinglong immediately shouted, "Brothers, give yourselves an hour. Go up there and finish them off." Yes, the well-trained Warwolf forces immediately launched their attacks. "Uncle, you're amazing." Kui Shuxin poked her head out, applauding Lin Qinglong vigorously. "Ha ha. No need to say that." Lin Qinglong, though thick-skinned, didn't dare to take all the credit. With Mingu's literary and martial skills, combined with Tang Ning and his recruits, can we take them lightly? Ing finally relaxed, realizing that not only did Qin Hui manage to provide him with a strategy, he also helped Lin Qinglong. Considering the importance of the matter, how could Qin Mingu, being so meticulous, entrust everything to Lin Qinglong completely? Besides, she had Zhao Wuji by her side. Now he understood that Lin Qinglong insisted on taking this path to lure out the remnants from the western regions, eliminating them one by one and thoroughly cleaning up the western regions, right? About 40 minutes later, a subordinate reported, "General Qinglong, all the bandits on the mountain have been captured. We also captured their leader alive. How should we deal with them?" As they spoke, the bald, crippled leader was pushed down. Seeing him covered in dirt, barely conscious, it seemed like he was directly pushed down from the mountaintop, barely alive. "I won't eat Baldy, just chop him up." Lin Qinglong showed no hesitation whatsoever. Why keep such scum in society? Letting the police handle it would take longer. It was more efficient to cut him down directly and prevent him from escaping again. Upon hearing this, Fu Zuojian jumped up in fear. Before he could plead for mercy, Yanyan swiftly delivered a hand blade to finish him off on the spot. After Fu Zuojian fell to the ground, Yanyan wiped her hands with a tissue, throwing it on his face, displaying her ruthless demeanor. "Ha ha, you are quite ruthless. I like it." Lin Qinglong pointed at her, amused. Words uttered unintentionally, but interpreted with meaning. Yanyan's smile widened. However, Kui Shuxin's expression gradually became desolate, wondering when Uncle would start liking her. "Let's move forward." Lin Qinglong did a good job, and his mood became much more cheerful, happily whistling as he led the troops forward. Ing remained seated in the large car, feeling a bit more at ease. Lin Qinglong was fishing, trying to eliminate Tang Ning's henchmen. He feared Tang Ning was courageous but lacked wisdom. After witnessing this scene, he realized someone was helping him strategize behind the scenes, increasing their chances of success. The convo did not speed up but proceeded without any obstacles. After a full day of travel, they reached Silver City. At this point, there was only one day and 2 nights left until the presidential election for the Chamber of Commerce. "All right, let's have a good meal tonight, then board the plane and sleep. When we wake up, we'll arrive in Yanjing." In the luxurious courtyard of Ing House Mansion, a lavish banquet is being held outdoors. Lin Qinglong, representing the host President Ing, announces loudly, "Don't be fooled by Ing's wealth. Many representatives from the western regions are actually struggling financially. For example, President Abu is a typical representative. They have always had the well-being of the people of the western regions in mind, rarely having the opportunity to enjoy such a feast, so naturally they are joyous and indulge in the meal. As for their support for Qin Mingu, there is no need to explain. She directly eradicated the poisonous cult, making the mountain roads in the western region safe now. As the saying goes, the roads are the veins of a country, and now their western veins are open, making it easier to earn money and develop the economy in the future. Not supporting Qin Mingu, do they still want to support the Tang Ning faction that only shouts slogans but fills their own pockets? Impossible. Come, everyone, let me toast you all, hoping that we will all work together to manage our homeland's business well in the future. After Lin Qinglong finished shouting, Ing also stands up to toast. He knows that many representatives from the western regions are already dissatisfied with him. Now that he has betrayed Tang Ning and sided with Qin Mingu, he must repair the relationships with these people. Otherwise, he's afraid that his position as president of the Western Region's Business Council might become unstable. Dang. Just then, there is a sudden explosion outside the mansion. Following the first explosion, more follow quickly. The ground trembles, and everyone who hasn't finished eating is in a panic. Ing's face changes suddenly, fearing that the worst is about to happen. Sure enough, a warrior from the Wolf Commando arrives immediately to report. "General Qinglong, we are under attack. Bombs have been placed outside the mansion, and there are fires all around. Some people are injured." Report. Just as this warrior finished speaking, another person rushes to report. "General Qinglong, there are vehicles coming from all directions outside. It seems they are going to launch an attack on us." Upon hearing these reports, the representatives present are in a panic. They thought that Tang Ning's arranged attack on them on the mountain road would be the end, but they didn't expect this follow-up attack. "General Qinglong, I told you to leave the western regions early to avoid trouble, but you just wouldn't listen." Ing complains immediately, but is shut up by Lin Qinglong, who picks up the chickens but from the table and stuffs it in his mouth, scolding, "If you don't speak, no one will say you're mute. Get out of here." If it weren't for needing this guy to vote in Yanjing, Lin Qinglong would have wanted to slap him for his constant whining and fear-mongering. "Don't worry, I was afraid no one would come." After dealing with Aang, Lin Qinglong smiles and excitedly orders the Valve Commando, "Protect the mansion. Not a single enemy must enter." Logistics team, quickly gather the representatives and move them to a safe place inside the building, and ensure that the wounded are promptly taken care of. Medical team, be prepared. Let's get to work. After giving these orders, Lin Qinglong and Yanyan lead the way to confront the enemy. Kui Shuxin is very worried, and runs a few steps towards Lin Qinglong's departing figure, but is stopped by a companion, shouting, "Shuxin, what are you doing? Didn't you hear General Qinglong's orders?" But Kui Shuxin is still very worried about Lin Qinglong, but is pulled away by her companion, constantly looking back at Lin Qinglong's figure. Outside the mansion, a number of menacing figures jump out of their cars, wielding machine guns and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Clearly, their motives are clear. No mercy. Kill one representative, no gain. Kill three. Blood is spilled. Lin Qinglong, having grown up in a military camp, can immediately tell that their marksmanship is high. Many are professionals, not the usual Western region bandits, but well-trained mercenaries. It seems that Tang Ning has deployed the military personnel he maintains. Dressing them as Western region bandits, they plan to attack and then disavow any connection. Don't be complacent. These are not ordinary bandits, they are trained soldiers. Stay sharp. Take them down. Lin Qinglong orders loudly, picking up a machine gun and leading the charge. Unlike other skilled fighters, he doesn't rely solely on his martial arts. Having been raised in a military camp, he doesn't underestimate the power of firearms. His combat skills are quite high. Leading the charge, he easily takes down 7 or 8 armed men. However, the battle is far from easy, as more enemy vehicles keep coming. Even pseudo-armored vehicles have entered the fray. Unable to pierce the armored vehicles with bullets, they charge towards the mansion, clearly launching a horrifying and premeditated large-scale attack. Damn it! Lin Qinglong sees the enemy break through their Valve Commando defense line. Enraged, he drops his gun and yells, "Get me some explosives, and cover me with fire. I'm going to blow them up." His voice is too loud. Even Kui Shuxin inside the mansion can hear it. Uncle, Kui Shuxin is extremely worried, fearing that Uncle might have an accident. Especially as the battle escalates, more and more wounded are being brought in. The representatives to have been moved to safety, unless they experience it firsthand, find it hard to believe that someone would send such a force to attack them. The intensity of this firefight is akin to a war, even surpassing the combat levels of many underdeveloped countries. Doom. There is a deafening explosion at the front gate of the mansion. The entire mansion trembles again. Ha ha ha. Now you know the power of this general. After destroying an enemy's modified tank, Lin Qinglong, undeterred by the fire, laughs victoriously, patting his hands on the spoils. However, the battle at the back gate is not going as smoothly. The raging flames, combined with the Valve Commando suppression fire, initially managed to snipe at the enemy, but they couldn't hold back the enemy once they deployed the armored vehicles. Report to Captain Yanyan. The enemy has broken through our defenses and entered the mansion. What? Yanyan is shocked. While she can't take down the enemy's assault vehicle at the moment, she can still hold off their personnel. She didn't expect someone to breach the defenses, and she wasn't looking. It must be a martial arts expert. After the initial surprise, Yanyan grits her teeth and coldly spits out, "Honk, remnants of the 4 horsemen. HMPH. Perfect timing. I was afraid you wouldn't dare show up." Yanyan doesn't care about the outside battle. She also jumps over the high wall and enters the mansion. Tonight is the time to avenge the leader without morals and the fallen brothers. Oh my, how did it become so intense? President Ma and other representatives were hiding in a safe house, pacing back and forth anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Yeah. How many people did Tang Ning send to kill us after all? Exactly. This is really. As the battle continued, more and more representatives began to panic. Heh. Weren't you mentally prepared? Surprisingly, President Abu, who was poor and destitute, was the calmest in the room, standing with his hands behind his back, saying, "For just some interests, Tang Ning wouldn't have bared his fangs, but this election threatens him and his backers' foundation. He will definitely do everything to stop that from happening, so don't be too surprised by what happens tonight. That's what he said. But who wouldn't be surprised? After all, everyone's lives are at stake. Not everyone is as courageous as President Abu, who sacrifices himself so casually. Hey, where's President Haong? Suddenly, someone noticed that the leader of their Western market was missing. Damn, could those two-faced snakes be sensing trouble and selling us out again? Do you think this was his doing? He actually still wants to help Tang Ning for his own gain. Just as everyone was shouting, a man walked in through the door. Who else but Ing? Who said I was going to sell you guys? Ing shouted at those guys. Damn, if I really wanted to sell you, couldn't I just do it along the mountain road? Do I have to bring you back home to sell you? Look at what you've done to my mansion. It's all worthless now, you know. Surprisingly logical. The other representatives were a bit embarrassed, avoiding eye contact and not daring to continue speaking ill of him. Just then, a huge commotion was heard outside the safe house. Oh no, it looks like the enemy is breaking in. The representatives inside were once again in a panic. The one most afraid, of course, was Ing. Even a fool knows that he's the one Tang Ning wants to get rid of the most. Bam bam bam. The sound of gunfire outside grew closer, hitting the walls of the safe house. In the next moment, Taito and Tunao burst in, shouting, "Quick! Evacuate from the back door." What? Are the enemies really breaking in? Ing panicked. Aren't you guys the Warwolves unit? The strongest team in the Dragon Country, right? Less talk. If you want to live, get out from the back door. Taito scolded loudly. Only two people are breaking in. Should be the skilled fighters Haong and Qing now. With Wu Dao Lao Da not here, there's nobody to handle that scoundrel Haong. Upon hearing it was Haong breaking in, Ing was even more frightened and bolted. The other representatives saw him flee and followed suit in retreat. Ing, you traitor can't escape. We must kill you. Outside the building, angry shouts of Haong could be heard. They didn't expect that these people would be foolish enough to fly to Yanjing on Ing's territory. This provided the perfect opportunity for them to swoop in and wipe them out. At this moment, Hongquest's eyes were redder than his clothes. He had been harshly scolded by Tang Ning upon returning to Yanjing, losing Tang Ning's trust for the first time because his mission in the western region had failed miserably, allowing Mingu to sway the entire western region, leading to a turning point in the situation. He blamed Ing's betrayal for all of this, as this had influenced the outcome of that major battle. Otherwise, Mingu would not have dared to launch a full-scale attack back then, and the Five Poison sect would have slowly consumed the Warwolves unit. And so, the person he most wanted to kill now was not Mingu, but this Ing. He wanted to crush Ing's body into 1,000 pieces as a warning to the rest of the Dragon Country, showing them what happens when you betray President Tang. Oh my goodness! Ing, who was already fearful and agitated, heard the cries from behind as if he had heard the awakening of the Demon King from hell, causing his legs to go weak as he collapsed to the ground. The other representatives couldn't care less about him at this point, each running past him. There's a saying, isn't there? When two people are being chased by a tiger, they don't need to outrun the tiger, just the other person to ensure their own survival. Everyone understood this logic, so no one was foolish enough to help Ing up. In fact, they thought it was best if he remained down, increasing their chances of survival. Hey, run if you want to live. Finally, only President Abu, the kind-hearted one, went to help him. President Ma, who was related to Ing, sneaked a smile, thinking Abu was truly foolish, not realizing this gesture could cost him his life. Unexpectedly, Qing now leapt onto the rooftop, planning to cut off the representatives from the back door, but they had already fled through the side gate, except for President Ma, who was slower and got cornered by Qing now. President Ma was scared witless, with his hair standing on end. When he turned around, he saw President Abu helping Ing up and running back. You bastard! And in the end, only poor President Ma was caught by Qing now. Oh no! President Ma was horrified, and at that moment, Qing now clawed at him, ending his life. As he died, he stared wide-eyed, cursing in his heart. Why me? Even though I'm not the fastest or the slowest, why am I the unlucky one? Seeing President Ma die, Abu and Ing didn't have time to worry about him, so they turned and ran away again. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, Hong Yu landed in front of them, looking ferocious. "Ing, you traitorous scum, where do you think you're running off to today?" With that, he raised his hand to strike down the scoundrel. However, at that moment, Ling Qinglong descended from above, his fist colliding with Hong Quest's strike. Doof. Lin Qinglong and Hong Yu, the two great experts, both staggered backward from the impact, unable to discern who took the greater force. It was Abu and Ing, who were directly dispersed by the strong energy of the two masters, falling to the sides. "Damn it, you red bird. Quite strong." Ling Qinglong couldn't help but exclaim, his right arm sore from the impact. He really didn't know what it felt like when he had faced No Wei Lao Da before. Enemy or not, he was genuinely impressed by Hong Quest's strength. However, Hong Yu didn't pay him any mind, picking up a hard button from his clothing as a hidden weapon, then swiftly flicking it. With a thud, Ing's head exploded, dying on the spot. President Ing. Old Ing. Seeing this, Abu couldn't help but cry out, not for Ing's sake but for Ning Yu and the future of the Western market. With two representatives dead now, would President Chen have enough votes? What's even more troublesome is that the others hadn't completely escaped yet, so there's no guarantee it would make it to Yanjing alive. "You old fool. Stop crying. Save yourself." Ling Qinglong reacted swiftly, fearing Hong Yu might launch another sneak attack on him, and quickly pushed Abu towards the door, then launched an attack on Hong Yu, not giving him a chance to ambush again. Red Sparrow originally wanted to forcibly kill Abu, but when she saw Ling Qinglong's fist coming towards her, she was worried about getting hurt, so she had to give up and flew back. After killing Ing, Red Sparrow coldly snorted and wanted to leave, but unexpectedly, Ling Qinglong relentlessly pursued and attacked. If they were in the wilderness, Red Sparrow could have escaped, but with the front and back doors still in conflict, they had sneaked in with Qing now. If they left hastily, they might be ambushed by hot weapons. Therefore, they decided to stay, take out Ling Qinglong, and then retreat calmly. How satisfying it would be. Doom. The two clashed again, evenly matched once more. Red Sparrow couldn't help but frown. This big guy in front of her unexpectedly possessed a strength comparable to Chantai Lu Wudao. On the other hand, Ling Qinglong became more excited as the battle progressed. With a triumphant smile, he said, "Hey, Red Sparrow, I've been wanting to kill you myself for a long time. I only spared you before out of respect for Wudao. Now, I have no reservations." Hearing this, Red Sparrow burst out laughing. "Just you. You're not even close. But I know you have ambushes here. Why not have them all come at once?" These words hit Ling Qinglong right where it hurts. In order to kill Red Sparrow, they deliberately left bait, waited for her to come from non-continent, and set up various ambushes at the Ing family. Although Tang Ning sent troops to attack, the Wolf warrior army was the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. How could they not handle it? Now, as long as Ling Qinglong gave a shout, the ambush forces in the mansion would rush over promptly to help him take out Red Sparrow. Unfortunately, Ling Qinglong couldn't resist taunting Red Sparrow and getting riled up by her challenge. "Get rid of you. I can manage that on my own. Come on. Bring it." Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Ling Qinglong launched another fierce attack on Red Sparrow. His momentum was overwhelming, and his strategy more erratic than Lu Wudao. Red Sparrow realized she couldn't match Ling Qinglong in a head-on fight, so she decided to play defensively and look for opportunities to outmaneuver him. "You think you're so tough? Come on. Let's battle for 300 rounds." Ling Qinglong roared as he attacked. Just then, under the cover of night, the Night Wolves trio Feng Chen, Tai To, and To now hurried over. Seeing this, they also felt something was amiss. They wanted to help Ling Qinglong, but they were aware of his temper, fearing he might not appreciate their interference. "Feng Chen, what do we do now?" Tai To asked anxiously. Feng Chen pondered briefly and instructed, "Take your men to the other side, assist Yin in getting rid of the other target first, then come back to surround Red Sparrow." The two men found this plan reasonable. "Hurry, we can't afford any variables," Feng Chen reminded them. They nodded immediately and turned to lead the troops to support Yan. On the other side, Qing now continued chasing down other representatives, only to realize he had been tricked. The representative had entered an underground chamber and sealed the thick iron door shut, making it impossible for Qing now to penetrate. When he turned around, to his surprise, Yan, who had been supposedly holding off enemies outside, had already brought a group of soldiers to cut off his retreat. "Hey, I heard you had a tough time against Liana last time," Inyan said, her eyes gleaming as a new flame-generating device shimmered under the light. "I spared her last time because she's a woman. What about it? Are you going to challenge me now to prove you're better than her?" Qing now also employed provocation tactics. Being cornered, he knew that fighting one-on-many was not in his favor. "Then let me give you an honorable death." Without ordering others to join, Yan unleashed a burst of fierce flames from her hands. Ever since leaving Dark Knight Island and joining the Wolf Warrior Army, especially after meeting Due, who upgraded her weapons, Yan now wore the latest incendiary gloves, emitting flames with immense heat that could melt metal. Startled, Qing now realized he was in a tough spot. Fortunately, he excelled in light-footed techniques as one of the four messengers, allowing him to evade Yan's wide range of flames. "Hey, not bad." Yan, although a bit surprised, didn't panic and immediately retorted, "But don't think I only know how to play with fire." As she spoke, she anticipated Qing Nao's next move and swiftly launched a powerful kick towards him. With lightning speed, her skirt billowing and her long legs swift, Qing Nao was taken aback and quickly changed his position by kicking off the wall to dodge. Landing, he broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he was in a dire situation. While he could leverage his agility in an open space to escape, in this enclosed setting with no avenues for retreat left, facing a warrior like Yan was a perilous path. Yan, General Qinglong is dueling Red Sparrow on the other side. Wrap things up here quickly. Let's go help surround Red Sparrow. Tu now hurried over, shouting. Hearing this, Qing now immediately sensed the danger. It seemed they had fallen into a trap, prompting him to grit his teeth and ask, "So you intentionally let us in earlier?" Yan responded with a smug smile, "Not completely foolish, but now that you've realized, it's too late." After a pause, her eyes gleamed with killing intent as she bellowed, "Today, we'll avenge Wu Dao, as well as our fallen Wolf brothers. Prepare to die." Doom. Yan unleashed her full power, releasing two fierce fire dragons from her hands, eager to devour the young Qing Nao. Damn it! Facing death head-on, Qing now tapped into his full potential and forcefully broke through the flames. Though he would sustain burns from the fire, it was his only chance to escape, while Yan was unprepared. As he passed through the fire, the others present were momentarily stunned, especially the soldiers who blocked his escape routes, lost sight of him momentarily. By the time they realized, Qing Nao was already on fire, bursting out from the entrance. Damn it! Chase him! Yan gritted her teeth and immediately led the pursuit. While her flames were formidable, they lacked the instantaneous lethality needed to kill him quickly. Just as she thought Qing Nao would use this opportunity to escape the mansion, she realized he hadn't even had time to lay a trap of fire. He was heading towards another direction. "You still want to go help your leader now?" Yan, leading the chase, understood his intentions and sneered, "Although we're enemies, you've got guts and loyalty." On the other side, Ling Qinglong relentlessly attacked, while Red Sparrow kept retreating. Finally, she found an opening and counterattacked Ling Qinglong with a palm strike. "Hey, foolhardy coward, you're no match for Lu Wudao." Tearish. Crack. Lin Qinglong was struck hard. Fun Chen was surprised and involuntarily took a step forward. But just with that one step, everything came to a halt. She could already see the shocked look in Red Sparrow's eyes. How is this possible?" Red Sparrow exclaimed in disbelief. With full intent, he delivered a powerful blow but surprisingly did not inflict a fatal injury on Lin Qinglong. "This big guy. Is he so resistant to being hit?" Heh. Villains often underestimate the protagonist's strength. It's just a typical plot. Lin Qinglong seized his wrist in passing, preventing him from escaping, roaring as he struck out with a fist, "Die!" The force of his punch was so strong that even dust, standing several dozen meters away, felt the rush of air. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping that this blow would kill Red Sparrow. However, despite Red Sparrow being very passive, he met Lin Qinglong's palm head-on. Dust clearly noticed that his eyes seemed to flash a red light, but it disappeared in an instant. Doop. The two clashed, powerful energy swirling up clouds of dust. Dust was even pushed back continuously, marveling at the level of these martial artists. After the smoke cleared, Lin Qinglong's proud expression was no longer there. Even blood was dripping from his body. "Captain Qinglong." Dust anxiously moved forward. "Do not come any closer." Lin Qinglong was very stubborn. He wanted a one-on-one victory. Dust finally stopped in her tracks, looking at Red Sparrow. Seeing that both parties were injured, she relaxed a little. It seemed like the two were evenly matched. This even match was achieved through Lin Qinglan's willpower and fighting spirit. But if it continued like this, Dust believed that Lin Qinglan would definitely win. She believed that willpower could create miracles. Come on. Come at me again. Lin Qinglan once again lunged towards Red Sparrow. Madman. Red Sparrow felt a trace of fear. He was well aware that his own strength was definitely superior to Lin Qinglan's. In the situation just now, even when Lin Qinglan did not gain an advantage, why should he be defeated by the other party? But, seeing the look in Lin Qinglan's eyes, he was afraid. That look was exactly the same as when Lu Wudao opened the door of life and death. HMPH, I don't have time to play with you. Red Sparrow decided to retreat. Otherwise, if he was entangled by Lin Qinglan, his situation would only become more dangerous. However, at this moment, there suddenly came a cry from behind. Boss, boss. Red Sparrow looked back and was almost scared to death when he saw a man running towards him, his body charred as if burned all over. If he couldn't recognize the voice, he wouldn't believe it was Qingniao. What happened? Red Sparrow quickly pushed Lin Qinglan away and went to Qingniao, patting off the remaining flames on his body. Boss. We fell into a trap. They've set up an ambush. Quick, escape. Head towards the chaotic area. Don't go to quiet places. Qingniao urgently passed on the information. Qingniao, hold on. I'll get you out now. Red Sparrow gritted his teeth. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Qinglan jumped towards him, yelling, "You think you can escape? I'll send all of you straight to hell and reunite the whole family." He landed a full-force punch. To protect Qingniao, Red Sparrow had no choice but to meet the blow with force. Once again, the two were evenly matched. However, Lin Qinglan, like a madman, regardless of his injuries, launched another punch. Damn it! Red Sparrow clearly knew that this guy was fighting with a state of complete devotion. He was simply a lunatic. Yanyan and the others were also catching up. Seeing that they were about to be surrounded, Red Sparrow didn't dare to continue grappling with Lin Qinglan. With one hand dragging Qingniao, he attempted to leap away. It was a desperate move. Under the circumstances, he underestimated Lin Qinglan. This maniac's physical strength far exceeded what he imagined. Injured as he was, Lin Qinglan caught up and delivered another punch. Red Sparrow was shocked. He couldn't afford to confront it head-on this time. Dupe. Lin Qinglan's punch landed directly on Qingniao's chest. Tough. Qingniao spat blood, which splattered on Red Sparrow's face. Qingniao, Qingniao. Red Sparrow cried out, holding Qingniao in his arms, his expression filled with tension and anger. This was his last brother. He couldn't die. Boss, I can't go on. You must complete Chairman Tang's mission. Chairman Tang's favor to us is as heavy as a mountain. Qingniao was barely hanging on, still remembering Chairman Tang's task. Seeing this scene, hearing these words, even the members of the Warwolf group felt a sense of respect. Enemies they may be, but enemies with beliefs were also worthy of respect. Boss, use the reverse dragon nerve. Don't be afraid of the backlash. After Qingniao said his last words, he tilted his head and closed his eyes for the last time. Qingniao, brother. Red Sparrow roared to the sky, tears even glistening in the corners of his eyes. Ha. I didn't expect you guys to be tough. Lin Qinglan also praised, laughing, seeing that you have some courage and manliness like us, I'll give you some time to gather yourself, and then I'll send you and him on your way together. Red Sparrow didn't respond to him, just bowed his head quietly watching his last deceased brother, his eyes growing redder. His face, stained with blood, blended into a single color. Die. I will kill you all. Red Sparrow suddenly roared to the sky. Yanyan and Fenken and the others were startled, feeling that Red Sparrow's aura had obviously changed. Quickly reminding Captain Qinglan, be careful. Lin Qinglan also took 2 steps back, sensing that this guy's demeanor had clearly changed. It had become colder. I will kill you, you madman. Die. Red Sparrow leapt forward and, as promised, confronted Lin Qinglan. Quickly raising his hand to block Red Sparrow's palms, Lin Qinglan unexpectedly vomited blood. What's going on? Lin Qinglan was filled with question marks in his mind. Could it be that this guy had been hiding his true strength all along? Captain Qinglan. Yanyan rushed forward, attacking Red Sparrow with fire. Red Sparrow swept his hand, using inner energy to change the direction of her flames, taking the opportunity to strike Ling Qinglan's chest once more. Ling Qinglan was completely overwhelmed, tumbling, finding it difficult to even stand, but he still managed to force a smile, saying, You're my opponent." Red Sparrow's eyes grew even more furious, roaring, "Then I'll dismember you first." Seeing Red Sparrow pouncing towards him, Ling Qinglan was actually powerless to resist. Signaling Yanyan to quickly retreat, Yanyan was momentarily at a loss because her trembling body couldn't help save Ling Qinglan. However, at the critical moment, a voice came from beside Ling Qinglan, "Uncle, Kui Shuxin." No one could have imagined that it was Kui Shuxin who first rushed towards Ling Qinglan. Worried that there wouldn't be enough time, she leapt at the last moment, assuming a fish-leaping dragon gate pose, and without reservation, she used her body to shield Ling Qinglan from the attack. The palm strike from the sparrow did not stop. He wanted to kill Ling Qinglan, avenging his brother. At this moment, it seemed as if time stood still. Ling Qinglan was full of emotions, wanting to shout, but he found that his voice couldn't come out, and he didn't have time to let it out. Die. The sparrow's palm strike came as expected, hitting Kui Shuxin's arm perfectly. Crack. Crack. The girl's bones made a crisp sound. Her petite body collided with Ling Qinglan's, and both fell down, flying horizontally for several meters. Shuxin, Shuxin. The voices of the wine and dust and others sounded amazed at this moment. Yan finally overcame her fear, roaring flames behind the sparrow. This time, the sparrow leapt to avoid the surging flames. He only needed to leave Ling Qinglan and Kui Shuxin, so the Werewolf warriors wouldn't have to hesitate and could open fire on him, momentarily holding him back. "Hey, you troublemaker! Wake up!" Ling Qinglan, who had fallen to the ground, still hadn't lost consciousness, still didn't understand the situation, gently tapping Kui Shuxin's face. Kui Shuxin's eyelids trembled, her face pale with an abnormal flush. That expression was obviously very, very painful. "Wake up! Wake up!" Ling Qinglan continued to gently tap her, looking somewhat anxious and panicked. Although he found the girl troublesome, he definitely didn't want her to die. "Uncle." With great effort, Kui Shuxin weakly opened her eyes, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I'm not a coward, nor a drag-along, right?" Seeing her smile, Ling Qinglan, as if struck by lightning, trembled slightly all over. He was shocked. Hey, I have a new respect for you." After a while, Ling Qinglan suppressed the soreness in his eyes, grinned, and said, "But if you die, you're just a weakling, and I don't like weaklings." Kui Shuxin also smiled. This smile exhausted all the remaining strength, and she couldn't speak anymore. Only in her heart, she was telling herself, "To prove to Uncle that I am not weak, I must survive." Hey, troublemaker, troublemaker. Ling Qinglan called out twice before picking her up, intending to place her in a safe place. However, the sparrow did not leave. Seeing Ling Qinglan standing up, he pounced on him fiercely like a demon. "Ling Qinglan, I will crush you to a million pieces." Disaster. Seeing this scene, Yan subconsciously exclaimed, disregarding the danger, rushing towards the sparrow. But she couldn't keep up. "Damn it! We'll fight you." At this moment, Ironhead and Ostrich also disregarded everything, charging at the sparrow head-on. Despite their efforts, they were effortlessly pushed aside by the sparrow, each receiving a palm strike. It was terrifying. The two could keenly feel the sparrow's current violent power and wonder how Ling Qinglan had managed to survive his onslaught continuously. Dang. The two fell heavily to the ground. "Protect General Qinglan. Kill him." In times of danger, the unity of the Dark Knight Island Coalition once again manifested. Even facing overwhelming odds, the warriors of the Dark Knight Island showed no fear, rushing towards the sparrow, intending to fight the demon to the death. Ling Qinglan finally put down Kui Shuxin, gritted his teeth, and said, "You are no match for him. Let me." Puff. Before he could finish speaking, he coughed up blood. "Captain Qinglan, stop pretending to be strong." Wine and Dust quickly approached, pulling him with one hand. Anyone could see that Ling Qinglan was on the verge of collapse. Charging forward would only be suicidal. "Don't pull me. I'll fight him." Cough. Ling Qinglan pushed away Wine and Dust but suddenly felt weak in the legs, dropping to one knee. "Damn, how could I lose to him? Impossible." Ling Qinglan was unwilling to accept it. It had only been a short time, and the sparrow's strength had increased so much. If he could rage uncontrollably because his brother was killed, then he could do the same. However, no matter how enraged he was, he couldn't increase his strength as dramatically as the sparrow. That was a fact. Wine and Dust approached him again, informing him, "It seems like the sparrow has been practicing some kind of technique. He's completely different from before, showing signs of going astray, but I'm not sure." Lin Qinglong suddenly realized, looking up at the sparrow who was surrounded by a group of people, regardless of whether he had strayed, his current power was too violent, and no one was able to stop him. At this rate, the War Wolf Brigade would be wiped out. With Yin Yin also falling injured, everyone's gaze became somewhat hopeless. Just then, a cannonball shot towards the sparrow. Startled, the sparrow quickly took cover behind a wall. Chi bang! The cannonball exploded. Following the trajectory, they saw Due carrying a rocket launcher, striding over confidently. Quite a display of dominance. "Captain Due, luckily, you arrived in time," Wine and Dust called out in relief, breathing a sigh of relief. With such a high casualty weapon, surely the sparrow would be injured. However, before Due could respond, the debris from the wall suddenly burst out, propelled by a powerful force, flying towards them. Due also took a step back in fear. "Ha ha ha, today, I will kill all of you. I am President Tang's ace." Although the sparrow looked disheveled, he did not seem to have suffered any substantial damage. Despair, seeing their brothers wounded and lying on the ground, Wine and Dust and Due's eyes reflected despair. Damn. Only Lin Qinglong, who didn't know what despair was, stood up again. A real man might die in battle, but he would never be scared to death. Heh. Good. The sparrow grinned fiercely, pouncing towards them again, saying, "Let me tear you all to pieces first." As the sparrow drew closer, Wine and Dust were ready to step forward. If they had to die, they would die together. Fortunately, at that moment, a silver light flew in just in time. The sparrow was startled, because this silver light was very familiar to him. If it had been before, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge, but under the influence of the reverse dragon nerve, he barely avoided it, breaking out in a cold sweat. The next moment, the old drunkard descended from above and instantly delivered 3 quick strikes. Each move was extremely strange. Relying on the reverse dragon nerve, the sparrow managed to block them, but didn't dare to stay and fight. Gritting his teeth, he quickly grabbed the bird and fled. Seeing him leave, the old drunkard didn't pursue but instead seemed deep in thought. How had this kind of technique resurfaced? It was terrifying. Senior Chen, luckily, you arrived just in time. Wine and Dust approached, teary-eyed, walking over, showing a smile of surviving a disaster. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. Lin Qinglong also grinned, his mouth tough. "You old man are still poking your nose into everything. I was the one who was supposed to handle him, and now he's escaped." The old drunk just squinted and smiled at Lin Qinglong, as if looking at a stubborn child. Due quickly came over and asked, "Senior, why are you here to save the day again? Did the boss ask you to come?" "No, he doesn't look down on Lin Qinglong that much. I didn't expect that all of you couldn't handle those 2 brats," the old drunk said. As soon as he spoke, Lin Qinglong stubbornly pursed his lips and scoffed. "I heard that you were planning to depart for Yanjing from here, wanting to catch a ride on the wine plane." The old drunk explained the truth. Fenken then excitedly said, "Thank goodness the senior came, or we would have been in trouble, thank heavens. Well, let's save the injured brothers first," the old drunk quickly ordered. Due and Fenken then got to work. The old drunk slowly picked up his dragon spear, sighing inwardly. It seems that the kid Ling Yu will have another formidable opponent in the future. I wonder if he can hold up in the upcoming battle in Yanjing. As the Haong retreats, the armed forces disguised as Western bandits outside also quickly withdrew. Tonight's battle was exceptionally fierce. After cleaning up, it was found that 119 enemies had died in combat, along with the Qingya exactly 120. On the side of the war wolves, some brothers die, but only about 1/10 of the enemy, with several dozen injured. In terms of leadership, only Chairman Ma and Chairman Aang fell. Yin and Fenken also wanted to find Lin Qinglong and ask what to do next. Should they depart for Yanjing immediately? However, when they arrived at a room door, Due gestured for them to stay out for now. Even so, Lin Qinglong knew the situation outside, and sighed as he looked at Kui Shuxin lying on the bed. If possible, he really did not want this woman to take a hit for him. If she died, He would never forgive himself. If she didn't die, how would he repay this favor in the future? So bothersome. Let's not worry about it for now, Lin Qinglan sighed. But Dua came in and said, you should lead the team to Yanjing immediately. Important matters take precedence. I'll take care of Shuxin. I won't let her die. Well, Ling Qinglan didn't know what to say for a moment, but eventually nodded and left the room. Soon, a helicopter to Yanjing took off. On the other side, in Yanjing, Li Teju received the message sent back by Haong late at night and hurried to report to Tang Ning. Upon hearing about the death of Qing Miao, Tang Ning couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Tang, my condolences. Li Teju quickly offered words of comfort. As long as we defeat Ling Yu and Mingu, control of the entire dragon country will not be a problem, no matter how many ace agents we need to cultivate. That's right. Tang Ning was not sentimental. There was still some regret. They were absolutely loyal to me. It's a pity they die. Mr. Chairman, it's simple to have loyalty. In the future, if we find skilled individuals, I will make sure they are loyal to you, Li Teju confidently said. Brainwashing techniques have been used too frequently by Western countries. They have also learned the essence of it. All right. Tang Ning sighed again, a bit reluctantly. It's a pity they are gone. He hated traitors the most, especially since these two traitors had ruined his big plans, shaking the foundation of his power. Ha ha. With this, even though we suffered some losses, we finally did not return empty-handed and managed to kill Ling and a traitor surnamed Ma. Well done. Tang Ning also clenched his fist and slammed the table, showing some excitement. He despised traitors, and these two traitors had not only thwarted his big plans, but also threatened his foundation. Ha! With this, even if Qin Mingu won before, it's useless. We still have the advantage. Li Teju also smiled, then continued. Yes. Tang Ning nodded, but still ordered, we must not be complacent. If we can covertly make one or two representatives on Qin Mingyu's side die mysteriously, we will be even more secure. The implication was clear. Before the election, they must eliminate those who support Qin Mingyu. Li Teju understood his intentions and immediately said, yes, Chairman. He agreed, but he knew it would be challenging. Once they were in Yanjing, anything they did would be highly scrutinized. Moreover, with Ling Yu personally overseeing things in Yanjing, if they couldn't even kill one Ling Yu, it would be even more difficult to eliminate his people. Nonetheless, as chairman's orders, he had to symbolically take some action. At this moment, the two of them were having a secretive discussion, and an outsider, Liu Yejian, arrived. Knowing that Tang Ning was discussing privately with Li Teju without calling him, he knew he still wasn't Tang Ning's most trusted confidant, despite being his named disciple. As dawn approached, Liu Yejian finally entered Tang Ning's residence to meet him. Ah, Jian, what brings you to see me so early? Tang Ning greeted him with a smile. Although he trusted Li Teju more, he genuinely wanted to cultivate a reliable successor. As for why he didn't train Tang Yan to succeed him, besides her being a mere woman and not his biological daughter, there was another reason that only he knew. Master, from what I know, the representatives from the south and the west will arrive today. Qin Mingu will host a banquet tonight to entertain them, so I suggest we also hold a banquet to entertain those representatives who support us. Liu Yejian proposed with a smile. Yes, that's a good idea. Tang Ning pondered for a moment and agreed to his suggestion. After all, winning hearts and minds required attention to detail. Any oversight could lead to imbalance in relationships. Master, with you and Li Teju busy with daily affairs, let me take care of this small matter. If you both make an appearance tonight, it will be even better. Liu Yejian volunteered. All right, then I leave it to you. Tang Ning agreed readily and walked over, patting his shoulder. I trust you to take care of the details. Thank you for your praise, Master. Liu Yejian bowed his head in gratitude, with a glint of determination in his eyes. On another front, Ling Yu and Qin Mingu had been waiting outside the Tiagang Group subsidiary early on. Soon, cars arrived one after the other. The first car that came down had a beautiful woman helping an elderly man. It was the father and daughter from the Su family, Mr. Ling. Long time no see. Sukiano couldn't contain her excitement upon seeing Ling Yu again, finally reuniting with her idol. Though she hadn't seen Ling Yu in a long time, she was well aware of his actions and what he had accomplished in Yanjing, overwhelming the four major families and 3 alliances and emerging victorious. Mr. Su, Miss Su. Long time no see. Ling Yu personally went forward to greet them with Qin Mingyu. Meeting old friends again, the husband and wife were also happy. Before they could start talking, other representatives from the south began to arrive one by one. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were even more relieved. It seemed that Grandpa's strategy of diversion and deception had succeeded. The delegates from the south had all arrived safely in Yanjing. Sister, brother-in-law, we're all here. Qin Ruhan's car was at the back. After getting off the car, she bounced towards her sister. In her 20s, she still behaved like a little girl, directly jumping into Qin Mingyu's arms. Don't do this. There are many people watching. Qin Mingyu quickly patted her back and pulled her out from her arms. Hehe, sister. This time's plan was executed by me for Grandpa. I arranged the departure time en route for everyone too. Qin Ruhan proudly claimed credit. You did a great job. Qin Mingyu praised her with just one sentence, making her tail wag with satisfaction. The representatives from non-province arrived one after another, and immediately a red Bentley also arrived. Seeing the familiar car, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu's eyes lit up with excitement and mixed emotions. As the car stopped, the familiar old man got out with Ling Fan and Shen Xiaopeng. Grandpa. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu hurriedly walked over to greet him. Qin Chang'an also smiled and approached. Grandpa, we owe it to you this time. Everyone arrived safely in Yanjing. I heard that the Willow Leaf sort in non-province arranged many assassins to target you on the plane. Qin Mingyu said with lingering fear. Ha, that cunning Willow Leaf sort, but I've been dealing with the Liu family for so many years. I can tell what he's up to with the lift of his buttocks. Qin Chang'an didn't take it seriously. The old man on the other side also laughed. Old Fox truly lives up to the name. If you, Old Fox, had intentions to enter politics back then, what trouble could Tang Ning cause? You are too kind. Qin Chang'an modestly waved his hand, but suddenly said with a smile, but it is true. Ha. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then cracked up at Qin Chang'an's thick-skinned joke. Laughter filled the air. At this moment, Ling Yu also received a call from Lin Qinglong Sai. After listening to the report, he looked a bit complicated, only responding, "Got it. Come to the South Jianmen Hotel to join us." After hanging up the phone, he proactively told everyone, "The representative from the western region has arrived in Yanjing by helicopter, but unfortunately, President Haong and President Ma were taken out by Tang Ning's people last night." Upon hearing this news, everyone couldn't feel happy. They all supported Qin Mingyu for their own reasons. If Qin Mingyu won as the president, they would benefit, but if she failed, Tang Ning would definitely not let them go. Not to mention, they were well aware that this commercial association election also influenced the national election a week later. If Zhao Nianqi successfully came into power, their good days were over. So, even though they had no personal relationship with the two presidents, Ing and Ma, they were now feeling quite low emotionally. Don't worry too much, I believe the result will be good in the end. In a crucial moment, Qin Mingyu, as the leader, stood up with a smile to boost morale. If Ing can betray Tang Ning, maybe tomorrow we'll see unexpected votes betraying him. I always believe that justice will prevail. Yes, justice will prevail. Su Qianno quickly supported her. Justice will prevail. Everyone shouted. Although the scene seemed a bit juvenile, in situations like this, who needed trance and innovation, the result was what mattered most. Alright, let's go to the South Jianmen Hotel. Ling Yu and I have arranged a banquet there to welcome everyone and give everyone a chance to relax. Qin Mingyu continued. After a good meal and rest tonight, we'll head to the General Chamber of Commerce tomorrow with full spirits. As soon as they heard this, everyone perked up. The South Jianmen Hotel is the best hotel in the country, second to none. It's owned by the country's richest family, the Nangon family. How could it not be good? Let's go. Let's go and see. A group of people set off with excitement. Finally, the representatives from non-province and the Western Region Association met at the South Jianmen Hotel. There was no small talk among the crowd as they followed Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu into the hotel. It was a comprehensive luxury hotel that occupied tens of thousands of acres in the 3rd district of Yanjing, a tiny space with sky-high prices. The guests were all well-known figures, especially the representatives from non-province's business community, who dared to claim they were wealthy, but they were still stunned by the grand hotel resembling a celestial palace. The land value alone was beyond their imagination. not to mention the magnificent building and priceless antiques and calligraphy. The Nangong family, the country's wealthiest, did not achieve this status through mere boasting. Arriving at the scene, those present were influential, particularly with the presence of Nangongwu and Nangongzhu welcoming Ling Yu, the entrance of the hotel. The previously uncertain non-province representatives quickly regained confidence. With the support of the super-rich Nangong family, chances of Qin Mingyu's victory increased significantly. Mr. Ling, President Qin, welcome everyone. Nangongzhu came forward to greet them. Miss Nangong is too kind. Mingu is very grateful. Although Qin Mingu had met Nangongwu before, it was her first time interacting with the second sister of the four great beauties, and she was very modest and polite. Your banquet and the rooms for the representatives are all prepared. Please come in. Nangongzhu smiled and said, Thank you. Qin Mingu expressed thanks on behalf of everyone. What was initially thought to be a simple formality turned into a commotion as the representatives from non-province and the western region entered the hotel. Moments later, a group with an even grander presence, equal in number to theirs, appeared. Look, those are the representatives from the eastern province, and the commercial delegation from the central province. The business association representatives on Ling Yu's side immediately recognized them. After all, they had all attended the National Business Association conference and must have seen each other before. Ling Yu and Qin Mingu frowned. How could this be a coincidence? In the eyes of the locals in Yanjing, the other party clearly had a bigger reputation. The beautiful Tang Yun was also there. Moreover, looking further into the crowd, they noticed Moran Xieqi and Moran He. Initially surprising enough for Ling Yu and his group, they were even more stunned when they saw Zhao Wujin and Zhao Wenjin among the crowd. Having fought alongside the Zhao siblings against the Five Poison sect in the past, they never expected to see them standing on the opposite side. Even more unexpectedly, the leader of this group, it seemed, was Willow Leaf Sword. Seeing this person, the expressions of Ling Yu and Qin Mingu became increasingly complex. It seemed like the prelude to a decisive battle might start today. Ling Yu. Mingu. Long time no see. Willow Leaf Sword wasn't afraid that Ling Yu would act against him today, and directly came over to greet them. Ling Yu and Qin Mingu both ignored him, their attention fixed on Zhao Wujin and Zhao Wenjin in the crowd. Especially Ling Yu, who had never fully trusted Zhao Wujin, and now seeing this scene, his expression darkened slightly. Could this guy be turning against him again? Long time no see, but seeing you doesn't make me happy. Eventually, Qin Mingu, as a prominent military figure, responded to Liu Yejian. Ha ha, I know why you're not happy, but I'm delighted to see you again. Liu Yejian laughed heartily. It seems like we're on the same wavelength, even choosing the same restaurant to eat. Qin Mingu just sneered. Ling Yu was more direct. It looks like you're still shameless, hypocritical, and despicable as before. Ha ha. Liu Yejian burst into laughter. Thanks. Your insults are a kind of affirmation for me. After all, you and everyone behind you are enemies. Ling Yu's gaze once again shifted to the people behind him. Indeed, countless people were staring at him intently. Some were even restrained by their companions from taking action against Ling Yu. Ling Yu ignored them all and said directly, Since our paths are divergent, there's no need for us to waste time here. Mingu, let's go inside. All right. Qin Mingu led the representatives from the southern continent and western regions into the hotel, heading towards the left. Liu Yejian also smiled calmly, leading his guests into the hotel and heading towards the right. Although Nangongzhu did not refuse to entertain Liu Yejian's group, she guided Nangongwu to the left side. Master, you won't blame my sister, right? Nangongwu quickly walked to Ling Yu's side, slightly nervous as he asked. He was afraid of damaging his relationship with his master, but his sister had learned well from their father to never offend anyone in business. Especially in the current situation, choosing the wrong side could greatly impact the Nangong family's future. It was already risky for her to lean towards Ling Yu's side. It's fine. I understand why she did it. Ling Yu had no objections towards Nangongzhu. With the three major families siding with Tang Ning, her neutrality was already commendable, let alone leaning towards his side. Besides, she was only doing business as usual. What Ling Yu was more concerned about now was how Zhao Wuji could stand behind Liu Yejian. Once upon a time, it was Liu Yejian who stood behind him. This change was truly staggering. At that moment, Qin Mingu gently pulled his hand and led him aside. When Jun messaged me, asking if we have time to talk with them. Mingu, what do you think? Ling Yu didn't rush to talk to them, opting to make a consensus with his wife first. You might doubt Zhao Wuji playing both sides, but I would never doubt Wen Jun. She is my good friend, and I have always trusted her since the moment we turned enemies into friends. Mingu spoke firmly. Ling Yu nodded. He could trust Zhao Wenjun, but trusting Zhao Wuji was another matter. When Zhao Wuji went to the western regions to help Mingu, it was merely a transaction between them. If you're uneasy, talk to Zhao Wuji. I'll stay here to entertain everyone. Mingu remained generous. She didn't need to have a deep conversation with Zhao Wenjun. Simply trusting her was enough. All right. After chatting with Mingu, Ling Yu decided to meet Zhao Wuji. Soon, he arrived at a lakeside pavilion at the hotel. Zhao Wuji also quickly approached him, with a hint of coquettishness on his face. What? Zhao Wuxian's dead, and the Zhao family accepted you. Ling Yu spoke directly. Let me guess. If Tang Ning becomes a head of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Nianchu will have the chance to be the next ruler, and they'll groom you as the successor. Ha ha. Zhao Wuji laughed directly. You truly are wise, appearing in such an innocent manner, but thinking everything through. Ling Yu had no time for his joking tone and asked directly, when you returned to the Zhao family that day, didn't your father say that to you? So you've decided to be my enemy again? In the end, they were not true friends. That's indeed what he said. Zhao Wuji turned serious. He told me to be the heir of the Zhao family and that once Mingu defeated Tang Ning, we must find a way to take you and your wife down. Ling Yu wasn't surprised by this kind of information. In the power struggles at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, such underhanded tactics were common. However, he was surprised that Zhao Wuji was so candid. So why are you telling me this now? What's your purpose? Ling Yu smiled and said, Don't tell me you're reluctant to kill me. I don't believe that. Ha ha. I am indeed a little reluctant to kill you. Zhao Wuji laughed again. Although we've cooperated before, if I could gain so much, I wouldn't hesitate to act against you. Fair enough. Ling Yu also laughed. He appreciated Zhao Wuji's straightforwardness. It was much better than the disgusting behavior of Li Yejian in the past. So, by saying this, you think your father is deceiving you? Ling Yu continued, and Zhao Wuji nodded, his eyes suddenly becoming unfriendly as he said in a low voice. He only has two choices in saying that. Either he truly had no other choice but to choose me as his successor, or Zhao Wuxian never died at all. He's using me to deal with you. Hearing this, Ling Yu shivered slightly. That's also why I've come to talk to you. Zhao Wuji's eyes turned aggressive. Are you sure the person you killed that night was Zhao Wuxian? It looked like him. Ling Yu understood what he was hinting at and could only give an honest reply, but I left immediately after killing him, unable to confirm if he was an imposter. Since the Zhao family is skilled at using doubles, it wouldn't be surprising if it was a fake. Zhao Wuji fell silent. He had the same thoughts. Zhao Wenjun's ability to create fake faces was a family tradition. As a family of politicians, the Zhao family had perfected the art of using stand-ins ages ago. So, I'm betting on you and Mingu. Zhao Wuji finally revealed his purpose. I want to use you to dismantle the Zhao family and help me truly control the Zhao family. His eyes suddenly became very scary, but Ling Yu was too familiar with him and felt nothing. He simply said, You're overestimating us. The Zhao family is too extensive, and even the ruler of the country wouldn't dare try to eliminate them, not to mention us. The ruler might not, but you can. Zhao Wuji said directly. This is the best opportunity now. Zhao Yuanzhang has announced my return to the Zhao family and even verbally stated that I will be his successor. If he accidentally dies at this moment, what do you think will happen? Ling Yu just smiled. He didn't bother to speculate. Zhao Wuji guessed correctly that he wouldn't, so he continued. They are discussing how to kill you now, and in the current situation, killing you is just a necessary condition to get rid of Zaipei. Their true goal should be to eliminate Zaipei, so we can collaborate secretly and turn the tables. After saying this, he made a slashing motion with his hand, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Oh, so how do we respond to the situation? Ling Yu actually guessed his intention, but still wanted him to say it himself. They want to kill you, but if you end up killing them instead, I'm afraid no one in the world will be able to speak for them, right? Zhao Wuji looked proud as he said, When Zhao Yuanzhang dies, with his words, I will inherit the Zhao family and gradually take control of the core power of the Zhao family. When the time comes, regardless of whether Zhao Wuxian is dead or alive, if he dares to show himself, we will turn him into a real corpse. Without Zhao Yuanzhang, That waste is nothing. It is indeed a clever plan. Ling Yu couldn't help but applaud, but smiled and said, "This plan is a guaranteed win for you." Oh, Zhao Wuji also smiled knowingly. Ling Yu didn't hold back as he exposed him. "What you mean by responding in kind is to pretend to cooperate in the act of your father killing me. If by chance your father succeeds in killing me, your contribution will be undeniable, and you will rightfully hand over the family inheritance. And if by luck I manage to break through and kill your father, you will still rightfully inherit the Zhao family and gain my favor, making me trust you more in the future." You analyzed it well. Zhao Wuji's smile became even more charming as he candidly admitted, "Those who rely on luck are fools and opportunists. A true wise man excels in strategy, sets a grand strategy, and utilizes various factors to seek a situation where victory is ensured for themselves. This is what I should do." Ling Yu neither resented nor overlooked his words, as he knew well that Zhao Wuji was like this and possessed such abilities. Respecting the strong, acknowledging the strong, only then can you have a chance to defeat the strong. Despite winning against Zhao Wuji, Ling Yu didn't feel superior to him. In fact, he had been constantly learning strategic thinking from Zhao Wuji. Intrigue without a solution. This is the highest realm of strategy. Zhao Wuji generously shared his insights, with a self-assured smile. If you don't retreat from the martial world in the future, whether you like it or not, you will inevitably be drawn into the great vortex of power struggles from all sides. By laying out your moves in advance and accumulating strength, only then can you achieve the realm of intrigue without a solution. I am enlightened. Ling Yu sincerely accepted his words. Zhao Wuji continued, "I know you don't consider me a friend, but that doesn't stop us from collaborating again. Even if I specifically tell you that Zhao Nianchu and Mo Tiu have reached a cooperation agreement to join forces and ambush you and Xi Peng, and even though they may plan to ambush you at Chanwang Mountain, you still have to go to Chanwang Mountain, don't you?" Ling Yu remained noncommittal and did not respond. "The task given to me by Zhao Yuanzhang is to find a way to ensure that you go to the mountain alone to protect Xi Peng, then unite everyone to kill you both on Chanwang Mountain." Zhao Wuji elaborated, "I can tell you all this in advance. They are just afraid that you won't show up in the end. After they kill Xi Peng, you will lead the War-Wolf troops into Yanjing. By then, no one can stop you, and their carefully laid plans will come to nothing." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile. "Isn't it laughable?" Zhao Wuji also confessed, "Zhao Yuanzhang underestimated you, thinking you were someone who feared death and had great ambitions. Even if I didn't come to act as a traitor, you would still go to Chanwang Mountain to protect Xi Peng, probably just with a few more assistants by your side." Ling Yu chuckled. "So, you came to talk to me to make me voluntarily go to the mountain alone in the end?" "Exactly." Zhao Wuji nodded. Ling Yu didn't agree. He just turned and left. However, Zhao Wuji still called after him, "Even if you don't agree, I have ways to make you face it alone." Ling Yu couldn't help but smile at his arrogance. It seemed he was addicted to playing the game of intrigue without a solution. After this conversation, Ling Yu's mood did not improve much. Although he knew that Zhao Wuji and the Liu Yi sword were not allies, it didn't mean they were on his side either. Ling Yu now realized clearly that this national selection involved numerous powers, and everyone had their own motives. After chatting with Zhao Wuji, his mindset broadened. In the midst of various power struggles, finding ways to secure the greatest benefit for his own side was what he, as the commander of the War-Wolf, should do. That was all a story for later. If his wife lost the election tomorrow, things would go off track. As Ling Yu prepared to return to the hotel building, he suddenly felt a powerful aura behind him. Turning around, he saw a dark figure coming towards him with astonishing speed. Impressive. Ling Yu was quite startled, but quickly regained his composure and used his agile steps to dodge 3 consecutive punches from the attacker. From afar, Zhao Wuji, the spectator, saw 6 after-images of the two. This was what he, as a master of intellect, admired. Such martial arts skills were truly extraordinary. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Ling Yu and the elderly man who launched the sudden attack had exchanged 10 moves. Although Ling Yu had lost the initiative and was at a disadvantage, he had not been defeated. Doom. After stabilizing his footing, Ling Yu finally found the opportunity to counterattack with a powerful palm strike, forcing the opponent to retreat. Ha ha. The old man stopped, smiling. "It's been a while, and you've improved your skills, kid. You have too. Old drunk." Ling Yu also walked over happily and asked, Did you come to Yanjing for the Chanwang Mountain appointment? Yes. It's time to find out. The old drunk stood with his hands behind his back, his expression becoming solemn. This Lunar New Year will definitely be livelier than before, and you'll be more troublesome than ever, but I can at least share a little bit of your pressure. Ha ha. Not just a little bit, probably a billion bits. Ling Yu quipped, speaking truthfully, you take away the biggest pressure from me, and the rest shouldn't be able to overwhelm me. Don't be too optimistic, the old drunk reminded. While your martial arts have greatly improved now, the enemies are also getting stronger, especially since you don't know how many enemies you will have. Ling Yu nodded and sighed. If possible, if my wife wins the Chamber of Commerce election tomorrow, let's close the door at the last minute. The old drunk noticed that Ling Yu had been developing a new technique combining the sun heart with the semi-true and half-false reversing dragon scripture, so he directly said, if your self-created technique succeeds, then you won't have to worry anymore. Ling Yu smiled, acknowledging the keen observation of the old drunk. Ling Yu was well aware that the old drunk had also grown stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been temporarily overwhelmed for 11 moves before catching his breath. All right, let's discuss other matters slowly. Since you're here, let's enjoy good food and drinks together today, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Ling Yu had no time to continue talking with him, as he was worried about any schemes that might be brewing at the hotel where his wife was hosting the representatives, especially with the presence of the Liu Yi sword group. Ha, as long as there's alcohol. I also want to taste the fine wine of Yanjing. It's been a long time. The old drunk readily agreed. This revisit to Yanjing, besides other important matters, drinking was an indispensable part. On the right side of the South Gate Hotel, above the Heavenly Palace, is a grand banquet hall. Many state banquets have been held here, hosting not only top officials from many countries, but also international celebrities. Even many national leaders have dined here. Naturally, the price of dining here is not cheap. Tang Ning has never hosted anyone here before, so today is definitely the first time. Therefore, the business representatives from various continents who have arrived at the scene inevitably whisper and discussed quietly after taking their seats, feeling that Tang Ning's re-election this time might be in jeopardy. If he were absolutely confident, why would he need to openly try to win their votes? Anyone who does not vote for him will die. It's as simple as that. At this moment, behind the Heavenly Palace, there is a room. Lai Yejian is alone here, seemingly waiting for someone. Soon, a stunningly beautiful woman quietly arrives here, glancing around before confirming that only Lai Yejian is present before walking up to him. Miss Moran, you can rest assured, when I make an appointment with you, it will definitely be just the two of us, Lai Yejian said with a smile. As Cloud City's #1 handsome man, his smile is very penetrating, especially when it comes to women. Morong Xiechi also smiled slightly in response, showing a side of herself that was different from her disdain for Zhao Wushan. Li assistant, this is our first cooperation, so please forgive my caution. I understand. Lai Yejian's smile becomes more charming. We will have many more collaborations in the future, and I will work hard to satisfy you. No, to make sure you are pleased. He deliberately misspoke to test the reaction of this woman as to what kind of person she was. Morongche's expression did not show disgust, nor did it show any dissatisfaction. She simply replied earnestly, Li assistant, I have already completed the task you requested. Really? Lai Yejian showed Zhou. That's great. Miss Morong, your extraordinary charm captivates all, and I knew this would be a piece of cake for you. You're flattering me. Li assistant, Morong Xiechi continued politely. The two of them behaved like young men and women meeting for the first time, pleased with each other's appearances, but still in the stage of reserved understanding. Despite being a widow, Morong Xiechi still enjoyed the feeling of being flirted with by a handsome man. Miss Morong, you can rest assured that I will take care of those two men for you, seeking revenge for your husband. Lai Yejian promised once again, using this as leverage for Morong Xiechi to help him with his tasks. Of course, he had also investigated Morong Xiechi, understanding this ambitious woman. This one leverage was not enough. He needed to make bigger promises. So he continued, when I am in power in the future, I will have 10 miles of red makeup and marry Miss Morong grandly. At that time, please accompany me in ruling the world. Li assistant, you flatter me. I, a mere widow, dare not think so much. Warong Xiechi said, in surprise, not expecting Lai Yajian to be so bold and speak in such a manner. Her smile changed. Speaking humbly, I just hope that Li Assistant will help me uphold justice and not forget me. I'm not bullying you. I'm admiring you, Lai Yajian claimed in a determined manner. Warong Xiechi, a skilled woman, could easily shake off this man, but after a few rounds of flattery, she pretended to be shy and withdrew her hand, saying coldly, Li Assistant, please do not bully a widow like me. How can this be considered bullying? This is admiration. Lai Yajian could see through this woman's facade and quickly put on a sincere and resolute appearance. Warong Xiechi lowered her head and smiled. It's not suitable to stay here for long, so I'll bid farewell now. And she left. Better to leave before this man continued to make advances, as being seen by others would be disastrous. Lai Yajian continued to show a fascinated expression and took a few steps forward before subtly muttering, it seems all women are the same. How incompetent is Zhao Wuxian? With such a beautiful woman, hasn't he ever taken advantage of her? After the smile, Lai Yajian quickly returned to the scene of the heavenly palace. Just then, Tang Ning arrived with his special assistant and Haong. Ha ha, colleagues and friends. Long time no see. How is everyone? Tang Ning still wore a smile, his words refreshing to everyone. The representatives at the scene had a close relationship with him, and naturally responded enthusiastically. Today, everyone must eat and drink well. Here, I propose a toast to everyone, hoping that our friendship will continue to prosper. Tang Ning raised his glass, and everyone happily clinked glasses and chatted, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Haong stood behind him, watching to see if anyone refused a toast, ready to enforce a drinking penalty. The special assistant was the same. However, someone gently tapped him on the shoulder, and turning around, he was surprised to see Lai Yajian. Special assistant, can I ask you for a favor? Lai Yajian asked with a charming smile. The special assistant readily agreed. Of course, please speak. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Lai Yajian led the special assistant to the backstage. Xiaojian, what is it that requires us to speak privately? The special assistant was now quite friendly with Lai Yajian, as Tang Ning had taken him as his disciple, and he considered Lai Yajian as part of the family. It's like this. Mingu and Ling Yu are also at the South Gate Hotel now. Lai Yajian suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. Special assistant, you should know that Mingu used to be the moonlight in my life. Although she is now our enemy, I still, in short, it's an old habit of mine. A week before the new year, I always give her a gift to wish her a happy new year. I don't want to make any exceptions this year. He looked hesitant to continue. Although the words were unfinished, he quietly took out a gift, clearly intended for a lover. Ah, Xiaojian. Seeing him like this, the special assistant couldn't help but lecture. This is not good. Mingu is President Tang's archenemy, so if he finds out that you're doing this, what do you think he'll say? Sigh. How should I put this? That's why I'm asking for your help. Lai Yajian pleaded. Master will probably go to their side to win them over later. Can you help me deliver this gift to her discreetly? You know, Ling Yu wants to kill me now, so how can I dare to give a gift to his wife? Special assistant, please help me with this small favor. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll do it without hesitation. He put on a naive expression as if to say, if you don't help me, I'll die and make you feel guilty. Unable to resist Lai Yajian's earnest plea, the special assistant took the gift and said, all right, just this once, but don't ask me again next time. Thank you, special assistant. Lai Yajian thanked excitedly. As expected, after hosting his representatives, Tang Ning indeed took the special assistant to the other side. He wanted to see what the situation was like with Mingu and perhaps sway a few representatives to gain insight for the elections tomorrow. On the left side of the Nantianmen Hotel is the famous secluded paradise-like banquet hall. After Ling Yu brought the old drunkard here, the banquet began. Unlike the other side, there were no formalities or insincerity here. Everyone gathered as friends, enjoying a meal in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere, especially with the old drunkard present, who didn't know the hunched old man who shined brightly while eradicating the 5 poison sect. Especially the representatives from the western regions, each came to toast him, acknowledging that without this old man, the current situation in the western regions wouldn't be as it is now. And the old drunkard was no slouch either. Anyone who came, he would have a drink, and his capacity was truly terrifying. Heavens, is this real or fake? The representative from the southern continent couldn't help but feel amazed as well. Initially, they didn't have a clear idea of how terrifying the Five Poison sect was, but hearing that this old man alone could take down the sect made them lose their fear of the Five Poison sect. But now, seeing him drink barrel after barrel of liquor, they realized this old man was indeed extraordinary. Normally, if a person drank that much liquid, they would be running to the restroom constantly, but he was drinking alcohol, and strong liquor at that. Apart from his face slightly reddening and his belly swelling a bit, there was no sign of any abnormality. Seeing the group of people stunned and in disbelief, Shen Xiaopeng felt proud. Hehe, a bunch of outsiders, lacking in knowledge, aren't you? My master is on par with the fierce tiger martial saint. No, even more awesome than Mo Yin, the silver dragon spear god. His alcohol will turn into internal energy in his body, enhancing his power. This is something you ordinary folks can understand. Hearing this, more people picked up their glasses and lined up to toast the old drunkard. Being able to have a drink alone with the silver dragon spear god will give them face in the future. Not to mention that Mo Yin's reputation is currently very strong. Nearly everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows him. Speaking of this fierce tiger martial saint even scared many children of the Dragon Kingdom to tears. The top-notch masters in the martial world have already had 6 defeats under his hands, and even when they go out to eat, or even urinate in public restrooms, you can hear people conversing nearby, wondering who can defeat this arrogant martial saint of the Dejo nation. But in the end, everyone just sighed and shook their heads at each other. Watching the various videos on platforms such as Douyin, Bilibili, and other major video platforms, those foreigners are promoting how formidable and terrifying this martial saint is, saying he's invincible and has trampled the entire martial world of the Dragon Kingdom under his feet, beating the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom, dealing with all kinds of resistance. In short, more and more people of the Dragon Kingdom are idolizing this martial saint of the Dejo nation. Many patriotic people of the Dragon Kingdom feel angry and helpless, hoping for a superhero to come out and defeat him. Every time filled with hope, but always ending in disappointment. Many representatives present held such sentiments, so seeing the old drunkard was their next hope. Just as everyone was happily drinking with the old drunkard, a hearty laughter suddenly came from the door. Then a voice followed. It's lively here. Looks like the president of the southern continent knows how to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone turned to look and saw Tang Ning with his executive assistant arriving. Accompanying them was the host, Nangang Zhu. After all, the other party was the current president of the Chamber of Commerce, with the Nangang family conducting business nationwide in the Dragon Kingdom and frequently interacting with such prominent figures. Behind the group were some official media reporters. This was a major political event in the Dragon Kingdom, so it naturally had to be reported on. The once lively scene immediately quieted down. Lin Fan whispered to Qin Ruhan's ear, "The title of King of Awkward Silence today definitely goes to this guy." Qin Ruhan was even more pleased and angrily murmured, "What's this old rascal doing at our event?" All smiles. He's definitely a treacherous one. To be fair, this was Chen Mingyu's first time meeting Tang Ning in person, and she couldn't help but feel that just from his appearance alone, you truly couldn't tell he was a major villain. Even his outward appearance and demeanor made him seem like a well-meaning public servant. Accompanied by Ling Yu, Chen Mingu walked forward with an official smile and said, "President, you are joking. As the president of the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce, I must be a gracious host, so please, everyone enjoy a meal." "I see." Tang Ning remained smiling. "We're all colleagues, having come a long way to Yanjing. Would you all like to have a drink together?" If they hadn't already fought through a few rounds, Chen Mingu wouldn't have seen through this man's facade of a smiling tiger. His superficial skills were flawless. "Since the president is so accommodating, we'll take the liberty to oblige." Chen Mingu also didn't want to cause a scene in front of the media. After all, they were all playing along. Regardless of who wins in tomorrow's election, in front of the public, they all maintain a harmonious demeanor, avoiding any open conflicts, only following public expectations. Ling Yu also knew that Tang Ning's approach was part of the official protocol, and there likely wouldn't be any disruptions. At most, some subtle hints to garner votes, which probably wouldn't be effective, so he let it be. Even the hot-headed Lin Qinglong, who hadn't seen Han Q, didn't care about this kind of official event. Tang Ning was in good spirits, chatting with Mingu and many representatives while not missing out on the old drunkard. Brother-in-law, is that really you? Oh my. It's been so long. Seeing the old drunkard, Tang Ning was suddenly filled with emotion and even moved over to embrace the hunched old man. Surprisingly, the old drunkard reciprocated, laughing warmly. He didn't mind the affection. However, Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang were dumbfounded. Ling Fen even murmured, "After all this time, it turns out the big villain has some kind of family relationship with you guys. We really are all one big family." Qin Ruhan couldn't help but roll her eyes and quip, "The famous words of Tenlei Milligrat, through 6 degrees separate us from anyone in the world, even to the extent of having family ties. Truly a pitfall." Honestly, seeing this scene, Ling Yu felt the scenario tearing apart even more than they did. The big villain who caused the deaths of his former werewolf brothers turned out to be his master's brother-in-law, and since the old drunkard didn't mention the identity of his wife before, Ling Yu truly had no idea. But this relationship wouldn't affect his determination to deal with Tang Ning. He quickly lost interest in what Tang Ning and the old drunkard were talking about and instead focused on the other side, where the executive assistant was indeed talking to his wife separately. Following that, he even gave her a gift. "What's going on?" Ling Yu hurried over. "President Qin, I'll take my leave." Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, the executive assistant backed away from Mingu as Ling Yu approached. "Mingu, what's going on? Is he giving you a gift?" Ling Yu asked curiously and with a hint of caution. "Not him. It's another man who gave me a gift," Mingu said with a bit of a bemused smile. Before Ling Yu could say anything, she quickly added, "It was the one who gave me the New Year's gift, the willow leaf sword." The willow leaf sword. Upon hearing this name, Ling Yu became even more alert. Mingu also knew that he was worried about what was up with the willow leaf sword and quickly proceeded to open the gift. "Mingu, let me do it." Ling Yu was even hesitant about letting anyone else open the gift, in case it was a bomb or some poisonous item. Better let him handle it. After unwrapping the gift packaging, he discovered it was actually a piece of sandalwood. Just by looking at the material and craftsmanship, he knew it was extremely valuable. Not only that, the meticulous Ling Yu also noticed there was a small string of characters on the sandalwood. Although our home is in a land of conflict, our younger generation still upholds the traditions of etiquette and music. Mingu quietly read out this string of characters. Ling Yu furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Mingu, do you know what this means?" Initially, "It's just a line of poetry." Mingu thought for a moment and said, "But from what I know, the real name of Ldu Fen seems to be related to music and etiquette. The style of this poem also seems to match his usual demeanor." Ling Yu frowned even deeper, pondering about something, but he didn't say anything, just bringing the sandalwood to his nose to sniff. It had a unique and pleasant scent, probably a type of wood known for its calming properties and not toxic. "Is everything okay?" Mingu knew what he was up to and asked quietly. "No problem. Let's not worry about it for now," Ling Yu suggested. Mingu nodded and then handed the sandalwood to Xia Shaodi for safekeeping before continuing to enjoy the feast with everyone else. Tang Ning and Ldu Feng soon left the scene, and on the surface, everything appeared calm. However, after leaving the banquet hall, Tang Ning whispered to Ldu Feng, "Did Xiao Jian say anything to you?" "No." Ldu Feng shook his head. "He just asked me to deliver a gift to Mingu and that's all." "Oh." Tang Ning nodded in thought, but didn't say anything further before leaving the hotel. Today was an event organized by the Willow Leaf Sword Organization. After sending off Tang Ning, Ldu Feng returned to his quarters to rest and prepare himself for the upcoming elections. On the other hand, back at the banquet hall, there was a sudden click sound, and someone was seen clutching their stomach and falling to the ground, startling everyone. It was none other than President Abu. And before everyone could inquire about what had happened or if he was drunk, more people began to collapse one after the other. As some started to groan in pain, the realization dawned that the situation was not as simple as they had thought. "Ah, my stomach is in so much pain." At the next moment, someone screamed in agony. People also noticed that President Abu and the others who had fallen suddenly turned purplish blue in the face. "What's happening? This can't be possible. Oh, my stomach. It's so painful." Even Nangon Wu, who wanted to defend his family's hotel, ended up experiencing sudden stomach pains and screaming in agony. At this point, Everyone was in a panic and trying various methods to induce vomiting to get rid of whatever they had consumed. God Little Fat even directly grabbed Lin Fan's foot, took off his shoe, and smelled his stinky feet. Apparently, he had vomited before after smelling Lin Fan's feet. Likewise, when Lin Fan had his turn, he would take off God Little Fat's shoe. Upon seeing this, Qing Ruhan couldn't help but vomit. Even the old alcoholic gradually felt something was off. His cultivation was profound, making it much harder for him to be poisoned. Furthermore, being an experienced person in the Jianhu, he knew it wasn't easy to poison him. Ling Yu was also surprised. This was the Nangong family's hotel. Who would dare to poison under Nangong's nose? Ling Yu, help save them. Qin Mingu, in pain, said, we can't afford any problems for anyone present here. Mingu, hold on for now. Let me detoxify you first. Ling Yu quickly supported Qin Mingu and, pulling out a silver needle, suddenly had a thought and immediately ordered Xia Shouty to take the wooden object outside. Xia Shouty was a bit confused but did as she was told, wondering why nothing had happened to her. Ling Yu was also okay and quickly administered the detoxification treatment to Qin Mingu. Soon after, Nangong Zhu, accompanied by a group, entered the banquet hall, seeing many people collapsed, their faces turning purple-blue, causing her to also pale in shock. Miss Nangong, whoever I point at, take them for gastric lavage immediately. If I don't point at them, don't do anything. Up until now, Ling Yu chose to trust Nangong Zhu and didn't believe that this collective poisoning incident was related to her. Alright, our hotel has medical facilities. Mr. Ling, please guide us. Nangong Zhu, experienced in handling such situations, swiftly stabilized herself and quickly realized that the poisoning incident here was undoubtedly related to the other side's characters. Ling Yu soon identified those who were mildly poisoned, had good resistance, and had them taken for lavage in time. As for the severe cases, he had to swiftly detoxify them himself. After swiftly detoxifying Qin Mingu, Lin Qinglong happened to arrive next to them. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Yu immediately instructed him, quickly go and bring Ldu Fen back. This poison must be his doing. Got it. Lin Qinglong, having nothing else to do, immediately led a group of people to find Ldu Fen. Ling Yu wasted no time and started treating the severely affected individuals. After the acupuncture treatment, although Qin Mingu was still a bit dizzy, she managed to gather herself and started investigating the truth of the matter with Nangong Zhu. Miss Qin, please believe me, the poisoning of your group has nothing to do with our hotel. Nangong Zhu had to reassure her to avoid misunderstandings. Miss Nangong, could you please quickly investigate the drinks here? I suspect the issue lies with the alcohol. Qin Mingu, with her keen observation skills, quickly realized that most of the poisoned individuals had consumed alcohol, and those who drank more were in a more severe condition. Of course, she excluded the likes of the old alcoholic with profound cultivation and the abnormal Lin siblings. Additionally, there was a very apparent clue. Xia Shouty didn't like drinking, so she remained unharmed. All right. Nangong Zhu promptly agreed and promised, this incident occurred on my family's premises. I will definitely investigate the truth and give you and Mr. Ling an explanation. With the help of the Nangong family, Ling Yu's pressure has greatly eased. Lin Qingshuan has been wanting to keep her distance from Ling Yu, but when she sees his amazing healing skills, pulling each poisoned person back from the brink of death, she admires him even more. Seeing him sweating profusely, she wants to wipe his sweat but hesitates and steps back. What's wrong, my precious? Liu Roshui sees her hesitation and quickly encourages her. Now that Qin Mingu is busy, as Ling Wu Chen's godmother, you need to play an important role. No. Lin Qingshuan smiles and shakes her head, preparing to sit back down. After regaining most of her memories, she doesn't return to her previous self, but instead gains great insight. Loving someone doesn't mean you have to possess them. Seeing them happy may be enough. If she continues to cling to Ling Yu like before, it's not only bad for herself, but also him and Qin Mingu. Qin Mingu is good to her, and she knows that, but she can't let that affect other people's families. Sometimes, stepping back may be true love. Seeing Lin Qingshuan retreat, Liu Rushui can't help but smile faintly and sigh. It seems her daughter has surpassed her. Therefore, she can't encourage her to seek happiness like before. Perhaps sometimes, the best form of love is letting go. Qingshuan. At that moment, Qin Mingu walks over, holding Lin Qingshuan's hand and saying, I will go with Nangong Zhu to investigate the truth. Can you help Ling Yan handle things here? This. Lin Qingshuan trembles slightly. What? Is something wrong? Mingu asks, looking at her. It's okay, I will definitely help you. Lin Qingshuan assures immediately. Mingu smiles again, then leaves with Xia Shaodi to investigate the poisoning incident with Nangonzhu. They quickly arrive at the hotel surveillance room. Mingu and Nangonzhu both have keen observation skills, so they quickly review the recordings from the hotel's 32 surveillance screens and discover the issue. First, Marong Xiechi had entered the hotel's backstage, had a conversation with the cellar manager, and the manager brought in a new batch of wine from outside. Secondly, the long-range camera captured Marong Xiechi interacting with the assistant again, but unfortunately, they were too far from the lens to hear their conversation. With this information, the two smart women can make educated guesses. Mingu immediately requests, Miss Nangong, please bring the alcohol from our banquet hall and combine it with this fragrant wood for examination to see if there's any toxicity when combined. Okay, I got it. Nangonzhu takes the fragrant wood, assuring her, this not only concerns the safety of you and others, but also affects the reputation of our hotel. I will handle it seriously and make the culprit pay a heavy price. I trust you. Please. Mingu smiles slightly at her again. She and Ling Yu are closely related, so if Ling Yu trusts the Nangon family, she does too. On the other hand, the assistant sits in a black car, ready to check into a hotel near the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Staying overnight here allows them to go directly to the venue for the election voting the next day. Unexpectedly, as they near the hotel, a huge figure suddenly blocks their path as if dropping from the sky. The driver stops abruptly, causing the assistant to stumble forward, asking, "What's happening?" "Mr. Lee, someone is blocking our car up ahead," the driver says in panic. "A human roadblock." The assistant is shocked. Drive through. Having followed Tang Ning for many years, the assistant has experienced all sorts of incidents. Facing such a situation now, he decides to run over the obstacle first and ask questions later. "Mr. Lee, it's not that I'm not driving. It's that our car was lifted by the other party," the driver exclaims in panic. The assistant also notices, opening the car door and stepping up cautiously. So you, a refined gentleman, are also a martial artist. A master who can stop a moving car and lift it up is undoubtedly the fierce general of the War Wolf Battalion, Lin Qinglan. He shouts and easily flips the car over, making sure Mr. Lee can't escape. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my car?" The assistant points at Lin Qinglan and asks. Although an underling of Ling Yu, the assistant is usually in charge of strategic planning in Yanjing and hasn't faced Lin Qinglan directly before. "I am Lin Qinglan, a general of the War Wolf Battalion. Stop stalling and hand over the antidote." Lin Qinglan threatens loudly, pointing at the assistant. However, the assistant frowns, looking annoyed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand." Still pretending, Lin Qinglan grabs his collar and roars, "A group of people in our banquet hall got poisoned. Mingu sent me to stop you and bring you back, so you must be the one who poisoned them." The assistant is taken aback hearing about the collective poisoning but immediately coldly sneers, "What do I have to do with your poisoning? Don't falsely accuse me without evidence, you." Seeing the assistant's denial, Lin Qinglan gets even angrier. "Let go." The assistant coldly threatens, intercepting an official from Yanjing Midway, "You can't bear this charge. If you don't let go now, you'll face the consequences." Ling Qinglan laughs coldly. "I don't fear threats. I won't let go. Show me these consequences you speak of." The assistant frowns as Lin Qinglan refuses to release him. He realizes the imminent danger and quickly assesses the situation. Suddenly, gunshots ring out from behind Lin Qinglan. The assistant is shocked. His driver may have a gun to protect him, but he didn't order any shooting. Also, the driver wouldn't shoot from that position. Lin Qinglan, an Ultra S+ level powerhouse, immediately tackles the ground, avoiding the danger. Getting back up, his eyes show a strong intent to kill. "Damn it, I haven't made any move, and you dare to attack me, trying to send me to the underworld. I'll disable you first." Without hesitation, Lin Qinglan throws a punch at the assistant's right shoulder. Despite the assistant's attempt to defend himself, the vast difference in strength results in several broken bones from the punch. Although rough, Lin Qinglan still has some finesse. Ling Yu instructed him to capture the assistant alive, so he wouldn't kill him in rage. After subduing the assistant, Lin Qinglan notices some movement above and quickly looks up. An ethereal beauty is descending at that moment. Oh my! What's going on? Lin Qinglan also didn't react for a while. This beauty's figure is really attractive, especially those legs. TSK TSK TSK. Not only that, her movements are graceful and light, kicking towards Lin Qinglan twice in midair. Lin Qinglan raised his hand to block. The beauty's strength is far inferior to Lin Qinglan, so she could only use the momentum to somersault to the ground. All her movements are as elegant as dancing. Hey, it's you. When the opponent's feet landed, Lin Qinglan could finally see her face clearly. It turned out to be Moran Xieqi, one of the four beauties of Yanjing. However, when he tried to strike up a conversation with her, Moran Xieqi immediately kicked with both legs, using the unique martial arts of the Moran family, attacking him with punches and kicks. Oh my, you're quite good. Lin Qinglan had to step back repeatedly to defend himself. Although his body is resistant to attacks and his strength is fierce, in terms of technique, he is definitely not as good as Moran Xieqi from the prestigious martial arts family. Of course, the primary rule of martial arts is when one force is matched against 10, so even if Moran Che's moves are exquisite and fancy, it's only a matter of time before Lin Qinglan can knock her down. However, he didn't have the habit of hitting women without a good reason, so he had to restrain himself and play with her. But he didn't expect to lose the initiative, and for a moment, he was unable to find his bearings due to her attacks. Only after the two of them fought away from the scene did the driver rush over to help the special assistant up. Special assistant, are you okay? Quick, help me get in the car and leave. Although the right shoulder of the special assistant was shattered by Lin Qinglan, he wasn't in mortal danger and took the opportunity to leave before anything else happened. Yes, Spat. The driver was about to respond when suddenly, his head exploded. The special assistant watched as the driver was shot with a silencer, unable to react immediately. It was only when the driver collapsed that he saw a very familiar face. It's you. The special assistant never thought in his wildest dreams that the man in front of him would be the one to kill him. He couldn't even guess that the man was cunning to kill him. Goodbye. The mysterious man didn't use a gun, that directly struck the severely injured special assistant with a palm. The special assistant fell to his knees, slowly collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open. Your expression is quite shocked. Ha! The mysterious man coldly smiled, walked over, closed the special assistant's eyes, and restored their appearance. Seeing that Moran Xieqi couldn't hold down that guy Lin Qinglan, he quickly dragged the driver's body away. Meanwhile, as Moran Xieqi attacked Lin Qinglan and reprimanded him, "Why did you come to kill someone? The special assistant and I are from the same faction. I won't let you kill him." Ha. If I really wanted to kill him, you'd be dead too. Understand? Little girl. Lin Qinglan finally seized an opportunity, grabbing Moran Che's ankle to keep her in a split position. This posture and action, if seen by other men, would definitely make them nosebleed. After all, she's one of the four beauties of Yanjing. However, Lin Qinglan felt no excitement and directly warned, "I don't hit women, especially women I have no grievances with. I'll give you a chance, so scram on your own." With that, he tossed Moran Xieqi aside. Moran Xieqi landed in a sorry state and knew she was no match for this bulky opponent, so she sneakily glanced behind her, coldly snorted a wait and see, and then left directly. Lin Qinglan didn't care about her anymore, as long as she didn't come looking for trouble. It was time to quickly take the special assistant back to complete the mission. Seeing the special assistant still lying on the ground, he smiled and said, "You were quite honest, not taking the chance to escape. You've shown some tact, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape, and I would have had to break your legs." The person lying on the ground didn't respond. Plain dead. Useless. Get up quickly. Lin Qinglan lifted him up, feeling that something was amiss. What the heck? Why is this guy's body so stiff? Another check for breathing. It's gone. Damn. What's going on? Lin Qinglan was suddenly stunned. He knew very well if his punch could have killed that guy. How did he die, without even being hit by a woman? Lin Qinglan was still puzzled when suddenly passers-by noticed the scene. Someone's been killed. There's a murder here. The passers-by were immediately shocked. Hey. Don't shout. I am a war general on a mission. No matter how Lin Qinglan explained, it still caused a commotion in the vicinity. It seemed like things were getting out of hand. On the other side, Mingu had already returned to the banquet hall. With Ling Yu's full efforts, a dozen severely poisoned people had been saved by him, and no one died as a result. Ling Yu, Qingjuan, you've worked hard. Mingu quickly walked over, smiling. I didn't work hard. It was Ling Yu who worked hard. Lin Qingjuan quickly smiled, then moved away a bit, pretending she hadn't regained her memory. Mingu, how's the investigation going on your end? Ling Yu didn't pay attention to these details, as it wasn't the time to talk about personal matters. This matter is definitely related to that woman, Maran Xieji. I'm not sure why she did this. Probably wanted to avenge Xiao Wuxian, or gain merit. Mingu quickly shared the information she and Non Gongzhu had investigated with Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded, saying, there's a possibility, but the key figure is still the special assistant. After all, it was that guy who brought the wooden carving over. The poison only forms with the combination of fragrance and wine. I never thought the enemy would be so cunning. It's really hard to guard against. Mingu was also a little shocked and nervous. Others felt the same way. If it weren't for Ling Yu's incredible medical skills, many of them would have surely died. Even if a few die, Mingu would undoubtedly lose the election the next day. Tang Ning. Ling Yu clenched his fists in anger. This debt must be settled with Tang Ning. After all, whether orchestrated by the special assistant or the willow leaf soar, they were all his subordinates acting on his behalf. Now we can only wait for Lin Qinglan to bring the person back. Mingu also felt that things couldn't just be left like this. Although she was just an ordinary woman, she had to show the enemy that she and her people were not easy to bully. However, at that moment, Ling Yu received a call from the police department. After hearing the news from the other side, Ling Yu's face visibly darkened, showing a bit of frustration and helplessness in his eyes. Okay. Got it. Once Ling Yu ended the call, Mingu immediately asked, Ling Yu, what's happened again? The people around knew Ling Qinglan quite well. That guy always managed to surprise everyone. Sure enough, Ling Yu sighed. I asked Ling Qinglan to bring back someone surnamed Li, but that guy ended up beating him to death alive. What? The people around were shocked. Mingu also looked surprised. How could Lin Qinglan handle things like this? While everyone was quietly discussing Lin Qinglan's unreliability, Mingu said to Ling Yu, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. I feel like even though Lin Qinglan can be a bit foolish, he wouldn't do something like this, especially since he and the special assistant have no deep enmity. Ling Yu agreed, but now that Crossing FEI said many people saw Lin Qinglan kill someone, it might not be easy to resolve this matter. Was it an accident, or was Lin Qinglan's lacking a brain finally played against him? The news of Mr. Li's death had already reached Tang Ning's ears that night. Mr. Li, my brother, Tang Ning, who had already gone to rest, got up and wept uncontrollably at home. There were hardly any servants around, only his trusted aide Haong. Seeing Tang Ning in such agony, Haong couldn't help but feel sorrowful, persuading, Master, please take care of yourself. In his heart, Tang Ning was a person of great loyalty and righteousness. His 3 brothers had died, and Tang Ning also shed tears. I can't accept this. Tang Ning continued to cry intensely. Seeing those I trust leaving me one after another, my heart is broken. This expression of pain was not something he could fake. Haong was also moved by his emotions and sighed. Ling Yu and Mingu, that despicable couple, are truly outrageous. I will eventually take action for you, Master, and tear them limb from limb. Tang Ning just mourned in silence. Haong continued to comfort him. Master, don't be too sad. As long as we have a mountain to rely on, there will always be firewood to burn. Old friends leave, new friends join. Our beliefs will surely prevail. Just as the topic of new people was brought up, the steward immediately came in to report, Master, Mr. Liu is here. Oh. Little Jian, Tang Ning wiped away his tears and said, let him in. Yes. The steward left. Not long after, Mr. Liu entered. Seeing Tang Ning's state, he immediately asked nervously, Master, I heard Mr. Liu had an accident. What happened exactly? Tang Ning, still overwhelmed with grief, couldn't articulate a response. Haong immediately interjected. It was the Lingian faction who sent people to kill him. Why? Little Jian seemed both upset and baffled, saying, Mr. Li was such a good person. Why would they have a deadly feud with him? After we left, the people with Mingu collectively suffered from food poisoning. Unable to find the culprit, they pinned the blame on Mr. Liu and sent people to kill him. Tang Ning finally managed to speak. Despicable. Too despicable. Little Jian was indignant. Ling Yu relies on his status and control of the army. He is simply too arrogant, too audacious. With a scoff, he even put them in a weaker position. Han Q, who had followed Tang Ning for so many years, had never experienced such an ordeal before. That scoundrel Ling Yu. I will personally kill him and his wife, feed their bodies to the dogs. Han Que's emotions boiled over completely, his eyes turning bloodshot and terrifying. Little Jian deliberately sighed. Brother Han Q, I know your martial arts are unparalleled, but Ling Yu is even stronger than you. The provocation only further fueled Han Que's rage, and with a palm strike, he shattered a sturdy chair in the hall from a distance, roaring, when my reverse dragon god skill is perfected, I will slay gods and Buddhas alike. A mere Ling Yu, I'll kill him as easily as a chicken. Little Jian, both amazed and moved, quickly praised, Brother Han Q, you are formidable, I will await that day eagerly. Tang Ning interjected, Han Q, don't act in haste now. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, at the battle on Mount Chongwan, it will be Ling Yu's death knell. I understand, Master. Han Q clenched his teeth to restrain his anger, and his upraised hair gradually fell. After difficultly regaining composure, he immediately declared, I will now go into seclusion to cultivate the reverse dragon scripture. I will surely personally kill Ling Yu, avenging our fallen brothers and Mr. Li. Good. I believe in you, Tang Ning said, patting his shoulder excitedly, his gaze flickering slightly. With high spirits, Han Q left the room. Little Jian's gaze shifted back to Tang Ning, and he inquired, Master, has Brother Han Q gone astray? Oh, even you can see it? Tang Ning asked in mild surprise. This disciple's martial talent was indeed remarkable. I feel his cultivation differs from mine. Although he exudes powerful energies, there's a sense of imminent explosion. Little Jian spoke honestly. Tang Ning simply smiled without saying a word, looking entirely different from before. Master, if I may be so bold, is there a problem with the reverse dragon scripture you imparted to him? Little Jian continued to question. You are so daring. Tang Ning suddenly issued a cold rebuke. Little Jian immediately sweated on his forehead, but still smiling, he said, I am just worried about Brother Han Q. After all, of the 4 envoys, he is the last one left. If he encounters any issues, Little Jian, don't take these martial artists too seriously, Tang Ning said in a grave tone. In the Dragon Kingdom, martial artists are as numerous as strands of hair on an ox. As long as there is power and wealth, not to mention for envoys, I can easily cultivate 40 or even 400. Little Jian was secretly amazed, quickly raising his thumb in admiration. Master, you are incredible. He now suspected that he was merely a dog cultivated by Tang Ning. Looking at the cunning old fox before him, it seemed there were still many people at his disposal. He was simply using Han Q and him as guinea pigs to practice and refine his reverse dragon scripture. If successful, he would have a terrifying force at his disposal. If unsuccessful, he could continue to improve and recruit a few more disciples. You are quite remarkable yourself. Tang Ning stared at him and asked, Did you carefully plan tonight's killings? Ah, Master. Little Jian's heart also skipped a beat. Could the old fox have foreseen everything? Although you did not tell me directly, I knew it must have been you. Tang Ning continued to exert pressure on him. Little Jian held firm against the pressure, smiling. Master, your insight is as keen as ever. I did indeed arrange the poisoning for Qin Mingyu's side tonight, through the use of Morong Xie. I see. Tang Ning suddenly chuckled. Well done. I heard many on Qin Mingyu's side are seriously poisoned. With a few random deaths, we will be as stable as Mount Tai tomorrow. Master will triumph. Little Jian quickly bowed his head in admiration, relieved in his heart. Tang Ning sighed again. Little Jian, Mr. Li is dead now. You may have to work harder in the future. I will have to entrust his matters to you. Master, your words are too heavy. Little Jian immediately swore earnestly, Your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. You are my benefactor. For your great cause, I will spare no effort and only die after fulfilling it. Good. Well said. Tang Ning patted his shoulder excitedly. As long as you carry out my tasks well, my mantle will surely pass on to you. Thank you, Master. Little Jian quickly bowed, his lowered head showing a trace of complacency, his eyes darker than the night. No matter what each party is thinking, no matter how turbulent Yanjing is now, one day still has 24 hours, and the sun will rise as usual the next day. The Triennial General Chamber of Commerce President election is being held as scheduled. Outside the Chamber of Commerce building, crowds have gathered early in the morning. Most of them are reporters, each holding professional equipment and continuously filming, with some even live streaming from the scene. Anyone who is concerned about the situation in Longguo already understands that today's Chamber of Commerce election will likely determine the final outcome of the national election. Due to sensitive identities and the previous disturbances in Yanjing, Ling Yu did not openly accompany his wife to the scene. Lin Qinglan has also been detained for investigation. At this moment, following behind Chen Mingu is Xia Shaodi, followed by Liana and Yan Yan, the two female bodyguards. Don't underestimate these two women. Although they are not as skilled as Lu Wuda and Lin Qinglan, there are very few people in all of Longguo who can surpass them. Dealing with ordinary people, they are like a force to be reckoned with. Of course, Qin Chang'an, Qin Ruhan, and others have also arrived at the scene, but they are not candidates for the election and are using a different entrance. Look, the president of the Southern Province Beauty Association has arrived, someone exclaimed, and a group of media reporters instantly surrounded Chen Mingyu's team like a pack of cats smelling fish. Liana and Yan Yan quickly protected Chen Mingyu in front and behind to prevent the media reporters from contacting her directly. President Chen, we heard that you are ambitious this year and want to defeat President Tang and become the new president of the Chamber of Commerce. Where do you get such confidence? Don't you know that President Tang has been re-elected for 3 terms and has been in office for 9 years? As a woman, why do you have such ambitious plans? I heard that you were originally just a mediocre businessman from a second-rate city. How did you manage to reach such heights today? You must have a large team of interests behind you, right? If you win, what personal measures will you take? Can you reveal some in advance? These reporters dared to ask any questions. Although Qin Mingyu was once a media darling in Huacheng and has been interviewed many times and experienced various media entanglements, compared to the storm she is experiencing now, her past experiences are nothing. Fortunately, she has high-level martial artists like Yan Yan and Liana by her side. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control the situation even with people like Xia Shaodi around. Taking advantage of a lull, Chen Mingyu gave Xia Shaodi a look. Xia Shaodi understood and quickly said aloud, "Everyone, President Chen will not accept any interviews before the election. After it ends, if she is elected president of the Chamber of Commerce, there will be a dedicated reporter Q&A session." This statement actually subtly reveals determination. The reporters were indeed excited and immediately began writing and reporting on various topics. Before entering the election venue, Chen Mingyu's gaze suddenly swept towards a corner. There, Liu Yejian quickly hid inside a building. However, Chen Mingyu still spotted him. It turned out to be this traitor's arrangement again, using the media to disturb her or make her say something wrong. Although such tricks are impossible to succeed, they do make Chen Mingyu feel disgusted. Shortly after Chen Mingyu's team entered the venue, Tang Ning's team also arrived. The same group of media reporters were there, but the questions asked were completely different this time. President Tang, do you have confidence in being re-elected this year? Over the past 3 years, under your wise leadership, the commercial data in Longguo has improved further. If you continue to serve, do you have confidence in doubling it again? How do you evaluate other competitors, especially the president of the Southern Province Chamber of Commerce, Chen Mingyu? If the previous situation was a storm, then this is simply calm and sunny weather. Ling Fen and Shen Xiaopang had been waiting on the sidelines, and witnessing the contrast between the two scenes, they couldn't help but exchange glances, surprised. They didn't expect such tactics to be played out at this stage. If they were neutral, after comparing the two scenes, they would definitely support Tang Ning as well. At this time, Li Yejian, who had hidden earlier, came out and raised his hands to assist Tang Ning with the reporters. Everyone, our chairman Tang is feeling low today due to the tragic incident with his special assistant last night and will not be accepting interviews for the time being. Please understand. Oblivious individuals might not catch the deliberate addition of our chairman in his statement, but perceptive people would, indicating that in the future, if they continue to support Tang Ning, They must build a good relationship with this youth surnamed Liu. Many reporters immediately made way, some even offering condolences to comfort this Lowland-dedicated president of the Chamber of Commerce. Oh my! What's going on? Are we becoming the villains now? Shen Xiaopang suddenly felt that something was amiss. Lin Fen felt the same way. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. And there are already 30 people here, or even 300. Don't worry, these little tricks of theirs are useless. Qin Ruhan clenched her teeth lightly, holding her fists and said, I believe in my sister. She will definitely defeat Tang Ning. Ling Qingshuan and the others also had serious expressions, some even trembling involuntarily. Mingu, you must win. Otherwise, all our battles in the western region would be in vain. Lin Qingshuan clasped his hands together, silently praying. She couldn't help Ling Yu. She couldn't be Ling Yu's wise helper, so she had to place her hopes on Qin Mingu, who had stronger abilities, and her. Inside the venue at this moment, this is a crucial national election scene, very solemn and dignified. On the red carpet on the stage is a large box used for voting. Below the stage are semicircular tables and chairs for 100 people in 6 rows. In theory, 600 representatives can be seated, but currently, there are only 277 National Chamber of Commerce representatives, so the seats are spaced out. In addition to the 277 representatives, there are just over 30 staff members, as well as national official media and security personnel appointed by notary organizations. Apart from them, no one else is allowed inside. As Qin Mingu was looking for her seat, she heard a commotion behind her. It turned out that Tang Ning had arrived. Almost all the representatives who had entered the venue stood up. Even the representatives from Nanzhou and the western region, many of them subconsciously stood up. Chairman Tang has arrived. The representatives of the Chamber of Commerce affiliated with Tang Ning walked over to shake hands with him to show loyalty. At the same time, it was also a way of boosting Tang Ning's image. All this had been arranged in advance. Not only does the atmosphere need to be created outside, but also inside the scene. Tang Ning is the leading figure of the Longwo Chamber of Commerce, to naturally sway some undecided voters towards him. Of course, where there are advantages, there are disadvantages. Smart people notice certain clues. In the previous 2 terms, Tang Ning perhaps didn't employ such grand tricks. This time around, he was pulling out all the stops, perhaps because he was feeling pressure and worried he might not retain his position as chairman. Qin Mingu is very averse to his tactics, but can only ignore them. However, she never expected that just before the election formally began, a vote suddenly rang out in the venue. Taking a life demands an explanation. President Qin must account for the death of the special assistant. The scene was instantly in an uproar. Everyone's attention shifted from Tang Ning to Qin Mingu. Speaking was a representative from Zhangzhou. Qin Mingu had done her homework and had an exceptional memory, able to match any representative at the scene with their names. Now, with 2 fingers pointing at her, the intimidating representative's name was Shai Zhangxi. We know you, this woman, are overestimating yourself and ambitious, but if you want to compete for the highest power in the Chamber of Commerce, you can compete openly, assassinate dissenters in secret, engage in terrorism. Isn't it just to force President Tang to compromise with you? Shai Zhangxi was obviously a political veteran. He understood how crucial preempting public opinion was. As long as you act convincingly enough, turning black into white, calling a deer a horse, making right seem wrong, even turning the dead into alive. Qin Mingu couldn't help but give a disdainful smile. She was almost amused by their accusations, but before she could respond, the scene suddenly turned chaotic. A large group of Tang Ning's underlings joined in the fray to attack her, berating her loudly. Assistant Li, a clean and devoted official of the Dragon Kingdom. How could you have him killed? Your actions will only enrage the people. Just wait for judgment. If a woman like you is elected as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, it will be a tragedy for the Dragon Kingdom, a tragedy for the people, and the end of the business world. Despite Qin Mingyu's calm demeanor, she was almost exploding with anger. Weren't these the same people who, in secret, did what they now accused her of doing? Have you wolves barked enough? At this moment, President Abu, unable to bear it any longer, spontaneously stood up and angrily scolded these people on behalf of Qin Mingu. Stop using these despicable means. You learn nothing but the Western style of controlling public opinion. Shameless, distorting right and wrong. This will only reveal your ugly faces even more. President Abu knew who Tang Ning was long ago, but he had nothing to lose and was fearless. With his righteous and resolute aura, he managed to temporarily suppress the chaotic group. With President Abu's lead, representatives from Nanzhou and the western regions, who had been suppressed by Tang Ning, also began to erupt. That's right, trying to tarnish President Qin's words now is like showing Tang Ning's true colors. Hasn't Tang Ning killed enough people in secret? You, with your faces and courage, dare to make a scene in such a situation. A group of representatives rallied behind Mingu. The two sides ignited into a verbal battle. Tang Ning had been silent all along, showing no sign of anger, with a hint of an intended satisfaction in the corners of his eyes. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Mingu suddenly spoke. All right, let's not argue about these matters. Today is about the election. Let's not disrupt the process. She was well aware that today, Tang Ning and she were the main characters, while others were just supporting roles. Regardless of Tang Ning's outward appearance, the chamber's representatives almost certainly knew what kind of person he was. Representatives from Nanzhou and the western regions were even more clear. Many representatives were unfamiliar with Mingu, but Tang Ning deliberately provoked this PR battle, aiming to tarnish her image. Even if both sides displayed their intentions and attacked each other, he succeeded in aligning Mingu with him to make it look like they were the same kind of people. Controlling and utilizing public opinion was a must for politicians. Simple, crude, and effective. Seeing Mingu speak, Tang Ning sighed and said, President Qin, although I rarely interact with you, I know you are a remarkable woman. I've heard about your strong influence in Nanzhou, your beauty, and your methods, which can make men willingly follow you. I have always admired you. On the surface, these words were complimentary, but those who understood the underlying meaning knew what they imply. But, assistantly had no enmity with you. Sigh, I'd find it hard to believe you ordered such a thing. But I heard that the murderer Lin Qinglan was indeed your person or your personal bodyguard. How could this be? The cunning fox appeared grieved and incredulous. While saying he didn't believe it, he actually wanted to smear Mingu and make it impossible for her to clear her name. Mingu hadn't thought about using any underhanded tactics. However, since the other party resorted to attacking and defaming her, tearing off that layer of veneer, she wouldn't show any weakness. President Tang, you may have heard about me, and vice versa, but I don't rely on hearsay. My understanding of you began when you sent for ambassadors and the Liu family to annihilate my Qin family. Mingu didn't hold back, she went straight for the jugular. You say I killed your assistant, I'll say you exterminated my whole family. Some neutral representatives present were astonished, mouth agape. Even if you had many people from my family killed, including my mother-in-law who tragically died in that incident, I have never thought of seeking revenge through private means. I have always insisted on uncovering the truth, seeking justice for the deceased from my family using the law. Mingu continued, leaving aside the fact that Assistant Li was not killed by my orders. Just last night, he came to our banquet hall and gave me a piece of fragrant wood. Later, we were all poisoned, and some representatives still haven't recovered. Wow, these revelations were explosive. Luckily, only official media were present. If various journalists were also there, these issues would have made the election more thrilling than ever. I see, Tang Ning sighed. This is so cruel to Assistant Li. Just because you suspected he poisoned you, you had him killed. It's sad. I can vouch with my integrity that Assistant Li is not that kind of person. President Qin, you have wronged him. TSK. Mingu felt nauseated and infuriated by the cunning tricks of this old fox. He didn't say a word, always playing the victim, never mentioning his own actions, ignoring them altogether. The ultimate skill of a political veteran was Tai Chi push hands, much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary person and far more revolting. Enough, everyone. At this point, a man in a green uniform, accompanied by a group of security personnel, stepped in to maintain order. He was Dong Jiaming, a senior supervisory team leader from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Justice. For the past 2 terms of the Chamber's elections, he had been responsible for maintaining order at the event and overseeing the voting process. This is an election venue, not a courtroom or police station. Any issues not related to the election should not be discussed here. Thank you. After Dong Jiaming spoke, Tang Ning immediately laughed aloud. Commander Dong, my apologies. Thank you for the reminder. Not at all. It's just my duty. Don Jiaming politely responded, I have been watching the scene all along. This incident was not caused by President Tang, so please, everyone, take your seats and let's proceed with the formal election process. Under the control of Don Jiaming, the chaos on the scene was temporarily suppressed. Delegates took their seats one by one. Tang Ning was no exception, but his eyes had a noticeably brighter gleam than before. Up to this point, he had achieved his goals. Both he and Mingu knew that there were approximately 230 confirmed votes, with around 50 votes belonging to the moderates. It was uncertain who these people would ultimately vote for. The recent commotion had indirectly labeled Mingu as a villain, which had a significant impact. The voting process involved a register and named voting system, with votes being cast on-site and tallied immediately. After each representative registered, they were issued to cards by the Notary and Supervision Department, one with their name and title to be placed in front of their seat, and the other for voting. No electronic voting was used. This process had been established many years ago and had not been updated with advancements in technology. Official voting procedures were accompanied by tedious and lengthy processes before the actual voting began. As the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Tang Ning would also have to give a 3-year work report, which was an advantage for him to secure moderate votes. Outside, those like Qin Ruhan who could only watch the official live broadcast began to feel anxious. Why does it seem like the situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for Sister? Qin Ruhan's words made those around her, like Ling Qingshuan, nervous. Due to the deaths of Haong Ji and President Ma, as well as the poisoning incident the night before, several representatives from the western regions had not even appeared at the venue. It was uncertain if they still retained their voting rights. Seeing the situation unfold, even the expression on the face of the old fox, Qin Chang'an, became grave. Everyone knew how impactful this election was. Zhao Wenjin, who was watching the scene from the other side, couldn't help but ask Zhao Wuji, brother, what differences in the situation will arise from Mingyu's success or failure in this election? What do you plan to do? Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and smiled, saying, Wenjin, brother always wants to be on the same side as you, so I also hope Mingu can win. This statement made Zhao Wenjin smile knowingly. Zhao Wuji continued, if Mingu wins, it will lead to a significant reshuffling of political power in Longhua. Tang Ning's influence will rapidly decline, directly boosting support for Xi Peng while lowering support for Zhao Nianchu. The initially leading Xi Peng will undoubtedly win the battle for the national leader. Of course, the final vote will be determined in a week at the national leader's grand election. That after Mingu wins, Zhao Nianchu and Motu's forces will find that they cannot win through normal means and may resort to collaborating to eliminate Xi Peng, and then figure out a way to best each other. At that time, the Purple Golden Temple on Mount Chanwanshan will be the place where the national leader will be decided. Zhao Wenjin took a deep breath before nodding slowly. So, if Mingu wins, it will be the official start of the grand drama of Longhua. Exactly. Zhao Wuji smiled, then added, if Mingu fails, there will be a reversal in the election situation, with some of the forces that originally supported Xi Peng potentially tilting towards Zhao Nianchu. Even the South Palace family's stance may change. Will the South Palace family betray Ling Yu as well? Zhao Wenjin was slightly surprised. You could say so. Zhao Wuji adjusted his glasses and continued, for the South Palace family to become the wealthiest, they must first avoid confrontation with the ruling power. In business, not antagonizing those in power is crucial. When a merchant picks the wrong side, it may lead to irreversible consequences. Why has the South Palace family left South Palace U to handle things until now? It's because they have kept a backup plan. If Mingu fails in the election, watch, the true representatives of the South Palace family will step forward at that time, overturning all previous decisions made by South Palace U and South Palace Wu. Zhao Wenjin shivered slightly, agreeing with her brother's analysis. After a while, she asked, what about the other 3 major families of Yanjing who also stand against Tang Ning and Zhao Nianchu? What changes can we expect if Tang Ning fails in the election? Let's talk about the Tang family first. Zhao Wuji was very patient with his younger sister. If she wanted him to analyze the situation, this excessively pampered brother would talk for days on end. The Tang family rose to become one of the 4 major families of Yanjing due to the influence of the first-generation Master Haitong. Although Tang Ning became the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and enjoyed a period of popularity, they are ultimately the weakest of the four major families in terms of foundation. If Tang Ning cannot maintain control over the Chamber of Commerce, the position of the Tang family among the four major families may not be secure. The power that Tang Ning has operated for many years, along with the privately trained army he has kept overseas, may fall apart. However, it is not out of the question that he may turn to the dark side, collude with foreign powers against Long Guo to gain benefits, and continue to maintain his influence. As for the Moran family, they rely on their martial arts prestige, making them less affected by the elections. The significant influence on them actually comes from Mo Yin. With this revelation, Zhao Wenjin's eyes twitched. Mo Yin, yes. The martial saint, Mo Yin. Zhao Wuji's eyes suddenly showed a hint of respect. He continued, being individuals of saint-level status, each one commands great respect from thousands. Every action of theirs is of great significance and is carefully considered before they make a move. Mo Yin is like this, and so is the Dragon Spear Saint. The last sentence was emphasized by Zhao Wuji, his gaze becoming more piercing. Though Zhao Wenjin was not familiar with the old drunkard, she understood that he had been living a quiet life for over 20 years, in a secluded village without any worldly ambitions, waiting for the right moment to return to the world. Perhaps the dormant period of 2 decades was all in preparation for this moment. Mo Yin's visit to Long Guo this time is accompanied by at least 4 missions. Zhao Wuji raised 4 fingers, continuing. First, to assassinate Zhang Ping. What? He assassinated the former national leader. Zhao Wenjin was immediately surprised. Brother, do you have evidence? I am the evidence, right here. Zhao Wuji replied confidently, pointing to his head with a touch of arrogance. The bodyguards of the national leader were exceptionally strong, beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Only someone of a saint level could have successfully assassinated the national leader single-handedly. Our mother wanted to cultivate such a sharp weapon of the nation when she was on the Dark Knight Island, but unfortunately, it failed. After this failure, news of the national leader's assassination emerged, and it must have been due to an agreement reached between Mo Yin and the Three Saints organization, finally prompting him to act. Zhao Wenjin's mouth gaped in surprise. Many had always said that she was not inferior to her brother in terms of knowledge and wisdom, but only she knew deep down that her brother was far superior to her. She didn't even know just how much he knew about things. Apart from the conditions offered by the Three Saints organization, Mo Yin's mission to assassinate the former national leader surely was also for revenge for his own experience over 20 years ago. Zhao Wuji further analyzed. His second task is to suppress Long Guo for the Dejo country to prepare for the upcoming war. The upcoming war, Zhao Wenjin said with a surprised expression. Because the Dragon Kingdom values peace, besides minor conflicts, they have not participated in any major wars for decades. Gradually, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the whole world had a misconception that the Dragon Kingdom would never go to war again. Therefore, when she heard her brother's speculation, Zhao Wenjin couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, to analyze the motives of the 4 major families and the people of Dejo country, we must combine the international situation in order to see through it clearly. Zhao Wuji still firmly believed, currently, the international situation is in a rare 100-year transformation. The conflicts between many major countries are reconcilable, and the 3rd season of the Blue Star War is about to erupt. The Dragon Kingdom and Dejo country are arch-enemies, destined for a battle, and it won't be far. Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhao Wenjin's expression also became grave. While others may only consider the 3rd season rumors, if her brother concluded this way, then it was highly likely to happen. As for Mo Yin's 3rd motive, it should be to settle the grudges with the top experts of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the grudge with the Silver Dragon Spear Saint. Zhao Wuji continued the analysis. Zhao Wenjin was well aware of this motive, but she had lost interest in hearing about the 4th motive. After all, she wasn't very interested in Mo Yin's story, knowing that he would come to the Dragon Kingdom and cause trouble. Is the Moran family likely to change their stance? Zhao Wenjin asked, as she was more concerned about this. Yes, Zhao Wuji affirmed. The Moran family was originally a political faction hundreds of years ago, but after almost being wiped out due to political events, they focused solely on martial arts and rarely participated in politics since then. They are now joining hands with the Tang family only for the benefit of their family, and also because of the incitement from the Liu Mei Soar. They are at odds with Ling Yu. They will not give up until the end, and they are not siding with Xi Peng. But if Tang Ning and Zhao Nianqiu's situation is doomed, perhaps they will turn around. After all, by supporting Xi Peng, they can also take revenge on Ling Yu out of private grievances. And most crucially, with so much turmoil in Yanjing, those old monsters from the Morong family have yet to appear. Zhao Wenjun couldn't help but gasp in surprise again. How did her brother seem to know everything? However, what she was most concerned about was the upcoming question, and her expression became serious. Brother, father said he wants you to inherit the Zhao family. What do you think? If we support Mingu now, wouldn't that mean going against father and the Zhao family? Hearing this question, Zhao Wuji smiled confidently. Wenjun, rest assured, I have discussed this issue with Ling Yu. My heart will always be with you, but my position will not be fixed. Only by being opportunistic can we survive well. Seeing her brother so confident, Zhao Wenjun just nodded with a smile, but she was actually very worried. Being opportunistic, she feared it might lead to being left with nothing in the end. Without exceptional intelligence and means, it would be impossible to handle. The siblings suddenly stopped talking because the election voting had officially begun in the venue. The arrangement of the seats in the venue was clearly well thought out. Tang Ning and Qin Mingyu, the two major candidates, were sitting in the front row, separated by only one seat, not needing to turn or look back to see each other. They could see each other just with their peripheral vision. The others were sitting behind them, divided into regions representing East, South, Central, West, and North. The first to cast their vote was a representative from the moderate faction. Representative from the Northern Zone, Yu Dan, has voted for Tang Ning. As the person in charge of monitoring, East Jiaming would announce every vote that came in. The votes were displayed on the large screen behind, with a tally and a red-blue bar for comparison. Haha. President Tang is still leading from the front like the previous two terms. The result will be the same. President Tang is highly respected and has the support of the people. Immediately, there were representatives behind them starting to boast in favor of Tang Ning. After all, the moderates might feel there was no suspense, so they didn't want to offend Tang Ning and started voting for him in succession. Heh. President Qin, I didn't expect my luck to still be as good as ever, but I wish you good luck too. Even though both sides had almost torn each other apart just a while ago, Tang Ning continued to act cordially, showcasing his modesty in front of Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu ignored him. This election was a do-or-die battle, and she knew she had lost, with the Qin family inevitably being taken down by Tang Ning's influence. So, there was no need to continue acting with Tang Ning anymore. However, losing a moderate vote still made her slightly worried. It wasn't a good start at all, but she didn't expect that the next 9 votes would all go to Tang Ning. Haha. President Tang is leading by a huge margin again. Starting with 10-0, this is even more extraordinary compared to the previous terms. There is no suspense at all. Tang Ning's minions at the scene couldn't help but smirk. Although their voices were not loud, in the quiet venue, it was piercing to the representatives on Qin Mingyu's side. It was even more grating for Qin Mingyu herself to hear it. What should we do? How did it start like this? Outside, witnessing the voting situation, Qin Ruhan was already panicking. She also understood what failure in this election would mean. Yes, it's like a nightmare start. Ling Fen and Shen Xiaopan were equally nervous, biting their nails. And although Ling Qingshuan didn't join in the commotion, she held her hands together on her chest, clearly very tense. The others were the same. They were all in the same boat, destined to sink together if they failed. Don't worry. Among these 10 votes, only 2 are key moderate votes, so the situation is not as bad as you think. Old Fox Qin Chang'an quickly reassured everyone. He held a pivotal role in the situation. Hearing his words, it helped ease everyone's anxiety slightly. However, Qin Chang'an himself was also very worried because even though 2 votes may seem insignificant, a start like this might trigger a chain reaction. On the other end, Zhao Wuji had also analyzed this for Zhao Wenjun, expressing his concern. The voting order might have been intentionally arranged by Tang Ning. If he continues to gain votes with such a huge lead at the start, the moderate factions will surely follow suit and vote for him. By then, Qin Mingyu will be facing an impossible situation. Zhao Wenjun understood this reasoning, but she believed that Tang Ning wouldn't have it all his way. Indeed, in the next moment, it was President Abu's turn to cast his vote. East Jiaming announced directly, Representative Abu has voted for Qin Mingyu. Finally, the ice was broken. Even though this vote was expected, given the timing, it had a somewhat cathartic effect. At the occurrence of this, Tang Ning frowned instantly, somewhat displeased with East Jiaming's actions. Although as the person in charge of monitoring, East Jiaming didn't have the power to change the voting outcome. Through some means, or randomly selecting the voting order, he could influence the sequence of the votes. With only 10 votes so far, if he allowed the people on Qin Mingyu's side to vote now, he was up to something. East Jiaming also felt Tang Ning's gaze, silently exerting pressure on him, although he pretended not to notice. On the other side, Ling Yu, although standing by Xi Peng's side today, at this moment, they were also watching the voting scene through video. Everyone knew that this voting was the prelude to the national leader election, and the result would influence the outcome of the national leader election. At this moment, Yu Bing came to find Ling Yu. In a soft voice, Yu Bing said to Ling Yu, "Commander, I have completed the task you ordered." "Good." Ling Yu gave him a thumbs up. With this, the despicable trickery used by Tang Ning had also been resolved. Immediately inform others and take this news to the venue. "Yes, Commander." Yu Bing promptly responded to carry out the task. Everything they had planned ahead of time was a multi-party coordinated action. At this moment, at the venue, Tang Ning was still a little dissatisfied with Dong Jiaming because he had secretly instructed him that representatives from Qin Mingyu's side could only vote after he had received 30 votes. Did Dong Jiaming think that was too obvious and decided on his own? Tang Ning felt the need to teach this guy a lesson. He coughed a few times continuously, pretending to drink water only when Dong Jiaming's gaze turned towards him. These little movements could deceive others, but not Qin Mingyu. In fact, Tang Ning thought he was very clever. He had confined Dong Jiaming's family and forced the prosecutor to vote according to his will. However, many people had already warned her. Besides Zhao Wujin, there was also Su Lao, as well as her grandfather, who all knew that Tang Ning would use this trick. Therefore, Ling Yu had already sent people to counteract it. Unfortunately, Dong Jiaming was unaware of this. He had arrived at the venue today, and saw his family being confined in a dark room in a video only, and was he compelled to follow Tang Ning's instructions in ordering the voting sequence. But in reality, he was very displeased with Tang Ning, which was why he had previously challenged President Abuan had only given to neutral representatives votes out of the initial 10. Now, Tang Ning was threatening him in secret, and although he grit his teeth, thinking of his family, he reluctantly continued to allow Tang Ning's side to vote. In an instant, the voting comparison had reached 29-1. "Oh, President Qin, I actually intended to let you young people take charge of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, but it seems like everyone isn't ready for me to retire just yet." Tang Ning sighed helplessly. His expression was convincing. Those unaware would have no idea he was showing off. "President Tang, your wish will be granted," Qin Mingyu responded calmly. Tang Ning's eyes flashed with anger, but quickly turned back to a smile. "Let's hope so. President Qin, good luck to you." Qin Mingyu felt a bit disgusted by this old man. She had read many stories before about cunning individuals who always appeared kind-hearted, but encountering one in real life made her realize it was more sickening than reading about it. At that moment, more people entered the venue. It was Xia Chia, the representative from Nanzhou who had been hospitalized due to poisoning yesterday. "Haha, sorry for being late, but according to the rules, being late still grants the right to vote, right?" Xia Qian's sudden appearance disrupted the voting rhythm. Tang Ning, who had thought victory was assured, now felt a hint of unease. When the voting had begun, he had noticed that some representatives from Nanzhou and the western regions couldn't attend due to the poisoning, in addition to Ji and President Ma having passed away, which meant Qin Mingyu had no chance of winning. But Xia Qian's sudden appearance now introduced a variable. Even if a variable couldn't change the outcome, it couldn't be ignored. Well, representatives retain their voting rights until the voting ends. Dong Jiaming immediately responded. This was the established rule, and no one could easily change it, not even Tang Ning. So Tang Ning didn't say anything. He even insincerely gestured for Xia Tia to take his seat. Xia Tia couldn't be bothered to respond to this cunning man, walking directly towards the voting podium. "What are you doing?" Someone immediately shouted at Xia Tia. Even the on-site supervisors wanted to intervene. However, Dong Jiaming signaled for them to stay calm because he noticed Xia Tia exchanging meaningful glances with him as if hinting at something. "Mr. Dong, can I vote first? Because I'm not feeling well. After voting, I'll need to return to the hospital," Xia Tia said as he took out his phone. "Do you want to see? The doctor told me to rest and not worrying about anything else." Others found Ziaqian's behavior inexplicable, as if he was speaking nonsense. However, Dong Jiaming, upon seeing the video playing on Ziaqian's phone, felt a chill down his spine. It wasn't a doctor's instructions, it showed his family had been rescued and was resting in a hotel. Is the Nanzhou representative a fool? At this point, representatives on Tang Ning's side began clamoring. The voting order is randomly drawn. Nobody has privileges. That's right. Stop causing trouble. I suggest canceling his voting eligibility. Faced with pressure from the group, Dong Jiaming had no choice but to say, please take your seat and wait for the voting to take place. Fine. Fine. Ziaqian deliberately said casually, it's just voting after all. No one's going to die, so let's take it easy. Every word he uttered was significant. Others thought he was speaking nonsense about himself, but actually, each word was a hint to Dong Jiaming. Don't worry. None of your family members will die. They are all resting comfortably. Experienced in the deceit, Dong Jiaming naturally understood, and therefore, as the next vote was taken, his eyes became clearer. The next voter is the Nanzhou representative, Ziaqian. What the heck is going on? The people who were just causing a commotion were left dumbfounded. They had just painstakingly convinced Ziaqian to step down, and now he was the next one called to vote. Was this a coincidence? Ahaha. See what I mean? Ziaqian jeered at the group who had been making noise. Even God can't stand your faces and has to help me out. What else do you have to say now? Go on. Keep talking. Keep shouting. Haha. The representatives had nothing more to say. Following the rules, Ziaqian proceeded with his vote, rendering them speechless. Only Tang Ning kept his eyes fixed on Dong Jiaming, understanding clearly that something fishy was going on. His expression seemed to convey, don't you care about your family's lives anymore? Despite this, Dong Jiaming continued to ignore his gaze. His emotions were rising. Every election, Tang Ning would manipulate and coerce him into doing illegal acts. He had had enough. He was truly fed up. He wanted this old scoundrel to pay the price. Understanding that today was his only chance to bring Tang Ning down, if he missed it, there might not be another opportunity like this again. Nanzhou representative Ziaqian votes for Mingu. After Dong Jiaming's announcement, the current score stood at 2-29. Although still quite disparate, Mingu felt relieved. Outside, Qin Ruhan and the others felt the same, that they hadn't relaxed their guard entirely as this was their last chance to catch up. Otherwise, it would be too late to turn the tie. Outside the venue, looking at the figures in the live voting video, it was not just the influence behind Mingu. Even major figures like Zhao Yuanzhang, Mo Tiyu, Zhao Nianchu, and others were all staring at the screen. They knew very well that today's election would determine the future direction of the Long Kingdom. Once the results were out, they would have to make the next move. Seeing the current score of 2-29, no one thought Tang Ning had already won. Liu Yajian also thought so. So, as he watched the live broadcast alone, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and think about his next move. If Tang Ning failed, what should he do? President Qin, congratulations. 2 votes, you are as excellent as my former competitor. Tang Ning again made a sarcastic remark towards Mingu. However, he only said half of it. With Mingu's intelligence, she definitely understood what he meant to express. That is, his former excellent opponents had long been gone. His meaning was, you would not be an exception. It was just that this old fox was cautious everywhere. He would never say what he shouldn't say, so it was difficult for the public to see through his true intentions. Thank you, President Tang, for your praise. Mingu also did not show weakness, with a slight smile, but soon you will find out, I am different from them. Tang Ning shivered slightly, then smiled. I look forward to see how excellent President Qin is. Exciting times. Mingu also did not continue the verbal battle with him. Anyway, he would see for himself in the next stage. Southern Continent Representative, Su Jianlu, votes for Mingu. Western Domain Representative, Ding Zhenzhen, votes for Mingu. Northern Continent Representative, Lu Renbing, votes for Mingu. The counterattack came so suddenly and fiercely. It caught everyone off guard. The previous 2-29, after more than 10 minutes of voting, instantly turned into 29-31. Previously confident Tang Ning finally started to feel a bit uneasy. The representatives from the Southern Continent and Western Domain voting for Mingu was expected by him. When even the neutral representative from the Northern Continent voted for Mingu, that was the key. It proved that some moderates had already started favoring Qin Mingu. If one middle vote did not mean much, then the following two middle votes going to Qin Mingu directly equalized the votes, undoubtedly dealt a blow to Tang Ning. President Tang. Oh, sorry. Tang President. The votes are tied. It looks like you may really have a chance to retire. Qin Mingu was not to be underestimated. This was not just a finals match, it was a life and death battle. The victor takes all, and the loser will never rise again, so she had no need to hold back. A decisive battle was what she needed to do. Ha ha. President Qin. It's too early to celebrate. Please do not get too excited yet. Tang Ning's tone also changed. When he was leading, he could act dignified, but now that he was tied, he couldn't help but reveal his true colors. Qin Mingu just gave a disdainful smile, a look of someone who had everything under control. Clearly, even Don Jiaming had betrayed Tang Ning and leaned towards her side, hating his despicable methods. Otherwise, the representatives who had just voted would not have all been from her camp or neutral. Giving a couple of votes to Tang Ning's influence just made it seem less suspicious. So far, out of 5 middle votes, she got 3 whereas Tang Ning only got 2. She was in the advantageous position. Mr. Don, why were almost all the representatives from the southern continent and western domain the ones who voted just now? Yes. Is there something fishy going on? Tang Ning's lackeys started to stir again, putting pressure on Don Jiaming. Ha ha, then I must laugh. Chairman Su immediately burst into laughter. The previous 30 votes were almost all from the eastern and central continents. Why were you not making a fuss then? Why are you now? The representatives from the southern continent and western domain mocked Tang Ning's lackeys. However, these lackeys were sharp-tongued, and immediately someone retorted, "That's why we suspect something fishy. Is this a randomly selected voting order?" Everyone quiet down. Don Jiaming still had some authority, especially now that Tang Ning was not controlling him anymore. He had straightened his spine considerably compared to before. The voting order is randomly selected, and anything can happen. Moreover, the order does not determine who the representatives vote for. What does it matter if you vote early or late? This is a serious occasion. Anyone who intentionally causes trouble will be thrown out. Please show restraint. Hearing they might be thrown out, these lackeys indeed quieted down. But Tang Ning finally made a move. Standing up, he spoke loudly. Everyone, as the chief executive of the Chamber of Commerce, I must say a few words at this moment. Don's point is correct. The voting order does not determine who you vote for. So everyone please calm down. Think carefully about who you want to vote for. When it's your turn to vote, please make sure you do not cast the wrong vote. Obviously, a warning. This cunning old thing had finally dropped his pretense. Feeling threatened, feeling his position was seriously challenged, he could no longer remain calm as before. His fangs and claws were starting to show. Once more, everyone quiet down. Think clearly before voting. Thank you, Tang Ning added, his eyes clearly sweeping towards the representatives from the northern continent. After all, the representatives from the southeast, south, west, and central continents were mostly firm in their stands, with clear affiliations. It was only by threatening these representatives that any effect could be seen. Seeing Tang Ning's ruthless look, some of the northern continent representatives visibly shuddered. They knew very well the consequences of not voting for Tang Ning. After all, many of Tang Ning's opponents in the past were nowhere to be found now. All right, let the voting continue. Don Jiaming waited for Tang Ning to sit down before continuing the voting process immediately. Things had escalated to this point, and not just inside the venue, but outside. Countless eyes were watching this election as well. He could not continue to help Qin Mingu. His previous actions were a way of repaying the favor from her camp for helping save his family. Nah, he would leave it to fate. With this in mind, he did not secretly change the voting order again, but let it be genuinely random. He stood on the side, hands in front of him, solely focused on tallying the votes. This way, no one would have any suspicions. Central Continent Representative Zhao Limai votes for Tang Ning. Northern Continent Representative San Shai votes for Tang Ning. The votes on both sides were increasing alternately, but gradually, Tang Ning started to take a clear lead, 89 to 65, a 24-vote lead over Qin Mingu once again. Oh dear. With the majority of votes in, Tang Ning hammered on, continuing to taunt Qin Mingu. President Qin, it seems there won't be any changes this time either. Since it's the will of the people, this old bone, We'll have to continue to serve the people. Mingu couldn't help but softly clench her fist, her expression gradually becoming a bit nervous. Oh. What should we do now? Outside, Qin Ruhan stood up in a panic, spinning around. She knew better than anyone that this election was a declaration of war by their united force against Tang Ning and his power. If they lost, it was easy to imagine how they would be suppressed in the coming years. This wasn't like watching a soccer match where you could just curse a bit if your team lost. This involved the future and destiny of all of them. Yes, the gap has widened so much, it's going to be hard to catch up. Shen Xiaopeng also looked disappointed. If the Qin family fell, he didn't even know if he could marry Yang Ruansuan. The thought was hard to accept. Lin Fan wanted to comfort them, but even he lacked confidence. In theory, we have 277 votes, but President Haong and President Ba have passed away, and some representatives have been poisoned and haven't arrived. Plus, based on past history, there are always some who abstain from voting. This means if Tang Ning's votes reach 130, victory is basically assured. Liu Roshui anxiously analyzed by Lin Qingshuan's ear. Mingu will definitely win. Definitely. Lin Qingshuan, unlike the others, tightly clenched her fists, but didn't waver in her belief. She trusted Ling Yu, so she believed in Mingu. A woman chosen by Ling Yu must be the best. Upon hearing this, Qin Qiangan laughed loudly. That's right, we can't do anything now anyway. Just believe, and that will be enough. Everyone settled down, continuing to watch the live broadcast. The next vote was for Tang Ning again, a neutral vote. So far, he had received 50 neutral votes, while Mingu only had a pitiful 4. How about it? President Qin, are you feeling desperate now? Haha. At this point, Tang Ning's lackeys behind him stopped pretending, taunting openly. Haha. We love seeing others show off and then get a reality check. Exactly, seeing that woman rise up high, only to be suddenly knocked down by a combo punch. Now that's entertainment. Daring to challenge President Tang. Don't even know how to write the word death. Haha. Stop it. What if the woman starts crying? She's a female fighter. She beat us up. This group of people was truly despicable. Mingu managed to remain silent, but representatives from the Nanzhou and the Shu regions were itching to shut them up. Doom. Just then, someone kicked open the door to the venue. The whole place was shocked. The security personnel were on high alert, thinking someone was causing trouble. But to their surprise, the person outside was wearing a representative badge. It was also a commercial association representative. Seeing the indignant representatives, Tang Ning felt uneasy once again. Have we arrived too late? Thank goodness. Has it not ended yet? If Tang Ning doesn't kill us with poison, we will support Mingu. We are here for justice and light. These were some of the representatives who had been poisoned and rushed to the hospital for treatment. They had finally made it. There were a total of 8 people. Though their votes were few, their presence and determined expressions had a profound impact on everyone present. Humph. You 8, stop making empty boasts. Facing opposition, Tang Ning also couldn't help but sneer, showing his attitude. What does your poisoning have to do with me? Other than words, it was their expressions that angered people the most. The look in his eyes and the curve of his mouth conveyed his true thoughts. Even if you vote, can a few more votes for Mingu make her win? If 8 votes aren't enough, how about us too, and our allegations? Suddenly, another angry voice sounded from behind the 8. Tang Ning's face finally changed. Indeed, looking over, it was Ing and President Ma. Were these two not dead, after all? How was this possible? The on-site representatives mostly recognized Ing. After all, as the president of the Shu region, second only to Tang Ning within the commercial association, he was also one of Tang Ning's close associates. The lackeys behind Tang Ning now didn't receive the same treatment as Ing. Ing, have you been bribed by Mingu? Coming here to slander me? Such an unexpected turn of events had begun to provoke Tang Ning. The facade was being stripped away layer by layer. Many representatives were shocked to see Tang Ning display this new demeanor. Was this person usually so in control finally showing signs of losing it? Everyone. What kind of person Tang Ning is, I believe many of you here know just as well as I do. Ignoring Tang Ning, Ing shouted to everyone, if you don't want to be persecuted anymore, if you have a bit of conscience left, now is the time to overthrow the darkness and embrace the light. Mingu risked her life to help the Shu region, fighting against bandits. Any representative following her willingly supports her. Even if I die, I will come and cast a vote for her." These words, if spoken by anyone else, wouldn't have had such an impact. But coming from one of Tang Ning's former most fervent supporters, it shook the nerves and even the souls of all the representatives present. They felt enlightened and awakened. Don Jiaming had yet to intervene because he also felt the same way. He believed it was time to rid themselves of the tumor that was Tang Ning. No one dared speak out before because there was no one to lead, and even if someone had opinions against him, they feared his retaliation and the Foran was coming. But now, with Mingu holding the flag, with Ing stepping forward, with the representatives from the Shu and Nanzhou regions standing up, the anti-Tang Ning force had become formidable. The outcome depended on this crucial moment. Everyone should hold nothing back. Yes, we have come to Yanjing at great risk to support President Qin. We won't back down. Led by Ing, the representatives of the Nanzhou and Shu regions began to chant in unison. On the other hand, the representatives from the Dongzhou and Zhangzhou regions looked adrift, lacking the momentum of the Shu and Nanzhou regions. Tang Ning's unease grew, and outside, Liu Yejian also sensed that a storm was brewing. It seemed he needed to plan his exit strategy carefully. Impossible. How is this possible? Standing next to Willow Leaf Soar, the Scarlet Sparrow exclaimed in shock upon seeing Ing and President Ma. These two people clearly died in front of him, and he even killed them himself. How could they still be alive? On the other hand, Willow Leaf Sword showed no surprise at all. Playing tricks like imitating the Monkey King was something that Zhao Wujin and Zhao Wenjin excelled at. Zhao Wenjin was especially skilled at making fake faces. With her process, as long as she had facial data, she could make a fake face within a day. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, especially in the shadows of the night. The Scarlet Sparrow was lucky to escape. There was no chance to confirm the truth. Seeing Ing and President Ma finally appearing, both Zhao Wujin and Zhao Wenjin expressed a subtle sense of satisfaction and complexity. When Ing called Mingu indeed had Zhao Wenjin send a courier to deliver a fake face the next morning, letting him find a scapegoat. However, he did not anticipate the need for a fake face for President Ma, so the person with the surname Ma was indeed dead. The current President Ma was just a stand-in wearing his mask. As long as they could cast their votes, who cared if President Ma was alive or dead? Xiao Jun, brother is about to make his appearance. Brother is leaving. Zhao Wujin adjusted his glasses, revealing a proud smile. Brother. Before leaving, Zhao Wenjin did not forget to say, I support Mingu. She is my only best friend. Zhao Wujin smiled again and left. That's enough. Tang Ning was completely irritated and exasperated, putting on the airs of the Chamber of Commerce, shouting, if you want to vote, come in. If not, get out. Supervisors, make sure to check the qualifications. He also suspected that Ing and President Ma might be imposters. These two people were clearly dead. The on-site security and inspectors were also under his control. However, whether using electronic checks or pulling Ing's face, they all confirmed that they were real individuals. Get out. Have you had enough fun? You're embarrassing yourselves. This is a violation of my personal safety. Ing bellowed, intimidating the security guards and inspectors. They could only shake their heads at Tang Ning, confirming that these were real people. Tang Ning subconsciously believed that both men were alive, letting them pass through for verification one by one. Good. Let the voting continue. Don Jiaming wasted no time, and continued to oversee the voting process. And coincidentally, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The next voters happened to draw Ing and President Ma's names. Of course, they also cast their votes for Mingu without hesitation. Riding on the wave, Ing shouted, yearning for brilliance, sincerely wanting to represent Lone Wolf in creating a good business environment, and wanting to contribute to your hometown. Please vote like I did with your sacred vote. That's enough. Kick them out. Tang Ning was suddenly agitated. Unlike his previous composed self, Don Jiaming couldn't be bothered. They had already cast their votes, and their physical presence was inconsequential. The arrival of these representatives had completely changed the voting situation. After another round of voting, the final tally stood at 131 to 132. There wasn't even a single abstained vote this year. Next up for voting is the Central Plains representative, Li Bamai. With Don Jiaming's announcement, Mingu immediately turned her gaze towards the man walking onto the stage, feeling a sense of helplessness. It's over. It's over. Qin Ruhan was sweating profusely, fully aware of the critical nature of each vote. Every vote could change the final outcome. Lin Fen and Chen Xiaopang knew why she was so nervous. Li Bamai was Qin Zimei's lover, and their grouch with the Qin family in the southern continent was deep-rooted. Anyone could vote for Qin Mingu, but this man was out of the question. With this single vote, the narrow one-vote lead they had achieved was now widened by 2. Qin Mingyu's remaining votes were already few. Before casting his vote, Li Bamai glanced at Qin Mingu with a cold smile. Qin Mingu remained silent, her expression very solemn. The pressure she faced was enormous. With so many people supporting her, failing would be a tremendous disappointment and burden. The Central Plains representative, Li Bamai, votes for Qin Mingu. What? Everyone present was shocked as Dong Jiaming announced this vote, including Tang Ning. Li Bamai was thought to be a surefire vote for someone else. Who would have imagined this outcome? Qin Mingu was also surprised. This guy actually voted for her. Was it a mistake? Qin Ruhan, outside, was gaping in astonishment, unable to close her mouth, even asking Lin Fan to pinch her to check if she felt pain. Miss Qin, this is real. It's real. Lin Fan, instead of pinching her, excitedly grasped her shoulders, exclaiming, General Qin got an unexpected vote. Everyone was excited, sharing genuine smiles. Don't underestimate this single vote. Initially, Qin Mingu was essentially guaranteed to lose to Tang Ning, making this vote impossible to flip. Now, suddenly receiving his vote, effectively doubling it, particularly at such a crucial juncture. At this moment, a call came from behind Qin Chang'an. He turned around, and everyone followed his gaze to see Qin Zimei. Her eyes sparkled as she pursed her red lips before finally saying shakily, Can I return to the Qin family? Although no one made a sound, their expressions were priceless. Consequently, they all looked towards Qin Chang'an. Heh, of course you can, as long as you remember you are a Qin. Qin Chang'an readily agreed. Li Bamai's vote marked a moment of personal and familial relations, despite past conflicts and grudges with the Qin family. And 5. Qin Ruhan burst into tears, uncontrollably rushing towards Qin Zimei. Ruhan. Qin Zimei embraced her, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Having been away from the Qin family for days, she realized the value of family ties. Without the daughter of her natal family, it was as if she were a rootless duckweed, with all the wealth and fame stripped away. Returning to the Qin family, she might gain even more. This was something she and Li Bamai had discussed earlier, as they worried that Qin Mingu might have already won or was unable to win. This one vote was irrelevant. Thankful for fate, Li Bamai cast the vote that equalized the situation at the most critical moment, giving her the courage to step forward. Thank you, Dad. After thanking fate in her heart, Qin Zimei released Qin Ruhan and embraced Qin Chang'an, feeling a rare sense of intimacy. Sorry. Truly sorry. I was immature in the past. Apologizing with tears, she continued, as a daughter, betraying one's parents and natal family is never the right thing to do. No problem. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Qin Chang'an gently patted his daughter's back, tears streaming down his face. Family. More important than anything else. Especially for an old man like him whose body is partially buried within another body. But now is not the time for this heartwarming reunion between father and daughter. The election is not over yet. 132 to 132. After 264 votes, they ended up in a tie, standing once again at the starting line together. This has never happened in the past 2 sessions. No, even in the history of the Chamber of Commerce president elections, nothing like this has ever occurred. Never has someone who had secured 130 votes failed to win. Only 13 votes left. Judging by the previous estimation, out of the remaining 13 people, only 3 are in favor of Qin Mingu, 5 are for Tang Ning, and 5 are undecided but lean towards Tang Ning. Xiaoning, don't panic, the competition has just begun. Zhao Nianchu, watching the video, kept muttering. Clearly, through the video feed, she could see that Tang Ning was no longer calm. Tang Ning had never expected this turn of events. He had tried everything, assassinating representatives in the western regions, poisoning in Yanjing, secretly threatening various individuals, even using every advantage possible. But the election process time and time again thwarted his expectations. First, Dong Jiaming defected, followed by Liangji's comeback, then the public declaration by representatives from the southern continent and western regions. And finally, Li Bamai's betrayal. Everything, even for someone as experienced as he is in politics, was beyond his imagination. This twist is more dramatic, and when he defeated the previous Chamber of Commerce president to seize power. When a person's confidence is repeatedly shaken, panic will inevitably set in, and Tang Ning was no exception. So even though he still had a slight advantage now, he didn't believe he could win. Mingu was truly terrifying. He had greatly underestimated this woman. Southern Continent Representative John Weiji cast a vote for Mingu. Western Regions Representative Deliriaba cast a vote for Mingu. Western Regions Representative Shunmaza cast a vote for Mingu. With Dong Jiaming singing the votes, Mingu finally took the lead, gaining 3 votes at once. Though these were votes that he will undoubtedly secure, adding them, this critical moment held significant meaning. Leading by 3 votes in this knife-edge moment, Dong Jiaming was also nervous inside. All he could do to help Mingu was up to this point. With no more representatives from the Southern Continent and Western regions, he wasn't sure who to call on next. Let's leave it to fate. Next representative, Dejo's Shan Xiaogui. Dong Jiaming randomly picked a representative from the neutral faction. In this dire situation, Shan Xiaogui also wanted to make a move and cast a vote for Mingu. After all, at this point, any normal person, without personal gain, would be on Mingu's side. Representative Shan. However, at this moment, Tang Ning unexpectedly spoke up, his eyes filled with hostility. I know you have a daughter doing well in Yanjing. Your nephew should be studying at the Yanjing Shumu University, right? Upon hearing this, Shan Xiaogui suddenly trembled. Anyone not foolish could understand the implications. It was a threat, almost an undisguised threat. In order to secure victory, Tang Ning threw off all pretenses, revealing his true face. He was now willing to do anything. Yes, yes. After a while, Shan Xiaogui nodded, adding at the end, President Tang, good. Very good. Tang Ning only nodded. He didn't even need to say a word that could be considered evidence, but he had achieved his goal through the threat. Shameless. Mingu couldn't help but curse him, but Tang Ning turned a deaf ear. Only the shameless can be invincible. This was something he understood very well. As expected, Shan Xiaogui ultimately abstained from voting, at least not offending Tang Ning or Mingu. Tang Ning was satisfied with this outcome. As long as the remaining neutral representatives all abstained, he would eventually secure the necessary votes and even surpass Mingu by 2 votes, winning the election. Oh God! Help me, sister! Ruhan prayed earnestly outside, clasping her hands together and looking up at the sky. Although Lin Qingshen didn't shout, she also clasped her hands together, silently praying. Just then, at the entrance to the venue, someone suddenly wanted to enter. Zhao Wuji. Seeing this man, Lin Qingshuan trembled slightly. The people at the venue were also surprised, wondering what the young master of the Zhao family wanted at this critical moment. Young Master Wuji, is there something you need? Despite being the chief director, Dong Jiaming halted the proceedings, which was unnecessary and would affect the voting process. However, he also hoped for Mingu's victory. With things having reached this point, a loss in the election would be too regrettable. So, he too hoped for another variable. It's like this. The Zhao family has stripped Zhao Peohui of his qualifications as the representative for the Zhao business chamber and appointed me in his place. Zhao Wuji pushed up his glasses, smiling slightly. Many people present were stunned. Could they really do this? Ultimately, it depended on Zhao Peohui's stand since this was an internal matter within the Zhao family. If both sides were willing, no one else could intervene. Zhao Peohui naturally had no objections, as although he shared the Zhao surname, he wasn't truly part of the Yanjing Zhao family and was merely a dog raised by them. Zhao Wuji was the young master of the Yanjing Zhao family, his owner, higher in status than Tang Ning, his direct superior. It was up to the owner how things were to be done. Tang Ning couldn't decipher Zhao Wuji's intentions for this move. Was he here to help him turn the tide and claim credit, or was he here to deliver a fatal blow? All right, please take a seat, young Master Wuji. Dong Jiaming didn't waste any more time, inviting Zhao Wuji to a seat and continuing with the process. Next voting representative is Zhao Peohui from Zhangzhou. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? Dong Jiaming chuckled. Young Master Wuji, you're just in time for the vote. In the past, this might have seemed coincidental to many, but today, such occurrences were greeted with indifference. All eyes were on Zhao Wuji as he stepped onto the stage. Everyone knew his vote would be the deciding vote. Zhao Wuji. Lin Qingshuan outside couldn't help but call out to this deep man. In her memory, this man was a demon. But if Qin Zimai could change her ways, what would he do? After ascending the stage, Zhao Wuji smiled slightly and cast his vote. Don Jiaming immediately announced, Zhangzhou representative Zhao Wuji casts a vote for Qin Mingu. Doom. This vote was like a fatal bullet, piercing the hearts of Tang Ning and his supporters. 136 to 132. And this vote was originally in Tang Ning's pocket, with 8 votes remaining, for neutral votes, and for votes that should have gone to Tang Ning.